Chapter 1. Seizing the essence of Luo, a hellish beginning. In the midst of chaos, a figure sat cross-legged upon a lotus platform, a gigantic axe hovering beside him. Around him, 3,000 demonic shadows lurked, engaged in a relentless struggle against one another. Uncertain how much time had passed, the figure on the lotus platform suddenly opened his eyes, grasped the immense axe beside him, and leapt to his feet. Instantly, he unleashed a series of terrifying ripples that forced several divine and demonic figures around him to retreat. At the edge of the chaos, a grain of Luo essence floated in the void. As the ripples surged forth, the Luo essence swayed like waves upon a vast sea, until a beam of spiritual light descended from beyond, merging with it. To his astonishment, a pair of eyes abruptly manifested upon the Luo essence, surveying the tumult of chaos. Upon noticing the colossal figure wielding the great axe in the distance, along with the 3,000 divine and demonic phantoms confronting him, an exclamation of outrage echoed through the chaos. Damn. This is the time of Pangu's creation of the world. His original name was Luo. He had merely been an overworked employee on Blue Star, toiling from 9 to 5. He only recalled working until 4 in the morning, preparing to rise for breakfast and discuss overtime pay with his boss, when he suddenly lost consciousness and collapsed. Upon awakening, he found himself in the chaos, transformed into a grain of Luo essence, facing the scene of Pangu endeavoring to create the world while 3,000 divine and demonic beings fought desperately to obstruct him. Was this the beginning of a heavenly collapse or a descent into hell? As Luo ground his teeth in frustration, wishing to maneuver his Luo essence body away from the center of the battlefield, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. World detection. Chaotic void. Event analysis. At the dawn of time, Pangu creates the world. Countless divine and demonic beings perish. The world opens into the primordial vastness. Plot direction 1. Assist Pangu in combating the 3,000 divine and demonic beings to facilitate the opening of the primordial world. Plot outcome. A tragic demise under the assault of 3,000 divine and demonic beings, soul extinguished. Physical body claimed by one of the 3,000, fused with the laws of destruction, achieving a primordial treasure of annihilation. Plot direction 2. Observe in secret, survive by any means necessary as long as the Green Mountains remain. One need not fear a lack of firewood. Plot outcome. Survive until the birth of the primordial world, becoming a new primordial divine being. Plot direction 3. Lurk in the shadows, await the opportune moment, and scheme for the chance to create the world. Plot outcome. Acquire one of the treasures of world creation, the chaotic bell. Offensive treasure, the diagram of the sword of annihilation. Upon hearing this bizarre electronic voice, Luo's Luo essence body twisted in response, as he looked towards Pangu, who was entangled with the 3,000 divine and demonic beings, trembling involuntarily. A golden finger? A dog system? He had once thought there was nothing more absurd than transmigration in this world. Yet now it seemed there was indeed something even more ludicrous, receiving the standard golden finger of transmigrators after crossing over. After pondering for a moment, Luo clenched his teeth, sparks flying from his eyes, and declared, "I've been a cog in the corporate machine long enough in my past life. I cannot continue to be a mere worker in this life. Otherwise, how could I justify traversing the primordial world?" With those words, Luo immediately began to maneuver his essence through the chaos, evading wave after wave of assaults. Time slipped by, and eventually he arrived at the battlefield's edge. The overwhelming pressure from the battlefield surged forth, nearly crushing him instantly. The divine axe of creation gleamed ominously as Pangu wielded it, cleaving a divine being before Luo in half. The horrific demonic blood rained down upon the chaos, with a drop landing directly on Luo, evaporating instantly and transforming into a dense malevolent aura that dissipated into the void. Luo shuddered, cautiously drifting among the assaults of the divine and demonic beings. After an indeterminate period, one of the divine beings suddenly turned against its kin, unleashing its hand to obliterate a nearby divine entity with a flourish of its dust. A roar echoed through the void. Hong Jun, the old thief, you dare betray us in this critical moment. I shall not rest until you are dead. As the voice faded, the figure wielding the righteous dust, Hong Jun Daoren, elegantly deflected the imminent assault from the void. With an untroubled demeanor, he proclaimed, Pangu's creation of the world is destined. How could we intervene? In truth, he had sensed a world will beginning to emerge within the chaos long before this epic. He also perceived the connection between Pangu and this world will. Whether they could hinder Pangu's efforts to create the world was uncertain, but even if they succeeded, what would it matter? In several epochs, another Pangu would inevitably arise until the world was opened. Hong Jun understood this clearly should the endless struggle continue. Only the 3,000 divine beings would ultimately face annihilation. At worst, he could seek opportunities in the new world that would emerge. With this thought, Hong Jun's assaults grew increasingly fierce. Concurrently, not far from him, the demon ancestor Luo, wielding the god-slaying spear, seemed to have made a discovery, launching an aggressive attack against a nearby primordial divine being. Around him, the diagram of the sword of annihilation unfurled, for swords piercing the heavens, directly cleaving another primordial divine being into the void. In an instant, a torrent of chaotic demonic blood once again poured into the void. A vast pool of demonic blood descended upon Luo, enveloping him, as swirling chaotic mist rose, flooding him with the essence of divine and demonic beings. The once diminutive Lihua essence within the void now expanded significantly under the deluge of this blood. Luo's heart trembled, his gaze lifting towards the distant Pangu, who was engaged in combat with the remaining divine beings, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. This Lihua essence body seemed far more formidable than he had initially imagined. If merely refining this ordinary demonic blood could lead to such growth, what would transpire if he were to acquire Pangu's blood? With this thought, Luo continued to navigate the assaults amidst the divine and demonic chaos, gradually drifting towards Pangu. Time passed, and the number of divine and demonic beings on the battlefield diminished by a significant margin, transforming the chaotic void into a sea of blood. Luo skillfully refined the blood sea as he drew closer to Pangu. After refining over 100 pools of blood, as the essence of divine and demonic beings surged within him, Luo's Lihua essence body gradually sprouted limbs. Now, a semblance of humanity began to emerge, though his features remained indistinct, and his form was still somewhat unwieldy, far from complete transformation. Regrettably, the ordinary demonic blood was insufficient to satisfy his needs for full transformation. As Luo hesitated, contemplating whether to make a bold move, he suddenly beheld a divine being in the void, glaring at the imminent blade of the axe of creation. With a furious roar, it transformed itself into a divine art, charging towards Pangu. Chapter 2. The 9-grade de Luo Immortal. The blade of the axe of creation descended with a vengeance, cleaving the divine being in two, as frenzied demonic blood splattered across the void. Yet, in the next moment, the severed divine body, instead of perishing, transformed into two formidable assaults, aimed directly at Pangu's arm that wielded the axe of creation. In the blink of an eye, two horrific wounds were carved into Pangu's arm, flesh and blood churning as torrents of blood gushed forth, cascading into the void. Pangu furrowed his brow, swiftly grasping the two assaults with his other hand and crushing them to dust. Meanwhile, Luo, who was dodging the divine and demonic assaults below, caught sight of the pool of Pangu's blood coalescing in the chaotic void, his eyes gleaming with newfound determination. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and charged toward the pool of blood. Just as a divine assault was about to strike him, he finally plunged into the blood sea, where his true form materialized, transforming into a Lihua essence as he began to refine the demonic blood, extracting its tremendous power. Pangu, amidst his slaughter of the surrounding primo then, waves of sanguine mist began to waft forth from the blood sea, infusing Luo's body with a surge of divine and demonic essence. This essence continuously aided in the refinement of his form in mere moments. His features began to manifest, gradually becoming clearer. Beyond the Blood Sea, Pangu and the remaining 3,000 deities and demons waged a terrifying battle, with deities and demons falling from time to time. Some among them turned traitor on the battlefield, attempting to assist Pangu in the creation of the world, hoping to claim a share for themselves. Many others withdrew from this contest of creation. Yet, regardless of the ferocity of the assaults outside, within the Blood Sea where Luo resided, there was an overwhelming tranquility, an unparalleled serenity. Time passed, though the duration was indeterminate. The Blood Sea, now imbued with Pangu's essence, had been refined by Luo to about 30%. His physical form had fully coalesced. His features were now distinctly defined, presenting a well-proportioned physique and handsome visage, which, aside from an extraordinary aura, bore little difference to his previous appearance. With his transformation stabilized, Luo cautiously emerged from the Blood Sea. However, just as his head broke the surface, he sensed a divine and demonic attack hurtling toward him from the battlefield, soaring directly over his head and flying into the distance. Luo's countenance shifted, and he swiftly retreated back into the Blood Sea, inhaling deeply before resuming his refinement of the sea. If he recalled correctly, prior to Pangu's creation of the world, there were no divisions of cultivation levels. Yet, comparing it to the later amalgamation of myths, it was only after a considerable period following Pangu's creation that Hong Jun attained the status of a sage. Pangu's endeavor was also an attempt to manifest the Tao through strength. Thus, the current assembly of deities and demons likely occupied the realms between the great Luo, golden immortal, and quasi-saint stages. Luo, having just transformed, could at most be regarded as a mere golden immortal. This was a commendable foundation for him, especially considering the substantial amount of divine and demonic blood he had absorbed and refined. Venturing outside now would render him vulnerable to being crushed like an ant. His best course of action was to refine the Blood Sea and swiftly elevate his cultivation. He could sense the terrifying energy contained within the Blood Sea, potent enough to propel him into the realm of the great Luo, golden immortal. Once he fully refined the Blood Sea and stepped into the great Luo, golden immortal stage, the external war of creation would likely be nearing its conclusion. The primal world would soon arise, and he could exist as a carefree immortal. With this thought, Luo closed his eyes once more, the flames of separation manifesting upon his body as he continued to refine the surrounding Blood Sea. As he progressed, mist billowed above the Blood Sea, creating a stark contrast to the terrifying battles raging in the distance. 40%, 50%. Luo's cultivation steadily ascended, and upon reaching 50% refinement of the Blood Sea, he transcended into the realm of the Tai, golden immortal. A tumultuous surge of divine and demonic power churned within him, and a formidable pressure began to emerge. Had it not been for the protection of the Blood Sea, this aura would have already spread far and wide. The assaults on the battlefield outside intensified, but Luo remained oblivious, continuing to refine the surrounding Blood Sea. 70%, 90%. As he refined 90% of the Blood Sea, Luo finally reached the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal level, just a step away from successfully entering the great Luo golden immortal realm. However, the Blood Sea surrounding him had grown thin, leaving behind only a delicate layer of blood mist. Among it, a half-drop of Pangu's essence floated visibly. Luo gazed at the half-drop of Pangu's essence, then turned to observe Pangu, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the 3,000 deities and demons. A flicker of thought crossed his mind. Although he understood that this Blood Sea could elevate him to the great Luo golden immortal level, he had not contemplated the source of such formidable power. It now appeared to be a remnant left by Pangu, who had previously intervened to extricate him from the battlefield of deities and demons. This time, I have incurred a significant karmic debt. Luo let out a deep sigh, and then, around him, the flames of separation manifested, enveloping the remaining half-drop of Pangu's essence. He began to continuously burn and refine it, absorbing the essence of the divine and demonic blood within. Time passed, and as the last trace of divine and demonic essence was absorbed and refined by Luo, rich purple energy drifted in from a distance. In the midst of chaos, various extraordinary phenomena manifested, capturing the attention of some beings in the distant battlefield of gods and demons. As the thin blood mist dissipated in the chaos, Luo stood proudly amidst the void, with streams of purple energy surging into his body, ultimately forming a swaying trio of flowers above his head. The manifestation of the three flowers exuded a fragrance that wafted for thousands of miles. As he stepped into the realm of the ninth grade de Luo Immortal. Chapter 3. Life and death are light. Defiance leads to action. As the three flowers scattered, their exquisite scent spread for thousands of miles. The distant battlefield of chaos seemed to momentarily pause. Many gods and demons turned their heads to gaze at Luo, astonished that someone had broken through to the ninth grade de Luo Immortal amidst such fierce warfare. This achievement, akin to blooming at the ninth grade, was a testament to exceptional talent, even among the 3,000 gods and demons. Not only the gods and demons, but even Pangu, wielding the heaven-splitting axe, was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this little fellow possessed such remarkable aptitude. He had believed that the drop of essence would merely allow him to break through to the de Luo golden immortal realm, but could not enhance his three flowers quality. It was indeed beyond Pangu's imagination that Luo could attain the ninth grade de Luo immortal realm. Feeling the unusual gazes from all directions, Luo was thoroughly alarmed. Although he had now broken through to the de Luo golden immortal realm, he felt utterly outclassed in the eyes of the crowd. Despite his decent aptitude, his cultivation still seemed to them like that of a slightly stronger ant, posing no real threat at that moment. A figure clad in black robes turned to Luo, a sword of destruction radiating an extremely terrifying aura in his hand. As he looked at Luo, a glimmer of golden light flashed in his eyes, and he laughed heartily. Good. Since you are so determined, I shall withdraw from this battle, but I will take this little fellow with me. With that, the break heaven Taoist charged toward Luo, surrounded by the laws of destruction. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Luo. Why, not I, in truth. Ever since the proposal of this plan by the innate gods and demons, he had felt something was amiss. Although Pangu sought to prove himself through strength, aspiring to cleave the heavens and attain the primordial fruit position, he sensed that someone was subtly influencing events from behind the scenes. Even Pangu, the strongest among the gods and demons, was merely an important pawn. Even if the 3,000 gods and demons did not obstruct him, once the heavens were opened, Pangu's life would still be in jeopardy. Given this, why should he wade into these murky waters? Now that the essence of separation flames appeared on the battlefield, it would be wiser to seize it and refine it into an innate treasure. Upon hearing the break heaven Taoist's words, the other gods and demons cursed under their breaths. Hong Jun's expression also relaxed slightly. With the strongest Yang Mei and Shi Chun having departed, and some gods and demons turning against Pangu, if the break heaven Taoist withdrew, Pangu's opening of the heavens would be inevitable. Subsequently, he glanced at Luo in the distance, a smile emerging at the corners of his mouth. That a mere essence of separation flames was trivial compared to the schemes he had in mind. Seeing the break heaven Taoist charging toward him, Luo furrowed his brow, knowing full well that he was no match for the break heaven Taoist and needed to devise a solution. Just as he was consumed by trepidation, an electronic sound echoed in his ears. Plot development 3. Completed. Acquired. Heaven-splitting treasure, chaos bell. Attack treasure, ginsing sword diagram. Upon hearing this electronic announcement, Luo's face instantly radiated with ecstatic joy. He realized that although he was no match for the break heaven Taoist, if he possessed the chaos bell and the ginsing sword diagram, he might not necessarily defeat the break heaven Taoist, but he would certainly secure an invincible position. As the electronic voice faded, in the distant battlefield of gods and demons, over a dozen beings were employing various techniques, all targeting Pangu. A tremendous rumble erupted in the battlefield. Although Pangu's strength far surpassed that of the 3,000 gods and demons, confronted with such an onslaught, his Pangu axe shattered with a resounding crash. Simultaneously, a luminous axe light sliced through the chaos, instantly slaying dozens of gods and demons. The entire chaos trembled, as if a massive eggshell were cracking, the pure and turbid energies mingling, and the 3,000 paths becoming disordered. The dozens of gods and demons were completely annihilated beneath Pangu's strike. The Pangu axe in his hand, under the extreme assault, split into three, transforming into three treasures that scattered in all directions. The axe blade became the Pangu banner, the axe back morphed into the Taiji diagram, and the axe handle turned into the chaos bell. Upon witnessing this, Hong Jun's eyes sparkled, and he immediately acted to collect one of the treasures into his embrace. Some gods and demons also rushed to seize the remaining two treasures. But these two treasures moved with such speed that they vanished in the blink of an eye. The chaos bell, transformed from the axe handle, flew directly into Liu Ya's sea of consciousness. The Break-Heaven Taoist, charging toward Liu Ya, was momentarily taken aback, then sinisterly chuckled. "You little fellow are quite fortunate. I had intended to refine you into an innate treasure, but I did not expect to acquire a heaven-splitting treasure as well. My luck is truly excellent." His voice fell. The Break-Heaven Taoist lunged toward Liu Ya with maniacal laughter. However, in the next moment, a furious roar erupted from behind him. "You scoundrel! Hong Jun, what are you trying to do?" The gods and demons turned to see Hong Jun, with a flick of his dust whisk, directly strike the Ji-Xian sword diagram behind the demon ancestor Luo Hu, forcefully sending it flying. The dozens of gods and demons trapped within the Ji-Xian sword diagram now bore expressions of joy, fleeing toward the distance. Those who had originally intended to thwart Pangu's opening of the heavens also began to escape. For the chaos had already been established. Remaining would only lead to their demise. With the great chaos opened, the world manifested, and these gods and demons were no longer immortal. The Ji-Xian sword diagram, which had been sent flying by Hong Jun, now surged toward Liu Ya, unceremoniously burrowing into his mind, in the chaos. All restrictions were refined, and he wielded them as extensions of his own will. The Break-Heaven Taoist stood there, utterly stunned, still unable to believe what he was witnessing. Event analysis. The great event of the primordial world has commenced. The Break-Heaven Taoist intends to capture the host and refine him into an innate treasure. Plot development 1. Surrender the chaos bell to Hong Jun, requesting him to preserve the host's life. Plot result. Lose the chaos bell, lose the Ji-Xian sword diagram, barely survive in the primordial world. Plot development 2. Return the Ji-Xian sword diagram to the demon ancestor Luo Hu, pleading for his protection of the host's life. Plot result. Lose the chaos bell and the Ji-Xian sword diagram. The physical body captured by the Break-Heaven Taoist, refined into an innate treasure, the soul transformed into a spirit, eternally bound within. Plot development 3. Life and death are trivial. Defiance leads to action. Engage in battle with the Break-Heaven Taoist to establish reputation. Plot result. Gain the first trace of primordial purple energy from the beginning of the primordial world, rewarded with the essence of the celestial machine. Eluding danger. Chapter 4. The Ji-Xian sword diagram displays its might. Hearing the electronic voice in his ears, Liu Ya's expression momentarily froze. Then he looked toward the Break-Heaven Taoist not far in front of him. Had the Ji-Xian sword diagram not flown back, the Break-Heaven Taoist would likely have already made his move. Moreover, now that he had unexpectedly obtained two treasures, he had become a veritable treasure-laden figure amidst the myriad gods and demons. Without a means to defend himself, it was likely this crowd would not let him off easily. After a moment, Liu Ya cursed inwardly, then addressed the Break-Heaven Taoist. "With just you, do you think you can refine me? That is simply the delusions of a fool." His words fell. The Ji-Xian sword diagram unfurled behind him, for swords stretching across the heavens, their sharp intent slicing through the void and recklessly severing the surrounding space. Above Liu Ya's head, the phantom of the chaos bell materialized, transforming into a golden barrier that enveloped him entirely. With these two treasures in hand, even though he had just stepped into the Deluo golden immortal realm, he felt confident in contending with the Break-Heaven Taoist in the now dissipating battlefield. The demon ancestor Luo, whose eyes turned crimson upon seeing the Ji-Xian sword diagram behind Liu Ya. He immediately brandished the god-slaying spear, preparing to charge forward. Yet in the next moment, a dust whisk intercepted him, and Hong Jun chuckled lightly. "What do you mean, my friend? With a fellow cultivator emerging, we should be celebrating." Before the primordial Pangu separated heaven and earth, the laws of the celestial realm had yet to manifest, and within the chaos existed only the 3,000 gods and demons, engaged in relentless battles among themselves. These chaotic beings were, in essence, immortal and indestructible. Even if devoured by their fellow deities, they would be reborn after several epochs, which compelled them to unite in an assault against Pangu, attempting to thwart the creation of the world. Now, with the heavens and earth delineated, the pure ether ascended, while the murky essence descended, forever altering the chaotic visage of yore. The immortality and invincibility that characterized these gods and demons had waned, leading them to scatter in haste following the successful creation of the world. The demon ancestor, Luo Hu, gazed ominously at Hong Jun before speaking. "Do you intend to stop me?" Previously, in the battlefield of gods and demons. It was Hong Jun who had intervened, sending the Zhujian sword map flying and severing Luo Hu's connection to it. Had it not been for this, a mere insect at the threshold of the great Luo golden immortal Wu Ti had been able to seize such an opportunity. Amidst the void, as Hong Jun faced off against Luo Hu, countless crimson eyes opened, fixated on the two adversaries, eager to seize any chance for profit in the ensuing chaos. Upon hearing Luo Hu's words, Hong Jun chuckled. After battling for several epochs, what significance does this statement hold? Luo Hu's expression shifted, anger flaring within him, but he soon sensed the hidden auras of gods and demons surrounding them. Should he engage in a life-and-death struggle with Hong Jun, others would inevitably intervene, and the loss would far exceed that of merely the Zhujian sword map. Realizing this, Luo Hu cast a frigid glance toward the distant Luya before vanishing from sight. Hong Jun, witnessing this retreat, expressed a hint of regret and quietly departed. The lurking gods and demons, upon witnessing this scene, sighed in unison, their expressions tinged with disappointment. Meanwhile, the distant Benjtian Dao Ren observed the two treasures displayed by Luya. His eyes gleaming with fervor. One of these treasures bore the merit of creation, while the other was among Luo Hu's famed artifacts, the Zhujian sword map. Benjtian Dao Ren cackled, a mantis trying to stop a chariot, a mere insect attempting to shake a tree. "Do you think you are worthy to resist before me? Surrender these two treasures, and I may spare your life. Refuse," and before he could finish a sentence, Benjtian Dao Ren saw the Zhujian sword map encircling Luya entirely. In the air, it transformed into a colossal net, enveloping him, while the four Zhujian swords suppressed the surroundings, unleashing a terrifying force of slaughter. The very fabric of space around Benjtian Dao Ren was torn asunder, threatened with annihilation. His expression shifted as the aura of destruction erupted around him, clashing violently within the confines of the Zhujian sword map. Seeking to break free, summoning the sword of destruction, he met the onslaught of the four Zhujian swords at it. Was worth noting that Benjtian Dao Ren was born of a wisp of destruction within chaos. And his accompanying chaos spirit treasure, the Sword of Destruction, was a rare artifact, rivaling the might of the Zhujian swords. Within the Zhujian sword map, the Sword of Destruction and the four Zhujian swords intertwined, their terrifying sword intent radiating outward. Benjtian Dao Ren, with a flick of his hand, gathered the laws of destruction, forming a colossal hand in the air that struck fiercely at the Zhujian sword map. Mockingly, he added, "An insect remains an insect. Even with a treasure in hand, you are but a stronger insect." As he sought to shatter the Zhujian sword map and capture Luya, Pangu, having just succeeded in separating heaven and earth and seated upon the ground to absorb the merits of creation, was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the little being who had once obtained a drop of his essence blood could now stand against Benjtian Dao Ren. However, Benjtian Dao Ren's formidable strength placed him among the top ranks of the 3,000 gods and demons. And this confrontation could spell trouble for the young one. The remaining gods and demons, hidden in the shadows, now fixated on the battlefield, pondering when to strike after Luya's inevitable defeat to seize the two treasures. If that failed, acquiring the essence of the fire of separation would suffice. In the air, the colossal hand of destruction collided with the Zhujian sword map, resulting in a tremendous roar. Yet after the tumult, The Zhuzhen sword map erupted with a brilliant surge of sword light, descending upon Benj Tian Dao Ran. His expression shifted as he swiftly summoned the Sword of Destruction, raising it to counter the oncoming onslaught. The sword light cleaved through the void, threatening the very stability of the newly formed heaven and earth, and had it not been for Pangu's intervention, the fabric of space would have surely unraveled. The collision between the sword light and the Sword of Destruction unleashed an expansive wave of law, causing the once sinking murky essence to stir violently, suspended in the air. Benj Tian Dao Ran let out a muffled grunt, retreating several steps. Yet, before he could regain his footing, he sensed a surge of murderous intent from behind, prompting the laws of destruction to envelop him once more in an instant. The 4 Zhuzhen swords slashed through the surrounding aura of destruction, leaving 4 crimson marks upon his flesh. This scene drew gasps from the watching innate gods and demons, their astonishment palpable. They had anticipated that Benj Tian Dao Ran would easily subdue this insect. Yet the once weak insect had transformed into a colossal serpent, overwhelming Benj Tian Dao Ran, leaving them utterly flabbergasted. Chapter 5. A battle to establish authority, shocking the primordial world. In the void, Benj Tian Dao Ran stared at the 4 crimson marks on his body. His expression darkening. With a furious roar, he swung the Sword of Destruction, attempting to break through the encirclement of the 4 Zhuzhen swords and charge toward Luo. Witnessing this, felt his expression change, hastily urging the 4 Zhuzhen swords to defend. However, as it did, he sensed an unsettling shift. It appeared that Benj Tian Dao Ran's target was not him. Just as Luo harbored doubts, he saw the Sword of Destruction forcefully blocking the Zhuzhen swords. A tremendous roar echoed, and 5 swords clashed in the air, the laws swirling chaotically. Benj Tian Dao Ran, with a mighty shout, sought to free himself from the Zhuzhen sword map. The 4 Zhuzhen swords, momentarily hindered by the Sword of Destruction, could not retaliate, leaving Benj Tian Dao Ran free to attempt his escape. Observing the clash of the 5 swords, Luo's expression shifted slightly. He summoned the chaos bell from within, which hovered before him, unleashing boundless chaotic laws and an overwhelming aura. Golden light cascaded from above, enveloping Luo's form, resembling a bell turned upside down. Luo raised his hand, invoking the chaotic laws, and lightly flicked his fingers against the chaos bell. Instantly, a terrifying chime resonated, sending ripples through the void, transforming into waves of lethal sound, aimed directly at Benj Tian Dao Ran below the Zhuzhen sword map. In the blink of an eye, the sound waves expanded like ripples, converging with the myriad sword lights descending from the Zhuzhen sword map, launching toward Benj Tian Dao Ran. His expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Stop, my friend. We have matters to discuss." He understood all too well that while he might withstand the Zhuzhen sword map and the 4 Zhuzhen swords individually, together with the Chaos Bell, he stood no chance. The innate gods and demons lurking in the shadows were equally astonished by Benj Tian Dao Ran's predicament. The unfolding scene exceeded their expectations, leaving even Pangu, who was refining the merits of creation in the distance, momentarily stunned. Observing the beleaguered Benj Tian Dao Ran, he shook his head with a smile. Benj Tian Dao Ran, ranked among the top 10 of the 3,000 gods and demons, was now being cornered by a fledgling great Luo golden immortal, an utter embarrassment. Pangu sighed as he regarded the chaos bell floating before Luo, returning to his task of refining the merits of creation in hopes of swiftly attaining enlightenment through strength. Hearing Benj Tian Dao Ran's plea, Luo's expression darkened as he replied, "What do you mean, my friend? If there are matters to discuss, let us settle this first." With that, he pointed at the chaos bell once more, the aura of the great Luo golden immortal surging forth. His formidable power radiated, mingling with the ripples stirred by the chaos bell, hurtling toward Benj Tian Dao Ran. Benj Tian Dao Ran's expression shifted as he beheld the overwhelming ripples approaching, summoning the laws of destruction around him. A terrifying shadow loomed before him, blocking the oncoming waves. The 2 forces collided with a thunderous roar. Following the terrifying roar, the dark veil was directly shattered by the ripples that spread forth. This chaotic bell was but one of the fragments resulting from the shattering of the primordial treasure of creation, its rank not inferior to that of the Juxian sword diagram, perhaps even among the pinnacle of treasures in this age. This is one of the reasons why those gods and demons remained in this place after the battle of creation. They had hoped to seize opportunities after the clash between the bending heaven Taoist and Luo. Yet they never anticipated that Luo was not an easy opponent to provoke. Currently, he was even pressing the bending heaven Taoist, intending to keep him here, in the distance, within the celestial dome. Luo flicked his fingers, and waves of ripples expanded through the air. They traversed through the clouds, akin to winds stirring across a vast ocean, transforming into towering waves that rushed towards the dark veil before the bending heaven Taoist in the primordial chaos. When Pangu was born, there existed an unseen force guiding his emergence and the creation of heaven and earth. Thus, the battle of today came to be. However, observing the current state of affairs, as the pure and turbid energies began to converge once more, it seemed that the endeavor to open the heavens was on the verge of failure. Not far in front of him, witnessing the sudden fury of Pangu, Luo involuntarily took 2 steps back. His expression one of astonishment as he gazed at the gradually merging energies. Deep within his heart, he understood that this act of creation was, in essence, a ruse that, if Pangu wished to preserve this realm and attain the ultimate truth, he would undoubtedly face death and the dissolution of his essence. Yet, should he remain indifferent, when the convergence of heaven and earth inevitably occurred, the resurgence of chaos would unleash a backlash powerful enough to annihilate him. This was the scheme of the heavenly Tao. Pangu, his face a mask of fury, looked upon the impending closure of the pure and turbid energies and cried out to the heavens, "The heavenly Tao betrays me. I, Pangu, shall not coexist with you." With his words echoing, he manifested his colossal form, raising his hand to hold up the heavens, while his feet pressed upon the turbid energy, forcibly staving off the impending convergence. The primordial beings, who had long distanced themselves, also noticed the impending culmination of the heavens and earth, and they could not help but sneer. Had Pangu not opened the heavens, they would still be immortal and unyielding, reveling in the chaos. Yet now, 3,000 deities and demons lay dead or wounded, with some fleeing to distant realms. The few who remained to withstand the pressures of the new world were scarce. And upon witnessing the convergence, their hearts swelled with joy. Luo, suspended in the void, sighed as he observed Pangu holding up the heavens and stepping upon the turbid energy, as expected. Everything unfolded as he had foreseen. The heavens and earth would indeed converge, unless Pangu had previously vanquished the 3,000 deities and demons, transforming them into 3,000 paths to solidify the rules. The convergence was unavoidable. However, those 3,000 beings were not fools. They had long since departed when the situation became untenable. That Pangu's form continued to grow larger, forcefully stretching the distance between the pure and turbid energies, gradually clarifying the realms of heaven and earth. Observing this, Luo respectfully saluted Pangu and remarked, "If you have any requests, I shall do my utmost to assist you." Chapter 7. Who is the true Pangu? Upon hearing this, Pangu let out a bitter laugh and replied, "The heavenly Tao forsakes me. I am powerless to turn the tide. Should there be an opportunity in the future, I ask you to look after this place." Luo, upon hearing this, bowed from afar and assured him, "Rest assured, my friend, I shall repay the karmic debt incurred from your actions." As his words fell, the heavens and earth, which Pangu had been propping up, began to forcefully descend, as if intent on reuniting once more. Pangu roared in defiance, struggling to keep the heavens and earth apart, his body expanding like a pillar supporting the heavens, resisting the gradual healing of the realms, feeling the overwhelming pressure from the surroundings. Luo's expression shifted, and he retreated repeatedly until he had distanced himself 1,000 miles from Pangu. Not long after he steadied himself, he saw Pangu, who had been supporting the heavens, begin to weaken. The essence of his being began to overflow, slowly merging into the void above, transforming into the laws of the great Tao. Time passed, and Pangu's eyes closed, his essence extinguished, and he began to fall backward. In that moment, the heavens lamented, blood rained down, and countless phenomena manifested as heaven and earth mourned. Those primordial beings who had hidden and survived the battle of creation understood that Pangu had fallen. Many displayed faint smiles, sneering at the fate that had befallen them. Had Pangu not existed, they would still be unfettered in the void of chaos, free and untroubled, rather than facing death and injury as they did now. Even under the oppression of heaven and earth, in the battlefield of deities and demons, Luo gazed at Pangu's fallen form. A sigh escaping his lips, he was acutely aware that since Pangu's inception, he had been ensnared in the machinations of the heavenly Tao. Just as Luo was about to turn away, he witnessed the radiance emanating from Pangu's corpse. His eyes escaped their sockets. Ascending to the heavens, transforming into the sun and moon, his flesh began to dissolve, becoming mountains and lands, while his veins exposed themselves, forming seas, rivers, and lakes. The breath he exhaled upon death transformed into the clouds and rains of the four seasons. Drifting across the primordial skies, the dark blood within him fell into a low-lying area, forming a blood sea, its sanguine rules manifesting prominently. The final essence of his flesh and blood transformed into small, powerful beings devoid of souls, standing confused upon the earth, his spirit scattered, dividing into three from the void, manifesting as three ethereal figures standing in the emptiness. Witnessing these transformations, Luo felt a jolt of enlightenment rise within him. He settled into a meditative posture, suspended in the as soon as these words were uttered, the atmosphere in the hall instantly turned frigid. Chapter 8. Luo breaks through the barrier, particularly the 12 ancestral witches led by the witch clan. Upon hearing the words of the primordial supreme being, immediately darkened their expressions. Among them, the ancestral witch Zhu Rong, with a beast's head and a human body, clad in red scales, with fiery serpents adorning his ears and treading upon a fire dragon, wore a particularly grim countenance, flames roaring incessantly behind him. When he gazed at the three pure ones, a trace of malice emerged on his face. It is known that their witch clan is formed from the essence of Pangu's blood, and the 12 ancestral witches are the very essence of that blood. From the moment of their birth, they possessed the strength of a Tai golden immortal, with the remnants of their bloodline. It would only take a few hundred years to naturally attain the position of a great Luo golden immortal. With such a lineage and qualifications, how could they resign themselves to being beneath others? Zhu Rong slammed his hand on the wooden chair beneath him and coldly declared, "Are the three of you here to jest? If we speak of Pangu's true lineage, we, the witch clan, are the favored descendants of the Father God, far beyond what the three of you can compare." Gong Gong echoed angrily. "We see that you three share the same origin as the Father God, hoping to bestow some favor, but we did not expect you to be so arrogant and presumptuous." Upon hearing their brother's words, the other 10 ancestral witches turned their gazes toward the three pure ones, their expressions growing increasingly grim. The supreme pure Lingbao, Tianzin, Tontin, the youngest in appearance and most hot-tempered, upon hearing Zhu Rong and Gong Gong's taunts, immediately erupted in fury. "You insolent wretches, how dare you mock us? Mere transformations of the Father God's essence. Truly, you are courting death." As his words fell, Lingbao Tianzuan prepared to strike, but was intercepted by the Taiji Dao Tianzuan, Laozi, beside him. Laozi spoke slowly, "Since you all do not welcome us, my brothers and I shall take our leave." After saying this, he stood up and walked towards the ancestral witch hall's exit. Seeing this, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian also let out cold snorts and followed closely behind him. However, before the three could exit the ancestral witch hall, a low voice called out from behind, "Is my ancestral witch hall a place you may enter and leave at will?" With this declaration, a fire dragon surged up from behind. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a terrifying fire serpent, rushing towards the backs of the three pure ones. Flames soared, and the spiritual energy within the ancestral witch hall began to twist. In the blink of an eye, the fire dragon reached Tong Tian's back, appearing poised to strike him. Suddenly, a stream of pure qi emerged around him, directly halting the fearsome fire dragon. Boom! Tong Tian's magic surged, forcefully absorbing the impact. Then he turned to face the 12 ancestral witches within the hall. Anger etched upon his face, he raised his hand, condensing a stream of pure qi into a sharp sword aura aimed at Zhu Rong. The sound of wind howled, and in an instant, it reached Zhu Rong's side, tearing apart the fire dragon before slicing directly down upon him. Zhu Rong's expression shifted, and he bellowed, "You audacious bastard!" With that, he raised his staff and brought it down, shattering the sword aura into fragments. As the sword aura dissipated, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. The three pure ones all revealed a wary expression, gazing at the 12 ancestral witches and coldly inquired, "Are you all intending to detain my brothers and me?" The hot-tempered Zhu Rong and Gong Gong immediately stepped forward, sneering, "We have no such intention. We merely wish to discuss who truly represents the authentic Pangu lineage." Yuan Shi coldly retorted, "We are the transformations of the Father God's primordial spirit. Thus we are the true Pangu lineage." As his words finished, one among the 12, a figure resembling a yellow sack, red as Dan fire, with 6 legs and 4 wings, and a formless visage, stepped forth. This was the ancestral witch of spatial speed, Di Jiang, the eldest among the 12. That Di Jiang's expression darkened, and he coldly stated, "You three have misjudged. We are the transformations of the Father God's essence, akin to his offspring, and thus are the true Pangu lineage." Upon hearing this, the three pure ones displayed expressions of disbelief. However, observing the expressions of the 12 ancestral witches, they understood that if this continued, it would not end well. Subsequently, Laozi took the initiative to speak. "If you continue in this manner, then my brothers and I shall take our leave." After saying this, he was the first to step out of the ancestral witch hall. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian exchanged glances and swiftly followed Laozi out of the hall. The 12 ancestral witches, witnessing this, revealed expressions of astonishment and hastily pursued them outside, where they beheld the three pure ones standing in the void. Zhu Rong chuckled. "Why the haste to depart? Does this not imply that we, the witch clan, are ungracious hosts?" As his words fell, he attempted to intervene once more to block the 3 Gong Gong, surrounding Zhu Rong, similarly unleashed his power, weaving the laws of water to entwine with Zhu Rong's assault in the air, forming a rope of water and fire that sought to ensnare the three. The expressions of the three pure ones shifted as they combined their powers to attempt to intercept this divine ability. Yet in the next moment, an immense wave of energy emanated from the vicinity of Buzhou Mountain, causing its pillars to tremble, and overwhelming pressure instantly radiated outwards, descending upon the primordial earth. Celestial phenomena manifested in the skies, swiftly engulfing the entire primordial landscape, drawing the attention of the remaining innate deities hidden since the battle of creation. Under this terrifying pressure, the intertwined assaults of Zhu Rong and Gong Gong collapsed. The three pure ones also changed their expressions, quickly retreating from the vicinity of Buzhou Mountain. However, they were still forced down by this immense pressure, landing with difficulty upon the ground, appearing quite disheveled. Tong Tian gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Brother, could it be that an enemy of the Father God lies hidden here?" Yuan Shi's expression changed at his words, and he strained to extend his divine sense to survey the surroundings. Laozi's expression shifted slightly. Then he spoke. "Impossible. The battle of creation has passed. Those innate deities are likely preoccupied with their own survival and cannot be hiding here." Meanwhile, the 12 ancestral witches in the distance were also struggling against the oppressive force. Among them, the strongest, the spatial ancestral witch Di Jiang, felt the descending pressure, and his expression changed dramatically as he fought to remain upright. He called out, "Might I inquire who the great being is that has descended?" As his voice echoed, the celestial phenomena gradually dissipated, and a voice resonated. "First came Hong Jun, then heaven. Luo Daoist is still ahead." Chapter 9. The carefree immortal of primordial times. "I am the humble Luo. Honored to meet you all." As the voice resonated, rules materialized, appearing like bridges of light in the air. From the void not far from Buzhou Mountain, a rift in space tore open, clad in dark robes. Luo stepped through the air, treading upon the laws of the great Tao, making his way towards the ancestral witch hall. Surrounding him were countless rules, emanating profound and intricate patterns that made the very void tremble. The 12 ancestral witches and the three pure ones, previously unable to raise their heads under the weight of pressure, now struggled to look up towards the direction for which the voice had come. They soon beheld Luo, who walked upon the rules. Everyone felt a sense of familiarity, as though they had encountered him in their soul's memories, yet could not recall precisely who he was. Luo, stepping upon the rules, approached with a smile, descending gracefully. Observing the terrified expressions of those present, he chuckled. "There is no need for alarm. I am not your enemy." With this declaration, he waved his hand, causing the rules in the air to dissipate, and the oppressive force bearing down on everyone vanished in an instant. The 12 ancestral witches and the 3 pure ones suddenly felt a release. Promptly regarding Luo with caution, Luo, gazing at the wary crowd, smiled and said, "Please take a seat." As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed, and before the eyes of the 12 ancestral witches and the 3 purities, stone benches rose from the ground. Just as the brothers Zhu Rong and Gong Gong were about to utter something, they noticed Luo's gaze, his eyes seemingly containing the stars themselves, in a moment of daze. They found themselves seated upon the stone benches. The expressions of Emperor Jiang and the others shifted to one of astonishment at the demeanor of these two. Observing this, the 3 purities settled down as well. Luo, witnessing the scene, smiled more broadly, gestured with a finger, and a stone table accompanied by stone benches ascended on the stone table. Cups and vessels appeared, for which wisps of steam rose, transforming into boiling water that filled the cups. Luo sat down and took a delicate sip from the stone cup. Looking at the crowd, he slowly began to speak. "You are both manifestations of the essence and spirit of the great Pangu, sharing the same lineage. Why then should there be division between us?" Upon hearing Luo's words, the 12 ancestral witches displayed a hint of disbelief. Yet, given Luo's profound cultivation, they refrained from voicing their thoughts. Only the brash Zhu Rong and Gong Gong spoke up, declaring, "They are merely manifestations of the Father God's spirit, lacking any blood relation. How can they claim to be the true descendants of Pangu?" This statement provoked an internal rebuke from Emperor Jiang, who silently cursed these two brutes. The individual before them possessed such profound cultivation. Amidst the uncertainty of their allegiances, how could they dare to speak so boldly? Just as Emperor Jiang was about to intervene, he heard Luo reply with a smile. "I have met the great Pangu on several occasions. I am likely more informed about this matter than any of you." Zhu Rong retorted, a hint of skepticism in his tone. "Though your cultivation is formidable, what age are you, that you could have met the Father God?" Seeing their disbelief, Luo raised a hand and pointed. A beam of clear light dispersed in the air into several strands, directly entering the consciousness of the gathered crowd. The 12 ancestral witches and the 3 purities were unable to intervene in time. However, as the clear light entered their beings, vivid images flashed in their minds, revealing the sights and sounds witnessed by Pangu after the creation of the heavens, as well as his words before his demise. The hearts of the 12 ancestral witches and the 3 purities were shaken, and when they looked at Luo again, their expressions were filled with astonishment. They had never anticipated that this young Taoist was truly a powerful figure from the same era as their Father God. And moreover, from the words of their Father God before his death, it was evident that they were close friends. Exchanging glances, they rose in unison and bowed to Luo, saying, "We pay our respects to the ancestor." To them, the close relationship between their Father God and this individual warranted such a title. Seeing this, Luo smiled and inquired, "If that is the case, do you still have any disputes?" Although the 12 ancestral witches felt dissatisfaction, they remained silent. The 3 purities bowed once more to Luo, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, ancestor, for enlightening us about our Father God. Had it not been for you, we would have remained in ignorance." Luo shook his head, saying, "It is nothing. Such trivial matters are hardly worth mentioning. However, you all share the same lineage. Henceforth, do not allow further disputes to arise." The 3 purities responded in unison, "We shall faithfully adhere to the ancestor's decree." The 12 ancestral witches, seeing the 3 purities act thus, also hurriedly bowed to Luo, proclaiming, "We shall honor the ancestor's teachings." At that moment, the 3 purities stepped forward, stating, "We 3 brothers earnestly request the ancestor to accept us as disciples." Upon hearing this, Luo was momentarily taken aback. The 12 ancestral witches were equally stunned by the 3 purities' demeanor and exchanged astonished glances. They then stepped forward, kneeling upon the ground, and implored, We beseech the ancestor to enter our ancestral witch hall and lead the witch clan to unify the wilderness. The three purities quickly reiterated, "We implore the ancestor to accept us as disciples." Just as Luo was momentarily lost in thought, a familiar electronic voice echoed in his ears. Plot Direction 1. Remain in the ancestral witch hall. Lead the witch clan, strengthen the tribe, and in the future, assist in seizing the fortunes of heaven and earth, becoming the prominent clan of the wilderness. Plot outcome. Gain a drop of Pangu's essence blood. Incorporate it into your being, attain the Pangu's sacred body, and establish yourself as the ancestor of the witch clan, vying for supremacy on the wilderness continent. Plot Direction 2. Accept the three purities as disciples. Scheme for heavenly secrets and become a saint of the heavenly path. Plot outcome. Acquire three excellent disciples, achieve great power in the wilderness, gain heavenly opportunities, and become a puppet saint beneath the heavenly path. As long as the heavenly path endures, so shall you. Plot Direction 3. Reject them all. Plot outcome. Attain the supreme path, acquire the supreme cultivation methods, break free from the heavenly path, seek the carefree immortality of the wilderness. Become immortal and indestructible, and achieve the first saint beyond the heavenly path, traversing the myriad heavens to attain great power. Upon hearing the familiar electronic voice, Luo's heart trembled, looking towards the 12 ancestral witches and the three purities. An indescribable expression emerged on his face. The 12 ancestral witches and the three purities knelt before Luo, and as they awaited his response in silence, anxiety filled their hearts, just as they were about to raise their heads to inquire. Luo spoke, "You all share a bond with me." Before he could finish his sentence, the 12 ancestral witches and the three purities simultaneously looked up, their faces alight with joy as they gazed at Luo. Just as they were about to address him as ancestor teacher, Luo continued, "Though you share a bond with me, it is not this day. Should you wish to become my disciples, you currently lack the qualifications. Take care of yourselves. If fate allows in the future, I may yet accept you." With his words hanging in the air, before the 12 ancestral witches and the three purities could react, Luo's figure completely vanished from the spot, leaving behind a group of dazed ancestral witches and the three purities. After Luo departed, the three purities cast a cold glance at the 12 ancestral witches and turned to leave. The 12 ancestral witches, watching the retreating figures of the three purities, silently cursed under their breath as they returned to the ancestral witch hall. Chapter 10. Encounter with Luo Hu upon returning to the ancestral witch hall. The 12 ancestral witches took their seats on either side, exchanging glances that reflected the gravity of the situation. Particularly, they pondered Luo's last words. They shared a bond with him, but not at this moment. Did this not imply that if an opportunity arose in the future, they could perhaps become disciples of this great figure? After all, this individual was from the same era as their father god Pangu. Far more formidable than the innate divine demon Hong Jun. First came Hong Jun, then the heavenly path. Luo Daoist was even prior to that. Merely this one phrase held profound significance. Emperor Jiang gazed at the remaining 11 ancestral witches and solemnly inquired, "What are your thoughts regarding Luo's words?" The fire god Zhurong immediately responded, "Since the ancestor says our fates are not yet aligned, then indeed they're not. However, with our father god as a connection, we need not worry." Gong Gong also added, "What third brother says is correct. When the time is right, he will naturally accept us." The other ancestral witches nodded in agreement. Emperor Jiang listened to his brother's words and shook his head slightly, saying, "Brothers, even if we are willing to wait, what of the three purities? Will they be willing to wait?" At this, the hearts of the gathered grew cold. They prided themselves on being the true descendants of Pangu. Yet the three purities also had respectable backgrounds. Previously, when Luo was present, the three purities had sought to join his fold. Now, with their standings being relatively equal, if those three employed some means to join the ancestors' sect ahead of time, it could lead to trouble. The expressions of the 12 ancestral witches turned grim. After a moment, Zhu Meng spoke, "In that case, what clever plan do you have, elder brother?" Emperor Jiang replied confidently, "Since the ancestor has said that we are currently fated to be apart, let us take action and create a realm of our own in this wilderness. Surely, this will impress the ancestor." The other 11 ancestral witches echoed in unison, "Yes, we shall faithfully follow Elder Brother's guidance." Meanwhile, at this moment, Luya has long departed from the vicinity of Mount Buzhou. This Mount Buzhou, having transformed from the backbone of Pangu, now exudes a formidable pressure, making it exceedingly difficult for even one of his current cultivation level to ascend. He can only wait for a time before attempting to climb the mountain in search of treasures. In this nascent era of the wilderness, with the heavens and earth newly opened, living beings manifesting, and gods and demons retreating into seclusion, it is indeed a time when various spiritual treasures emerge in abundance. This Mount Buzhou, born from Pangu's spine, is particularly renowned as a land rich in spiritual treasures. Numerous treasures from later generations are concealed within its depths. Were it not for the overwhelming pressure it currently exudes, Luya would have likely already ascended Mount Buzhou. After departing from Mount Buzhou, Luya traverses the clouds of the wilderness, meticulously observing the methods he has just acquired. Following his rejection of the 12 ancestors of Wu and the 3 pure ones, a pure light descended from beyond the heavenly Tao, merging into Luya's consciousness that it was, astonishingly, a method of cultivation, a technique from beyond the heavens that could lead one to attain sainthood. Furthermore, the sainthood attained would not be under the jurisdiction of the heavenly Tao, but rather an independent sage, transcending the 3 realms and breaking free from the 5 elements. Upon contemplating this method, Luya could not help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. When the time is ripe in the future, he would be able to attain sainthood, achieving not merely the status of a heavenly Tao sage, but rather the true sainthood akin to what Pangu envisioned in his heart long ago. After observing the method within his mind, Luya gazed down upon the desolate earth below, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. Once he had watched Pangu split the heavens with his life, giving rise to the world. Now, a century later, the manifestation of life brings forth a vibrant sense of vitality. Suddenly, Luya noticed a glimmer of golden light below, overflowing with treasure radiance, soaring towards the heavens. Clearly, a treasure was about to emerge. A wave of excitement surged within Luya, and he promptly descended, landing atop the mountain. Extending his divine sense, he detected that within the mountain's belly, a spiritual treasure was gestating. Judging by the intensity of the treasure's light, this spiritual treasure was only slightly inferior to the Zhuzhen sword diagram. While it may not qualify as a supreme treasure, it certainly ranks among the first class. With a stirring in his heart, Luya stood at the mountain's peak, awaiting the treasure's emergence. The radiance atop the mountain grew increasingly intense. In the blink of an eye, it shot up into the sky. The impending arrival of the treasure ignited a flicker of excitement within Luya. After all, treasures are something no one ever finds too plentiful, just as the treasure was about to manifest. A voice filled with suspicion echoed from the clouds above. There is actually a treasure emerging here. Acquiring it would perfectly fill the void in my Zhuzhen sword diagram. Upon hearing this voice, Luya, who was waiting at the mountain's peak for the treasure to appear, was taken aback. This voice was all too familiar. It belonged to one of the first to defect during the war of opening the heavens. The Zhuzhen sword diagram he possessed had originally belonged to this individual that was none other than the demon ancestor, Luo Hu. He never expected to encounter him here. As Luya hesitated in his thoughts, he then witnessed the treasure light surging forth from within the mountain, shooting out streaks of red mist. The sky turned a fiery red, as if engulfed by celestial flames. What a marvelous treasure! Luo Hu exclaimed excitedly from the void. He then prepared to descend upon the mountain to await the emergence of the spiritual treasure. However, as he just landed, he saw a figure clad in dark robes standing near the treasure's light. A sight that seemed eerily familiar. As Luo Hu pondered this, the figure spoke. "Tao brother, it has been 100 years. I trust you are well." Hearing these words, Luo Hu was momentarily stunned, his eyes flashing with demonic light as he pierced through the void. Upon recognizing Luya's face, Luo Hu coldly remarked, "So it is you. How is my Zhuzhen sword diagram faring?" Luya was taken aback, but soon replied with a smile, "This Zhuzhen sword diagram is a supreme treasure. How could it possibly be of any disservice? You jest, Tao brothered, this." Luo Hu's frustration boiled over, anger rising within him. Had it not been for Hong Jun's covert interference during that battle, which caused him to lose control of the Zhuzhen sword diagram, how could this insignificant being have come into possession of it? Luo Hu glared at Luya with a smirk on his face, his Divine Slayer's spear gradually materializing in his hand. His gaze icy as he regarded Luya from a distance. Luya's expression tightened, the chaos bell appearing above his head, while the Zhuzhen sword diagram manifested behind him. 4 swords hovered around him, tearing through the void. The atmosphere in the area grew tense in an instant. Observing the chaos bell atop Luya's head and the Zhuzhen sword diagram behind him, Luo Hu inwardly cursed. The chaos bell was one of the supreme treasures of the opening of the heavens, boasting unrivaled defense. Nothing in the world could breach it if used solely for protection. Meanwhile, his Zhuzhen sword diagram was unparalleled in offense, capable of inflicting fatal wounds on any ordinary Luo Jingxian. With both treasures in hand, Luo Hu realized he may not be able to contend with Luya. Harboring resentment, he spoke, "Dao friend, having acquired my Zhuzhen sword diagram, you have already gained a significant advantage. This treasure belongs to me. Shall we disregard past grievances?" As Luya prepared to respond, he heard a familiar electronic voice ringing in his ears once more. Plot option 1. Relinquish the treasure willingly. Outcome: Luo Hu departs with the treasure. Plot option 2. Return the Zhuzhen sword diagram and accept the spiritual treasure. Outcome: Luo Hu rejoices and may befriend you. Plot option 3. Stand your ground and seize the spiritual treasure. Outcome: engage in battle with Luo Hu. Listening to the now familiar electronic voice, when Luya raised his head again, a cold smile had already appeared on his face. Looking at Luo Hu, who brandished the Divine Slayer spear, he slowly spoke, "Treasures belong to those with affinity, that if you possess confidence, feel free to attempt to seize it." Upon hearing Luya's words, Luo Hu's expression turned icy. He believed he had given the other party ample opportunity to retreat. Even refraining from reclaiming his Zhuzhen sword diagram, to his astonishment, this individual was so audacious as to disregard his goodwill. Previously, he had been cautious of the other gods and demons who might interfere. Today, however, such concerns were no longer pertinent. Luo Hu snorted coldly. What boldness! With that, he charged at Luya, wielding the Divine Slayer spear. Dark, vengeful energy coalesced upon the spear, transforming into a small black dragon that spiraled around it. This Divine Slayer spear was forged from a root of the Chaos Blue Lotus point. One could say that all the murderous intent from within the Chaos Blue Lotus merged into its root at the moment Pangu split the heavens, manifesting as an unparalleled force of destruction. Even the primordial chaos gods and demons would find it difficult to withstand its might. After acquiring this treasure, Luo Hu had treated it as his own supreme spiritual treasure. Over countless millennia, he had continuously refined it, rendering it an extension of his will. Observing Luo Hu charging towards him with the Divine Slayer spear, Luya remained unfazed, lightly flicking his finger against the Zhuzhen sword diagram. The 4 swords that had previously protected him surged forth simultaneously. They surrounded Luo Hu, emanating a dazzling light of murderous intent that relentlessly tore through space, encapsulating him within a prison-like barrier. The black dragon coiling around the tip of the Divine Slayer spear shattered upon contact. The sword beams incessantly ripped through the void surrounding Luo Hu, grazing his body, yet leaving not a single mark upon him. Luo Hu erupted in laughter, exuding arrogance as he declared, "Do not think that just because you possess 2 supreme treasures, you can challenge me." With that, he shook the Divine Slayer spear, forcefully creating a rift amidst the encirclement of the 4 swords, allowing him to slip through. Witnessing this, Luya's expression shifted slightly. Just as he was about to command the Zhuzhen sword diagram to suppress Luo Hu, a brilliant red glow suddenly erupted from the mountain peak. Accompanied by the red glow, a thick aura of treasure emerged. The treasure was about to manifest. Both Luya and Luo Hu exclaimed in unison. Then, as if drawn by an unseen force, they raced towards the source of the red light. In a brief span, the two clashed multiple times, causing the mountaintop to be leveled by the residual force of their battle. Upon arriving at the location where the red light had appeared, they witnessed the mountain rocks cracking open, and a red gourd bursting forth from within. Upon seeing the red gourd, Luo exclaimed, "The flying sword that slays immortals," gazing at the crimson gourd before him. Luo's eyes widened in astonishment, and his breath quickened. He could scarcely believe that the treasure about to emerge in this place was, in fact, the legendary slaying immortals flying dagger. It seemed that fate had indeed intertwined with him. It is said in later tales that this slaying immortals flying dagger belonged to Luo all along. Yet he pondered whether his intrusion into the primordial realm had somehow expedited its appearance. Moreover, the location had shifted as well. This slaying immortals flying dagger was nurtured within the chaotic nurturing gourd, a primordial spiritual entity that bore a terrifying immortal blade. Even a deity would need to tread carefully if it were to set its sights on them. A surge of wild elation washed over Luo as he reached out eagerly toward the crimson gourd. However, before he could grasp it, a spear suddenly lunged from the side, intercepting him and forcing him back several paces. Then he heard the chilling voice of Luo Hu. "This treasure belongs to me." With those words, he lunged toward the crimson gourd. Although he was unaware of the gourd's origins, he recognized that its significance was profound, likely rivaling the slaying immortal's sword. Since the slaying immortal's sword diagram had been seized by Luo, acquiring this treasure would help him recoup some losses. He understood that once the slaying immortal's sword diagram fell into Luo's hands, it would not be relinquished easily. With the Chaos Bell and slaying immortal's sword diagram in Luo's possession, his strength was not much inferior to Luo Hu's. Rather than attempting to reclaim the slaying immortal's sword diagram, it would be wiser to settle for this spiritual treasure and strategize for the future. Just as Luo Hu believed he could secure the treasure, he sensed a terrifying sword light surging toward him. Instinctively, he halted, and the mountain before him split asunder, cleaved in two by the oncoming sword light. The two halves of the mountain slowly parted, revealing a chasm. Luo chuckled, "My friend, you are celebrating far too soon." With that, he swiftly activated the slaying immortal's sword diagram, conjuring 4 swords to surround Luo Hu. The Chaos Bell buzzed forth, enveloping Luo Hu in a formidable barrier that ensnared him completely. Luo Hu's expression changed dramatically upon witnessing this, and he hastily unleashed the god-slaying spear in an attempt to break through the barrier. However, he had not anticipated that each of his attacks would merely rebound off the Chaos Bell, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Meanwhile, Luo's extending magical energy transformed into a colossal hand, reaching for the slaying immortal's flying dagger. In an instant, he seized the dagger in his grasp, marveling at its form while casting a glance at the ensnared Luo Hu. "Thank you for your generosity, my friend. This treasure is destined to be mine." Upon seeing Luo wielding the crimson gourd, Luo Hu's face flushed with rage at the words he heard. He had not expected Luo to be so formidable, resulting in his loss of a top-tier spiritual treasure. With a furious roar, Luo Hu swung the god-slaying spear at Luo. Noticing this, promptly withdrew the Chaos Bell and slaying immortal's sword diagram, positioning them defensively to block the incoming assault. With a smile, he asked, "Shall we engage in another contest?" "My friend?" Luo Hu's countenance darkened to the point of resembling a storm cloud. He glared at Luo from a short distance away, snorting disdainfully before casting a long, lingering glance at him and vanishing from the spot. Once Luo Hu had retreated, Luo exhaled a long sigh of relief, then turned his attention back to the slaying immortal's flying dagger in his hand. As a premier spiritual treasure not granted by the system, he knew he had to personally refine it to unlock its potential. Luo initially intended to refine the dagger right there, but upon surveying his surroundings, he noticed several powerful auras approaching. Yet, the strongest among them only possessed the cultivation of a golden immortal, while most were merely at the celestial immortal level. Luo chuckled softly. It appears some wish to play the fisherman and reap the benefits here. With that, he delved his consciousness into the crimson gourd, leaving behind a unique imprint. Then he spoke gently, "Please, treasure, reveal your true form." As his words fell, the gourd's stopper popped open, and a head with features and wings soared forth. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be an oddly shaped flying dagger, now flapping its wings and hovering mid-air. Upon hearing Luo's words, It immediately darted toward the cleaved mountain peak. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced through resonated, followed by a cacophony of terrified screams. What is this thing? Why is it so terrifying? Who are you? We mean no offense. Please spare us. A chorus of anguished cries erupted, and soon after, the flying dagger returned. Diving back into the crimson gourd, Luo extended his consciousness and discerned that the highest-ranking individuals outside had all perished, while the weaker ones fled in panic, distancing themselves from the mountain. Drawn here by the treasure's radiant glow, they had hoped to strike it lucky, but none had expected a harbinger of death lay in wait within the mountain. Without so much as a word exchanged, they had been met with violence. Those beings with superior cultivation had all succumbed to the small entity with features and wings. Each one hurried back to their secluded training spaces, vowing never to emerge again. Meanwhile, Luo, atop the mountain, stored the slaying immortals' flying dagger before setting off toward the direction of Buzhou Mountain. Hundreds of years had passed. The Pangu pressure atop Buzhou Mountain had diminished significantly, rendering it an opportune moment for him to seek treasures. As the years slipped by, Luo returned to the vicinity of Buzhou Mountain, gazing up at its towering columns that pierced the clouds. A hint of regret crossing his face. Had the heavenly Tao not conspired against Pangu in the primordial chaos, he would likely have become the foremost sage of the primordial realm by now. From his vantage point in the clouds, he surveyed the area surrounding the former ancestral witch palace, now encircled by Buzhou Mountain's columns, where numerous tribes had been established. The population of the witch tribe had multiplied exponentially in recent years, surpassing tenfold that. In addition to the witch tribe, countless other beings had emerged across the primordial continent over these centuries. Many had taken form and given rise to myriad races. The flourishing of the primordial continent now far exceeded that of the time of the heaven-opening battle. Concealing his aura, Luo evaded the scrutiny of the 12 ancestral witches within the palace, directly approaching the base of Buzhou Mountain. Although the pressure from Buzhou Mountain had lessened considerably over the years, even ordinary Luo-level beings found it challenging to ascend. Luo ascended the steps, shouldering the mountain's pressure, and continued his ascent toward the towering peak. However, upon reaching a quarter of the way up, he encountered numerous low-level spiritual treasures manifesting. Yet he paid them no heed, for these low-level treasures were of little use to him. At his current strength, they would only diminish his combat prowess. Better to leave them for those who were destined to find them later. The higher he climbed, the more formidable the pressure from Buzhou Mountain became. While ordinary Luo-level beings could barely withstand it earlier, further progress would cause even the most common Luo golden immortals to retreat. Otherwise, they would be gravely injured by the mountain's oppressive force. Luo persevered against the pressure as he ascended, suddenly sensing a disturbance in the surrounding space, revealing hidden auras. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a concealed formation. Buzhou Mountain was replete with natural formations, and he had encountered countless such instances already. Just as Luo prepared to advance, he detected a glimmer of vitality emanating from the aura spilling forth from the formations, suggesting the presence of some life-altering spiritual treasure within. A spark ignited in his heart as he raised his hand and pointed toward the source of the aura. Instantly, ripples surged through the void, and with a soft sound akin to bubbles bursting in water, the scene before him transformed. Where there had been nothing, a vast medicinal garden suddenly manifested. This garden was a natural formation, teeming with countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, albeit in a chaotic arrangement. The vitality he had sensed earlier was indeed emanating from this garden. Luo gazed at the expansive medicinal garden before him, and the chaos bell materialized behind him, slowly levitating above the garden, expanding to overshadow the sky. With a gesture, he pointed at the chaos bell and softly commanded, "Gather!" In the next moment, a tremendous suction emanated from the bottom of the chaos bell, instantly engulfing the entire medicinal garden. The vast expanse of the garden seemed to cleave from its base, resembling a small island suspended in an inverted sea, rising abruptly into the chaos bell. Just as this colossal garden was about to enter the chaos bell, an unusual figure suddenly emerged from the ground, breaking through the soil and fleeing into the distance. Upon witnessing this, Luo displayed a peculiar expression. He could discern that within the fleeing creature lay an overwhelming vitality. Even the medicinal garden he had collected was insufficient to match even a fraction of the life force contained within that being. Luo chuckled lightly. How intriguing. He then raised his hand and pointed gently at the panicked figure. The small creature that was fleeing uncontrollably suddenly found itself levitating in midair, kicking its tiny legs in a frantic struggle to descend. Yet, as Luo beckoned with his hand, the creature began to float slowly towards him. Upon landing before Luo, its true form became apparent. It was a ginseng doll with distinct facial features. At that moment, upon seeing Luo so close, the ginseng doll burst into tears, exclaiming, "Don't eat me! Don't eat me! My flesh is not delicious." Amidst its wails, a tremendous vitality emanated from within. Even a mere breath of this vitality could extend the lifespan of an ordinary being by a century. Explaining why the ginseng doll had fled so swiftly to Luo regarded the hovering ginseng doll and lightly flicked its forehead, causing its cries to intensify, with the vitality nearly transforming into droplets of water. He then said with a smile, "Little one, from today onward, you shall accompany me." The ginseng doll's eyes widened in astonishment, and it asked, "You won't eat me?" Luo replied, "Though your vitality is rich, it holds little value for me." "What is this? Do you wish for me to consume you?" The ginseng doll quickly shook its head, insisting, "No, no, no. The doll's flesh is not tasty at all, really not at all." Chapter 13. Break into formation. Observing the ginseng doll's desperate demeanor, Luo nearly burst into laughter. He then lightly tapped the doll's forehead, feigning a menacing tone. "However, if you are disobedient, then you might truly be in danger of being eaten." The ginseng doll, filled with terror, hastily shook its head, assuring, "The doll is very obedient, truly very obedient." Seeing this, Luo wore a smile and lifted the ginseng doll onto his shoulder, striding purposefully towards the summit of Buzhou Mountain. Time passed as Luo continued his ascent, collecting more and more spiritual treasures along the way. The higher he climbed, the greater the quality of the treasures he acquired, much to the excitement of the ginseng doll perched upon his shoulder. "Master, there is a treasure resembling an iron rod over there," it exclaimed, "and there is a primordial spiritual plant. Though it may not compare to the 10 great spiritual roots, it's still quite impressive. Master, that celestial stone possesses spirit. Should we collect it?" The ginseng doll's enthusiastic remarks prompted Luo to gather a towering, celestial stone that stood before him. He anticipated that the ginseng doll would also possess a talent for treasure hunting. Sensing Luo's curious gaze, the ginseng doll chuckled sheepishly. "I've lived on Buzhou Mountain for nearly a century, and the pressure here has no effect on me, allowing me to traverse the mountain and enhance my sensitivity to spiritual energy." Luo smiled upon hearing this, and resumed his ascent towards the summit of Buzhou Mountain, which still lay some distance ahead. Just as he continued forward, he suddenly spotted a familiar silhouette in the distance. One that seemed vaguely reminiscent to as he pondered this. The figure turned around, clad in a Taoist robe, and holding a whisk. It was none other than the first defect, Taoist Hong Jun. It is said that Hong Jun is a manifestation of a thread of righteousness from the chaos, wielding the laws of the celestial path, and his whisk is the legendary righteousness whisk. However, Luo was taken aback by Hong Jun's presence in this place. Naturally, Hong Jun had spotted Luo as well, his brow furrowing slightly before he waved his whisk and vanished from sight. Seeing this, Luo narrowed his eyes, observing the summit of Buzhou Mountain, his surroundings shimmering with profound light as he accelerated, disappearing from the spot. Had he not encountered Hong Jun, he could have leisurely made his way to the summit. However, now that he had crossed paths with Hong Jun, lingering would mean that the treasures atop Buzhou Mountain could potentially fall into Hong Jun's grasp. It seemed that there were many clever individuals in the primordial world. Fortunately, he had arrived in time, and the pressure of Buzhou Mountain could deter ordinary Luo golden immortals. Otherwise, he might not have had a chance. On his shoulder, the ginseng doll cautiously remarked, "Master, that Taoist is incredibly strong. I sense that no one here is more powerful than him." Luo smiled upon hearing this, responding, "This individual is the master of the laws of the celestial path, a being of chaos and divinity. How could he not be formidable?" As his words fell, Luo ascended to the summit of Buzhou Mountain, where not far in front of him stood Hong Jun. Just having arrived, the summit was vast, and the pressure there was the most concentrated across all of Buzhou Mountain. Even both Luo and Hong Jun felt a hint of pressure. Suddenly, a flash of spiritual light appeared 100 miles ahead, creating ripples in the void that in the blink of an eye. It had expanded around them. Luo squinted at the sight, feeling the surge of his magical power as he sped towards the direction of the flickering light. Hong Jun, too, reacted swiftly, waving his whisk and following closely behind. In mere moments, they arrived at the location of the spiritual light, witnessing ripples spreading outward. Imbued with terrifying array power, Luo murmured, "There's a formation guarding this place." Hong Jun laughed heartily. "Indeed, if you find it troublesome, allow me to handle this formation, and I shall be sure to leave you 1 or 2 treasures afterward." Luo smiled. "Why such courtesy, my friend? Allow me to take care of this minor affair." Perched upon his shoulder, the ginseng doll shivered at their exchange, an inexplicable chill washing over it. Just as the two were at an impasse, a shadow surged from the foot of Buzhou Mountain towards the summit. It moved with such swiftness that it reached the top in mere moments. Observing the figures of Hong Jun and Luo, it coldly remarked, "I did not expect to encounter both of you here. It seems we are truly fated." Luo and Hong Jun turned to see a figure clad in dark robes approaching. They recognized it as Luo Hu. Upon seeing Luo Hu, Hong Jun's expression momentarily froze before he turned to Luo. A strange smile creeping onto his lips, he knew that the Zhuro sword diagram was in Luo's possession. Although he had played a part in its initial loss, ultimately, it was Luo who had acquired it. Should these two meet, he could simply take on the role of the fisherman. Luo regarded the approaching Luo Hu with narrowed eyes, while the ginseng doll on his shoulder trembled in response to the overwhelming malevolence emanating from Luo Hu. Its vitality involuntarily radiated outward as it quivered, pleading, "Master, please return me to the medicinal garden." Upon hearing this, Luo's expression turned to one of helplessness. He then gently patted the ginseng doll on its head, sending it into the chaos bell. This chaos bell not only possessed unparalleled defense, but also contained a self-generating space rich in spiritual energy, making it an ideal sanctuary for spiritual plants and roots. Until he found a suitable place for them, all the spiritual plants and roots he had collected would be stored within. After securing the ginseng doll, Luo turned to face Luo Hu, a smile gracing his features. "I have the pleasure of meeting you, my friend." Luo Hu snorted coldly, striding forward. Upon nearing, his eyes emitted beams of divine light, shooting towards the surrounding space. Moments later, he remarked, "A spiritual treasure accompanied by an innate formation?" Upon hearing these words, Luo and Hong Jun exchanged glances with Luo Hu, their faces betraying a hint of vigilance. Luo Hu cast a cold glance at the two, a sneer forming in his heart. He was acutely aware of their apprehensions. Without delay, the god-slaying spear materialized in his grasp, and with a sudden surge of power, he struck at the formation before him in the blink of an eye. The array shattered, releasing a torrent of rich spiritual energy. The formation lay in ruins. Chapter 14. The primal gourd vine. With the destruction of the formation, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy surged forth, spreading in all directions. Luo Hu, wielding the god-slaying spear, surged ahead, charging towards the location of the spiritual treasure. Observing this, Luo and Hong Jun instinctively made their way towards the area where the spiritual energy was most concentrated. Not far ahead of them stood Luo Hu, who, upon glancing back, noticed them close behind. Only a moment was needed for them to catch up. As the distance between the three diminished, a fierce glint flickered in Luo Hu's eyes. He swept the god-slaying spear behind him with a sudden motion, unleashing 2 serpentine waves of malevolent energy that roared towards Luo and Hong Jun, seeking to impede their advance. Luo summoned the immortal slaying sword, effortlessly slicing through the malevolent waves before him. Hong Jun chuckled lightly, saying, "My friend, there is no need for such underhanded tactics. This treasure rightfully belongs to the virtuous, and such tricks are unnecessary." As he spoke, he waved his righteous dust, dispelling the remaining malevolent waves. Though their actions were executed with ease, they still experienced a slight delay in their momentum. Luo Hu was the first to arrive at the source of the concentrated spiritual energy. Just as he intended to make his move, he discovered a barrier even more formidable than the last enveloping the area. Once he broke through the barrier, Liu Ye and Hong Jun arrived at his side, staring down at the protruding cliff face before them. There, climbing along the cliff, was a gourd vine adorned with 6 innate gourds of various hues. Seeing the gourd vine before him, Liu Ye's eyes brightened. Exclaiming, "The primal gourd vine!" He had never anticipated that the treasure safeguarded within this formation would be one of the 10 great spiritual roots of chaos, the primal gourd vine. Noting that there were only 6 gourds above, Liu Ye's heart stirred. He knew that there should have been 7 gourds on the vine, as the immortal slaying flying blade he had acquired was one of them. However, for reasons unknown, that blade had appeared outside of the unbroken mountain, leaving only 6 gourds remaining on the primal gourd vine. Upon hearing Liu Ye's words, both Luo Hu and Hong Jun turned their gazes towards the primal gourd vine. The first gourd was a purple gold-red gourd, which, in his memory, belonged to Laozi. The second was the 9-9 scatter soul red gourd, capable of emitting a crimson mist that disintegrates souls with immense power. The third was the purple-blue summoning gourd, which could be transformed into a summoning banner to summon all manner of spirits. When the banner waved, myriad spirits would prostrate themselves. The fourth was the purple-yellow water-fire gourd, which housed 2 water-fire cheilants, possessing tremendous might. The fifth was the purple-green heavenly emperor gourd, capable of nurturing treasures of the world, elevating them to a higher tier. Among these 6, Liu Ye valued the heavenly emperor gourd most. This item could transform the acquired into the innate and elevate the ordinary to the spiritual treasure level. He pondered what would happen if he placed the 4 swords of immortal execution within it. The 6th was the purple-black chaos gourd, capable of birthing a chaotic world and evolving all things, wielding boundless power. Observing the 2 still in a daze, Liu Ye took the initiative, reaching for the heavenly emperor gourd and the chaos gourd, eager to claim these 2 treasures first. The other 2, regaining their senses upon witnessing Liu Ye's actions, quickly reached for the remaining gourds. In an instant, Liu Ye grasped both the heavenly emperor gourd and the chaos gourd in his hands. Meanwhile, Hong Jun and Luo Hu each secured 1 treasure. Had it not been for their mutual animosity, they might have each claimed 2 gourds, just as Liu Ye had. Exchanging glances, Luo Hu and Hong Jun each detected the coldness in the other's eyes. In the next moment, they simultaneously lunged for the remaining 2 gourds. 2 massive hands, conjured from their magical powers, reached for the last 2 gourds on the vine. However, one was swifter than them, Liu Ye. Having seen the 2 take only 1 gourd each, he had already made his move and, just in time, snatched the entire gourd vine along with the remaining gourds in the blink of an eye. Liu Ye had seized the entire gourd vine and the remaining 2 gourds. With the gourd vine in hand, he retreated, distancing himself from Hong Jun and Luo Hu. The 2 looked on in disbelief as the gourd vine and gourds vanished simultaneously. Surrounding Luo Hu, malevolent energy surged as he glared at the distant figure of Liu Ye, ominously declaring, "My friend, your actions are exceedingly greedy." Even the usually cheerful Hong Jun's demeanor turned frosty as he remarked, "Your actions are in violation of the cosmic order." Liu Ye, having stowed away the gourd vine and gourds, regarded the 2 with caution, smiling. "Thank you, my esteemed friends, for your graciousness. It appears that the primal gourd vine is destined to be with me." Upon hearing Liu Ye's words, anger flashed across the faces of both Luo Hu and Hong Jun. Them. Liu Ye's demeanor was that of someone who had taken advantage while feigning innocence. Utterly detestable. Exchanging a knowing glance, the once resentful duo found an unspoken understanding. Without a second thought, they lunged at Liu Ye. Sensing their intent, Liu Ye's eyes revealed a knowing glimmer, and he promptly retreated. Having been wary when claiming the gourd vine and remaining gourds, he had already distanced himself by 100 miles. The current situation confirmed his suspicions. Seeing this, Luo Hu's malevolence intensified, though the distance still grew between them. Hong Jun coldly remarked, "My friend, you are rather slippery. Since we are all so fated, why not sit down for a chat over tea and discuss our paths?" As he spoke, both Luo Hu and Hong Jun continued their pursuit of Liu Ye. Currently, Liu Ye possessed the Chaos Bell and the diagram of immortal execution, along with 4 innate gourds, making him a veritable treasure trove. As primordial beings, both Hong Jun and Luo Hu were well acquainted with each other. Having endured countless epochs in the chaos, they shared an unspoken rapport, understanding each other's thoughts without the need for words. If they combined their efforts to capture Luo, all of his treasures would belong to them. Upon hearing Hong Jun's invitation, Luo laughed heartily. Such hospitality from my esteemed friends. I ought not to refuse, but alas, my cultivation is nearing a bottleneck. It would be wiser for me to enter seclusion for a time and then return to converse with you both. As his words fell, the diagram of immortal execution materialized, unleashing 4 swords that soared through the air, releasing an onslaught of sword energy directed towards the two. The 4 swords of immortal execution were treasures that rivaled the god-slaying spear. Now, bolstered by the diagram, their power was even more terrifying than in an instant. The sword energy enveloped the two, shaking the very fabric of the void around them. Chapter 15. The emergence of the ancestral dragon Luo Hu and Hong Jun's expressions shifted as they quickly responded, dispersing the sword energy before them. Once they managed to deflect the onslaught, they looked up, only to find that Luo had already vanished without a trace. In a fit of rage, Luo Hu bellowed, sweeping his god-slaying spear to shatter the void before him. Hong Jun, too, let out a cold snort, brandishing his dust as he descended from the unbroken mountain. In his view, the majority of the spiritual treasures and herbs atop the mountain had been claimed by him and Luo. However, overall, the treasures he had gathered during this excursion were worth far less than the primal gourds. Of the 6 gourds, he had only acquired 1. Luo Hu had also secured 1. Yet together, they still fell short of what Luo had obtained. After Hong Jun descended the mountain, Luo Hu cast a cold gaze towards the foot of the mountain, before sheathing his god-slaying spear and following suit. Once the two had completely exited the bounds of the unbroken mountain, a ripple of formation energy suddenly spread from a hidden location. As the ripples dissipated, Luo emerged languidly, with the ginseng baby on his shoulder whispering, "Master, those 2 villains have left." The little one cautiously scanned the surroundings, and upon confirming that no one was near, he let out a sigh of relief. Observing the ginseng baby's cautious demeanor, Luo chuckled lightly, saying, "Those 2 would never suspect that I have yet to descend the mountain. If they were to find out later, they would surely be furious." The ginseng doll chuckled, saying, "My lord, your wisdom surpasses that of ordinary men. Had it been a common person, they would surely have fallen prey to these 2 nefarious individuals." In the ginseng doll's eyes, these 2 were indeed villains for their attempts on Luo. You retrieved 2 gourds, scrutinizing them closely. One was a water fire gourd containing 2 nascent water fire children, which had yet to fully take shape due to the brevity of time. The other gourd was the summoning gourd, which, once refined into a summoning banner, could command myriad demons. After stowing the water fire gourd away, Luo carefully examined the summoning gourd, pondering whether, upon its successful refinement, he should capture a few demon kings to personally establish a demon court. With this thought, Luo chuckled softly, then glanced around before addressing the ginseng doll perched on his shoulder. "Are there any treasures of decent rank remaining atop this Buzhou mountain?" The ginseng doll leaped into the air, twitching its nose to sniff, before shaking its head in response. "There are no mature spiritual plants or treasures left." Upon hearing this, Luo nodded slightly and remarked, "Since this journey has been fruitful, we may depart." With that, he made his way down from Buzhou Mountain. After leaving Buzhou Mountain, Luo continued his exploration through the primordial wilderness. At present, his cultivation had hit a plateau. Despite possessing the primordial purple energy and the ability to evade, progressing further was a formidable challenge. Although his combat prowess, combined with the numerous spiritual treasures at his disposal, could barely contend with a late-stage great Luo Jingxian, he remained somewhat lacking in terms of cultivation level. He had only recently entered the realm of great Luo Jingxian, and with his cultivation still shackled, it was indeed an opportune moment for him to traverse the vast primordial wilderness. Along the way, the ginseng doll remained perched on Luo's shoulder, curiously surveying its surroundings. Since gaining sentience, it had lived atop Buzhou Mountain, freely entering and exiting the medicinal gardens formations, but its range was limited to the upper half of the mountain. now that it had exited Buzhou Mountain and beheld the expansive primordial roads. It was naturally filled with excitement. After a considerable time, as they observed the increasing number of living beings below, the ginseng doll's spirits soared. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed from an unknown source, causing the ginseng doll to lightly sniff the air. Sensing a disturbance in the surrounding laws, which left it somewhat astonished, it then exclaimed to Luo, "My lord, it seems a creature is trapped in this vicinity." Upon hearing this, Luo's heart stirred. As a being from a later era, he was often referred to as a descendant of dragons by his people. Yet, during his travels, he had encountered many beings, but had yet to see a true dragon. He promptly inquired, "Do you know where this creature is located?" The ginseng doll pointed ahead towards a mountain range, stating, "Reporting to my lord, that creature is within the mountains ahead." Hearing this, Luo transformed his form and descended upon the peak of the mountain. This mountain was known as Kunlun, grand and majestic, with an abundance of spiritual energy so rich it seemed it could be extracted as water. Within it, the beings possessed awakened intelligence, making it a veritable paradise. Observing this, Luo's heart was stirred, and he raised his hand, causing a grand formation to rise from the earth, enveloping the mountain within its bounds. This formation was derived from the rules he had comprehended near Buzhou Mountain and could withstand the might of a late-stage great Luo ginsing. If a spiritual treasure were added as the formation's core, even the innate deities and demons would find it challenging to breach. With this thought, Luo took out the water-fire gourd and tossed it into the air, allowing it to settle at the core of the protective formation. While suppressing the formation, he also absorbed spiritual energy to nourish the water-fire gourd. He then turned to the ginseng doll and asked, "Where is that creature trapped?" The ginseng doll soared into the air, following the chaotic intersection of the laws that in mere moments. They arrive at a concealed entrance of Kunlun Mountain. Above the cave entrance were the words Dragon Spring inscribed. Luo murmured, "Dragon Spring Cave. This name seems somewhat familiar." With that, he stepped into the cave, while the ginseng doll hastily landed before him, clutching a lock of his hair and cautiously scanning the surroundings. As they ventured deeper into the cave, the surrounding laws grew increasingly chaotic, with earth, water, fire, and wind intertwining. Within the depths of the cave, a faint dragon aura spread, accompanied by the continuous sound of dragon roars. Luo's eyes brightened as he entered the innermost part of Dragon Spring Cave, where he beheld chains form from the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind entwining around a young dragon. The young dragon struggled incessantly, causing the four primordial elements to become even more chaotic. Upon seeing Luo, the young dragon's eyes revealed a glimmer of pitiful despair. Luo chuckled, "You, little one, are quite intriguing." The young dragon, upon hearing this, let out two low growls and resumed its struggle. Observing the young dragon's frantic attempts, Luo began to speculate. After the primordial Pangu opened the heavens and established the four primordial elements, the earth, water, fire, and wind, the primordial space became stabilized. Over time, these elements evolved into the five elements of postnatal existence: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It was during this process of elemental transformation that the four primordial elements fused together, ultimately giving birth to several chaotic divine beasts, much like how the 3,000 demons emerged from the chaos. The young dragon before him was likely the progenitor of the dragon clan. Ancestral dragon. Luo approached the young dragon bound by the chains of law and smiled. "Little one, would you be willing to become my steed?" Upon hearing Luo's words, the young dragon, bound by the rules, erupted in furious roars that "I am the progenitor of the dragon clan, ancestral dragoning law. How dare you, a mere Taoist, wish for me to serve as your mount? You shall pay for this insolence." Before the words had fully left its mouth, it struggled anew. The chains forged from the rules struck the void, producing a terrifying sound that nearly caused the ginseng doll, who was seated on Luo's shoulder, to tumble off, being born from the laws of heaven and earth. The ancestral dragon naturally possessed its own pride. How could it willingly submit as a steed? Witnessing the chains in Dragon Spring Cave thrashing about, Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. He then gently pointed towards the chained Inglong. The young dragon gazed at Luo's outstretched finger, a flicker of terror crossing its eyes. It could discern that elemental rules coalesced at Luo Hu's fingertip, swirling and accumulating upon it, reminiscent of the Primordial era when Pangu established the four elements. This was the elemental force Luo Hu had sensed near Buzhou Mountain, a culmination of hundreds of years of comprehension, now put to use against the young Yinglong. As Luo Hu's finger drew nearer, the young dragon shrieked, "Stop! Don't come any closer! Please stop!" Yet Luo Hu's finger continued to advance. The young dragon, now thoroughly panicked, quickly exclaimed, "I will be your steed. Please release me." Upon hearing this, Luo Hu's finger finally halted. He then regarded the young Yinglong with a smile, saying, "If that is the case, I shall release you from your shackles." As the words fell, Luo Hu raised his hand, forming a sword gesture, and gently sliced at the chains binding the young dragon. Instantly, the chains forged from the rules shattered, freeing the young dragon. The young dragon immediately transformed into a streak of light, attempting to flee Dragon Spring Cave. However, before it could escape, Luo Hu smiled gently and raised his hand, transforming it into a massive palm that swiftly captured the fleeing young dragon. At this moment, the Yinglong had just come into existence, possessing merely the cultivation of a late-stage Tai Jinxian. Faced with Luo Hu's formidable methods, it had no means of resistance and was easily grasped in his hand. The ginseng doll perched on Luo Hu's shoulder burst into unrestrained laughter. "Little one, you won't escape. You cannot flee from my lord's grasp." The young dragon twisted its body, blushing, and defiantly retorted, "You are the little one. Your whole family are little ones." Upon hearing this, the ginseng doll's face flushed with rage, and it erupted with energy from its ears, leaping onto the young dragon and raising its tiny hands to strike. Although the damage and pain were minimal, the young dragon felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. The young dragon roared in anger, bellowing loudly, yet in Luo Hu's grasp, it was utterly powerless, forced to endure the humiliation. "Little one, once I am free, I shall devour you." Upon hearing this, the ginseng doll's expression darkened further, and it roared, "You think you can eat me? I shall be the one to defeat you." Luo Hu watched the two little beings bickering and couldn't help but chuckle softly. He then turned to the young Yinglong and asked, "So, what say you? Do you still wish to escape from my grasp?" The young dragon, hearing this, drooped its head and replied, "I will not run anymore. I shall not flee again." That Luo Hu chuckled and said, "Since that is the case, you shall swear an oath to the heavenly way. From this day forth, if you follow me, I shall ensure you are well taken care of." Upon hearing this, the young Yinglong felt the binding force upon his body dissipate and struggled to remain afloat in the air. A tender voice escaped his lips, tinged with a hint of sobbing, as he said, "Yinglong has met the esteemed one. From this day forth, Yinglong is willing to serve as your humble servant, never to betray." After Yinglong made the celestial vow, a strange force from the heavenly way descended from the sky. The oath was fulfilled. From this day forward, the commanding lineage of the Hongwang continent, the illustrious ancestral dragon Yinglong, became Luo Hu's steed. With the heavenly vow binding him, Luo Hu no longer had to worry about Yinglong's potential betrayal in the future, for if Yinglong were to harbor any treachery, even if he spared this little creature, the heavenly way would not be so forgiving. Having accepted Yinglong, Luo Hu departed from the Dragon Spring Cave with a smile. Upon exiting the cave, he gazed at the entire Kunlun mountain range, now seamlessly integrated with the Grand Formation, shrouded in countless strands of immortal energy, towering majestically. The area was filled with towering trees, and numerous celestial cranes soared in the sky, while various mystical beasts roamed through the forests. A mist composed of condensed immortal energy permeated the entire mountain range. Now, with Luo Hu's Grand Formation and the gourd suppressing the heart of the formation, the Kunlun mountain range had undergone a complete transformation. Although it had once been a terrifying cave paradise, it had ascended to an entirely new level. Luo Hu nodded in satisfaction as he observed the changes around him. On his shoulder, the ginseng doll, eyes wide with astonishment, exclaimed, "Master, are you going to establish a sanctuary in such a vast place? Can I run and play freely here? There are so many living beings and spiritual plants." Not only he, but even the recently freed young Yinglong was equally astonished. Although he had been trapped in the Dragon Spring Cave, he still retained some awareness of the outside world. While the former Kunlun mountain range was indeed a premier cave paradise, it paled in comparison to the current state, which resembled the primordial chaos from the time when Pangu had yet to separate heaven and earth. Despite his profound amazement, the young Yinglong disdainfully remarked, "With such limited vision, you little brat, even after escaping from Mount Buzhou, your thoughts remain so naive." Upon hearing this, the ginseng doll was infuriated, releasing a surge of rich vitality. His tiny fists clenched tightly, as if he wished to leap onto Yinglong's back and give him a beating. However, upon seeing the young Yinglong, who was clearly larger than himself, along with the subtle provocation in his eyes, the ginseng doll huffed in frustration and turned away, ignoring him. Seeing this, the young Yinglong let out a disinterested sigh. Luo watched the two little creatures bickering and couldn't help but smile. Before raising his hand to retrieve the chaos bell, he then flew with the two of them to a region within the Kunlun mountain range where the immortal energy was particularly dense. With a gentle tap of the chaos bell, a massive medicinal garden slowly descended from it, and he carefully placed it in that flat area. After completing this, Luo casually set up a formation above the medicinal garden. Although its power was not strong, it could only withstand the mid-level Luo Golden Immortal. However, given that this was within the Kunlun mountain range, a more powerful formation was unnecessary. After all, if someone could breach Luo's protective formation outside of Kunlun, then no formation here would be of any use. Luo turned to the ginseng doll perched on his shoulder and said with a smile, "This place will be entrusted to your care from now on. Do not let anything go awry." Upon hearing this, the ginseng doll's face broke into a joyful expression, eagerly asking, "Master, may I play with the beings here?" Luo replied with a mischievous grin, "Of course. Provided you're not afraid of being eaten by others." The young Yinglong chimed in, "You little brat are merely at the initial stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Even if you are quick, you want to escape the grasp of others at that point. I shall surely claim a couple of your ginseng legs." This remark left the ginseng doll fuming, that he immediately crossed his arms and turned his back to the two. Seeing this, Luo chuckled, "Rest assured, within the Kunlun mountain range, no one dares to harm you." The ginseng doll's expression softened upon hearing this, and he nuzzled against Luo's neck, while the young Yinglong merely scoffed. Luo's figure slowly ascended, rising above the clouds to survey the entire Kunlun mountain range. Now that he intended to establish a sanctuary here, it was essential that it bore the semblance of one. Aside from the mountains and forests, there was not a single decent structure in sight. If friends were to visit in the future and find the place in such disarray, it would be a source of ridicule. The ginseng doll glanced at the young Yinglong beside him, snorted dismissively, and turned away. The young Yinglong, in turn, huffed and curiously surveyed the entire Kunlun mountain range. Stretching for thousands of miles, the Kunlun mountain range was dotted with majestic peaks, resembling rows of bamboo shoots of varying sizes, with the principal peak being the highest. Upon witnessing such a magnificent scene for the first time, the young Yinglong couldn't help but emit a few low sounds of amazement. Luo also took note of the Kunlun mountain's main peak. After contemplating for a moment, he raised his hand and gently tapped, leveling the summit of the Kunlun mountain. Then, with a slight grasp in the void, a grand and magnificent architectural complex rose from the ground atop the now flattened Kunlun mountain. The ginseng doll gasped in astonishment, while the young Yinglong's eyes sparkled with wonder. The two of them, one having been trapped on Mount Buzhou since gaining intelligence, and the other confined in the Dragon Spring Cave since birth, had never encountered such architecture before. Now witnessing the construction of a sprawling complex, they could no longer contain their excitement and exclaimed in a W. Luo chuckled and shook his head at their reactions. This was merely the beginning. Once the architectural complex was firmly established, a magnificent spectacle unfolded as a vast expanse of golden clouds drifted from afar, settling upon the Kunlun mountain. Luo raised his hand and lightly tapped the palace complex, instantly arranging the furnishings and chambers within. Floating in the main hall of the palace complex, Luo surveyed his surroundings. Nodding in satisfaction, he then allowed the two little creatures to explore at their leisure while he retreated to a secluded area for meditation. Although his combat power had reached the pinnacle of the Luo Golden Immortal stage, his cultivation level had not yet caught up. Having gained profound insights during his time on Mount Buzhou, and with the treasures he had acquired needing refinement, now was the perfect opportunity to address these matters during the establishment of the sanctuary. After Luo entered his meditation space, the young Yinglong and the ginseng doll exchanged glances, both displaying an odd expression, especially the young Yinglong, whose combat abilities far exceeded those of the ginseng doll, and who had previously endured a series of blows from this little creature while trapped in the Dragon Spring Cave, now wore a mischievous expression. Upon noticing this, the ginseng doll immediately donned a look of terror and hastily exclaimed, "What are you planning to do?" The young Yinglong floated closer, smiling mischievously. "What do you think?" The ginseng doll retreated, shouting, "Don't come any closer. If you do, I will call for the master." The young Yinglong grinned wickedly. "Call away. Even if you scream until your throat is hoarse, the master will not emerge from his retreat." Although he had never encountered the other cultivators, remnants of Pangu's cultivation still lingered within his essence. Thus, he was acutely aware that once a cultivator entered seclusion, they would not emerge due to trivial matters. Seizing the moment when the ginseng doll was momentarily distracted, the little let out a strange laugh and pounced forward. Before the little could reach him, the ginseng doll's form vanished from sight. In truth, among the peaks of Buzhou Mountain, there were few spiritual plants or beings that could attain sentience. Once a being achieved consciousness atop Buzhou Mountain, it was invariably extraordinary, much like the ginseng doll, which, aside from sensing the presence of treasures, excelled in the art of evasion. Even with the innate advantages bestowed upon the little, it would be challenging to capture the ginseng doll at this moment. The two engaged in a relentless chase, weaving through the mountainous terrain, swiftly traversing most of the Kunlun mountain range. However, a considerable distance always lingered between them, preventing the little from closing the gap. After a prolonged pursuit, the little, panting heavily, called out to the ginseng doll's retreating figure, "Little one, do not flee, I assure you. I shall not harm you. You may rest easy." Upon hearing the little's words, the ginseng doll displayed a look of disdain and promptly retorted, "If you choose not to pursue, then I shall not run." Upon hearing this, the little remained suspended in mid-air, showing no intention of advancing. Gazing innocently at the ginseng doll glanced back, and, upon confirming that the little had indeed halted its pursuit, finally exhaled a sigh of relief, though it remained vigilant, eyeing the little from a distance. The little, smiling benignly, proclaimed, "When I say I won't chase, I mean it. I am a being of my word." The ginseng doll, hearing this, wore an expression of derision and remarked with obvious disdain, "Back in Longquan Cave. You went back on your word. It is utterly impossible for me to trust you now." With that, it attempted to retreat further. Suddenly, the little pointed behind the ginseng doll, feigning shock, and exclaimed, "My lord, have you emerged from seclusion?" Upon hearing this, the ginseng doll quickly turned to look behind, only to find nothing but emptiness. A sense of foreboding instantly blooming within, it sought to deploy its escape techniques, yet before it could, it felt a binding sensation enveloping it. Turning back, it was confronted by the peculiar grin of the little. Chapter 17. The Act of Heaven's Theft. At this moment, in the seclusion chamber, Luo sat cross-legged, absorbing the rich celestial essence around him, nodding in satisfaction. This place of seclusion was meticulously chosen, the most concentrated location of celestial energy within the entire Kunlun mountain range. It was also the very heart of his grand palace. Though it had already reached the level of Luo Jinsien and no longer required excessive celestial energy, why should he endure discomfort when he could rest in comfort? With a slight smile, Luo summoned the 4 elemental forces of earth, water, fire, and wind, which immediately filled the entire space of his seclusion. This caused an inexplicable attraction to flourish, continuously drawing the remaining elemental forces from the heavens and the earth. Above the Kunlun mountains, it resembled an hourglass, with the 4 elements swirling downwards, merging into the seclusion chamber. This extraordinary phenomenon soon captured the attention of other powerful beings within the primordial world. After all, most of these beings had emerged only after the primordial creation, and, unlike the innate deities, had developed sentience relatively recently. Apart from the remnants of the innate deities, the most distinguished among them were merely at the late stage of Tai Jinsien. Witnessing the gathering of the four elemental forces above Kunlun mountains, they were filled with astonishment. It was known that they still relied on absorbing the celestial essence from the heavens and the earth for their cultivation, and could not even comprehend the rules, let alone cultivate using the four elemental forces of creation. Only when they reached the level of the Luo Hu could they begin to comprehend the rules of cultivation. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the Luo Hu, they could grasp the four elements of creation. This was a theft of heaven's privilege that could only be executed while the heavenly will was still in its formative stages. This method was well known among those who embarked on the path of cultivation in the primordial world, yet few could comprehend the four elements of creation, and even fewer dared to be as audacious as Luo. Even the remnants of the innate deities were no exception at that moment. Thousands of miles away from Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones were traversing through the clouds. Upon witnessing the four elements of creation existing above Kunlun Mountain, they exchanged glances of astonishment. It was known that they were the true lineage of Pangu, and among them, Laozi, the one with the highest cultivation, had only reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage Tai Jinsien. Yuan Shi had just attained the mid-stage of Tai Jinsien, while Tong Tian was merely at the early stage. Upon seeing the four elements of creation above Kunlun Mountain, a tinge of envy welled up within them. Tong Tian, filled with envy, remarked, "Only those as powerful as our master could cultivate with the four elements of creation," although Luo had yet to formally accept the three as his disciples. In their hearts, Luo was regarded as their teacher due to his association with the Pangu father Gods, for when Luo would take them under his wing, that was left to the will of heaven. Yuan Shi also spoke up, "If we are unable to become disciples of our master in the future, I wonder if it would be possible to receive guidance from this individual." Tong Tian suddenly suggested, "Brothers, should we not venture up the mountain and take a look?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. He shared the same thought that while visiting the mountain, they could not only experience the four elements of creation firsthand, but also leave a favorable impression on the elder. If Luo were to decline to accept them, they could seek the elder's mentorship instead. The two turned their gazes towards Laozi in unison, although Laozi felt a stirring in his heart at the idea. He cautioned, "That elder is currently cultivating with the four elements of creation, that if we intrude recklessly, we may provoke his displeasure. It is wiser to focus on enhancing our cultivation and await the right moment to become disciples of our master." Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered in Yuan Shi and Tong Tian's eyes. Meanwhile, near the Kunlun Mountains, the four elements of creation swirled majestically in the sky, surging powerfully into Luo's seclusion chamber. Immersed in the rich essence of the four elements, Luo closed his eyes, allowing his spirit to delve into the changes surrounding him. The four elements of creation formed the foundation of countless laws within the primordial realm. Even the 3,000 great paths that would later emerge were gradually shaped from these four elements. Should Luo master the four elements of creation completely, he would possess an innate advantage once the 3,000 great paths matured. As he focused on this profound understanding, an electronic voice echoed in his ears once more. However, this time, the previous three options had transformed into just two choices, manifesting as distinctly as before. Event analysis. The primordial world is in its nascent stage. The 3,000 great paths are yet to be perfected, and the four elements of creation remain. Plot direction 1. The host continues to cultivate using the four elements of creation, causing the embryonic form of heavenly will to manifest, which will obstruct the host's continued cultivation. Plot result. The four elements of creation diminish, leading to the manifestation of the embryonic heavenly will. The heavenly will gains sentience, requiring the four elements of creation to further perfect itself. The host will face divine punishment. Successfully resisting the divine punishment will grant the host access to the sacred cultivation method, revealing the image of a sage and allowing for early comprehension of the sage's path. Failing to withstand the divine punishment will result in the host's annihilation, with their soul completely shattering, leaving no living being on Kunlun Mountain. Plot direction 2. complying with the heavenly will, the host ceases to cultivate using the four elements of creation. Plot result: the heavenly will rewards the host with immense merit, distributing it among the beings of the primordial world, promoting the manifestation of heavenly will, allowing the host to obtain considerable merit, facilitating their ascent to the realm of the sage through cultivation. Upon the conclusion of the electronic tones echoing in his ears, Luo could not help but furrow his brow. It is important to note that the options presented previously were at least somewhat tranquil. Far from the extreme dichotomy faced now, the calamities one could encounter before could be termed as man-made disasters, even when contending with those primordial deities and demons who had experienced the battle of the opening of the heavens. Luo held a firm confidence in preserving his life, boasting a 90% certainty of survival. However, in the present moment, Luo felt no such assurance. His choices lay between being obliterated by the heavenly Tao or opposing it to seize a grand opportunity. After much contemplation, Luo gradually withdrew his thoughts, closed his eyes, and sat quietly in meditation within his secluded space. Simultaneously, above the Kunlun mountains, the whirlpool of the four elements of creation exhibited a slight relaxation of vigilance from the nascent eye of the heavenly Tao's will. It is crucial to recognize that, with the heavenly Tao newly birthed, the four elements of creation were essential for its complete maturation. This was one of the reasons behind its scheming against Pangu. Should all the beings below manage to seize the cultivation resources, the time required for its growth would be extended exponentially, just as the eye of the heavenly Tao intended to fully close. Below, within the secluded space, Luo slowly opened his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Subsequently, the four elements of creation above the Kunlun mountains surged wildly, merging tumultuously towards the secluded space below. Chapter 18. Heavenly Punishment. Above the Kunlun mountains, the four elements of creation roared forth like a colossal vortex suspended in the air. This spectacle caused the myriad powerful beings within the primordial chaos to widen their eyes in astonishment. It was their first encounter with such a vast amalgamation of the four elements of creation, which great power was meditating within their cave to conjure such a terrifying scene. Within the secluded space, Luo's eyes remained tightly shut, the four elements of creation enveloping him, saturating the entire area. The Smalling Long and the Ginseng doll, who had previously been frolicking in the mountains, were now struck with dread upon witnessing the scene above their secluded space. The Smalling Long, in a state of terror, exclaimed, "Has my lord gone mad?" daring to snatch something from the heavenly Tao. The Ginseng doll, with an innate ability to sense auspiciousness and avert calamity, felt an impending disaster upon seeing the frightening four elements of creation above it. In the chaotic skies above the Kunlun mountains, a wisp of the heavenly Tao's will manifested, hovering mid-air, its gaze seething with fury directed at the Kunlun mountains below. It could sense that the essential materials for its growth were being plundered by the Taoist hidden within the mountains below. In an instant, dark clouds gathered in the heavens, electric dragons flickering and coursing through the cloud layers. A thunderous roar erupted from the sky. The Smalling Long clutched its head with its front paws, trembling in fear. "It's over, it's over. The heavenly Tao is enraged." The Ginseng doll, quaking, forced itself to stand firm, its voice quivering. "Impossible. The current heavenly Tao will not take action, nor can I this nascent stage of the primordial chaos. The essence of the heavenly Tao had only just begun to coalesce. While it could influence the world, it had yet to reach the point of annihilating a great Luo golden immortal. Within the secluded space, Luo's ears twitched as he sensed the gathering thunderous tribulation in the skies. Although he held absolute confidence in the protective formation of the Kunlun mountains, he nonetheless summoned the chaotic bell to float in the air. This chaotic bell was a treasured defense, imbued with the merits of creation, and should easily withstand the impending thunderous tribulation. Thereafter, Luo commenced the full operation of his cultivation method, 3 flowers manifesting above his head, swaying gently. They assisted him in continuously refining and comprehending the 4 elements of creation present. He sought to establish a foundational law based upon the 4 elements of creation, thereby fortifying the roots of his cultivation that in the future, This would grant him a smoother path in his pursuit of the ultimate cultivation method. Within moments, Luo had already integrated more than half of the 4 elements of creation present in the skies above, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao's will, witnessing the condensation of the thunderous tribulation. Was incensed that the Taoist continued to seize the 4 elements of creation that in an instant, countless thunder dragons roared downwards, hurtling towards the Kunlun mountains in the blink of an eye. Tens of thousands of thunder dragons descended upon the Kunlun mountains, crashing directly into the protective formation. Boom! The sound of the explosion reverberated. The protective formation of the Kunlun mountains trembled, revealing a myriad of fine cracks, as if on the verge of shattering completely. At the heart of the formation, the waterfire gourd began to emit a low hum, streaks of lightning manifesting upon Luo, who was refining the 4 elements of creation, naturally since the unfolding events. His brows furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated that, despite the nascent nature of the heavenly Tao's will, the manipulated tribulation clouds could still obliterate a late-stage great Luo golden immortal. In the next moment, the chaotic bell slowly ascended, directly positioning itself between the Kunlun mountains and the tribulation clouds. Observing the diminishing 4 elements of creation below, the multitude of thunder dragons roared down once more. Their might overwhelming. This time, they collided directly with the swelling chaotic bell. Buzz! The thunder dragons struck the chaotic bell, unleashing a terrifying toll. The explosive aftermath radiated from the vicinity of the chaotic bell, spreading outward, extending for miles. The protective formation encompassing the Kunlun mountains could withstand the reverberations, yet the surrounding mountains and vegetation were obliterated, reduced to dust suspended in the air. The dust, mingled with blood mist, cast the surroundings into a profound silence. The chaotic bell, however, only managed to repel a little over half of the thunder dragons. The remaining few still crashed into the protective formation of the Kunlun mountains. The already fractured protective formation now teetered on the brink of collapse, countless arcs of lightning flickering upon it, while several lightning serpents surged forth, striking directly at the waterfire gourd. The waterfire gourd trembled slightly, lightning serpents of various colors coiling around it. But in the next moment, the endless lightning serpents were absorbed within. Subsequently, a terrifying spiritual energy erupted from it, continuously infusing the protective formation, reinforcing the faltering array to its previous robust state. Witnessing this development, the heavenly Tao's will surged with fury, its eyes ablaze with lightning and fire. With a mere gesture, the remaining thunder dragons and the tribulation clouds plunged down in torrents, roaring as they charged toward the Kunlun mountains. Behind Luo, the sword of immortal execution roared forth, accompanied by the 4 swords of immortal execution, manifesting sharp sword chi in the heavens, directly slashing at the roaring thunder dragons that in an instant. A substantial portion of the thunder dragons was cleaved asunder. Nonetheless, the remaining 7/10 of the thunder dragons still roared downwards, crashing fiercely against the chaotic bell. The impact sent the bell hurtling away, crashing into the Kunlun mountains. Boom! A terrifying sound erupted, landing right before the small Ing Long and the ginseng doll, causing them to retreat in fright. Yes, they beheld the appearance of the chaotic bell. They inhaled sharply. The once invincible chaotic bell was now riddled with numerous fine cracks, with countless small electric serpents dancing within. Despite its renowned defensive capabilities, the chaotic bell now bore the marks of battle. Yet despite this, nearly 1/10 of the thunder dragons still struck against the protective formation of the Kunlun mountains. Boom! Following the terrifying rumble, the protective formation of the Kunlun mountains once again swayed perilously. Yet it managed to stave off the thunder dragons. The remaining thunder dragons, as the formation trembled, were once again absorbed by the waterfire gourd at the formation's core, replenishing it with a surge of terrifying spiritual energy. Allowing the formation to stabilize once more. In the skies above, the storm clouds dissipated. The embodiment of the heavenly Tao's will radiated a cold fury before vanishing from sight, with the heavenly Tao newly formed. Its capabilities remained limited, bound by the rules governing it, functioning akin to a programmed sequence. Only in this manner could the primordial chaos maintain a stable and enduring existence, as the manifestation of the heavenly Tao and the storm clouds disappeared. The four elements of creation above the Kunlun mountains were gradually absorbed by Luo. The familiar electronic tone echoed in his ears once more. Plot development 1. The host continues to cultivate using the four elements of creation. While the nascent will of the heavenly Tao manifests, obstructing the host's continued cultivation. Completion, Chapter 19. The Might of the Sage. Plot development 1. The host continues to cultivate using the four elements of creation. While the nascent will of the heavenly Tao manifests, obstructing the host's continued cultivation. Plot outcome. The four primordial elements diminished, leading to the manifestation of the embryonic form of the heavenly Tao's will. The heavenly Tao possesses consciousness, and it must continue to refine itself with the four primordial elements. Otherwise, the host will invoke divine retribution. Should the host successfully withstand the divine punishment, they will gain entry into the sacred cultivation method, receiving the manifestation of the sage's avatar and an early comprehension of the path to sagehood. Conversely, failure to resist the divine retribution will result in the host's utter annihilation, their soul shattered beyond repair, leaving no living being upon Kunlun Mountain. Congratulations to the host for successfully withstanding the divine punishment, rewarded with entry into the sacred cultivation method and the manifestation of the sage's avatar. Along with an early understanding of the sage's path, as the words fell, the four primordial elements within the secluded area vanished completely, absorbed and refined by Luo, whose internal elements began to cycle endlessly. Under the operation of the sacred cultivation method, they gradually assimilated with the magical energy within him, aiming to transform his internal magical energy into an essence that is homogeneous with the four primordial elements. After several days, both Luo's physical body and primordial spirit cultivation reached a breakthrough, attaining the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm. However, in terms of combat power, he was now capable of contending against the innate divine demons. Unlike before, when he could only rely on treasures to maintain an invincible position, Luo slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, and then gazed towards the expanse beyond Kunlun Mountain. In the next instant, his figure vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, a celebratory cloud suddenly materialized above Kunlun Mountain, gradually transforming into a humanoid shadow, standing in the void. Surrounding it was an aura of terrifying fluctuations. In the next moment, Luo appeared in midair, standing in the void, gazing upward at the shadow above. This was the sage's avatar spoken of by the system. Radiating brilliant, sacred light, the avatar exuded the might of the sage. Spreading outward, below, the little Inglong and the ginseng baby, witnessing this, soared upwards to join Luo, looking up in reverence at the sage's avatar. Suddenly, the ginseng baby pointed excitedly at the shadow above and exclaimed, "This shadow looks just like the master." Beside him, the little Inglong, about to mock the ginseng baby for flattering, turned to look and gaped in astonishment upon recognizing the features of the sage's avatar. Indeed, it bore a striking resemblance to the master. Luo observed the sage's avatar above, which bore an uncanny likeness to himself, and his expression momentarily froze. Then, recalling what the system had previously indicated, a contemplative look crossed his face. Could this avatar possibly represent his future self upon attaining sagehood? Not only him, but the powerful beings drawn by the heavenly tribulation also erupted with astonished glances. Initially, they believed that the cultivator present could not withstand this thunderous tribulation, given that it was the wrath of the heavenly Tao. Even the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal would struggle to endure it. Yet, to their surprise, the cultivator within Kunlun Mountain managed to fend off the tribulation. Moreover, it appeared that his cultivation had significantly progressed. The fluctuations emanating from the shadow in midair far exceeded the great Luo golden immortal realm. Could this signify a path beyond the great Luo golden immortal? The assembled mighty beings looked at the sage's avatar in the void, their faces reflecting astonishment. Meanwhile, far away, over 10,000 miles from Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones and others, upon witnessing the sage's avatar standing in the void, were left speechless. Among them, Tongtian exclaimed, "Eldest brothers, do you see this avatar? Is it not the master?" Upon hearing this, Laozi and Yuan Shi turned to gaze at the sage's shadow. Once they recognized the visage of the sage, their shock deepened. Yuan Shi murmured, "It truly is the master. It seems his cultivation has advanced considerably." Beside him, Laozi nodded in agreement. Also sensing this were the 12 ancestors of sorcery in the ancestral witch palace. Although these witches did not cultivate the primordial spirit, their formidable strength allowed them to perceive the sage's avatar. Emperor Jiang, observing the distant shadow of the sage, called upon all witches to kneel and pay homage to the avatar, continuously praising. Above Kunlun mountain, the sage's avatar suddenly erupted with a radiance that illuminated the entire mountain range. Luo, seemingly sensing this, flew towards the sage's avatar, merging with it amidst the light. The little Inglong and Ginseng baby, witnessing this, widened their eyes in amazement. Within the sage's avatar, Luo felt himself enveloped by boundless sacred might, with infinite laws surging around him. Streams of sacred laws circled him, gradually integrating into Luo's being, allowing him to comprehend. As Luo reached the pinnacle of his understanding and slowly opened his eyes, feeling the powerful laws surging within him, he raised his hand to grasp at the air. Mirroring his gesture, the sage's avatar also raised its hand, and the initial primordial space shattered at this moment. Waves of spatial turbulence erupted from the fissure, carrying with them a terrifying force that swept through the surroundings. Luo gazed at the fractured space, murmuring, "Is this the might of the sage?" Above the sage's avatar, a gigantic eye materialized, and upon seeing Luo within the shadow, it seemed to ignite with fury. In the next moment, the shattered space began to heal, and the sage's avatar was completely extinguished under the pressure of the heavenly Tao. Feeling the oppressive force of the heavenly Tao surrounding him, Luo furrowed his brow, yet soon broke into a chuckle, whispering, "It seems the heavenly Tao is rather petty." If responding to Luo's words, a terrifying thunderous roar echoed from the heavens. Startled, the little Inglong and Ginseng baby promptly dove back into the protective array of Kunlun mountain. Luo shook his head helplessly and then returned to the grand hall of Kunlun mountain. Upon returning, the gigantic eye in the sky glared fiercely at the ground before vanishing from sight. Once back in the grand hall, Luo discovered the changes in the water and fire gourd. It seemed to have undergone some subtle transformation after experiencing the heavenly tribulation. Luo raised his hand and summoned it, observing as the water and fire gourd ascended from the array's center, floating into the hall and landing in his grasp. Looking at the water and fire gourd in his hand, Luo probed with his consciousness his astonishment amidst the previously small water and fire qilin. A thunder qilin now quietly floated between them. Luo was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a smile, he shook his head, never expecting the water and fire gourd to yield a third attribute due to misfortune turning into fortune. At this moment, the ginseng baby, noticing Luo's seemingly good mood, cautiously spoke, "Master, have you forgotten about the chaos bell?" It seems it was struck by lightning and damaged. Upon hearing this, a peculiar smile spread across Luo's face. He raised his hand and patted the ginseng baby's head, and in the next instant, the chaos bell transformed into a smaller version. Landing in his hand, he observed as the previously numerous cracks began to absorb the lightning serpent's meandering within, slowly repairing itself. This scene left the ginseng baby and the little Inglong astonished, exclaiming, "This is too shameless." Chapter 20. The ancestral dragon emerges to seek opportunities, and Red Cloud takes form to enter Kunlun. After the sage's avatar vanished, in a celestial mountain in the eastern wilderness, an old Taoist sat cross-legged, holding a partially damaged jade butterfly. He slowly withdrew his gaze from Kunlun mountain, lowering his head to caress the broken jade butterfly. Then, with a furrowed brow, he murmured to himself, "Born of extraordinary circumstances, a great calamity approaches. It seems my opportunity is near." As the words fell, the old Taoist chuckled softly and then vanished completely. Simultaneously, within a hidden demonic mountain, the demon ancestor Luo Hu shook off a corpse from the god-slaying spear. This was the remnant of an innate divine demon, bearing not only the wounds inflicted by the spear, but also a terrifying scar on its back. From the neck to the abdomen, It appeared to be the result of a cleaving axe. The wound still emanated a dreadful aura of the great Tao, if nothing out of the ordinary occurred. This was likely an innate divine demon that had escaped from the primordial battle. It seemed that Luo Hu had found it in its secluded retreat and killed it, seizing its domain. Luo Hu then turned his gaze towards Kunlun Mountain, a cold expression crossing his face as he muttered, "Luya, the cause of yesterday will yield the effect of tomorrow that I do not believe that you can evade this calamity." As the voice fell, Luo Hu waved his hand, causing the entire demon mountain to vanish completely, concealed within the formation. Outside the Kunlun Mountains, Sanxing and the others cast a distant glance at Kunlun Mountain before resolutely departing. At present, they had not yet met their teacher's expectations. Rather than facing another rejection, it would be more prudent to strive for self-improvement. Once they felt they had reached their teacher's standards, they would return for a visit. After all, their teacher's sanctum was right there and would not be leaving. Having made their decision, Sanxing and the others entirely disappeared from the vicinity of Kunlun Mountain. Meanwhile, Luya was blissfully unaware of Sanxing's thoughts. His expression one of astonishment as he gazed at the diminutive Yinglong before him. Perhaps due to the residual elements of the heavenly tribulation, the young Yinglong emitted a faint glow, continuously consuming the surrounding sparse elemental energies. Simultaneously, its body grew larger, as if it had skipped directly from childhood to maturity. After a transformation, Yinglong morphed into a graceful young man, standing before Luya and the others. At Luya's side, the ginseng baby scoffed, "How can an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years dare to take on such a form?" Yinglong, upon hearing this, merely chuckled in response. "This is what it means to be a man. What would you, a mere child, understand?" As those words left his lips, Ginseng Baby unleashed a torrent of vitality from his ears. Luya chuckled as he gently patted Ginseng Baby's head and then turned his attention back to the humanoid Yinglong. Feeling a sense of perplexity, Yinglong was the progenitor of the Dragon Clan. If he remained by Luya's side, would the emergence of the Dragon Clan in the primordial world be delayed beyond the time set by the heavenly Tao? Or would another dragon ancestor be born under the revisions of the heavenly Tao? If that were the case, it could prove rather troublesome. Noticing Luya lost in thought, Yinglong rubbed his hands together and shyly spoke. "Master, I am currently at the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal, merely a step away from entering the realm of Great Luo Golden Immortal. May I venture out to seek opportunities?" Before Luya could respond, Ginseng Baby interjected, "With your meager cultivation, you wish to seek opportunities? Are you not afraid of being captured by deities or demons to make dragon soup?" Yinglong retorted disdainfully, "With Master S residual might shielding me. Who would dare cast their gaze upon me, especially that mere shadow?" Indeed, spiritual beings could be rather foolish. Upon hearing this, Ginseng Baby once again released a surge of vitality from his ears and stormed out of the grand hall. Heading into the medicinal garden, Yinglong observed with a sly smile, shaking his head in amusement. Luya glanced at the youthful Yinglong before him, a peculiar smile gracing his features. "In that case, go ahead, but if you encounter any trouble, simply call out my true name." Upon hearing this, Yinglong's face lit up with joy as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." With that, he dashed out of the hall. After Yinglong had departed, Luya turned his gaze towards the medicinal garden. There, the Ginseng Baby was sitting cross-legged in the center of the garden, still pouting while absorbing spiritual energy. Luya chuckled and shook his head at the sight. Suddenly, Luya's attention shifted to the area beyond the Kunlun Mountains that he noticed a patch of crimson clouds slowly drifting from the direction of the Buzhou Mountain, radiating a wave of spiritual energy. It seemed likely that intelligence was about to be born from this red cloud. However, lurking behind this crimson cloud was a massive bird, watching with a predatory gaze, its eyes filled with longing. Witnessing this scene, Luya couldn't help but chuckle softly. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he gazed seriously at the crimson cloud, murmuring, "Could this red cloud be that red cloud?" He vaguely recalled a character from a novel about the primordial era he had read in a past life. However, this red cloud was portrayed as a natural, good-natured being. Yet in the ruthless world of the primordial era, good deeds often went unrewarded. The Zixiao Palace had relinquished its position. The purple qi was seized. And in the end, even as its divine soul fled under the protection of a spiritual treasure, it was still extorted, ultimately leading to its demise in the primordial realm. With this thought in mind, Luo raised his hand and gently pointed at the distant crimson cloud, completely absorbing it into the protective formation of the mountain. The enormous bird, witnessing this bizarre spectacle, immediately fled in fright, losing a feather or two in its hasty retreat. Upon entering the grand hall, the crimson cloud's fluctuations of spiritual energy abruptly contracted, trembling violently. Seeing this, Luo's eyes brightened, and he smiled. It appears you little one have gained intelligence. This makes things much easier. Within the grand hall, the crimson cloud swayed slightly, as if attempting to distance itself from the area. However, before it could escape, Luo's confinement ensnared it. Little one, do you wish to join my Kunlun lineage? If so, I shall assist you in taking form. If not, I shall send you on your way. Upon hearing this, the crimson cloud floated up and down, emanating a will of submission. Seeing this, Luo's smile widened, and he raised his hand to gently point, sending a beam of clear light from his fingertip into the crimson cloud. Subsequently, the four primordial elements, earth, water, fire, and wind, mingled within the crimson cloud. Time passed, and eventually, the mist surrounding the crimson cloud surged, slowly revealing a humanoid figure clad in a red robe, exuding an elegant and amiable aura. Upon seeing Luo, the figure promptly knelt before him, expressing, "Thank you, Master, for your assistance." Luo responded with a smile. "Since you are the first wisp of red cloud in this world, shall we call you Hong Jun from now on?" The crimson cloud, filled with delight, exclaimed, "Thank you, Master, for bestowing me a name." "Thank you, Master." Chapter 21. Under currents, Luo regarded the newly formed Hong Jun before him, now at the pinnacle of the golden immortal level. However, in comparison to Ascension and the others, there remained a notable gap. Had he not appeared near Kunlun Mountain, Luo would not have intervened to accept him into the Kunlun lineage. Looking at Hong Jun, Luo smiled. "You may go to the back palace to cultivate. There are spiritual plants behind the grand hall, but do refrain from venturing there for the time being to avoid provoking that little one." Hong Jun paused for a moment upon hearing this, then bowed respectfully to Luo before departing the grand hall towards the back. Not long after Hong Jun's exit, 3 small Qilin leaped out from the water and fire gourd, arriving in the grand hall. These 3 Qilin were the water Qilin, fire Qilin, and thunder Qilin. Although the thunder Qilin was born only after undergoing a thunder tribulation, its strength was not inferior to the other 2, all possessing early-stage Tai golden immortal cultivation. Being creatures nurtured within a spiritual treasure, achieving the Tai golden immortal realm exceeded Luo's expectations. The 3 young Qilin approached Luo's side, playfully nudging his arm with their heads. Luo smiled as he affectionately patted their heads. Then, the 3 young Qilin simultaneously turned their gazes towards the direction of the Kunlun Palace, whispering to one another. Luo, sensing the meaning behind their calls, was taken aback and asked, "Are you saying that you have sensed the presence of your kin?" The 3 young Qilin nodded in unison. Luo, realizing this, confirmed that the Qilin clan had indeed emerged, though he was uncertain how long they had been in existence. If all went as expected, the Phoenix clan had likely also emerged. The convergence of the 3 clans in the primordial realm was quite intriguing. Luo looked up at the sky above the Kunlun Mountains, his internal cultivation method still steadily absorbing the faint remnants of the primordial elements. Through the palace's ceiling, he could sense the wrathful will of the heavenly As all the elemental energies required by the heavenly Tao were absorbed by Luo, its growth would inevitably slow. He pondered whether the impending calamity would be hastened as a result. After informing the 2 of his need to enter seclusion to consolidate his cultivation, Luo sealed the Kunlun mountain formation and then entered his retreat. Several hundred years later, within a distant demon mountain, Luo Hu sat upon a grand throne. Observing the shadows gathered below, he slowly spoke. "In the primordial realm, are there any living beings or races that have come into existence?" One shadow among the gathering solemnly replied, reporting to the demon ancestor, "Aside from the Weekwoo tribe, there are also demon races that have emerged. Though they are constantly battling amongst themselves, they all refer to themselves as demons." Upon hearing these words, Luo Hu's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of brilliance, and he inquired, "What is the quantity?" The man continued, "One is located beneath Mount Buzhou, with merely over 1,000 in number. The other is divided across 4 regions, with over 10,000, yet their strength varies greatly." Upon the utterance of these words, Luo Hu's brow furrowed once more. The numbers of these 2 clans were far from sufficient for his grand designs. Should he fail to draw forth an adequate amount of calamity energy, he would be unable to advance further. If he could not continue to break through, he would inevitably fade into oblivion within the vastness of the primordial world. It was crucial to note that his old rival, Hong Jun, had somehow acquired fragments of the Tao of Creation Jade Tablet. Although he had not been seen for some time, it was certain that his cultivation had already progressed significantly. Should Luo Hu remain stagnant, a clash between the two was inevitable, but he sensed that the primordial realm was now stabilizing, and the rules permitted only one individual to ascend further, besides Hong Jun. There was another small thief who had been watching with keen interest. Hundreds of years prior, he had witnessed that individual comprehend the laws of the saints, with even a saintly apparition appearing in the skies above the primordial world. He knew he must hasten his pace. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Luo Hu cast his gaze toward the shadow that had spoken earlier, a coldness manifesting upon his face. He then raised his hand and clenched it fiercely in midair. The shadow, which had previously spoken, let out a wretched scream as it shattered, transforming into a cloud of darkness that fell into the hall. It slowly began to coalesce again, though its form appeared significantly more ethereal. The other shadows, witnessing this, trembled in fear. Once the shadow had reformed, it shuddered and said, "Master, there are still 3 clans in existence, their numbers considerable, and their cultivation ranks among the top of the primordial world, surely capable of satisfying your requirements." Upon hearing this, a sense of relief washed over Luo Hu's face, and he inquired, "Which 3 clans?" The shadow replied, "One is the Qilin clan, whose ancestor is the primordial Qilin, having attained the great Luo golden immortal realm, with its members not lacking in strength. Another is the Feng clan, whose ancestor is Yuan Feng, also a great Luo golden immortal, and the strength of its members is on par with that of the Qilin clan. The last is the Long clan, whose ancestor is Ying Long, likewise a great Luo golden immortal, rumored to hail from the Kunlun lineage, possessing 9 offspring, with their members equally formidable." Upon hearing the shadow's words, a glimmer of excitement shone in Luo Hu's eyes. If this were indeed the case, then these 3 clans could certainly fulfill his desires. Luo Hu gazed at the shadow that had spoken, raising his hand as a surge of demonic energy erupted from his fingertips, merging into the shadow's form. Instantly, its shape solidified somewhat. He then spoke, "In this matter, merits and demerits are balanced. You shall dispatch individuals to eliminate the younger generation of these 3 clans. As for how to execute this, I trust it requires no instruction from me." The multitude of shadows below responded in unison. "We shall diligently obey the will of the demon ancestor," with a mere wave of his hand. The shadows instantly vanished from sight, and the entire demon ancestor's hall fell into a profound silence. Meanwhile, upon a celestial mountain in the primordial realm, Hong Jun slowly opened his eyes while holding a fragment of the Tao of Creation Jade Tablet. A divine light erupted from his gaze as he looked towards the direction of the demon mountain. In accordance with the rules, he sensed the multitude of shadows emanating from the demon mountain. Observing their movements, Hong Jun chuckled softly. "Old fellow, you truly cannot restrain yourself." He then raised his gaze towards the heavens, where a figure gradually materialized in the sky. Hong Jun softly remarked, "Do our promises still hold?" The embodiment of the heavenly Tao coldly replied, "Naturally they do. Once the deed is accomplished, you may become the first saint beneath me, immortal and everlasting, transcending the river of time." Upon hearing this, Hong Jun laughed heartily. "Excellent, excellent. Since that is the case, I shall have no further reservations." The embodiment of the heavenly Tao regarded Hong Jun with a profound gaze before vanishing entirely. This was the first time he had encountered a deity or demon bold enough to collaborate with him. Perhaps, once this individual attained sanctification, he could utilize him to slay that audacious thief who dared to steal from the heavens, as the embodiment of the heavenly Tao departed. Hong Jun looked at the fragment of the Tao of Creation Jade tablet in his hand and chuckled softly. Did you truly think I had not prepared for this alliance with the heavens? Chapter 22. The beginning of Long Han with a low chuckle from Hong Jun. The fragment of the Tao of Creation Jade tablet in his hand slowly shattered. It transformed into streams of creation energy, merging with countless rules, all of which fused into Hong Jun's being. Simultaneously, a grand protective array rose outside the celestial mountain, enveloping it completely. Soon after, the entire celestial mountain vanished from the primordial realm. Once the celestial and demonic forces had established their positions within the primordial world, Luo, who had been in seclusion within Kunlun Mountain, finally opened his eyes, sensing the firm foundation of his cultivation. Luo nodded in satisfaction. He then extended his divine consciousness, which swiftly enveloped the entire Kunlun mountain range. Upon observing the back mountain, a look of surprise crossed his face. There, he found Hong Yun patiently playing with the ginseng baby, appearing quite joyful. After a moment of astonishment, Luo shook his head and smiled. Whether in the mythological tales he had encountered in his past life or in various primordial novels, Hong Yun was always depicted as a good-natured being. It was hardly surprising that he could play alongside the ginseng baby. That moment, Hong Yun and the ginseng baby, engrossed in their play, heard Luo's voice. Both of you, come to the main hall. Startled, Hong Yun and the ginseng baby simultaneously exclaimed, the master has emerged from seclusion. Without further ado, they hurried towards the main hall that I in, but a brief moment, they arrived within the grand hall, where they bowed to the seated Luo, saying, ginseng baby, Hong Yun, pays respects to the master. We were unaware of the reason for your summons. You regarded the two and promptly assessed their cultivation levels. The ginseng baby, perhaps due to the previous setback inflicted by Yinglong, had now reached the initial stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Meanwhile, Hong Yun had also advanced to the late stage of the Tai golden immortal realm within just a few hundred years, being but a step away from the great Luo golden immortal realm. Yun nodded in satisfaction at the two, saying, it seems you have not been idle over the past few hundred years. Upon hearing this, Hong Yun bashfully scratched his head and replied, thank you for your praise, master. The ginseng baby chuckled, of course, I am not like that foolish dragon. I might have already been captured for dragon soup. Upon hearing the ginseng baby's words, Luo chuckled and shook his head. Yinglong has been living a far more comfortable life than you. He has already become the ancestor of a clan, siring 9 offspring and leading his lineage. As Luo spoke, it was evident that in the short span of a few hundred years since Yinglong had emerged from seclusion, he had not only fathered 9 children, but had also spawned an entire race. His 9 offspring were Qianyo, the 2nd son Yazi, the 3rd son Chao Feng, the 4th son Pu Lao, the 5th son Swan and I, the 6th son Basya, the 7th son Baiyan, the 8th son Fu Shi, and the 9th son Chiwen. Each of them was a pinnacle figure among the Tai golden immortals, and their dragon lineage ranked among the top 3 in the primordial realm. Upon hearing Luo's words, the ginseng baby was utterly dumbfounded. He had initially believed that remnants of the innate deities and demons still lingered in the primordial world, with many powerful beings emerging. Surely that foolish dragon could not have lasted long outside. However, hearing the master's words, it became clear that the creature had not only become a father, but had also become the ancestor of a clan. Feeling the great Luo golden immortal level power within him, the ginseng baby was instantly disheartened. Upon noticing this expression, Luo chuckled softly and said, there is no need for you to be concerned. This was merely his destined fate. He could sense that, after hundreds of years, the progress made was not limited to just the two beside him. The heavenly Tao had also grown significantly more formidable than before. Given the stingy nature of the heavenly Tao, it was likely that it would not spare the dragon clan from its wrath. Should he intervene? As Luo pondered this, the familiar electronic voice echoed in his ears once more. Event analysis. The primordial realm is establishing itself, with the celestial and demonic forces at odds, and a great calamity is about to arise. Plot direction 1. Seal off Kunlun Mountain. Cultivate within for a millennium. patiently await the conclusion of the Long Han initial calamity. Plot result. Luo Hu and Hong Jun's scheme succeed. The Long Han initial calamity begins. The three clans vie for supremacy over the primordial realm, resulting in countless casualties. The ancestral dragon perishes. The primordial phoenix is heavily wounded, and the primordial Qilin is gravely injured and dissipates. The celestial and demonic war commences. Plot direction 2. Intervene to quell the Long Han initial calamity, allowing the three clans to develop steadily, with unknown consequences. Plot result. The heavenly Tao is enraged. Luo Hu goes berserk. Hong Jun displays his might, and the three join forces to assault Kunlun Mountain, leading to the host's demise and the system taking over. Plot direction 3. Navigate through the chaos of the Long Han initial calamity, traversing between the three clans to seek personal opportunities. Plot result. Unknown. After listening to the system analysis and the three options presented, Luo was momentarily taken aback. The first choice was conventional, the same as before. However, the second option was entirely different. Luo Hu, Hong Jun, and the heavenly Tao were all poised to attack Kunlun Mountain. And given that he was merely at the initial stage of the Supreme Sage cultivation method, he could not possibly withstand such a formidable assault. It was safe to say that this was a choice leading to a dead end. Furthermore, given his temperament, he could not bear to watch his longtime companion, the young Yinglong, perish. Thus, rather than viewing it as three choices, it was more accurate to say there was only one option with an uncertain outcome. Luo furrowed his brow and murmured, "Interesting, it seems the cause of the upcoming calamity of Long Han is not solely due to Luo Hu." From the second option, he could discern that there must be a connection between the three, that all were related to the impending calamity of Long Han. But he could understand the motivations of Luo Hu and Hong Jun. They were vying for the title of the foremost sage. As for the heavenly Tao, it was undoubtedly up to no good. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Luo made his decision. He looked down at the Rinchen doll and Hong Yun and said with a smile, "Come, let us venture into the wilderness together." Upon hearing this, the Rinchen doll's face lit up with joy. Having spent centuries on Kunlun Mountain, he was eager to explore the outside world. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air and landed on Luo's shoulder. Hong Yun promptly added, "We shall faithfully adhere to your command, my lord." Then, as if recalling something, he continued, "My lord, while traveling, one must have a mount. I can ride on Hong Yun to traverse the wilderness." Before he could finish his sentence, three Qilins flew in from outside the hall, affectionately nudging Luo, seemingly eager to accompany him into the wilderness. Luo chuckled as he patted the heads of the three Qilins and said, "You must guard Kunlun Mountain well and diligently cultivate until I return." With that, he mounted the manifested form of Hong Yun and soared out of Kunlun Mountain. Chapter 23. The boastful Rinchen doll. After Luo departed from Kunlun Mountain, the three Qilins reluctantly returned to the fire gourd. Subsequently, the protective array of Kunlun Mountain was activated, effectively isolating it into two separate realms. Above the clouds, a massive red cloud drifted slowly down on top of this red cloud. Luo had purposely transformed it into the shape of a modern sofa. Lounging comfortably, the Rinchen doll gazed at the sofa conjured from the red cloud, a glimmer of inspiration flashing in his eyes. Once he returned to the mountain, he too wished to invite the little brothers who had gained intelligence to manifest such a form. Only then would it be sufficiently grand. Meanwhile, as Luo sat atop the red cloud, he surveyed the land below and noticed the increasing number of living beings on the current wilderness continent. Among them, the traces of the Wu clan were scarce. Instead, the demon tribes had already been divided among the three clans. The Feng clan governed the avian species. The Qilin clan ruled the terrestrial creatures, while the Dragon clan presided over the aquatic beings, thus maintaining a semblance of stability. However, when Luo lifted his gaze to the horizon, the ever-growing aura of calamity indicated that all was not well. As Luo and his companions journeyed across the wilderness, they collected numerous treasures along the way. Though these treasures were of a lower grade compared to those Luo had previously gathered from the Buzhou Mountain, they were still commendable, in addition to the seemingly endless stream of spiritual treasures. Conflicts within the wilderness were escalating. It was unclear when the friction between the three clans had begun, initially manifesting as skirmishes among the subordinate demon tribes. but eventually escalating to clashes among the clan members themselves. The scale of these confrontations grew larger, and the ominous aura of calamity in the sky became increasingly terrifying, just as the three were exploring the wilderness. A colossal eye slowly opened in the void of chaos above them, fixating on the trio. Feeling a sense of awareness, Luo looked up at the manifested giant eye and chuckled softly. "Fear not, I am not one to court trouble." Upon hearing Luo's voice, the giant eye gradually closed. Yet, Luo could still sense a lingering resentment. The Ren Shandal curiously inquired, "My lord, with whom are you conversing?" Luo replied with a smile, "Just a miser, nothing more." As soon as he spoke, a tremendous thunderclap resonated in the sky, startling the Ren Shandal, who tumbled onto the red cloud. Luo shook his head in exasperation and turned his attention back to the wilderness below. At present, the conflicts among the three clans on the wilderness continent were intensifying. It was likely that within a few hundred years, once the aura of calamity above thickened sufficiently, a decisive battle among the three clans would erupt. At that point, the calamity would sweep across the entire wilderness, leaving countless lives in devastation, and the era of the dominant three clans would come to an end. It was anticipated that a confrontation would ensue between Luo Hu and Hong Jun, revealing the machinations of the heavenly By then, the opportunities indicated by the system prompts would likely materialize. However, regardless of how Luo endeavored to protect the Dragon Clan following this battle, they would inevitably retreat to the periphery like the other two clans. Subsequently, the Wu and Yao clans would rise to prominence on the wilderness continent. As Luo contemplated these matters, he noticed various spells spreading among the mountains below. Accompanied by continuous booming sounds, the echoes of dragon roars filled the air, while the Chilant's roars reverberated through the mountains. The Ren Shandal's eyes sparkled with excitement as he peered down. Below, several Chilants were besieging a dragon, which appeared to possess the bloodline of the second generation of dragons. The Ren Shandal exclaimed, "My lord, I sense the essence of a mudfish in that little dragon." Luo nodded helplessly. "Indeed, this child bears the bloodline of the Yinglong. He must be one of the 9 offspring." Just as they were conversing, among the Chilants attacking the dragon descended. A fire attribute Chilan opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of raging flames towards the giant dragon. Boom! The flames pierced the sky, striking the giant dragon and producing a deafening explosion. Within the flames, a muffled groan could be faintly heard. Once the flames subsided, a disheveled figure emerged. The dragon's scales were shattered, and blood flowed profusely. Its aura instantly waned. The Ren Shandal, witnessing this, covered his eyes with both hands and mumbled, "What a tragic mudfish!" Luo, upon hearing this, could only shake his head in resignation. It seemed this little fellow had yet to overcome the grievances he suffered from the Yinglong. Observing the increasingly aggressive Chilants, Luo addressed the Ren Shandal. "Little one, do you not fear the wrath of the young Yinglong by standing idly by?" The Ren Shandal paused for a moment, then pouted. "If he gets angry, then so be it." With that, he waved his small hand gently, and a flicker of azure light radiated from his palm, sending one of the Chilants attacking the giant dragon flying away. The remaining Chilants, upon witnessing this, wore expressions of alarm as they looked up. Yet, no matter how hard they tried, they could only see a vast red cloud, with no figures in sight, just as the Chilants contemplated launching another assault. Several beams of clear light shot forth from the red cloud, sending all the Chilan clan members sprawling. Terrified, they fled the scene in panic. The red cloud inquired, "Why did you not eliminate them?" The Ren Shandal furrowed his brow and replied, "I do not know how to fight, nor do I wish to kill." Red Cloud remarked, "Indeed, whether it be from the experiences on Buzhou Mountain or in Kunlun Mountain, this little one seems only capable of fleeing." Luo shook his head and instructed Red Cloud to descend. Upon seeing Luo and his companions, the giant dragon, with great effort, managed to bow and salute. The dragon descendant Fushi greets the esteemed elders. The Ren Shandal, observing Fushi's condition, waved his hand, unleashing a surge of energy that descended upon him, healing his wounds in the blink of an eye. Fushi's injuries were completely restored. Gratefully, Fushi bowed and said, "Thank you, esteemed elder." Luo regarded Fushi and inquired, "No need for such formalities. Where's your father now?" Fushi was momentarily taken aback, then warily replied, "Elder, do you know my father?" Seeing Fushi's cautious demeanor, Luya smiled and introduced himself. "I am Luya." Upon hearing this, Fushi immediately knelt on the ground and proclaimed, "Dragon descendant Fushi humbly welcomes the arrival of the ancestral sage." In the nascent days of the Dragon Clan, Yinglong passed down the name of Luya, and thus the current direct descendants of the dragon all comprehend the reason behind it. As the ginseng doll observed the peculiar demeanor of Fushi, a trace of enigmatic expression flickered across his face. Once Fushi rose to his feet, he mysteriously inquired, "Little one, do you know who I am?" Fushi shook his head in bewilderment. The ginseng doll, with an air of lofty pride, declared, "I'm the elder brother of your father. You may call me ancestor here." Upon hearing this, the nearby Hong Jun could not help but shudder, stifling a laugh as he regarded the ginseng doll. Luya, too, could only place a hand to his forehead in exasperation. Observing the anticipation etched on the ginseng doll's face, Fushi tentatively responded, "Ancestor." The ginseng doll instantly burst into joyous laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. You are quite perceptive. I have treasures to bestow upon you." With that, he produced a spiritual treasure and graciously presented it to Fu X. As Fu, she beheld the treasure. Astonishment illuminated his features. This unexpected gift far surpassed his expectations. Being the 8th son of Yinglong, he possessed no noteworthy treasures of his own. Whenever he approached his father for gifts, he was always met with the remark that their dragon lineage itself was the most formidable treasure. Had he possessed this spiritual treasure earlier, he would never have been surrounded and beaten by a group of Qilin K. Luya. Witnessing the ginseng doll's act of generosity, could only shake his head in resignation before snapping his fingers. "In that case, allow me to present you with a gift as well." As his words echoed, a beam of pure light emanated from his fingertip, directly merging into Fushi's being. In an instant, Fushi felt a surge of power within, his cultivation rapidly ascending, and within but a moment, he broke through to the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal. Sensing the fluctuations of power within him, Fushi promptly knelt before Luya, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, ancestor, thank you." This display left Hong Jun momentarily stunned, as both had bestowed gifts upon Fushi. With no other choice, Hong Jun flicked his fingers and sent forth a strand of his essence. "This essence contains a teleportation technique I bestowed upon you today." Fushi profusely thanked him as well, before leading Luya and the others toward the ancestral grounds of the Dragon Clan. Meanwhile, on the distant expanse of the Hongwang continent, 3 young members of the Qilin clan raced towards their ancestral lands. They had received word today to ambush the 8th son of the ancestral dragon, Fushi, within the mountains ahead. However, just as they were about to execute their plan, they were ruthlessly sent flying by a mysterious force. Although their assailant had not used lethal intent, they clearly sensed that this individual possessed strength comparable to their own ancestor. With such a presence nearby, ambushing Fushi would be impossible. They needed to return to their clan and report this matter. As the 3 Qilin raced towards their ancestral lands, a figure cloaked in black loomed above them in the clouds. With an eerie smile upon his face, he gazed down at the 3 young Qilin. Suddenly, he descended through the clouds, rushing towards them, and with a mere wave of his hand, unleashed a terrifying wave of demonic energy that tore through Yinglong chuckled softly a couple of times before casting a glance at the ginseng doll perched upon Luya's shoulder. A smile instantly gracing his face that he remarked, "Little one, after all these years, it seems you still prefer to sit upon the Lord's shoulder." The ginseng doll, upon hearing Yinglong's sarcastic words, surprisingly did not become angry. Instead, with a beaming smile, he turned to Fushi and said, "Little fellow, call me ancestor once more. Let me hear it." Yinglong observed the two with a peculiar expression. Fushi cautiously called out, "Doll ancestor." In an instant, Yinglong's expression darkened, filled with a sense of disappointment towards his foolish son. The ginseng doll burst into hearty laughter, saying, "Little Yinglong, why don't you obediently call him brother?" Just as Yinglong was about to retort, a young dragon hurriedly entered the grand hall, exclaiming, "Ancestor, the Qilin clan has provoked us, devouring the corpses of our younger kin. Please, ancestor, Take charge for our descendants. As he wailed, he produced the skeletons they had discovered within the dragon clan's territory. Laying them upon the hall floor, a complete dragon skeleton appeared, still adorned with flecks of blood and flesh, though the majority had been consumed. The moment the bones were revealed, a thick, oppressive aura flooded the grand hall, causing the faces of the dragon clan members to darken with dread. While Yinglong simmered with rage, he refrained from unleashing his fury in Luo's presence, instead silently observing the remains of the dragonkin. Luo also turned to gaze at the skeletal remains, then raised his hand to gently touch them, but a stream of pure energy erupted from his fingertips, directly enveloping the entire dragon skeleton. The other dragon elders, thinking Luo intended to desecrate the remains, felt their anger flare, but kept their expressions neutral due to the warning from the ancestor dragon. As the pure energy descended upon the dragon bones, the aura that belonged to the Qilin clan dissipated entirely. In its place, black demonic energy began to manifest, filling the grand hall. The dragons felt a chilling dread rise from within, as if a colossal hand was stirring chaos in the primordial world. They barely avoided falling into the trap of their adversaries. Had it not been for Luo's intervention, they might have been compelled to summon the ancestor dragon to rally their kin for an assault on the Qilin clan's ancestral grounds. After witnessing the emergence of the demonic energy from the bones, Yinglong's frigid demeanor softened slightly. He then looked to Luo, questioning, "My lord, what is this?" Luo replied with a cold smile. "This is the handiwork of the demon ancestor Luo. It seems he can no longer contain himself." Although he had been prepared, encountering such a situation so soon upon arriving at the dragon clan's ancestral grounds was indeed unexpected. He had assumed the war among the three clans would require more time. But it appeared he had miscalculated. Upon hearing the name Demon Ancestor Luo Hu, the faces of those present displayed a mix of shock and anger. While they had not witnessed the battle that opened the heavens, they had certainly heard tales of such a terrifying being. Yet, they were left wondering why this demon was targeting them and employing such tactics. Luo sat upon the throne, with Yinglong and the ginseng doll flanking him. Observing the dragon clan elders below, the others might have been oblivious, but Luo was well aware. The demon ancestor Luo, who practiced the path of demons, thriving on slaughter and destruction, requiring the essence of death to transcend his cultivation. The impending war among the three clans was but a scheme of his design. Now, by unleashing such means, he sought to incite conflict among the clans, drawing in the essence of death to further his own power. Luo chuckled softly. Were it not for the need to provoke the heavenly Tao and the two supreme beings, he might have personally plunged into this tumultuous fray. However, with the system's warning echoing in his mind, he could only strive to preserve the dragon clan. He looked down at the dragon elders and waved his hand, saying, "You may withdraw for now." The dragon elders, hearing Luo's command, instinctively turned to Yinglong, who promptly stated, "What my lord says is my command. You are to take these remains and bury them in the ancestral grounds." The elders then bowed and departed with the remains from the grand hall. Once the dragon elders had left, Yinglong turned to Luo with a pleading expression, saying, "My lord, could it truly be that only the demon ancestor is to blame for this?" Luo, sensing that Yinglong had grasped some of the truth, simply shook his head, responding, "It is not solely his doing." He gazed skyward, as if the heavenly Tao's great eye had opened once more, surveying the mortal realm. Luo whispered with a smile, "This is your fate. Even Pangu cannot escape the machinations of the heavenly Tao. How could you hope to evade it?" Upon hearing this, Yinglong stood frozen, a glimmer of despair flickering in his eyes, he, being a manifestation of the rules of heaven and earth, understood all too well who held the ultimate power in this realm, that if it was truly the heavenly Tao's design, their dragon clan could not escape its grasp. The ginseng doll, observing Yinglong's despair, shook his head. He believed that had Yinglong not ventured out from Kunlun Mountain, he might have evaded the heavenly Tao's calculations. Yet, this fellow could not resist the call of solitude, and had ventured forth, leaving him no choice. Subsequently, Yinglong knelt before Luo, pleading, "I beseech you, my lord, to intervene and save my dragon clan." In his eyes, should anyone stand against the heavenly Tao, it would surely be Luo, who bore the shadow of a saint. Moreover, his dragon clan was in essence part of the Kunlun lineage, and Liao would not abandon them to their fate. Hearing this, Liao slowly replied, "Rest assured, at the critical moment, I shall protect the bloodline of the dragon clan." Overwhelmed with gratitude, Yinglong repeatedly bowed, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord. Thank you." Chapter 26. Liao acts. The heavenly Tao brews resentment. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the primordial world, a once-vanished celestial mountain reappeared. Hong Jun sat cross-legged atop the mountain. Glancing toward the ancestral grounds of the three clans, a smile spreading across his face, he gently caressed the fragmented jade tablet of creation, which had lost its rules. Gradually, he smiled and said, "It seems Luo who has made his move. But the timing is not yet ripe. Allow me to stoke the flames a little further." Upon finishing his words, he raised his gaze to the heavens and pointed, grinning, "May I borrow the tribulation lightning?" Yes. The moment his words fell, a terrifying storm of tribulation clouds began to gather around the celestial mountain, manifesting ominously in the void. Upon witnessing this, Hong Jun could not help but smile. He then turned his attention to the lands of the three clans, stating, "Let me add some fuel to your fire." With a gesture towards the storm clouds above, the vast expanse of tribulation clouds split into three under his, drifting toward the ancestral grounds of the three clans. In the blink of an eye, they descended upon the lands of the three clans. The powerful beings of the three clans gazed at the ominous clouds swirling above their ancestral grounds, their faces reflecting a mix of confusion and concern. They were experiencing the might of the tribulation clouds up close for the first time and looked up in unison within the Phoenix clan's ancestral grounds. Yuan Feng gazed upward at the storm clouds, perplexed. As a clan born of the world's fate, they had long enjoyed the heavenly Tao's favor. Yet this was their first encounter with such a phenomenon. As the clansfolk looked skyward at the ominous clouds, an uneasy feeling began to stir in Yuanfeng's heart. She immediately commanded, "Members of the Phoenix clan, swiftly retreat into the ancestral grounds." No sooner had she spoken than a terrifying rumble erupted from within the tribulation clouds, followed by bolts of lightning striking down upon the Phoenix clan's ancestral grounds. In an instant, numerous young members of the Phoenix clan were struck, suffering heavy casualties. Seeing this, Yuanfeng's eyes widened in fury as she shouted, "What wrong have we, the Phoenix clan, committed?" Amidst the thunderous roars, Hong Jun's voice resonated. "You of the Phoenix clan, having enjoyed the heavenly Tao's favor, have dared to taint it with demonic energy, seeking to provoke a great calamity. Such transgressions are punishable by death." As the words fell, a thunderous calamity descended from the heavens, striking directly upon Yuan Feng, inflicting grievous injuries upon her. At this moment, Yuan Feng's mind was still mulling over the words spoken by Hong Jun earlier. It was not until she turned her gaze towards the ancestral land, the very place where the remains of the Phoenix clan's brethren were interred, that she observed strands of demonic energy rising from within. Yuan Feng's eyes widened in shock, and with great effort, she made her way into the ancestral land, where she immediately spotted the skeleton that had been placed there. Upon witnessing the dark energy emanating from the bones, she let out a piercing cry to the heavens. "Dragon clan, how dare you conspire against me?" It seemed she grasped the reason why that skeleton had appeared within the Phoenix clan's territory, only to be discovered and concealed within the ancestral grounds. Behind it all, undoubtedly, was the scheming of that group from the Dragon clan. In an instant, Yuan Feng's roar echoed through the skies, those Phoenix clan members struggling beneath the ominous clouds. Upon hearing the ancestral cry, joined in a chorus of their own howls. The calamity arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, seemingly intent on merely injuring the Phoenix clan rather than obliterating them entirely. However, once the storm passed, the Phoenix clan still suffered heavy casualties. Many gravely wounded chose the path of nirvana, seeking rebirth through death. Yet, having made that choice, there was no turning back for them. Once the Phoenix clan had ensured their wounded were attended to, numerous elders entered the grand hall in disarray, casting their gazes towards Yuan Feng upon the throne above. Yuan Feng spoke coldly, "Send word down. The entire clan shall rest and recuperate, awaiting our moment to retaliate against the Dragon clan." Hearing this, the elders' faces grew increasingly dark with resentment as they replied in unison, "We shall faithfully obey the clan leader's decree." With that, the elders exited the Grand Hall to tend to the injured clansmen. Meanwhile, as the Phoenix clan endured their tribulation, a similar calamity descended upon the ancestral grounds of the Qilin clan in the distance. However, unlike the Phoenix clan, the Qilin clan had no path to nirvana and suffered grievously. Fortunately, the Qilin clan boasted a large population. Although the losses were severe, they were merely injuries rather than fatalities that it was only upon discovering that 3 younger members of the Qilin clan harbored demonic energy that the calamity was summoned. Consequently, the entire Qilin clan readied themselves for battle, preparing to confront the Phoenix clan. In stark contrast, within the Dragon clan's ancestral grounds, the moment the ominous clouds appeared, Luo detected it immediately. Observing the ominous clouds drifting in the sky, Long furrowed his brow and murmured, "Our Dragon clan should not be subject to calamity." Beside him, Luo's eyes sparkled with divine light as he perceived the threads of causal power enveloping the storm. Hidden yet discernible, revealing glimpses of the celestial laws. Upon recognizing the celestial laws, Luo gained some clarity. He had been contemplating the relationship between Luo Hu, Hong Jun, and the heavenly Tao. Now, the truth had become apparent. It was a pity that Luo Hu's meticulously devised plans, which should have been foolproof, had been thwarted. Regardless of how the heavenly Tao intervened, he could have successfully taken that step following the calamity, achieving the title of the foremost saint of the Hongwang. Yet alas, Hong Jun and the heavenly Tao had conspired together, rendering Luo Hu's millennium of scheming a futile endeavor, but he could not fathom why Hong Jun dared to make such bold moves. Was it truly due to that coveted position of sainthood? Just as Luo pondered, thousands of thunderous dragons surged forth from the storm above, striking down upon the Dragon clan's ancestral grounds. The sheer force created chaos within the Dragon clan's domain, as they all felt the terror of the divine wrath. Such a formidable thunder calamity was seldom withstood by any dragon. Seeing this, Long prepared to manifest his colossal dragon form to face the storm alone. Yet in the next moment, he beheld Luo gently point towards the multitude of thunder dragons behind him. The chaos bell materialized, expanding to an immense size, completely enveloping the Dragon clan's ancestral grounds. The multitude of thunder dragons descended, crashing against the chaos bell. Boom! The terrifying sound reverberated, leaving the Dragon clan's members momentarily stunned. In midair, Long bellowed, "All Dragon clan disciples, retreat into the ancestral grounds." This cry jolted the members back to reality, prompting them to hastily flee towards the safety of the ancestral home, after the Chaos Bell intercepted the onslaught of thunder dragons. Atop the celestial mountain, Hong Jun's expression shifted slightly as he murmured, "The Chaos Bell. Could it be that fellow is within the Dragon clan's ancestral grounds? If that is the case, his previous intent to use the thunder calamity in the name of the heavenly Tao to scheme against the 3 clans will undoubtedly be undermined." Sensing the calamity's obstruction, a colossal eye of the heavenly Tao manifested above the Dragon clan's ancestral grounds, gazing down at the sight, particularly upon seeing the Chaos Bell and the smiling Luo. A thick aura of resentment filled the eye. Chapter 27. The 3 clans clash. Hong Jun confronts Luo Hu. Naturally, Luo also noticed the enormous eye in the sky, a smile gracing his face. Initially, he had no intention of intervening, but now that the calamity had descended upon him, how could he possibly remain idle? The giant eye in the sky slowly closed, then completely vanished into the ether. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Honghuang, decades had passed since Hong Jun's disappearance. During these years, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans had all experienced a resurgence. The injuries sustained during the calamity had fully healed, and their populations began to swell. The Phoenix and Qilin clans expanded outward, their domains previously separate, now increasingly overlapping due to the tensions following the calamity. Conversely, within the Dragon clan, under Luo's watchful presence, the clan's members remained protectively stationed within their ancestral grounds, rarely straying far. One day, the friction between the 3 clans escalated drastically. Yuan Feng, accompanied by the clan's elders and disciples, departed the ancestral grounds, making her way towards the Qilin clan's domain. This movement did not go unnoticed by the Qilin clan, Hu promptly summoned their elders and younger members to intercept outside their ancestral grounds. The battle between the two clans swiftly commenced. In an instant, the Hong Huang became a battlefield for the two clans. With skirmishes erupting in the skies above and the forest below, shadows of combatants visible everywhere. The entire Hong Huang fell into a state of panic as weaker spirits and beasts sought to escape the chaos, fleeing in every direction. Many battles between the Phoenix and Qilin clans even encroached upon the Dragon clan's territory, resulting in numerous Dragon clan disciples meeting their demise at the fringes of the battlefield. Within the Dragon clan, the elders clamored for Long to lead the Dragon clan members into the fray, seeking retribution for their fallen brethren. As the elders' voices rose in fervor, many younger Dragon clan members echoed their calls outside the Grand Hall. Inside, Long cast a troubled glance at Luo, furrowing his brow as he said, "My lord, what should we do about this?" Luo observed the fervent calls of the Dragon clan elders and the numerous disciples outside the hall. Shaking his head slightly, he then spoke slowly. "This is but the will of heaven. We must proceed with caution." Hearing this, Long nodded, then stepped outside the Grand Hall, observing the Dragon elders and disciples fervently shouting. He proclaimed in a resonant voice, "The Feng clan and the Qilin tribe have become excessively arrogant and detestable, repeatedly taking the lives of our Dragon why valiant brethren of the Dragon clan. Follow me, your ancestor, as we charge forth to avenge our fallen brethren and seek justice." With his words echoing in the air, Long manifested his towering dragon form, soaring into the sky as he sped towards the primordial continent. The multitude of Dragon elders and disciples below swiftly transformed into their true forms, trailing behind Long as they raced towards the primordial continent. Above the primordial land, countless dragons filled the sky, a dark mass that blotted out the sun as they surged towards the battlefield of the two clans. Within the dragon realm, the ginseng doll cast a worried glance at the departing figure of Long, then turned to Luo and inquired, "Master, do you think this slippery fellow will encounter any issues?" Upon hearing the ginseng doll's words, Luo's face involuntarily displayed a hint of helplessness. He then replied, "This is simply the fate that awaits him. After this battle, the three clans will retreat, which is the will of the heavenly Tao. We cannot intervene." Hearing Luo's words, the ginseng doll's eyes reflected a flicker of concern. Subsequently, Luo gazed towards the heavens, surprise flickering in his eyes before he chuckled softly. "I see. In that case, I must also involve myself in this matter." Without waiting for the ginseng doll to respond, Luo grasped the ginseng doll and enveloped it within his powers, then sped towards the chaotic void in midair. The biting cold wind howled, and in mere moments, Luo concealed his form and arrived in the midst of chaos. Within the chaos, violent winds raged, and countless disordered rules roamed freely. Luo concealed himself and peered towards the direction of the battle between the three clans. Amidst the chaos, the demon ancestor Luo Hu lay hidden, wielding the god-slaying spear that radiated terrifying rules, which seemed to stabilize the surrounding chaotic energies. Not far behind him, Hong Jun stood still, holding a whisk, his cold gaze fixed on Luo Hu, an aura of slaughter manifesting palpably around him. Time passed, and the battle among the three clans intensified, the ominous aura in the sky growing ever denser. From the primordial continent below, waves of potent killing intent and malice surged upwards, ascending into the chaotic void. Upon witnessing this, Luo Hu's eyes gleamed with delight. He inhaled deeply, drawing in the heavy killing intent and malice, a satisfied expression settling on his face. Just then, from not far behind him, the concealed Hong Jun suddenly swung his whisk towards Luo Hu. Countless rules were shattered by the whisk, dissipating entirely into the chaos. The impact of the whisk struck Luo Hu fiercely, causing a thunderous roar as he was launched away, landing miles distant. Chapter 28. The chaos war. Once Luo Hu regained his footing and looked back, he immediately spotted Hong Jun's smiling face. Enraged, he bellowed, "You old fool Hong Jun! How dare you conspire against me? You shall be punished." As his words fell, the god-slaying spear manifested in his hand, and he charged towards Hong Jun. Unfazed, Hong Jun maintained his smile and replied, "My friend, You have incited the war among the three clans, causing a calamity to arise in the primordial realm. A grave sin indeed. I am here to enact divine punishment on your behalf. I advise you to tread carefully." Luo Hu pressed forward, a cold glint in his eyes as he retorted, "What a grandiloquent excuse. Do you take me for a fool? I am well aware that the recent thunderous calamities were orchestrated by you." "Old man." With that, he swept the god-slaying spear, creating ripples through the chaos. Countless murderous energies emerged from the spear's tip, transforming into sharp beams that surged towards Hong Jun, observing the gathering killing intent before him. Hong Jun remained unfazed, lightly waving his whisk to shatter the murderous energies into fragments. He then raised his hand, summoning countless threads from the whisk's end, which coalesced into ropes binding Luo Hu. This whisk was a primordial treasure, capable of both offense and defense, now used by Hong Jun to create a cage, temporarily trapping Luo Hu. However, it was not long before Luo Hu broke free from the confinement, escaping its grasp. Seeing this, Hong Jun's expression shifted, and celestial laws began to ascend behind him, transforming into phantoms that surged towards Luo Hu. Luo Hu chuckled coldly, his figure expanding several-fold as demonic energy enveloped him. He wielded the god-slaying spear, shattering the phantoms that approached him. Concealed in the shadows, Luya's face displayed surprise. Luo Hu had grown significantly stronger since the opening of the heavens, even seemingly surpassing Hong Jun, which took him aback. Above the chaos, the eye of the heavenly Tao opened, gazing down upon the two combatants, then swiftly shifted its focus to Luya, filled with resentment. Luya, noticing the resentment within the eye, chuckled softly, preparing to depart. This was a battle between two mighty beings, the apex of divine and demonic forces within the primordial realm. It was best to refrain from interference. Just as Luya was about to turn away, Hong Jun suddenly called out, "Since my friend is already here, why not join me in vanquishing this scoundrel?" Taken aback, Luya froze. He understood that Hong Jun's words were directed at him, yet he was puzzled as to how Hong Jun knew of his hidden presence. Could it be the eye of the heavenly Tao's doing? Not only Luya, but even Luo Hu, engaged in battle with Hong Jun, paused, his grip on the god-slaying spear tightening as he scanned the surroundings, seemingly trying to locate Luya. Hong Jun, noticing this, halted in the chaos and turned to the spot where Luya concealed himself. "Slowly speaking, my friend possesses the diagram of the god-slaying sword. There will surely be a confrontation in the future. Why not join me today in eliminating this villain, sparing you future troubles?" Realizing he had been exposed, Luya manifested his form. Smiling at the two, he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, saying, "The matters between you two friends need not involve me. I am merely a passerby, here to witness the spectacle. Please continue." With that, Luya attempted to depart. However, before he could leave, Hong Jun remarked with a smile, "Even if you depart today, trouble will still find you in the future, for the diagram of the god-slaying sword is a rare treasure. Should Luo Hu survive this encounter, he will undoubtedly seek retribution from you." The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Luya turned back, grinning at Luo Hu, and asked, "Oh, will you?" Luo Hu cursed inwardly, but shook his head defiantly. "Naturally not. Treasures belong to those worthy of them. Your previous words were indeed enlightening, and I will not seek vengeance afterward." Despite his declaration of not seeking vengeance, Luo Hu knew that if he succeeded in taking that crucial step, killing Hong Jun would make him the first to eliminate this thief who had stolen his diagram of the god-slaying sword. Hong Jun, hearing Luo Hu's words, smiled at Luya and asked, "Can you trust him?" Luya grinned and replied, "Indeed." As his words fell, he turned to leave. Seeing this, a glimmer of joy appeared on Luo Hu's face, and he swung the god-slaying spear, charging towards Hong Jun. Yet, before he could reach Hong Jun, the diagram of the god-slaying sword rose before him, four swords aligning to form a terrifying cage, enveloping him entirely. Before him, Hong Jun bore a smile, lightly waving his whisk towards Luo Hu. Countless celestial laws surged forth, racing towards Luo Hu. Luo Hu, witnessing this, erupted in fury. "How can you, a deceitful scoundrel, go back on your word? Luo, upon hearing this, smiled and replied, "It is truly surprising that the mighty demon ancestor would utter such words." Upon hearing these words, Luo Hu was nearly driven to the brink of fury, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Surrounding him, the four swords of extermination soared through the air, their boundless sword energy erupting forth as if to rend the very fabric of the void. The celestial laws were also closing in on him, seemingly poised to strike Luo Hu directly. His expression shifted dramatically as he swept the god-slaying spear in a desperate attempt to force his way through the blockade created by the extermination sword diagram. However, this diagram was an exceptional treasure, now under the control of Luo, who could effortlessly evade its grasp. And no matter the means Luo Hu employed, he remained ensnared within the confines of the extermination sword diagram. In the next moment, Luo Hu let out a long howl, and countless dark figures surged towards the chaos below. They crashed into the cage formed by the extermination sword diagram, unleashing a terrifying roar. In an instant, 6 or 7 figures cloaked in black collided with the cage, self-destructing to create a fissure in the barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Hu escaped through the opening, hovering amidst the chaos. His cold gaze fixated on the 2 figures before him. These beings were the great Luo golden immortal level, birthed through secret methods to incite war among the 3 tribes that his surprise. They had now come to his rescue. Not far in front of him, a look of astonishment crossed Luo's face as he hadn't anticipated that Luo Hu could escape in such a manner. Beside him, Hong Jun slowly spoke. "If you are concealing your true abilities, my friend, that would pose a significant problem." Chapter 29. Do not come any closer. Upon hearing Hong Jun's words, a chill flickered across Luo's face as he retorted defiantly. "Then I implore you to reveal your trump cards, so that I may witness your prowess." Luo's words elicited a smile from Hong Jun, who then lightly pointed at Luo Hu with his finger. Instantly, the previously chaotic rules within the chaos began to subtly coalesce, transforming into long whips that lashed out towards Luo Hu. Luo Hu's expression changed drastically as he incredulously exclaimed, "You can actually manipulate the laws of heaven?" Before his words could fully escape, the whips formed from the rules had already reached him. He hastily swung the god-slaying spear to deflect them, shattering each whip with precision. Yet, in the next moment, an overwhelming surge of celestial laws manifested beside him, leaving him no time to react. They morphed into sharp blades, etching numerous wounds upon his body. Blood of the demons spilled across the chaos. With a pained cry, Luo Hu attempted to retreat. If it were only Hong Jun, he might still possess some confidence in defeating him and advancing further. However, now he faced 2 formidable great Luo golden immortal level beings. Even with all his extraordinary means, victory was impossible. He could only strive to escape, convinced that lingering any longer would lead to his demise in the chaos. As Luo Hu prepared to flee, Luo flicked his fingers lightly, causing a crisp sound of sword chimes to resonate from the 4 swords of extermination. The swords tore through the chaos, slicing through the rules, and appeared directly before Luo Hu. Unleashing a dazzling burst of sword light aimed at him in the blink of an eye, deep, bone-revealing wounds were etched upon Luo Hu's form, effectively trapping him within the chaos. Seeing this, a cold expression crossed Luo Hu's face as he implored, "Spare me, my friend, I am willing to overlook the matter of the extermination sword diagram." Luo smiled lightly and replied, "What are you saying, my friend? The extermination sword diagram is rightfully yours. Please feel free to take it." As his words fell, the 4 swords of extermination erupted once more, sending forth an astonishing brilliance towards Luo Hu. Inwardly cursing, Luo Hu raised his god-slaying spear to defend himself, scattering the oncoming sword lights. Simultaneously, Hong Jun's whisk reached Luo Hu in an instant, striking fiercely. With a swift motion, it shattered Luo Hu's right eye, and the laws of heaven wreaked havoc upon the wound, preventing any healing. Luo Hu let out a wretched scream as demonic energy surged, restoring his right eye to its former state. This brutal method dissipated the heavenly laws from the wound, leaving Luo Hu heavily drained. His aura significantly weakened. Luo, observing this, bore a cold expression as chaos surged behind him, manifesting before him. He raised his hand and flicked his fingers, striking the chaos bell. The sound of the bell resonated, and terrifying ripples swiftly spread outwards. Waves of rules coalesced, shattering countless disordered rules as they surged toward Luo Hu in a mere instant. The ripples reached him, sweeping over him like a flood. They shattered the surrounding demonic energy and completely ruptured his armor, causing streams of demonic blood to flow. Not to be outdone, Hong Jun threw a small sword from his waist, absorbing the chaotic rules within the chaos. The sword rapidly expanded, growing several times larger in the blink of an eye. And with a gentle clap from Hong Jun, it soared through the air, aimed directly at Luo Hu. Just as Luo Hu attempted to react, the sword was already upon him, slicing effortlessly through his neck and severing his head in an instant. Amidst the chaos, Luo Hu's severed head wailed incessantly, while his headless body, infused with demonic energy, wielded the god-slaying spear wildly, shattering the chaotic rules. Countless tendrils of demonic energy surged, striving to reconnect his head with his body. Hong Jun's voice echoed, "If you do not act now, my friend, when will you?" Upon hearing this, Luo hesitated not, summoning the 4 primordial elements of earth, water, fire, and wind within himself. They materialized before him, slowly forming a terrifying divine power, which he unleashed upon Luo Hu's headless body. Boom! The attack struck Luo Hu's headless form, and the 4 primordial elements erupted, obliterating it into fragments. Only Luo Hu's head remained, floating amidst the chaos, wailing in despair. Around his head, torrents of demonic energy swirled, attempting to form a new body beneath it for him to inhabit. Yet before it could fully materialize, a single sweep from Hong Jun's whisk shattered it to pieces. In the chaos, Luo Hu's head suddenly bellowed, "Old Hong Jun, you little thief Luo, you conspire with the heavenly path to trap me, yet you cannot kill me. On the day of my return, it shall be your day of reckoning." Hearing this, Luo furrowed his brow and raised his hand, gripping the air. Instantly, countless rules surged forth, enveloping Luo Hu's head. The power of the explosion built up rapidly. Yet Luo Hu's head remained unaffected, sustaining no damage. Luo Hu laughed heartily. "Do you not understand why the heavenly path has you act? It is because even it cannot slay me." "Ha!" Luo turned to Hong Jun, who merely shook his head. Though they were not indestructible in the chaos, it was exceedingly difficult to eradicate their existence entirely. Unless Pangu were to return, their annihilation would remain a formidable challenge. Clearing his throat, Hong Jun spoke. "Thank you for your assistance, my friend. Since this demonic form of Luo Hu has been destroyed by you, I shall leave this matter in your capable hands." Before Luo could respond, Hong Jun vanished without a trace. In the chaos, Luo Hu laughed maniacally. "Old Hong Jun continues to be as shameless as ever. The day I return shall be your day of demise." Hearing Luo Hu's declaration, a strange smile crept across Luo's face as he slowly replied, "Do you truly believe yourself to be indestructible?" Luo Hu, brimming with confidence, declared, "Naturally." Luo nodded. "If that is the case, this matter shall be easily resolved." Upon hearing this, a chill ran through Luo Hu, and he instinctively asked, "What do you intend to do?" "Do not approach me." Luo chuckled softly, offering no words as he inscribed numerous seals upon Luo Hu's head, completely sealing it away. He then stored it within the chaos bell and calmly declared, "If you are truly indestructible, does this not make you an ideal shield?" With that, he retrieved the god-slaying spear from the scattered chaos. Descending towards the primordial continent below, Chapter 30, The War of the Three Races, Luo raced forward, hurtling towards the primordial continent below, surrounded by an endless dance of laws that manifested as intricate marks of order. Presently, the head of Luo Hu was sealed within the chaos bell. Although he was unaware of why he could not completely annihilate Luo Hu, the explosion of its body and the confinement of its head within itself should pose no issue. As for where its remains would fall in the mortal realm, he deemed it unnecessary to concern himself. Gazing down, he observed that the war among the 3 clans on the primordial continent had escalated to a fervent climax. Initially, it was merely the Qilin clan and the Feng clan embroiled in incessant disputes, with conflicts erupting frequently, even culminating in a war that exhausted the strength of their entire clans. However, with the Dragon Clan now intervening, an unexpected synergy seemed to arise between the two, leading them to unite against the Dragon Clan. Consequently, the Dragon Clan, which had only just entered the battlefield, suffered the most severe losses, including the demise of several elders and numerous elite disciples. On the battlefield, the Ying Long roared into existence, revealing its true form to confront the ancestral figures of the Yuan Feng and the Qilin clan. In the skies above, the colossal true dragon clashed with the Yuan Feng and a gigantic Qilin, causing the air to shimmer with a movement of laws and radiant colors. The cacophony of thunderous roars reverberated through the air, sending ripples of battle that knocked the disciples of the three clans far away. Below, the cries of anguish continued as the disciples of the three clans fought fiercely, the stench of blood rising to merge into the crimson clouds above. The atmosphere above the primordial realm grew increasingly heavy with calamity, seemingly reaching its zenith. Just as Luo was about to arrive at the battlefield, a figure clad in a Taoist robe suddenly materialized before him. It was none other than Hong Jun, who had departed earlier. Upon encountering Luo again, Hong Jun could not help but reveal a hint of awkwardness. He had previously fled when he discovered Luo, whose head could not be destroyed, leaving this dilemma for Luo to resolve. Had it not been for the concern that Luo's entrance might disrupt the grand conflict of the three clans and defy the will of heaven, rendering his transaction with the heavenly Tao void, he likely would not have reappeared before Luo. After all, from his perspective, while Luo had cultivated for a relatively short time, he possessed considerable audacity and formidable strength. Wielding numerous spiritual treasures, the two were nearly evenly matched in combat prowess. Thus he was reluctant to confront Luo directly. Looking at Luo, Hong Jun spoke slowly. If you intervene in this matter, it may well contravene the will of heaven. Luo, taken aback by these words, raised his head to see the emerging form of the will of heaven, now surveying the two from the clouds. He could clearly discern the eyes of the heavenly will, filled with resentment. Could this be related to his prior cultivation when he absorbed and refined the four primordial elements? Luo smiled at the heavenly will, exuding an air of harmlessness. Yet, in the eyes of the heavenly will, this appeared as a deliberate provocation, intensifying the resentment emanating from it. Luo was momentarily stunned, then helplessly shook his head and turned to Hong Jun, saying, "Rest assured, I shall not overly involve myself in the war of the three clans, but I must protect certain individuals." Hearing this, Hong Jun nodded slightly, aware through the heavenly will that the Ying Long was a companion of Luo. However, he was surprised that this Ying Long could muster a group within the primordial realm, which was quite astonishing. Below, the Ying Long, colossal in size and towering like a mountain, was engaged in battle with the ancestral figures of the Qilin clan and the Feng clan. The laws around the Ying Long manifested as marks of order, effectively countering the divine abilities of the Yuan Feng and the primordial Qilin. In the war of the three clans, the Dragon Clan possessed the strongest physical form, while the Feng clan excelled in recovery and was adept at rebirth. The Qilin clan, apart from their sensitivity to the nuances of the world, had no significant strengths. Now that the two had united, they were merely able to stalemate with the Ying Long if this continued. Barring a desperate gamble, it would be difficult to achieve any resolution. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Dragon Clan, besieged by the two clans, faced dire losses, with many perishing and others sustaining injuries, leading to a significant reduction in their numbers. If this persisted, it was likely that the younger generation of the Dragon Clan would face extinction. The Ying Long, engaged in combat with the ancestral figures above, recognized this urgent situation and in a moment of desperation, unleashed a torrent of laws. Manifesting as dragon seals, these laws surged forth towards the two adversaries. The primordial Qilin let out a sinister laugh, declaring, "Feng Zhu, we shall hold this beast at bay until the Dragon Clan below is eradicated, and the ancestral dragon will surely perish." Yuan Feng, fully aware of their intent, responded with a light chuckle. "Indeed, that is how it should be." As they spoke, their true forms danced around the Ying Long, skillfully evading a direct confrontation. Below, the cries of the dragon clan echoed continuously as their disciples fell victim to the joint assault of the Qilin and Feng clans. The Yinglong's eyes blazed with fury as it cried out, "I beseech the Lord to intervene." Its voice resonated with such power that it spread across a vast distance. Upon hearing this, Luo's face broke into a smile, and he turned to Hong Jun, however. Hong Jun shook his head slightly, warning, "Friend, you must not intervene." Luo raised his gaze and noted that the manifestation of the heavenly will had not dissipated. It remained with an expression of resentment, gazing down at the two. Gradually, it spoke, "Fear not, I shall not interfere." As these words fell, a ginseng doll suddenly leapt onto Luo's shoulder, rubbing its eyes in confusion. It asked, "Master, have we finished off the bad guys?" Luo replied with a smile, "If you do not descend soon, little Yinglong may be killed." Upon hearing this, the ginseng doll mumbled a few words, muttering something about it being fine to be killed and that it should have been made in a dragon head soup long ago, before directly plummeting into the primordial realm. Observing this, Hong Jun was momentarily taken aback and was about to reach out to retrieve the ginseng doll when Luo intervened. Stopping him, Luo chuckled, "Friend, I have not participated in the war of the three clans to D. You truly wish to intervene." Hearing Luo's words, Hong Jun's expression became awkward, and he helplessly glanced at the manifestation of the heavenly will above. The heavenly will's demeanor grew increasingly grim, its surrounding resentment almost spilling over, as if the primordial realm were on the verge of upheaval. Luo shrugged, stating, "I have not provoked you." Below, in the primordial realm, on the battlefield of the three clans, upon hearing the Yinglong's desperate call, both the primordial Qilin and Yuan Feng instinctively grew wary. However, after waiting for a considerable time, they were surprised to see a mere spiritual plant creature approach and could not help but laugh. "You slippery eel, do you truly believe such trivial tricks can deceive us?" Seeing that Luo had not arrived, but only the ginseng doll instead, the Yinglong displayed a look of astonishment. It then observed the ginseng doll mumbling to itself while waving its tiny hand. An endless stream of vital energy cascaded down, merging into the bodies of the Yinglong and the Dragon Clan disciples below. In an instant, the battlefield transformed dramatically. Chapter 31. The conclusion of the great battle. As the ginseng doll waved its tiny hand, boundless vital energy descended from the heavens, infusing into the Yinglong, who was entangled with the ancestral figures of the Qilin clan and Yuan Feng, spreading a wave of terrifying vitality throughout its body. Within moments, the injuries of the Yinglong began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Not only it, but the younger disciples of the Dragon Clan engaged in battle on the primordial continent also experienced instantaneous recovery upon receiving the vital energy. Suddenly, the Dragon Clan's morale surged, their roars echoing, overwhelming the Qilin and Feng clans, who found it difficult to breathe. The ancestral figure of the Qilin clan, witnessing this, howled with a twisted expression, "Who dares to interfere in our battle of the three clans? Do you not fear being entangled in this karma and hunted down by our kin?" The ancestral figure of the Feng clan also shouted, "If you cease your actions now, we shall consider this matter as if it never happened. You may depart unharmed." Upon hearing the words of the two ancestral figures, the younger disciples of the Dragon Clan erupted into laughter. They knew well that the one who intervened was a close friend of their own ancestor. How could they possibly allow the Dragon Clan to be extinguished simply because of the words of these two ancestral figures? The ginseng doll muttered, "Two fools, it's time to finish this slippery eel and make soup. Do I really need to intervene now?" As the words fell, the figure made another move, and a torrent of vitality surged forth in an instant. Countless streams of energy cascaded down like a torrential rain, merging into the bodies of the Dragon Clan members present, transforming into waves of life that continuously mended their injuries. The enigmatic circumstances on the battlefield of the three clans continued, as numerous dragon descendants fought valiantly, without fear of death. The united forces of the Qilin and Feng clans were gradually pushed back. Meanwhile, in the skies above, the primordial Qilin and the original Feng, upon witnessing the hidden figure's relentless assault, grew increasingly frenzied, exacerbating the already one-sided situation. With an immediate roar, They ceased their previous hesitant approach and became exceptionally fierce. However, with the assistance of the ginseng doll, the Yinglong's fighting spirit intensified as well. Amidst the clouds of the heavens, the manifestation of the heavenly Tao watched the fierce battle below among the three clans, its resentment growing ever more intense. Though this calamity was instigated by Luo Hu, it was already within his will. Now, the situation had shifted dramatically, far beyond his expectations. Ultimately, it was all due to that little thief who had stolen the four elements of creation. The manifestation of the heavenly Tao began to twist. Its eyes filled with an increasingly terrifying resentment, before it let out a cold snort and vanished in a thin eye in the void. Hong Jun gazed at the formidable display of the dragon clan below, momentarily taken aback. Though previously halted by Luo, he had not anticipated that a mere ginseng doll of the great Luo caliber could directly alter the course of battle. Not only had the conflict among the three ancestral clans turned, but even the battle below had been completely reversed. This ginseng doll was nothing short of a loophole beneath the heavenly Tao. Observing Hong Jun's expression, Luo helplessly raised his hands and said, "My friend, I did not intervene." Hearing this, Hong Jun nodded awkwardly and then vanished without a trace. He understood that, even if Luo remained passive, the mere presence of the ginseng doll was sufficient to turn the tide of this calamity. Although the calamity did not unfold as the heavenly Tao had anticipated, it was still adequate, hence the heavenly Tao would not intervene out of anger. Once Hong Jun departed, Luo continued to survey the changes in the wilderness below, chuckling softly before returning to the ancestral grounds of the dragon clan. Time flows like clouds and shadows. The battle among the three clans had persisted for an indeterminate duration, resulting in heavy losses for the dragon clan. Even with the ginseng doll's intervention, the dragon clan suffered over 70% casualties. The other two clans similarly endured losses of 70 to 80%. Amidst the clouds, the ancestral elder of the Qilin clan spat blood from his mouth. One of his eyes completely obliterated, now tainted with the dragon clan's energy, rendering it impossible to heal. The right wing of the original Feng was also shattered, one of its claws split open, causing feathers to rain down. In contrast, the Yinglong, who fought against two opponents, appeared far less disheveled. Despite sustaining injuries, he was healing rapidly. Meanwhile, the hidden ginseng doll looked pale and breathless, muttering, "If this doesn't end soon, I will truly have the master make soup out of you." As if sensing the ginseng doll's inner monologue, the Yinglong roared, sweeping its tail to strike the already gravely injured original Feng downwards. It plummeted to the primordial continent, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater, causing numerous casualties among the three clans. The original Feng struggled to rise, surveying the devastated landscape of the primordial continent and the heavily afflicted Feng clan. Crying out in anguish, "Feng clan, follow me out to fight." In an instant, the original Feng's voice echoed across the battlefield, prompting countless Feng clan descendants to lift their heads, each one battered and covered in blood. Followed the original Feng in a desperate charge from the battlefield. The primordial Qilin, engaged in battle with the Yinglong, nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood upon witnessing the Feng ancestor leading the Feng clan away. He could hardly believe the swift decisiveness of the Feng ancestor, who had chosen to retreat with the Feng clan descendants. Just as he was stunned, the Yinglong's front paw crushed the remaining good eye of the primordial Qilin, shattering it to pieces. Yinglong, the original Qilin cried out, "Y clan has suffered over 80% casualties. If this continues, the Qilin clan will be annihilated." A Qilin elder below roared, blood-soaked and with shattered scales. The Qilin ancestor hesitated, his chest heaving, before bellowing, "Withdraw. Follow me to the ancestral grounds. Seal the mountains." The primordial Qilin's command resonated across the battlefield, and the remaining Qilin elders echoed, "Withdraw. Withdraw. Follow the ancestor out of the battlefield." Below, the younger generation of the Qilin clan began to gather slowly, then followed the primordial Qilin in an exodus from the battlefield. The Yinglong, observing this, did not impede their retreat, quietly gazing down at the remaining dragon clan descendants, now numbering less than 30%, a glimmer of compassion flashing in its eyes. Just as it felt a pang of sorrow, from amidst the clouds, the ginseng doll, having exhausted its life essence, fell from the skies. The Yinglong swiftly caught it and called out, "We return to the clan? Return! Return!" As the Yinglong's roar echoed, the remaining dragon descendants joined in a chorus, following the Yinglong back to their ancestral grounds. At this moment in the dragon clan's ancestral hall, Luo sat, with the astonished Hong Jun beside him gazing at the skies. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Master, the bloodlust seems to have diminished." Luo chuckled. The calamity has concluded. The wilderness can now rest peacefully for a while. Upon hearing Luo's words, Hong Jun also smiled and remarked, "With the conclusion of the battle among the three clans, they will likely need thousands of years to recuperate and regain some vitality." Luo replied with a smile, "Indeed, yet with the retreat of the three clans, it seems a new protagonist will emerge in the wilderness." Hong Jun paused, then nodded in agreement. Previously, the three clans held a dominant position in the Primordial continent. Their strength formidable, with a vast distribution and numerous subordinate races, they could be regarded as the main protagonists of the wilderness. However, given their heavy losses, they risked being surpassed by some rising talents. Just then, Luo suddenly looked toward the distant horizon, where a dark mass of dragon descendants returned. The Yinglong cradled the exhausted ginseng doll, leading the dragon offspring back to their clan. The young dragons bore injuries or carried the bodies of their fallen kin. Regardless of life or death, all returned to the dragon clan. As they approached, the Yinglong looked at Luo seated in the hall, alongside Hong Jun, gently placing the ginseng doll upon the dais. He then spoke slowly. "Thank you, Master, for your assistance. Otherwise, our dragon clan would surely have perished at the hands of the other two clans." Although Luo had not directly intervened, without his decree, the ginseng doll would not have been able to lend its aid. Without the ginseng doll, the dragon clan would have been trapped between the assaults of the Qilin and Feng clans, leading to their total destruction, with all young dragons perishing in this battle. Luo waved his hand slightly and said, "No need for thanks. However, you must now retreat to the four seas and refrain from stepping onto the primordial continent for 1,000 years." Upon hearing this, the Yinglong displayed a look of confusion, yet he trusted Luo and refrained from arguing, as their ancestral grounds lay within the four seas. Even without Luo's command, it was unlikely the dragon clan would venture beyond their ancestral grounds for a millennium. The Yinglong nodded, affirming, "I shall abide by the master's decree." Following closely behind, the dragon elders gazed at the exhausted ginseng doll within the hall, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, little immortal, for your assistance. We are eternally grateful." The ginseng doll, appearing pitiable, approached Luo, its face full of grievance. Luo smiled and shook his head, then gently touched the ginseng doll's forehead with his finger. A radiant light burst forth from his fingertip, entering the ginseng doll's body. In an instant, it transformed into a torrent of formidable magical energy, swirling within the ginseng doll, replenishing its depleted form. Within moments, the ginseng doll's complexion improved significantly, and rich vitality began to emanate from around it once more, as if it had never participated in battle, even hinting at a subtle enhancement in its cultivation. Witnessing this, the Yinglong couldn't help but click its tongue in envy. The dragon elders behind him were utterly shaken. Gazing at Luo with fervent reverence in their eyes, at that moment, they finally understood why their clan leader held Luo in such high esteem. The mere display of power today was enough to overshadow the entire dragon clan. Luo slowly spoke. "You have made the greatest contribution this time. I will not forget it." The ginseng doll nodded repeatedly, expressing, "Thank you, master. Thank you." Yinglong, filled with envy, spoke up. "You little rascal merely waved your hand amidst the clouds and received such generous gifts from the master. It truly makes me envious beyond measure." Upon hearing this, the Renshan doll's expression darkened, and he retorted, "How audacious! I was the first to follow the master, and by the reckoning of time, you ought to address me as elder brother. Your audacity, little loach, is growing increasingly brazen." Yinglong, at a loss for words, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "With your level of cultivation, how can you claim the title of elder brother? It is far better for you to dutifully remain a younger brother, allowing me to care for you properly." After hearing Yinglong's words, the Renshan doll snorted coldly and ominously declared, "If I had not intervened in this battle, you would have long since been turned into loach soup by others. How dare you speak so brazenly here?" Yinglong chuckled. "Even if you had not intervened, the master would have acted. The Ren-Shandal's face flushed with anger, and spiritual energy surged from his 7 orifices. This scene left the dragon elders in the grand hall utterly astonished. It was the first time they had witnessed their ancestor bickering with another. They resembled newborn dragons, displaying an innocence that was quite amusing. Luo observed the bickering duo with a wry smile, then addressed Inglong. You two have been squabbling since the days of Kunlun Mountain and have yet to change your ways. It is indeed remarkable. Upon hearing Luo's words, the Ren-Shandal and Inglong immediately ceased their banter, regarding Luo with utmost respect. Since this matter is settled, you may accompany me and need not remain guarding the dragon clan. Inglong was momentarily taken aback by this, then nodded deeply. Indeed, during his earlier years at Kunlun Mountain, he had understood that his destiny lay within the primordial chaos, which prompted him to request the master to abandon the mountain in search of opportunities. In retrospect, it seemed that his departure was not merely a pursuit of fortune, but rather a preordained necessity that required the strength of a clan to navigate the tribulations of the primordial world, bringing forth new beings and races. Reflecting on this, it appeared that all was already calculated within the design of the heavenly Tao. With a deep sigh, Inglong turned to the remaining dragon elders in the hall and declared, "After I depart, you must retreat to the 4 seas, and for a millennium, you are prohibited from stepping foot on the primordial continent." Upon hearing Inglong's words, the dragon elders' expressions turned mournful as they collectively responded, "We shall dutifully abide by the ancestor's decree." Once the words fell, they raised their heads, only to find that Luo's captivating figure had long since vanished, above the ancestral land of the dragon clan. Amidst the clouds, Inglong transformed into a 100-foot-long dragon, propelling Luo and the others swiftly into the primordial realm. Before departing, he cast a lingering glance at the dragon descendants, as if to imprint their images in his mind. Aside from the dragons, the Qilin clan also seemed to have retreated into their ancestral domain, raising a barrier that rendered them seemingly absent from the primordial world. Occasionally, faint coughing sounds could be heard emanating from the original Qilin ancestral land. Meanwhile, after returning to their ancestral domain, the Yuanfeng also activated a great formation, sealing the gates of their homeland, and subsequently fell into a state of seclusion. This battle had left not only the Qilin clan's ancestor severely injured, but it also gravely wounded the Yuanfeng. Now, she could only attempt to undergo a rebirth in seclusion to ensure her survival. After all, compared to Inglong, both clans lacked formidable backing. Surviving the calculations of the heavenly Tao was already a significant feat. Living was the priority. Chapter 33. The Ancestor of the Underworld River. Now, in the primordial realm, the great war among the 3 clans had concluded, with the dragon clan retreating to the 4 seas, while the Qilin and Phoenix clans returned to their respective ancestral lands to recuperate. This allowed the once devastated land to regain a semblance of vitality, as various beings roamed about, seeking opportunities. With the recent cessation of the 3-clan conflict and the diminishing of the calamity, the primordial world was now rife with chances. Furthermore, with no figures of the Luo golden immortal caliber present, the beings in this realm could breathe a little easier. Within the clouds, a 100-foot dragon soared through the skies, with Luo and the others seated cross-legged upon its head. The Ren-Shandal, grasping a dragon horn, cheerfully exclaimed, "You little loach truly have no shame. Back when we were at Kunlun Mountain, you told the master you wished to venture into the primordial world for opportunities. And who would have thought you ended up spawning an entire race? How embarrassing." Hearing this, both Luo and Hong Jun couldn't help but chuckle. Inglong, however, shook his head in annoyance and replied, "What do you know? Little brat, procreation is a significant aspect of life. You are oblivious to the joys it entails." The Ren-Shandal snorted derisively, asserting, "If it weren't for my intervention, your dragon clan would have been obliterated." Inglong countered, "You are mistaken. Even without you, the master would have acted. This has been stated before." The Ren-Shandal, feeling dissatisfied, huffed twice and shook Inglong's dragon horn vigorously, but a look of helplessness appeared in Inglong's eyes as he continued to fly onward. Suddenly, a surge of malevolent energy arose before them, accompanied by a heavy scent of blood permeating the air. Inglong frowned slightly and lowered his gaze to the earth. Below, a sea of blood lay sprawled across the land. the source of the intense malevolence and sanguine aroma emanating from it. Just as Yinglong pondered departing, he suddenly heard Lu Ya's voice. "Let us descend and investigate." Yinglong acquiesced and flew toward the sea of blood below. The Renshandal, perched on Lu Ya's shoulder, looked puzzled and inquired, "Master, why must we descend? This is merely a sea of congealed filth." He glanced at the blood sea below, although there was a faint aura of spiritual treasures emanating from it. The blood and malevolent energy contained within were overwhelming. Given the master's current strength, it seemed unnecessary to retrieve any treasures from this location. Just as everyone was engulfed in confusion, Lu Ya spoke again. "Indeed, this is precisely the demonic blood left behind when I and that old man Hong Jun vanquished Luo Hu. I never expected it to have transformed into a vast sea of blood." Upon hearing this, the others gazed at the blood sea below with curiosity. It was well known that Luo, who was the progenitor of the demonic path, and his essence was demonic blood. The existence of a blood sea formed from such essence must possess some extraordinary qualities. As Lu Ya and the others approached the blood sea, they beheld, at its very center, a treasure resembling a placenta, beneath which sat a figure clad in blood-red robes. This individual was none other than the ancestor of the underworld river, born from the blood sea that had formed from the demonic blood since the moment Lu Ya and Hong Jun defeated Luo. Though his existence had been brief, he had already reached the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm. In theory, he should have been considered a top-tier combatant in this primordial realm where Noda Luo golden immortals resided. However, today he sensed a formidable presence approaching his blood sea, which sent waves of panic coursing through him. One must understand that this blood sea was situated in a remote location. Not only was it rare for anyone to reach this place, even passing by was uncommon. How could such a powerful being be coming his way? Could it be that they sensed the extraordinary nature of this placenta and sought to claim it for themselves? As this thought crossed his mind, the ancestor of the underworld river trembled, fear flickering in his eyes. If indeed a powerful being had set its sights on this placenta, should he resist to the death or surrender it willingly? Just as the ancestor of the underworld river wrestled with his thoughts, Lu Ya and the others had already arrived at the edge of the blood sea. The Renshin doll gazed at the center of the blood sea and huffed in dissatisfaction. "This little fellow has quite the air. Knowing the master has arrived, he still dares to remain hidden." Beside him, Yinglong and Hong Yun nodded in agreement. They had made their presence known upon arrival, and logically, the ancestor of the blood sea should have come forth to pay his respects. Why had he not yet made an appearance? Just as everyone pondered this, Lu Ya chuckled lightly. Given his current cultivation, he could easily perceive the trembling figure of the ancestor of the underworld river beneath the blood sea, his face a mask of terror, as if it were right before him. Moments later, the ancestor of the underworld river revealed a determined expression, straightened his robes, and stepped forth from the blood sea. His demeanor was one of vigilance, as if facing a formidable enemy, which was quite amusing to behold. Yet the next moment, he suddenly bowed his head and said, "I am the junior of the underworld river, paying my respects to all esteemed seniors." The Rinshandal and the others were momentarily taken aback. Initially, it seemed as though the ancestor of the underworld river was prepared to fight to the last breath. However, the next moment, he lowered himself to the lowest of postures to greet them, which was rather unexpected. The Renshandal could not contain his laughter, while Yinglong and Hong Yun also shook with suppressed mirth. Lu shook his head helplessly and addressed the ancestor of the underworld river. "You need not be so tense. I'm not an unreasonable person. Just relax." Upon hearing the words of Lu Ya, the old ancestor of the underworld river let out a slight sigh of relief, though his heart remained vigilant. What did it mean that he was not an unreasonable person? Those who could arrive at the blood sea must surely have their sights set on the placenta within. Such behavior was truly contemptible. The old ancestor of the underworld river secretly cursed. Yes, if he had seen through the old ancestor's thoughts. Lu Ya chuckled lightly and spoke. "Are you worried about that placenta in the blood sea?" The old ancestor's expression remained unchanged, and after clearing his throat, he replied, "How could that be? Senior is not an unreasonable person. Why should I be concerned?" Upon hearing this, the ginseng baby and others burst into hearty laughter. Lu Ya could only sigh helplessly and said, That placenta in the blood sea is indeed a valuable item, yet I do not regard it highly at present. The old ancestor of the underworld river breathed a long sigh of relief upon hearing these words. Suddenly, he realized something and looked at Luya with a tense expression. What did it mean that he did not regard it highly now? Could it be that he intended to take it later? The old ancestor's heart raced with anxiety as he cast a look of grievance towards Lu Wai. Luya smiled and said, "This object is not fated for you, nor for me in the future. A destined person will come to take it away, and at that time, it will also be your opportunity, so you need not worry." Upon hearing Lu Ya's words, the old ancestor of the underworld river instantly wore a look of frustration. What kind of statement was this? Do you not hear what people are saying? Chapter 34. The Blood Sea Azura, the rise of the witch clan. Standing before Luya and the others, the old ancestor of the underworld river was on the verge of tears. He never expected that the dignified and extraordinarily handsome Taoist before him would speak so shamelessly. The placenta of the blood sea was originally his. What did it mean to say it was not fated for him? And what did it mean that a destined person would come to take it away in the future? Moreover, looking at the serious expressions on Luya and the others' faces, it seemed there was indeed some truth to it. With a mournful face, the old ancestor of the underworld river spoke. "I respectfully inform you, Senior, that the placenta of the blood sea is originally mine. How can it be said to be unrelated to me?" Luya smiled knowingly at the old ancestor of the underworld river and said, "Are you certain that this placenta of the blood sea is indeed your possession?" The old ancestor was momentarily taken aback. As if he had thought of something, and an inexplicable sense of loss washed over him, so speak of it. This blood sea was formed from the tainted blood left by Pangu after his demise. Combined with the demonic blood that fell from the sky not long ago, the placenta of the blood sea was indeed transformed from Pangu's tainted blood, but so what? Ultimately, this placenta still belonged to him. Observing the old ancestor's mournful expression, Luya said with a smile, "Rest assured, there will naturally be someone to take away the placenta of the blood sea in the future, and they will leave you immense benefits." Upon hearing this, the old ancestor of the blood sea was momentarily stunned, then inquired, "What immense benefits?" Luya laughed. "The secrets of heaven cannot be leaked." As he spoke, he gazed at the boundless blood sea and softly remarked, "Since we have come to this place, I shall leave you some tokens." With that, he raised his hand and lightly pointed towards the blood sea, a green light shooting forth from his fingertip at great speed. Directly entering the blood sea, the old ancestor's expression changed. This blood sea was his essence. What did this Taoist intend to do? Just as he was filled with doubt, he suddenly felt an increasingly close connection between himself and the blood sea. Within the blood sea, blood surged and rolled ceaselessly, and from it emanated a faint aura of life, manifesting as powerful heartbeats. This scene left everyone dumbfounded, especially the old ancestor of the underworld river, who knew that this blood sea was his essence. Since it had developed intelligence for hundreds of years, it had never experienced such a strange sensation. After the green light merged with the blood sea, an unusual connection seemed to form between him and his essence, akin to a bond of bloodline. Just as he pondered this, a blood-red head slowly rose from beneath the blood sea, breaking the surface and gazing at the old ancestor with delight, exclaiming, "Father Emperor?" Simultaneously, more heads emerged from beneath the blood sea, looking at the old ancestor and similarly calling out, "Father Emperor." The old ancestor was momentarily stunned, and after regaining his senses, he sensed the connection between them and was instantly dumbfounded. This seemed to truly be his offspring. The old ancestor of the underworld river was at a loss, staring at Luya, unsure of what had transpired. Behind Luya, Inglong looked on with envy as figures began to rise from the blood sea. This ability to propagate a race was indeed something he deeply admired. It was worth noting that the dragons he had propagated were a result of fierce combat. How could it be so easy now? If it were truly that easy, the Qilin and Phoenix clans combined would be no match for the Dragon clan, .by that time. They could easily produce 10 billion dragons, and with a single droplet of saliva, could drown that group of fellows. The ginseng baby looked on in disdain. "Stinky loach, wipe your drool. It's about to spill over." Inglong retorted with conviction, "This is dragon saliva. Do you understand what dragon saliva is?" Upon hearing this, the ginseng baby made a face of disgust, then turned away, looking confused at the newly emerged race from the Blood Sea. Hong Jun also wore a peculiar expression, as he could sense that the race within the Blood Sea was extraordinary. Although not top tier, they excelled in numbers. Moreover, he could tell that this newly born race was closely connected to the Blood Sea. As long as the Blood Sea did not dry up, these beings would live eternally. Luo smiled and said, "This is the deposit I leave behind. What do you think?" As he seemed to have clarified his relationship with those offspring, the old ancestor of the underworld river's face lit up with joy. Repeatedly nodding, "What Senior says is true. Treasures belong to those with virtue, a mere placenta of the Blood Sea. If Senior wishes to take it, please feel free to do so." Luo shook his head with a smile and said, "This object is not yet time to come into the world. You should remain here and guard it well." With that, Ying Long manifested 100 Zhonglong dragon form, carrying Luo and the others as they sped away into the distance. Once Luo and the others had left, the old ancestor of the underworld river turned back to the Blood Sea with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Call me Father Emperor." In an instant, the echoes of Father Emperor resounded from the Blood Sea. In the distant clouds, the ginseng baby looked at Luo with confusion and asked, "My lord, if you desire that placenta of the Blood Sea, you could simply take it. Why waste your power to assist in the propagation of a race?" Luo smiled and replied, "This object is related to the beings of the primal chaos. How could it be treated lightly?" After saying this, he fell into a mysterious silence. Meanwhile, as Luo and the others traversed the primal chaos, deep beneath the Buzhou mountain, within the ancestral witch hall, the 12 ancestral witches gathered together. They exchanged knowing glances, and then one of them spoke in a deep voice. "Now that the 3 clans' war has concluded, there is no one in the primal chaos who can stand against us." Upon hearing this, the other 11 ancestral witches revealed smiles on their faces, although they prided themselves on being the true lineage of Pangu. They were ultimately few in number. Even now, they were far from the peak of the 3 clans' former glory. Thus, they had been biding their time, waiting for the conclusion of the 3 clans' conflict before gradually revealing themselves. Di Jiang spoke up, "We're the true lineage of Pangu, and with our ancestors at our side, how can we neglect the primal chaos? This primal chaos must surely fall under our witch clan's jurisdiction." The other 11 ancestral witches nodded in agreement. They had repressed themselves for too long, and now that the 3 clans had retreated, their numbers had also grown. It was time for them to contend for dominance in the primal chaos. Sitting among them, the fire god Zhu Rong also spoke. "Now that the 3 clans have vanished from the primal chaos, the remaining beings are hardly a concern." Next to him, Gong Gong added, "Indeed, big brother. This is the perfect opportunity for our witch clan to rise. Why not let us brothers lead our kin to seize control of the surrounding million miles?" Di Jiang nodded slowly and then stated, "In the current primal chaos, no one can hinder the steps of our witch clan. From this day forth, we shall lead the witch clan to unify the primal chaos." As his words fell, the hall erupted with fervent cheers that echoed endlessly. Chapter 35. Encountering the 3 pure ones again in the clouds of the primal chaos. 3 figures were fleeing in a disheveled manner, moving at incredible speed, covering thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. One of them exclaimed, "Brother, why did you provoke that flat-haired beast?" Another, with a sheepish expression and looking quite disheveled, replied, "How could I have known that there would be so many demon clans guarding near the Fusong tree? I only intended to take the Fusong tree. I had no idea I would provoke so many demon clans." The one who speaks is none other than Primordial. After witnessing the saintly visage of Luo, the 3 brothers resolutely decided in their hearts to traverse the vast wilderness in search of their own destinies. During the great war of the 3 clans, they had sought refuge in a sacred land to cultivate. Only emerging once the conflict had settled, as they passed through Tang Valley, they beheld 2 colossal mulberry trees entwined together, known as the Fusong trees. Though this tree ranked last among the 10 primordial spirit roots, it remained an extraordinary treasure. Thus, Primordial contemplated seizing the Fusong tree. However, just as he was about to act, numerous demons suddenly emerged nearby, with 2 leaders whose cultivation was nearly on par with that of the 3 brothers. Although the remaining demons were inferior in strength, Their numbers were overwhelming. Moreover, the two leaders possessed several supreme treasures. One, named Emperor Jun, hailing from the Golden Crow tribe, wielded the primordial treasures, the river map and the Luo book. The other, named Tai, brandished the Eastern Emperor bell, claiming the title of Eastern Emperor. The treasures in their possession, being their innate spiritual artifacts, were immensely powerful, capable of unleashing terrifying might in their hands. Consequently, the three pure ones could only flee in haste. Otherwise, should they fall victim to the river map and the Luo book, they would be as helpless as fish on a chopping board. Even the usually composed Laozi could not help but exclaim, "In the future, if we are to strike again, we must first ascertain whether there are formidable foes nearby. Otherwise, given our current cultivation, we are not yet capable of moving freely in the vast wilderness." That Primordial's expression darkened, and with a muffled grunt, he fell silent and sped away into the distance. Behind them, a throng of demons was swiftly pursuing through the clouds, closing the gap with alarming speed. Primordial, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Brother, shall we turn back and confront them? To flee in such a panic manner is unbecoming of our status as the true lineage of Pangu." Upon hearing Primordial's words, Laozi sighed and shook his head, responding, "If we turn back now, we likely won't last even a moment." That Primordial's face turned ashen. "Yet, no matter how we flee, how could our speed surpass that of the demons? Sooner or later, we will be intercepted by them." Tong Tian sneered and remarked, "While Emperor Jun and Tai may indeed catch up to us, how could the multitude of demons behind them possibly keep pace?" Upon hearing Tong Tian's words, Primordial's eyes lit up. He understood the implication. Although they were wary of Emperor Jun and Tai, their true concern lay with the horde of demons behind them. After all, a multitude of ants can fell an elephant. As long as the demons could not catch up to the three brothers, severing their connection with Emperor Jun and Tai, what fear had the brothers to harbor? Suddenly, Laozi's expression shifted, and he coldly declared, "How could there possibly be a dragon clan presence here?" Upon hearing this, Primordial and Tong Tian exchanged alarmed glances and turned their gazes forward. Indeed, a colossal dragon, 100 zhang long, was barreling toward them, its cultivation seemingly surpassing that of the three brothers. Primordial's expression soured. The three clans have only been recuperating for a few years. How could a dragon clan appear here, and a dragon ancestor at that? Tong Tian speculated with some doubt. He must be merely passing through, unlike the horde of demons behind. Laozi, with a cold demeanor, surged toward the dragon. I could see that moment. The Ying Long, with its head adorned by the Runshun doll holding onto its horns, appeared animatedly excited. Yet a hint of helplessness flickered in Ying Long's eyes as it gazed ahead, where three figures were racing toward them, manifesting an expression of astonishment. "Master, it seems there are individuals ahead being pursued by demons." Upon hearing this, Liu focused his gaze and saw the three figures in dire straits. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as the three pure ones who once sought him as their master. Behind the three pure ones, a horde of demons, led by Emperor Jun and Tai, was relentlessly pursuing them. Beside him, Hong Jun remarked with a smile, "These demons ought to be under the jurisdiction of the Qilin and Phoenix clans. However, with the retreat of the three clans, the demons should be leaderless. Yet it appears they have found new leadership." The Runshun doll exclaimed joyfully, "Master, there's a spectacle ahead. Shall we go and take a look?" Liu smiled and nodded. "If you wish to see, then let us go." The Runshun doll excitedly patted the dragon's head beneath him, shouting, "Little Loach, hurry over, hurry over." Ying Long grumbled in dissatisfaction, but ultimately directed his course toward the three pure ones. As the fleeing three pure ones beheld Ying Long approaching, a trace of panic surged within them. Although they had not witnessed the great war of the three clans, they had heard of Ying Long's formidable reputation, single-handedly subduing the two ancestors of the Qilin and Phoenix clans. Such power undoubtedly surpassed that of the three brothers. They were about to turn and flee in another direction when Tong Tian raised his hand, suddenly noticing the individuals seated atop Ying Long. A look of joy spreading across his face, that he then rushed toward Ying Long, calling out, "Tong Tian pays respects to the ancestor." Primordial, filled with fury, retorted, "Third brother, what are you doing? Even if he is a dragon ancestor, we are the true lineage of Pangu. Do we need to pay our respects to him?" Laozi, regaining his composure, flashed a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes and respectfully declared, "I pay my respects to the ancestor." Primordial was taken aback, exclaiming, "Eldest brother, even you too," before he could collect his thoughts. A familiar voice echoed from atop the dragon. "Little ones, it has been a long time. How have you been?" Primordial, astonished, looked up at the familiar figure above, hurriedly bowing. Primordial pays respects to the ancestor, welcoming the ancestor's esteemed arrival. Luo waved his hand with a smile. There is no need for such formality. Behind the three pure ones, the demons led by Emperor Jun and Tai, who had pursued them for countless miles, were now taken aback to see the three pure ones suddenly halt. They had been relentlessly chasing them. So why had they suddenly stopped? Could it be a cunning scheme? Eastern Emperor Tai pointed ahead in astonishment. "Elder brother, look ahead. Is that not the dragon ancestor?" Chapter 36. This matter is settled. Are you all in agreement? Upon hearing Eastern Emperor Tai, Emperor Jun was momentarily stunned, then turned to gaze at Long, whose massive dragon form loomed amidst the clouds, exuding an overwhelming aura before the dragon. The three pure ones were bowing respectfully. This sight left Emperor Jun perplexed. He knew that the three pure ones had always regarded themselves as the true lineage of Pangu. When had they ever lowered themselves in such a manner? A glimmer of vigilance crossed Emperor Jun's eyes, and he whispered, "Let us not approach just yet. We must ascertain the situation before making any plans." Eastern Emperor Tai nodded in agreement and signaled the demons behind to halt. Equally wary of the three pure ones and the imposing dragon before them. Atop Long, Luo observed the three pure ones, a smile gracing his features. They were all at the grand Luo golden immortal level, truly befitting their status as the true lineage of Pangu. Why do you find yourselves in such a predicament? Upon hearing Luo's inquiry, the three pure ones exchanged glances, each revealing an expression of embarrassment. After a moment, Primordial, his face slightly flushed, spoke up, reporting to the ancestor, "We recently passed through Tang Valley, and, upon seeing a fusong tree, wished to bring it back to our abode. However, we inadvertently provoked a horde of unruly beasts." Primordial spoke softly, and unbeknownst to him, his words were overheard by Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai behind the three pure ones. Unruly beasts. Both Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai's faces darkened with anger, and they coldly retorted, "You, Taoists, are utterly unreasonable. Not only do you covet our Fusong divine tree, but you also dare to insult us so. Truly abominable." The shadow of a bell flickered before Eastern Emperor Tai, revealing his innate spiritual treasure, the Eastern Emperor Bell. The demons behind him were equally incensed, itching to charge forward and tear Primordial to shreds for his earlier words. Upon hearing Emperor Jun, Primordial's anger intensified, and he turned to glare at the horde of demons beside him. Laozi sighed in resignation and spoke, "This matter is indeed our fault. We hope you, fellow Taoists, can forgive us." Primordial retorted angrily, "Eldest brother, why must we grovel? Even if we were at fault, are these demons not lying in wait, ambushing us in the shadows?" It must be noted that the Fusong divine tree is one of the 10 primordial spirit roots. Even though it ranks last, it would not be without its guardian beasts. When they passed through Tang Valley, there were no guardian beasts present until Primordial attempted to seize the Fusong tree, at which point the horde of demons appeared. Tong Tian nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, that is the case." That Dijun let out a cold laugh as he gazed at the three pure ones before him, saying, "Even so, what of it?" Upon hearing his words, the original one's complexion flushed crimson as he silently regarded the multitude of demons before him. At that moment, Long sneezed in dissatisfaction, drawing the attention of Dijun and the other demons to him, as well as to Luo and his companions hovering above. Observing Luo, who was perched atop Long's head, Dijun's expression turned wary, and he discreetly employed the river map and Luo book to deduce Luo's capabilities. To his surprise, the usually infallible river map and Luo book revealed a chaotic scene that a chill crept into Dijun's heart. It was the first time the river map and Luo book had produced such an outcome. It could only indicate that the subject of the deduction was far beyond his realm of understanding. Having attained the level of the Luo ginsing, could it be that this individual before him had transcended even that? Dong Huang Tai, he also sensed that the bell shadow before him was gradually becoming ethereal, seemingly in fear of something, unwilling to manifest. This made his expression even more grim. What kind of spiritual treasure did this individual possess that even his Dong Huang bell hesitated to reveal itself in the mortal realm? Both men were on high alert. Meanwhile, Luo, a topping long, surveyed the throng of demons with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. These demons would likely serve as the foundation of the future demon court. Quite commendable, their cultivation is passable. Excluding Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi, the rest of the demons were of Tai Yi Jinxian level, which somewhat surprised him. After all, the war among the three clans had only recently ceased, leaving little time for the demon race to develop. For these demons to attain such cultivation is indeed noteworthy. Di Jun then spoke up. May I ask who you are? To have the ancestral dragon as your steed. You must not be an ordinary being, yet you wish to intervene in the troubles between us and the three pure ones. At his words, the demons behind him erupted into a clamor. It was known that this group of demons had previously aligned themselves with the three clans. Those running on the ground belonged to the Qilin clan, those soaring in the sky were of the Feng clan, and those swimming in the waters were of the ancestral dragon. Many of the demons who had once belonged to the dragon clan had, upon seeing Yinglong's true form, quietly concealed themselves among the other demons. Now, being singled out by Di Jun, each felt a surge of trepidation, fearing the ancestral dragon would seek retribution after the autumn harvest. The expressions of the three pure ones revealed a hint of smugness as they looked at the demons and said, Our ancestor is of the same era as the Father God. Do you think you are worthy to know his identity? Upon hearing this, the wariness on Di Jun and Tai Yi's faces intensified. Who, other than the innate divine demons, could be of the same era as Pangu? Just as the demons were engulfed in anxiety, Luo slowly spoke. Are you from the three-legged Golden Crow clan? Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai were taken aback, their faces displaying astonishment as they gazed at Luo. Few could discern their true forms, for it was during the initial chaos, when the Fusan divine tree birthed the three divine beasts, that the three-legged Golden Crow clan emerged. Apart from Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi, there was also Shiha, who remained at Pangu. With only these three in their clan, it underscored their rarity. They had always focused on their cultivation, only emerging after the war among the three clans to gather the remaining demons and form a formidable force. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the flourishing Wu clan, yet throughout these years, no one had uncovered their true forms. Until now, when this individual saw through them at a glance, Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai clasped their hands toward Luo and said, We humbly report, esteemed elder, we are indeed of the three-legged Golden Crow clan. We sincerely apologize for our prior offense. We hope you can forgive us. Luo regarded the two before him and slowly said, This matter is settled. Are you both convinced? Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai's expressions darkened slightly, yet they nodded in agreement. We shall abide by your wishes, esteemed elder. Luo nodded in acknowledgement. You two are commendable. With that, he led the three pure ones away, leaving a host of anxious demons behind. Once Luo and the others departed, Dong Huang Tai, with a grim expression, remarked, Brother, why fear him? Together, we possess the river map, the Luo book, and the Dong Huang bell, along with a host of demon generals at our backs. We surely could engage him in battle. Di Jun shook his head helplessly. This individual is unfathomable. Even with the river map and the Luo book's calculations, only chaos was revealed. You should understand what that implies. Upon hearing this, Dong Huang Tai's face grew increasingly astonished. A sense of dread rising within him, that if he truly engaged, he would likely perish here alongside the demons at his back. With this thought, not only he, but the demons behind him also felt a chill run down their spines. Chapter 37. Gathering the three pure ones above the clouds. Yinglong bore Luo and others onward, while the three pure ones struggled to keep pace alongside him. Initially, the three brothers had intended to ascend atop Yinglong's head, but a single snort from him caused them to halt, resigning themselves to following closely beside him. Meanwhile, the ginseng doll atop Yinglong's head continued to spin excitedly around the dragon's horns. After a considerable time, Laozi was the first to speak. Thank you, esteemed ancestor, for lending your assistance. Upon hearing this, the original one and Tong Tian also revealed expressions of gratitude, bowing deeply to Luya. Thank you, esteemed ancestor. In response, Luya smiled. If you call me ancestor, how could I possibly stand idly by? The three pure ones, upon hearing this, could not help but smile. Could it be that after all these years, the ancestor finally acknowledges us? Just as the three were filled with excitement, Luya, seated atop Inglong, suddenly heard a familiar electronic synthesized voice. Event analysis. The initial calamity of the Dragon Han has passed, and the forces of heaven and earth rise. Plot direction 1. Support the Wu clan, pursue the role of the protagonist of the Hong Huang, gain the fortune of Hong Huang, and achieve the status of the first clan of the Hong Huang. Plot result. Unknown. Plot direction 2. Support the demon clan, lead the multitude of demons, establish the demon court, pursue the role of the protagonist of the Hong Huang, gain the fortune of Hong Huang, and achieve the status of the first clan of the Hong Huang. Plot result. Unknown. Plot direction 3. Neither side assists the other, waiting for an opportunity to act. Plot result. Unknown. Upon hearing the familiar electronic voice, Luya found himself momentarily taken aback. That it was the first time he had encountered a scenario where all three plot outcomes were unknown. It felt rather peculiar, just as Luya pondered this. He suddenly heard the ginseng doll's voice. Master, master, it seems there is something hidden in the mountains ahead. Luya, upon hearing this, regained focus and looked ahead, only to see a flat expanse devoid of mountains or rivers. Even the three pure ones, standing beside Inglong, displayed expressions of surprise as they gazed at the flat ground. Tong Tian quietly transmitted to his two brothers, "Brother, could this little celestial lord be mistaken? There are no mountains ahead." The original one nodded in agreement. Indeed, there are no mountains. Laozi, being the most accomplished among the three, with the keenest mind, gazed ahead, his eyes shimmering with divine light. He perceived a ripple in his vision, revealing the traces of a magnificent mountain range. That Luya, looking forward, could not help but smile, then spoke. "I did not expect to encounter an old friend here." Upon hearing Luya's words, the others expressed surprise. They had accompanied Luya for some time now, and this was the first instance of hearing him refer to someone as an old friend. Meanwhile, concealed within the great mountains before them, sat an old Taoist, cross-legged upon a stone, gazing down at the passing clouds. Suddenly, the old Taoist lifted his head to look outside the mountain, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion. He then shook his head with a wry smile. "How is it that I encounter this fellow again?" Beside him, the manifestation of the heavenly Tao appeared, resembling a youthful figure, who now shared the old Taoist's gaze toward the outside, his eyes filled with resentment. "That little thief again. Since his inception, every time I encounter this thief who steals from me, it never bodes well." As the two exchanged glances, Luya's voice rang out from outside the mountain. "Old friend, today I come here. Why do you avoid me?" Hearing Luya's voice, the heavenly Tao manifestation, infuriated, shot a fierce glare outside before vanishing from sight. Only Hong Jun remained, gazing outside with a wry smile. He raised his hand, and the entire mountain-protecting formation instantly dissipated. In the next moment, Hong Jun appeared before Luya, clasping his hand with a smile. "Fellow Taoist, it has been a long time. How have you been?" Luya glanced at the celestial mountain behind Hong Jun and smiled. "What? Fellow Taoist does not invite us into the celestial mountain for a chat." Hong Jun was momentarily taken aback, cursing inwardly, and then extended his hand invitingly, leading Luya and the others into the celestial mountain. Once inside, Luya surveyed the surroundings and noted the absence of any structures, as if the place were uninhabited. He could not help but chuckle. "Is this not the abode of fellow Taoist?" To which Hong Jun replied with a laugh, "I am but a carefree wanderer. Why should I be bound by the constraints of an abode?" Upon hearing the words of Hong Jun, expressions of admiration inevitably appeared on the faces of Inglong and the others. Liap secretly chuckled to himself. While others remained unaware, he knew that Hong Jun was not establishing a Taoist temple out of choice, but rather had yet to break through his cultivation and was unable to establish the Zixiao Palace. The Zixiao Palace lay beyond the 33 heavens, and without the permission of the heavenly Tao, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to establish it. Suddenly, Hong Jun glanced at the Sanqing beside Liap, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Could these three be the disciples newly received by my Dao friend?" Upon hearing Hong Jun's words, the Sanqing displayed smiles on their faces, their chests puffing up with apparent satisfaction at this title. However, Laozi discreetly cast a glance at Liap, fearing he might take offense. Liap chuckled and replied, "These are merely three young ones, and I hope they do not amuse my Dao friend." At this, a hint of regret flickered in Hong Jun's eyes, and with a wave of his hand, a stone table arose between the two, accompanied by two stone benches on either side. With another gesture, a teapot and cups appeared out of thin air. The Sanqing, filled with joy, noted that Liap had not denied being their ancestor, which suggested that he indeed recognized them. Hong Yun, observing the cheerful expressions of the Sanqing, hurried forward to pour tea for both Hong Jun and Liap. Before Hong Jun could speak, Liap interjected, "Since we have encountered a Dao friend today, may I take the liberty of using your blessed ground and accept these three unworthy disciples?" Hong Jun was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at the Sanqing beside Liap. They had not yet been accepted as disciples. When he first met the Sanqing, he sensed a connection of master and disciple, and had intended to see if Liap had taken them as disciples, only to be startled by the term young ones. While Hong Jun was lost in thought, the Sanqing's faces radiated with ecstatic joy as they bowed deeply to Liap, respectfully declaring, "We have met the master. P.S. Today I checked the app and suddenly noticed a negative review. The reason being that the reviewer believed the Witch Clan did not exist before the initial calamity of Longhan. As is well known, the Witch Clan was formed from the essence of Pangu after his demise, while the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin are divine beasts birthed from the convergence of elements after the opening of the heavens. Can one truly assert that the Witch Clan did not exist before the initial calamity of Longhan? Pangu upheld the heavens and perished, transforming his flesh into myriad things, and at that time, were there not three clans present? Without delving into these well-known facts among ancient readers, I merely hope that everyone refrains from arbitrarily giving negative reviews when reading. Please immerse yourself in the setting of each book you read. Thank you. Chapter 38. The Deception of the Path, observing the Sanqing bowing before him. Liap nodded with a smile and stated, "Today, I accept you as disciples of the Kunlun lineage. In the future, should you venture beyond the Hongwang, do not tarnish the name of Kunlun." The Sanqing promptly replied in unison, "We shall dutifully obey the master's decree." Beside them, Hong Jun gazed at the Sanqing, who had already bowed to Liap, his expression revealing a hint of frustration, before he lifted his teacup and took a sip, saying, "Congratulations, Dao friend, on acquiring such excellent disciples." Liap, smiling broadly at Hong Jun, replied, "Mutual congratulations." Hong Jun's facial muscles twitched, causing his teacup to shatter suddenly, spilling tea everywhere, and he nonchalantly inquired, "May I ask what brings you, Dao friend, to my humble abode?" Upon hearing this, Liap sighed deeply and began, "Do you remember the old ancestor?" Hong Jun's heart sank at this mention, silently thinking, could this person be here to cause trouble? After all, he knew that after they had jointly slain the demon ancestor Luo, he was aware that Luo's head was undying and indestructible, prompting him to make a swift exit and leave this conundrum for Liap. Now that this topic had been broached, could it be that he truly sought to create discord? Hong Jun cleared his throat and replied, "Of course I remember. Who would dare forget the contributions made by you for the sake of the Hong Huang?" Liap internally cursed, then feigned a headache, saying, "Though that may be the case, a complication has arisen." Hong Jun inquired with curiosity, "What sort of complication?" Liap, upon hearing Hong Jun's question, remained silent and directly produced the chaos bell, which floated grandly before them. With a gentle touch, the surface of the bell instantly displayed a void state, allowing everyone to glimpse the imprisoned head of Luo Hu within. Inside the chaos bell, countless rules materialized as chains, binding Luo Hu's head tightly within. The Sanqing and others gazed at Luo Hu's head within the chaos bell, their faces reflecting terror. Was this not the demon ancestor Luo, who instigated the war among the three clans and had escaped during the opening of the heavens? Merely a head could exert such pressure through the chaos bell. Truly terrifying. Hong Jun also stared at the head of Luo, now sealed by rules within the chaos bell, his thoughts racing, that he then spoke, "Thou friend, you indeed possess remarkable means, sealing Lu's head with a treasure from the opening of the heavens, preventing it from endangering the Hong Wang. Such actions are exemplary for our kind." Listening to Hong Jun's words, Liap chuckled coldly in his heart. After a long pause, he finally replied, "Thou friend, leaving behind Lu's head was indeed a significant trouble for me. And now I can only rely on the chaos bell to seal it away, which is a waste of a treasure from the opening of the heavens." As he spoke, a hint of resentment appeared in his gaze directed at Hong Jun. Upon hearing this, Hong Jun promptly coughed lightly and countered, "Thou friend, you are mistaken. Being able to seal this demon ancestor's head is a tremendous boon. How could one speak of waste?" As soon as he finished speaking, it seemed he realized something was amiss, and he took out 3 treasures, placing them before him. One of these treasures resembled a whisk, another was a jade rui, and the last was a long sword. Looking at the 3 treasures before him, Hong Jun slowly began, "Today, as you have acquired excellent disciples on Kunlun Mountain, I should extend my congratulations, and these 3 treasures shall be bestowed upon your disciples." With that, he lightly pointed, and the whisk-like treasure flew to Laozi. "This is the supreme spiritual treasure, Tai Whisk, and it is bestowed upon your eldest disciple." That Laozi's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the Tai Whisk, turning to look at Liap. Upon seeing Liap nod, he accepted the treasure, bowing his head and expressing, "Thank you, senior." Hong Jun smiled and nodded, then pointed again, causing the rui-like treasure to fly straight to Yuanshu. "This is the supreme, innate spiritual treasure. 3 treasures rui, and it is given to your second disciple." Yuanshu quickly accepted the 3 treasures rui and respectfully said, "Thank you, senior." As Hong Jun looked at the final remaining Qingping sword, he felt a pang of pain in his heart. These treasures were collected over many years of wandering through the Hong Wang, and now he was to part with 3 of them all at once. Truly heart-wrenching. However, if he did not offer some substantial benefits, it was likely that Liap would use Lu's head as a pretext to create trouble for him. Thus, this could be viewed as a case of spending wealth to avert disaster. Taking a deep breath, Hong Jun finally offered the last spiritual treasure, slowly stating, "This is the supreme innate spiritual treasure, Qingping sword, unmatched in offense, and it is bestowed upon your 3rd disciple." Liap, observing Tong Tian still in a daze, scolded him with a smile. "You unworthy disciple, why are you still standing there in a stupor?" Upon hearing this, Tong Tian snapped back to reality and quickly accepted the Qingping sword, respectfully bowing to Liap. "Thank you, senior." Hong Jun maintained a smile on his face, yet felt a twinge of pain in his heart. Once he regained his composure, he addressed Liap, "Thou friend, is this compensation sufficient?" Liap, with a look of regret, replied, "What are you saying, thou friend? Sealing Lu's head is our duty. How can we speak of compensation?" As soon as these words left his mouth, Hong Jun almost spat blood in exasperation. Liap slowly rose, smiling, and said, "We have disturbed you for quite some time, so we shall not linger any longer. We take our leave now." Hong Jun stood and smiled. "Thou friend, do take care." As his words fell, Ing Long transformed into his dragon form, carrying Liap and the others away from the celestial mountain. Once Liap departed, the celestial mountain vanished without a trace. Amidst the clouds, the Sanqing displayed expressions of excitement as they followed closely beside Ing Long. They had never anticipated such bountiful rewards from this journey. Not only had they entered the fold of their ancestor, but they had also acquired supreme, innate spiritual treasures without cost. Atop Ing Long's head, the ginseng baby inquired curiously, "My lord, with that wicked fellow's head sealed, will the great bell no longer be usable?" Liap chuckled, "Certainly not." The ginseng baby, puzzled, asked, "Then why did you speak that way, my lord?" Liap sighed, explaining, "It was merely to deceive him. That old Hong Jun had previously played a trick on me. While I am not a petty person, I must at least return the favor." Upon hearing Liap's words, everyone displayed astonished expressions. Their master had tricked Hong Jun into yielding 3 supreme, innate spiritual treasures. No wonder he had been so eager to depart earlier. He likely feared that Hong Jun would sense something amiss and pursue him to seek retribution. Sanqing and the others exchanged glances, fully aware that the esteemed elder possessed extraordinary skills, Yet this exceptional innate spiritual treasure was not something that could be found abundantly like weeds. To have lost 3 supreme innate spiritual treasures in vain would surely infuriate that elder to the point of spitting blood. Just as Luo and the others distanced themselves from the celestial mountain, the will of the heavenly Tao manifested above it. Moments later, a thunderous roar erupted from within the mountain. Luo the thief. How dare you deceive me? Chapter 39. The Hong Jun Li that adorns the Tao is seen within the celestial mountain. Hong Jun let out a furious bellow towards the heavens, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. Mirroring the will of the heavenly Tao that had emerged beside him, that he could hardly fathom that this Luo could be so brazen as to swindle 3 supreme, innate spiritual treasures from his grasp. He had assumed that those of comparable cultivation would retain at least a semblance of decorum, yet it appeared he was gravely mistaken. After a considerable time, Hong Jun regained his composure and gazed at the will of the heavenly Tao before him. Slowly articulating, "Is our previous promise still valid?" The will of the heavenly Tao nodded and replied, "Naturally, it stands." Upon hearing this, Hong Jun exhaled deeply. Although the recent conflict among the 3 clans had been instigated by Luo Hu, he had played a significant role in fueling it. The tribulation from start to finish had granted considerable assistance to the heavenly Tao in this realm, expediting its development. A prize for Hong Jun's intervention. The first sacred position was promised under the will of the heavenly Tao. Now that the heavenly Tao acknowledged it, Hong Jun merely needed to cultivate diligently, refine the rules of this realm, and naturally attain the status of a saint. Having received the assurance from the heavenly Tao, Hong Jun settled into seclusion within the celestial mountain. The will of the heavenly Tao vanished entirely, leaving behind countless imprints of rules. With these imprints, coupled with the fragments of the creation jade plate he had previously acquired, he could fully comprehend and refine them to ascend to the sacred position. However, the number of rules present was considerable, and it would likely take nearly a century to accomplish. High above the primal chaos, beneath the clouds, Long soared gracefully, carrying Luo and others at a rapid pace. Over the years, he had explored much of the vast wilderness. Luo, too, had gathered numerous innate spiritual treasures as they passed by a celestial mountain. The ginseng baby suddenly spoke up. "My lord, the spiritual energy within this mountain is dense, and there's a considerable amount of creation power wafting about. There must be remarkable spiritual roots hidden within." Upon hearing the ginseng baby's words, Luo's interest was piqued. He raised his hand and gently patted the back of Long, saying, "Descend." At his command, Long halted and gradually descended towards the celestial mountain below. The group landed atop the mountain, and Luo looked down upon the entire peak, flanked by Hong Jun and the others, while Sanqing lagged slightly behind. Observing Luo's silhouette ahead, Yuanshi discreetly transmitted to his 2 brothers, "It seems the master holds this young celestial lord in high regard." Having traveled with Luo for several years, they could certainly discern the ginseng baby's esteemed position among them. Laozi nodded slowly. Also transmitting, "This young celestial lord appears to be a manifestation of spiritual roots, possessing the divine ability to seek treasures. Furthermore, it seems he can aid others in recovering from injuries." Although he had not participated in the recent conflict among the 3 clans, he had quietly investigated during his seclusion, witnessing the fierce struggles among the 3 elders and the ginseng baby's remarkable prowess that had turned the tide of battle single-handedly. Listening to his 2 elder brothers, Tong Tian nodded thoughtfully. His reasoning was rather straightforward. How could one who traveled alongside their master be anything but extraordinary? Ahead, the ginseng baby pointed towards a hidden ravine deep within the mountain, exclaiming, "My lord, right there." It seems concealed by a formation that Luo nodded and, in an instant, vanished from his spot, appearing at the location indicated by the ginseng baby. The others hurriedly followed suit. Upon nearing, they sensed the subtle fluctuations of a concealed formation. Although the formation's presence was discreet, its defenses were unparalleled, impenetrable even to ordinary Luo ginseng, rendering it undetectable. This left everyone in awe, marveling at the ginseng baby's formidable abilities to discern such hidden formations from such a distance. Arriving before the formation, Luo raised his hand and pointed towards the concealed area, gently tapping it with a finger. In an instant, a fissure appeared in the formation. Hong Jun and the others showed little reaction, while Sanqing's faces turned crimson upon witnessing their master's display of power for the first time to them. The formation seemed impossible to breach, even with their combined strength, yet under their master's seemingly effortless touch. It had split, opened. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Luo stepped through the crack in the formation. The others quickly followed. Upon entering, they found themselves in an expansive space concealed by the formation. Located at the bottom of the ravine, filled with rare and exotic herbs, with spiritual springs flowing gently. Numerous extraordinary beasts roamed the valley floor, and the spiritual energy here was so dense it felt as though it could coalesce into liquid. They marveled at the existence of such a paradise in the world. Even Luo was slightly taken aback. The creation present here could rival the unaltered Kunlun mountain. The group walked forward slowly, guided by the ginseng baby, until they reached a spiritual spring. The ginseng baby excitedly pointed towards a spot not far ahead, exclaiming, "My lord, it is right there." Luo nodded slightly and then vanished once more, appearing to the right of the spiritual spring, where a thick mist hung in the air. With a sweeping motion of his sleeve, the mist dissipated instantly, revealing the true form within. There stood a celestial tree, its branches lush and its leaves vibrant, emanating a powerful aura of spiritual energy. As they approached, the group was awestruck by the almost palpable spiritual essence surrounding the tree. Suddenly, Laozi, fixated on a leaf upon a branch, exclaimed in shock, "Hong Jun Li! It is indeed Hong Jun Li!" The others turned their gazes to the leaves of the celestial tree, each inscribed with the characters for Hong Jun. They couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. They had not anticipated encountering Hong Jun Li, one of the 10 great innate spiritual roots. It was said that this tree bloomed once every 10,000 years, bore fruit once every 10,000 years, and required an additional 10,000 years to mature, yielding only 9 fruits after 30,000 years. Furthermore, the flowers of Hong Jun Li resembled lotus blooms, while the fruit bore a resemblance to pearl-like seeds. Each part of the tree, flowers, fruits, and leaves, was marked with the characters for Hong Jun. It was said that any celestial being who merely inhaled the fragrance of its flowers could gain a millennium of cultivation. Those fortunate enough to consume a fruit could instantly ascend to the status of the Luo Jinxian. However, any celestial who achieved a Luo Jinxian by consuming Hong Jun Li would find themselves forever stagnant, eternally constrained within that realm. This was considered one of the significant drawbacks of Hong Jun L. Luo gazed at the Hong Jun Li before him, chuckling softly. "This is indeed splendid. It is just right to enhance the scenery of the Taoist site." Chapter 40. Returned to Kunlun upon hearing Luo's words. Sanqing and the others displayed expressions of shock. That it was essential to note that this was one of the 10 great innate spiritual roots. Hong Jun Li. How could it merely be viewed by their master as an ornament for the place? While the three were momentarily stunned, the ginseng baby nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, my lord, this little sapling is precisely what is lacking in my medicinal garden." Upon the utterance of those words, the eyes of the 3 purities widened in astonishment. Soon after, they witnessed Luo raise his hand, and with a swift motion, the figure of Hong Jun Li vanished from sight, drawn directly into the chaos bell by him. The 3 purities opened their mouths, yet ultimately refrained from speaking. After securing Hong Jun Li, Luo suddenly turned his gaze toward a short distance ahead, where towering spiritual plants stood, exuding an overwhelming vitality that bordered on the terrifying. Behind those spiritual plants, it appeared as though something was concealed. The ginseng doll seemed to sense something amiss, gazing ahead with a puzzled expression, and then scampered forward on its tiny feet. Luo and the others followed closely, entering among the spiritual plants, only to discover a pool of water behind them. Surrounding this pool was an aura of terrifying vitality and vigor. The edges were adorned with numerous spiritual plants, and there were many animal footprints present. The water in the pool shimmered with 3 distinct colors: gold, silver, and purple, each hue mingling yet remaining distinct, creating an oddly surreal scene. Upon catching sight of this pool, A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Luo's eyes. While others may not recognize the three-light divine water, he was well aware of its significance. This three-light divine water consisted of the golden sunlight divine water, the silver moonlight divine water, and the purple starlight divine water. Each type of divine water possessed its own formidable powers. The golden sunlight divine water could erode the very essence of living beings. Even deities at the level of the great Luo golden immortal would find it difficult to withstand the dissolving force of the sunlight divine water. Next was the silver moonlight divine water, which could corrode the primordial spirit of celestial beings, leading to the annihilation of their souls and the demise of their existence. The purple starlight divine water could devour the true consciousness of celestial beings, obstructing their investigations. Even those at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal would be unable to penetrate its barriers, although each type of three-light divine water could inflict harm invisibly. When combined, they became the foremost healing elixir. Capable of dispelling all poisons in the world, it could even restore the dead to life. However, this three-light divine water was supposed to exist within the 8 treasures glazed vase. How could it appear here? This was truly perplexing. A spark ignited in Luo's mind, and he raised his hand to lightly tap before him, instantly manifesting a phantom from the chaos that settled upon the pool of three-light divine water. Subsequently, an overwhelming force of attraction erupted, drawing the entire pool of three-light divine water along with the surrounding soil into the void, leaving behind a massive pit that appeared particularly bizarre. Beside him, the ginseng doll and Ying Long displayed expressions of excitement, as they believed that their master desired this three-light divine water for embellishing the Taoist altar. They wondered if it would be placed within the ginseng doll's medicinal garden or in the backyard of Ying Long's palace. With this thought, both wore expressions brimming with anticipation. Even the usually composed Hong Jun revealed a look of eagerness at this moment. Although he had joined later than the others, he felt it necessary to compete for what he could. Behind them, the 3 purities exchanged glances upon witnessing the terrifying pit. Initially, they had assumed that their ancestor and the Pangu father god, being figures of the same era, would be aloof and composed. Yet now, it seemed they possessed a rather opportunistic nature. Whether it was previously acquiring 3 supreme, innate spiritual treasures from that elder, or now uprooting this three-light divine water, it left them with an unsettling feeling of shattered faith. After collecting the three-light divine water, Luo looked down into the pit and saw a glazed vase radiating brilliantly at the bottom. He raised his hand with a gentle beckon, and the vase flew directly into his grasp. It was indeed the 8 treasures glazed vase. While it was not classified as a supreme innate spiritual treasure, it was still quite commendable. Moreover, this item was one of the few capable of amalgamating the three-light divine water into a singular entity. As Luo extended his divine sense, he noted that the 8 treasures glazed vase already contained a significant amount of three-light divine water, likely due to its continuous absorption from above over the years. After securing the 8 treasures glazed vase, Luo nodded in satisfaction. With such a bounty, he turned to the 3 purities, who wore dazed expressions and chuckled lightly before speaking. Now that this matter is concluded, we should return. Upon hearing this, Ying Long immediately manifested his 100-foot dragon form, carrying Luo and the others as they soared toward Kunlun Mountain. In merely a few days, Luo and his companions returned to Kunlun Mountain. Upon entering the Kunlun mountain range, they were met by the sight of 3 Qilins leaping forth, approaching and letting out low roars at Luo and his companions. The 3 purities' expressions shifted dramatically as they beheld the 3 Qilins, all at the level of the great Luo golden immortal, and upon observing their battle prowess, they seemed even more formidable than the 3 brothers. The trio swiftly positioned themselves before Ying Long, standing between him and the 3 Qilins. Yet before they could react, they heard the ginseng doll's reprimanding voice from behind. "You 3 little rascals, why are you being so mischievous?" Upon hearing this, the 3 Qilins instantly became much more docile, bouncing over to perch atop Ying Long's head, snuggling beside Luo, leaving the 3 purities momentarily stunned. After a moment, Yuan Shi turned to gaze at the 3 Qilins nestled beside his master and managed to speak with difficulty. "Master, were these?" Luo chuckled and replied, "Just 3 little gatekeepers. You need not fear." gatekeepers. Upon hearing Luo's words, the three purities felt a thunderous ringing in their heads, taking quite some time to recover. During the previous war among the three clans, although they had remained in seclusion to cultivate, they were aware that the ancestors of the three clans were great Luo golden immortals. Thus, they had cultivated diligently until their emergence. Yet, upon encountering their master, they discovered that the dragon ancestor was merely his mount, and even the child beside him was at the level of the great Luo golden immortal. Even the three Qilins guarding the area were also great Luo golden immortals. The three remained in a daze for quite some time, eventually following Luo into the Kunlun mountain range and entering the Grand Hall before they finally regained their senses. Subsequently, they heard Luo's voice. "Your cultivation is commendable. You may seek a palace to reside in within this mountain range." Upon hearing Luo's words, the three quickly regained their composure and respectfully bowed, saying, "Thank you, Master, for your benevolence." As the words fell, Luo waved his hand, and the three purities promptly turned to leave the Grand Hall. After their departure, Luo lightly tapped a corner of the hall, causing a stone basin to suddenly emerge in that spot. He then waved his hand, and Hong Jun took root upon the stone basin. Chapter 41. The Sage is Approaching. After arranging Hong Jun, Luo took out the pool of 3 light divine water he had secured within the chaos bell. He shrank it down a millionfold, suspending it in his hand. The 3 colors of light shimmered above it, releasing streams of peculiar aura that filled the entire hall, the waiting Hong Jun and others. Upon seeing the miniature version of the 3 light divine water in Luo's hand, displayed glimmers of longing in their eyes. Even the young Qilins were filled with curiosity, tilting their heads as they gazed at the miniature 3 light divine water. Even attempting to reach out their tongues for a taste, a look of helplessness crossed Luo's face as he raised his hand to gently push back the 3 little Qilins. He then tossed the miniature 3 light divine water, allowing it to settle in a spot abundant with spiritual energy within Kunlun Mountain. This action left the waiting Hong Jun and others with expressions of disappointment. Observing the disheartened faces before him, Luo revealed a smile and spoke. "Now that we have returned to Kunlun, you should focus on your cultivation." Upon hearing this, the others promptly bowed towards Luo, saying, "We shall obediently follow Master's decree." As the words concluded, the group dispersed, with the ginseng doll returning to its little medicinal garden, while Hong Jun and Ying Long returned to their respective places of cultivation to enter seclusion. Although they were all powerful figures at the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal, they understood from their master's words that this level would not be the pinnacle in the future. Rather than relying on their master, they resolved to dedicate themselves to their cultivation and strengthen themselves. After everyone departed, Luo returned the 3 little Qilins into the water and fire gourd. Finally achieving tranquility, he then began to assess his own progress. After utilizing the 4 elements of creation for cultivation, he had already made headway into the path of the Supreme Sage. While he had not yet reached the level of a sage, he had already surpassed the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. If it were not for the fact that the current primordial realm had yet to witness the emergence of quasi-sages, he would likely be mistaken for a quasi-sage based on his cultivation level. Luo gazed toward the distant celestial mountains and slowly spoke. "Now that the war among the 3 clans has concluded, that old fellow will likely step into the realm of the sage after some time." Upon reaching this conclusion, Luo gently shook his head. He could discern that there seemed to be a certain connection between Hong Jun and the will of the heavenly Tao in this realm. Perhaps it was an exchange of promises between them, or perhaps Hong Jun had already mastered the means to ascend to the level of a saint. Regardless, Hong Jun's advance into the saint realm posed a disadvantage to him. He needed to take the initiative and step into the saint level before Hong Jun. Otherwise, he would be relegated to a passive role. That Luo slightly raised his hand, and the protective array surrounding the Kunlun Mountains sprang into existence, enveloping the entire range and barring outsiders from entry. After completing this task, Luo entered the retreat area and declared his seclusion. His cultivation method of the Supreme Saint had already reached its initial stage, and the remaining time was to solidify his foundation. Aspiring to progress further, he endeavored to genuinely step into the saint level in Luo's recollection from his past life. there were three methods for achieving the status of a saint. The first was to validate the Tao through strength, akin to Pangu, who shattered the fetters of cultivation with his own power to ascend to a higher realm. The second involved severing the three corpses to attain the status of a saint. While this method was considerably simpler than validating the Tao through strength, it was relatively weaker and offered no benefit to him. The third method was to validate the Tao through merit. This was the weakest and simplest of the three, requiring significant contributions to the world to obtain merit power. When sufficient merit power was amassed, one could successfully ascend to the saint level. However, these three methods held no distinction for Luo Hu. As he practiced the supreme saint cultivation method bestowed upon him by the system, it bore similarities to the reputed method of validating the Tao through strength, yet there were still notable differences. The term supreme saint signified transcending the three realms, existing outside the five elements, unbound by the heavenly Tao, and free from the constraints of cause and effect, embodying the first carefree immortal of the primordial wilderness. Luo Hu silently contemplated the methods, inwardly comprehending the faint aura he had sensed earlier, while refining the four primordial elements he had absorbed. Subsequently, these elements transformed into the new Tao principles of this realm. His initial intent to solidify his cultivation and refine the principles was for this very day, in the primordial wilderness. As the four primordial elements solidified the world, even if Luo Hu focused on his cultivation and transformed the principles of this place, it bore little significance. After all, myriad principles had yet to mature. How could one effectuate transformation? However, the situation was different now. With the continuous development and growth of the heavenly Tao, it manifested myriad principles. Filling this realm with its essence, the principles took form. Beings of quasi-saint level could already emerge in the primordial wilderness, and within a century, saints could appear, according to the original trajectory of the primordial wilderness. The first saint in this realm should have been Hong Jun, yet, now that he had arrived in this realm, there would inevitably be some discrepancies. Contemplating this, Luo Hu chuckled softly and then settled his mind to cultivate and solidify his foundation. Meanwhile, atop the celestial mountain, Hong Jun had fully refined the rules contained within the fragments of the creation jade disc he had obtained. Now he only needed to solidify his cultivation and principles, gaining the acknowledgement of the heavenly Tao to ascend to the saint level. The path he practiced, too, diverged from the traditional three methods of saints, as it was an independent path of cultivation outside of them. This was also his greatest gain after acquiring the fragments of the creation jade disc. If this method proved viable, once he achieved sainthood and became familiar with the heavenly Tao's cause and effect, he could seize the opportunity to completely dominate the primordial wilderness. This was one of the reasons he sought to negotiate with the heavenly Tao. Within the seclusion chamber, Hong Jun looked up, observing that although the heavenly Tao was now manifest and gradually maturing, it was still some distance from truly mastering the primordial wilderness. The current heavenly Tao could only operate within the confines of the rules. Once matters extended beyond those rules, it could not act further. This also explained why, when Luo Hu absorbed the four primordial elements, the heavenly Tao unleashed a thunder tribulation, yet still left him a sliver of hope. Thinking of Luo Hu, Hong Jun's expression darkened instantly. He clenched his jaw and cursed under his breath before once again plunging into his cultivation. When he eventually attained the fruit of sainthood, he would undoubtedly need to thoroughly settle the accounts of the cause and effect in this realm. Moreover, he was now merely a step away from becoming a saint. After another millennium, he could ascend to that position. With this thought, a sense of pride filled Hong Jun's brow. This moment, within the Kunlun Mountains, Luo Hu had completely transformed the four primordial elements into the principles of this realm. The four primordial elements were, after all, the source of the principles, and now, transforming them into rules had become considerably simpler. 3,000 great paths, 3,000 middle paths, and 3,000 minor paths materialized within his sea of consciousness. Once these forms fully matured, it would be the day Luo Hu stepped into the fruit of sainthood. While Luo Hu was engrossed in his secluded cultivation, a colossal figure suddenly approached from outside the Kunlun Mountains, heading straight for the protective array. Chapter 42. Please, ancestor, come forth and lead the witch clan to unify the primordial wilderness. Outside the protective array of Kunlun Mountain, the enormous yet remarkably graceful figure of Hu Tu approached. Gazing at Kunlun Mountain, now enveloped by the protective array, standing outside the mountain, she took a deep breath to calm her emotions before speaking. I am Hu Tu, here to pay my respects to the ancestor. Her voice rang out resoundingly, instantly echoing throughout the entire Kunlun mountain range. Within the mountains, many beings, upon hearing Hu Tu's voice, were startled into flight, while others remained prostrated on the ground. After Hu Tu finished her declaration, a wave of tension washed over her. The purpose of her visit was due to her brother's decision to lead the witch clan and vie for the position of the primary clan in the primordial wilderness. Should they succeed in becoming the primary clan, they would wield dominion over the fortunes of the primordial wilderness, an immense boon for both the witch clan as a whole and for the 12 ancestral witches. However, the current landscape of the primordial wilderness was not solely dominated by their witch clan. There were also remnants of the demon clan, along with the rising powers of Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai, which posed a significant threat. Thus, the other ancestral witches had dispatched Hu Tu to Kunlun Mountain to seek the ancestors' guidance. Fortunately, when Luo comprehended the saint's phantom, it ascended into the clouds, visible from thousands of miles away. Otherwise, they might not have found this location at all. As Hu Tu awaited outside Kunlun Mountain, within the medicinal garden of the mountain, the ginseng baby looked up in confusion, glancing toward the direction of Kunlun Mountain's exterior, before vanishing from his spot. Accompanying him were the three pure ones, Long and Hong Jun, who were also cultivating within the mountain. The group arrived at the edge of the protective array, staring at the gigantic figure of Hu Tu outside. Their expressions bemused. Except for the three pure ones, the others did not recognize Hu Tu. Laozi slightly furrowed his brow and remarked, "How did this person arrive here?" The ginseng baby, puzzled, asked, "Do you know her?" before Laozi could respond. Yuanshire spoke up, "Of course I know. Isn't she part of that group of mindless fools from Buzhou Mountain? How did they find their way here?" Upon hearing this, Long displayed a look of surprise. During his time within the Dragon Clan, he had encountered members of the Witch Clan. These individuals neglected the cultivation of the soul and prioritized physical strength, thus not being regarded highly by the three clans. Yet they had not anticipated that this Witch Clan member was somehow related to their master. Nearby, Hong Jun waved his hand, and a faint crack appeared in the protective array, allowing a view of Hu Tu. Upon seeing the opening, Hu Tu immediately spotted the figures within the mountain. Particularly upon seeing the three pure ones, her expression froze, and a sense of wariness arose within her. She had not expected these three troublesome individuals to also be in Kunlun Mountain. Could it be that they had already become disciples of the ancestor? Just as her mind was filled with doubt, Yuanshire inquired, "What brings you to this place?" Hu Tu furrowed her brow slightly and replied, "I have come to pay my respects to the ancestor. What concern is it of yours?" Yuanshire sneered, "The master is currently in seclusion and cannot receive visitors. You should return." Upon hearing this, Hu Tu's expression reflected a sense of realization, and she continued, "Master, have you all truly become disciples of the ancestor?" Tom Tian, with an air of pride, declared, "Naturally, the three of us are the true disciples of Pangu, destined to serve under the master. But you, why have you left Buzhou Mountain to come to Kunlun Mountain?" Hu Tu retorted coldly, "I have come for a matter of importance. You should inform the ancestor that Hu Tu has come to pay her respects." Just as the three pure ones frowned and prepared to reprimand her, Luo's voice resonated in their ears. "Let her enter. You all may return." Upon hearing Luo's words, the three pure ones promptly responded, "We shall comply with the master's decree." As the last words fell, he immediately vacated his position. Upon witnessing this, Hu Tu swiftly stepped into the protective mountain formation, subsequently following behind the Sanchin and others into the Grand Hall. Within the hall, Luo's ethereal form occupied the highest seat, nodding slightly as he regarded the newcomers. Currently, Luo's true self was still in seclusion, cultivating deep within the earth, and this ethereal projection was a manifestation of a divine ability acquired through his comprehension of the supreme cultivation method. Despite being a mere projection, it wielded 70% of the true self's combat prowess. Given Luo's current cultivation level, even this projection was formidable enough to traverse the vast wilderness, ranking among the elite. Upon seeing Luo's projection, The group was momentarily taken aback, then hastily bowed and proclaimed, "We pay our respects to our teacher, ancestor." Luo acknowledged them with a nod, turning his gaze towards Ho Tuesday. At present, Ho Tu had already reverted to the same stature as Luo and the others, standing in the hall with a demeanor of modesty. Luo then spoke, "What brings you here?" In response, Ho Tu promptly knelt and said, "I report to the ancestor that our clan has long resided beneath Mount Buzhou. Now, within the vast wilderness, there are no formidable foes. We have come to beseech the ancestor to lead the Wu clan in unifying the wilderness." Upon hearing Ho Tu's words, Yinglong's eyes lit up nearby. He was particularly enthusiastic about competing for supremacy in the vast wilderness, which was why he had proliferated a race upon leaving Kunlun Mount. Subsequently, he contended with the Qilin and Feng clans for dominance in the wilderness, establishing the largest clan. Thus, upon hearing Ho Tu's request, he felt a surge of excitement and immediately wished for his master to acquiesce. However, the Sanqing and others nearby scoffed at this notion. They held little regard for vying for supremacy in the wilderness, believing that instead of wasting time in such pursuits, it was far better to focus on cultivation and seek the Tao. Luo, seated at the head of the hall, could only smile wryly upon hearing Ho Tu's request. He then replied, "Such matters should be deliberated by your clan. I shall not intervene. This journey of yours has been in vain." Upon hearing Luo's response, not only was Ho Tu disheartened, but even Yinglong, who stood nearby, wore a look of disappointment. He had hoped that his master would agree to lead the Wu clan in their quest for dominance over the wilderness, allowing him to serve as a vanguard in the forthcoming battles. Yet he could hardly fathom that his master would refuse so decisively. Ho Tu's expression faltered, and she raised her gaze to Luo, softly imploring, "Ancestor, why do you refuse to emerge? If we were to gain control over the wilderness, all its fortunes could be bestowed upon you. What we Wu clan seek is merely the position of the central race in the wilderness. As for the fortunes, would it not be the same whether they are in your left hand or your right?" Luo chuckled lightly at her words and replied, "The wilderness is still in flux, and the central race has yet to emerge. Even if you strive to seize it, you would only be sewing garments for others. The best course of action now is to diligently cultivate. In due time, the fortune shall come naturally." Ho Tu was momentarily taken aback. What could it mean to sew garments for others? Did she believe their Wu clan was not strong enough? In her view, that group of self-proclaimed demon races was far inferior to the Wu clan. Just as Chapter 43 titled Proving the Tao of Mixed Origin was about to unfold, Ho Tu was about to voice her counterargument when Luo's ethereal form raised a hand and vanished from sight. When she finally regained awareness of her surroundings, she found herself outside the Kunlun Mountains. Shortly thereafter, she heard Luo's voice, "You may depart on your own, should a crisis arise in the future. Chant my name, and I shall appear." With those words, the Kunlun Mountains disappeared entirely, as if they had never existed. Sighing softly, Ho Tu set off swiftly towards Mount Buzhou. Her purpose for coming was to invite Luo to lead the Wu clan in unifying the wilderness. However, as this endeavor had proven futile, she needed to return and report to the other 11 ancestral Wu. Thus, they could devise a response strategy. After Ho Tu's departure, within the Grand Hall, Yinglong lamented. Why did the master refuse the Wu clan's request? Given his current cultivation level, if he were to lead them in battle against the wilderness, there would be no adversary to contend with. And unifying the wilderness would be effortless. In truth, even if Luo refrained from direct involvement, merely dispatching Yinglong and others would suffice to lead the Wu clan in conquering the wilderness. However, if Luo were to act in such a manner, it was likely that the heavenly Tao would not permit it. After all, every calamity in the wilderness bore the shadow of the heavenly Tao. And should he intervene, it could disrupt the heavenly Tao's plans at that time. The heavenly Tao would undoubtedly take action again, which would be exceedingly troublesome. That it was better to let the two clans contend while he reaped the benefits. Upon hearing Yinglong's words, Luo merely smiled and shook his head. He then remarked, "As I said earlier, the true protagonist of the wilderness has yet to appear, and no matter how they strive, there will be no resolution." Yinglong sighed, feeling a sense of regret at that moment. Hong Jun interjected with a question. If the two clans are currently evenly matched, and neither of them is the protagonist of the wilderness, Then who could it possibly be? Not only Hong Jun, but the others also wore expressions of curiosity. Currently, in the wilderness, the only prominent entities were the Wu and Yao clans, if they were not the protagonists. Then who could it be? Luo responded with a smile. The secrets of destiny cannot be revealed. You should return and focus on your cultivation. Only through the advancement of your prowess can you play a significant role in the grand events that lie ahead. With those words, Luo's ethereal form completely vanished from the grand hall. Inside the hall, only a few remained, contemplating Luo's previous remarks. After a considerable time, they finally dispersed, each returning to their respective cultivation practices. Meanwhile, within the depths of the Kunlun Mountains, in Luo's secluded chamber, rules began to manifest within the seclusion space, even breaking through the formation and spilling outward. The previously engrossed Hong Jun and the others sensed the rules emanating from Luo's secluded chamber and quietly approached, sitting cross-legged to begin comprehending the overflowing rules. Though they were only at the initial stage of the Luo golden immortal realm, their understanding of these rules proceeded smoothly within the seclusion space. Luo felt the rules emanating around him, and a smile graced his face. His supreme cultivation method had reached a crucial juncture. He merely needed to absorb and comprehend these overflowing rules to successfully ascend to the saint level. At that point, he would no longer be bound by the 3 realms or the 5 elements, nor would he fall under the jurisdiction of the heavenly Tao, achieving the status of a saint. It could be said that he would exist independently of the heavenly Tao as a singular saint. Contemplating this, a smile of satisfaction spread across Luo's face as he hastened to absorb and refine the rules. After an unknown passage of several hundred years, the rules within the seclusion space had completely dissipated. Even the others, who were immersed in the rules outside, awoke, exchanging puzzled glances. They had not anticipated that the rules emanating from the seclusion space would vanish at this moment. Could it be that their master had made significant progress? Just as the others were engulfed in confusion, a beam of pure light detached from Luo's body and transformed into the final drop of rule, merging into his consciousness. This was precisely the reward from the system that had previously eluded him, and he never expected that it would bear fruit at this moment, with joy swelling in his heart. Luo fully activated his method, allowing his internal energy and rules to intertwine and gradually disguise themselves as rules permitted by this realm's heavenly Tao. After a considerable time, a thunderous roar resounded from the heavens, and then an immense purple chi began to swirl, hovering above the Kunlun Mountains. Simultaneously, the sounds of the Tao echoed within the Kunlun Mountains as golden lotuses erupted from the earth, manifesting various extraordinary phenomena. Countless rules spiraled within, transforming into a gentle rain that descended upon the Kunlun Mountains. This shower of essence baptized all living beings within, significantly enhancing their comprehension and even facilitating a complete cleansing of their physical and spiritual forms. Wounded beings experienced immediate healing, their cultivation levels advanced, and their lifespans increased by several hundred years as for the Sanqing and Hong Jun. When this essence fell, their comprehension improved considerably, and the internal energy surged within them, bringing them to the brink of the mid-stage Luo golden immortal realm. Once everyone awoke, they gazed in astonishment towards the direction of the secluded chamber. Laozi slowly spoke. Our teacher's cultivation has reached incredible heights. If he advances further, he is likely to attain the Tao of mixed origin that he recollected that the teacher once remarked. In ancient times, Pangu wielded his strength to validate the Tao and attain the mixed element fruit position, only to ultimately be burdened by heaven and earth. Thus, within this primordial chaos, the first mixed element Grand Luo golden immortal fell. Now witnessing the teacher's achievement in the mixed element, the faces of the 3 purities were illuminated with joy. The ginseng baby exclaimed in awe, "What terrifying magical power and rules! Before the Lord, I fear a mere glance could annihilate me." Yinglong nodded in agreement. Despite having reached the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal, he still felt like an insignificant insect under such overwhelming might that this the level beyond the great Luo golden immortal? Truly terrifying. Just as everyone was struck with astonishment, a vast power surged forth from the secluded place, instantly engulfing the entire primordial continent. Countless beings knelt in submission, trembling in fear. Above the Kunlun mountains, the saintly visage of Luo manifested, still clearly visible even from thousands of miles away, in the primordial sky. A colossal eye slowly opened, filled with resentment as it surveyed the Kunlun mountains before vanishing once more. Witness the might of the mixed element grand Luo golden immortal spread. The reclusive Hong Jun, deep within the fairy mountain, also felt its effects. Overwhelmed by the saintly pressure, he knelt upon the ground, his form disheveled and his complexion grim. Struggling, Hong Jun managed to lift his gaze towards the direction of Kunlun mountains. Recognizing that familiar aura, the wave of grievance surged within him. Luo, the little thief, why must it be you? Chapter 44. Fate, inexpressibly wonderful. At this moment, Hong Jun appeared disheveled, kneeling upon a rock, howling towards the heavens. Clearly, he was but a step away from entering the saintly realm. Indeed, he was the one who had struck a deal with the heavenly Tao. He possessed 2/3 of the chaotic jade butterfly fragments. Yet, why had that little thief Luo achieved the saintly position before him? And with just 3 more days, he would successfully break through to the saintly level. Why did that little thief surpass him in becoming a saint? He felt a deep sense of unwillingness at that instant. The will of the heavenly Tao manifested before Hong Jun, gazing towards the distant Kunlun mountains, and slowly spoke. Now do you understand why I harbor no fondness for him? It is not out of pettiness regarding the 4 elements of creation, but rather because this individual's actions are utterly detestable. Had Leon not absorbed the 4 elements of creation earlier, the heavenly Tao would have long since reached completion. There would have been no need to prematurely incite the initial calamity of the Dragon and Han era, relying on the power of tribulations to attain perfection. That it is not that I am reluctant, but this world requires him. Hong Jun slowly nodded, then struggled to rise, murmuring, from this day forth, I, Hong Jun, shall not coexist with that little thief Luo. Upon his words, the manifestation of the heavenly Tao beside him slightly nodded, then raised a hand to dispel the saintly pressure. It spoke. In that case, hasten to enter the saintly level, for only then can you possess the strength to contend with this little thief. Hong Jun nodded in agreement, then immersed himself once more in cultivation, drawing upon the rules within the chaotic jade butterfly fragments to comprehend and refine them. His cultivation advanced significantly, and his understanding of the world deepened considerably. The manifestation of the heavenly Tao let out a long breath, then remarked, why does such an anomaly exist in this realm, not within the 3 realms nor among the 5 elements? Far surpassing the saints? As it concluded, its voice dwindled into silence, and the manifestation of the heavenly Tao completely disappeared from the fairy mountain. Within the Kunlun mountains, Hong Jun and others stood outside Luo's seclusion, gazing up at the still-present saintly visage of Luo, their hearts filled with astonishment. Their master had achieved sainthood, especially for Long and the ginseng baby, who had followed Luo from the beginning. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Long before, Luo had informed them that the realm above the great Luo Golden Immortal was the mixed element Grand Luo Golden Immortal, commonly referred to as the saintly level in this world. When the saintly visage of Luo appeared as a reward from the system, they had sensed that their master was but a step away from achieving sainthood. Now, witnessing Luo's attainment of sainthood, even though it was anticipated, their hearts were still profoundly shaken. The 3 purities felt similarly. Deep within their bloodlines and souls, fragments of Pangu's memories lingered. They understood why their father god Pangu had opened the heavens and the earth. It was to validate the Tao with strength and achieve the mixed element fruit position. Alas, he ultimately fell victim to the schemes of the heavenly Tao and perished. Now, observing their master achieve sainthood, the 3 purities were filled with astonishment. Yuan Shi murmured, I wonder when I shall reach my master's level. Beside him, Tong Tian disdainfully remarked, Second brother, do not aspire too high. The saintly level is vastly different from the great Luo Golden Immortal. One is in the heavens while the other is on the earth, akin to clouds and mud. Yuan Shi's face flushed with anger as he retorted, I am merely contemplating. Can I not even think? Laozi shook his head and smiled, saying, becoming disciples of our master is a fortuitous opportunity for us. We must cherish it dearly. Hearing this, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian ceased their bickering and promptly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, beneath Mount Buzhou, Hudu had just returned to the ancestral witch palace after relaying Lia's earlier words to the other ancestral witches when she was overwhelmed by the surging power of the saint. Not just her, but even the other 11 ancestral witches found themselves in the same predicament. The fire god, Zhu Rong, exclaimed, "What level of power is this? Why can I not even muster the strength to resist?" Dizhong's expression was grim. Despite the overwhelming saintly presence, he discerned Lia's aura within it. He struggled to rise and gaze towards the Kunlun mountains, murmuring, "Even if the ancestor has reached this level, does he not regard my witch clan?" A flicker of disappointment arose in Dizhong's heart, but then a glint of determination shone in his eyes as he coldly declared, "Even if you are the ancestor, you cannot be right in everything. I shall lead the witch clan to unify the primordial realm and prove you wrong." Outside the ancestral witch palace, countless members of the witch clan knelt in reverence. Bowing repeatedly towards the Kunlun mountains, Lia's attainment of sainthood became known throughout the primordial realm, causing countless beings to tremble in fear on that day. In the Tang Valley, once the saintly pressure dissipated, Dijun and Tai Yi turned their gazes towards the Kunlun mountains. They were intimately familiar with this aura. It was the same Taoist they encountered while pursuing the 3 purities, who rode upon the ancestral dragon. At that moment, they realized this was the realm above the great Luo Golden Immortal, the mixed element Grand Luo Golden Immortal, the saintly level. Dijun and the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi exchanged glances, then quietly said, "We shall issue orders. In the future, our demon clan must exercise caution when encountering the 3 purities." The Eastern Emperor Tai Yi nodded in agreement. This moment, within the Kunlun mountains, as if sensing something, Long and the others knelt outside the seclusion. Moments later, the seclusion slowly opened and a slender figure clad in dark robes stepped forth. It was Lia, looking at the kneeling Long and others. Luya smiled. "It seems you haven't been idle during this time." Rise upon hearing this, Long and the others quickly bowed in congratulations. "Congratulations, Master, on achieving the mixed element." Luya replied with a smile. "You all are most considerate." Although he had been in seclusion, he still sensed their presence outside, absorbing the overflowing laws of heaven and earth. They had made considerable progress through this. After they rose, they followed Luya into the grand hall. Luya took his seat, glanced towards the direction of Hong Jun's fairy mountain, then let out a low chuckle. When the saintly power spread earlier, he had been able to observe the entire primordial continent. Naturally catching sight of Hong Jun's disheveled figure in this primordial realm, Hong Jun was supposed to be the first to achieve sainthood, yet he had taken the lead. This connection was truly marvelous. However, since he had already claimed the title of the first saint of the primordial realm, should he not deliver the Tao 3 times to usurp the title of Tao ancestor from this person? After pondering for a moment, Lia shook his head, dismissing the idea 3 sermons would be excessive. Once would suffice. With this thought, Lia proclaimed loudly, "Today I, the poor Taoist, achieve sainthood and shall deliver a sermon. In a millennium, you may all come to the Kunlun mountains to listen to the great Tao." In an instant, Lia's words, carried by the saintly might, reverberated throughout the entire primordial continent. Upon hearing this, Hong Jun, who was in seclusion on the fairy mountain, turned as pale as death, and the laws surrounding him instantly dissipated. Chapter 45, Teaching Without Discrimination. Thus shall the Tao be spread in the primordial realm. Upon the celestial mountain, Hong Jun appeared disheveled, his complexion wan and his eyes devoid of life as he gazed up at the heavens. Particularly after hearing Luya's words, it felt as though his heart was bleeding. What could this little thief possibly be plotting? He had originally intended to attain sainthood himself, deliver teachings thrice, repay the heavens for their creation, and benefit all living beings, while also gathering merits to lay a foundation for his future endeavors. Yet now, not only had Luya outpaced him in achieving sainthood, but he had also preempted him in imparting teachings to the masses, sowing the seeds of enlightenment. Even the merits he had schemed for were on the verge of being seized by this audacious thief. Such contemptible behavior. With such thoughts, Hong Jun could no longer suppress the sweetness rising in his throat and abruptly coughed up a mouthful of old blood. After a long while, upon regaining his senses and examining himself, he noticed cracks had suddenly appeared atop his 3 flowers. Originally, he could have attained sainthood within 3 to 5 years, but now he would first need to mend the fissures on his 3 flowers before contemplating sainthood. This would require at least a millennium. Hong Jun looked up at the vast sky and roared, "I am filled with hatred. Luo, you little thief, I shall not share the heavens with you." At this moment, within the Kunlun mountains, Luo observed the 3 pure ones, who wore smiles as they listened to his impending teachings, and a grin surfaced on his face. At that moment, an unusual feeling stirred within him. As though someone was singing his praises from the void, he immediately began to deduce in secret. But within his calculations, he could only perceive a hazy figure, evidently concealed by the will of the heavens. Luo frowned slightly. It was indeed unusual to receive assistance from the heavenly order to obscure the truth. Could it be that old fellow Hong Jun? If it were truly him, it would not be surprising. For he was destined to be the first to attain sainthood in this realm, and it was he who was fated to be the ancestor of the teachings. Now that Luo had stolen the spotlight from him, it would be strange if Hong Jun did not harbor resentment. With this thought, Luo smiled broadly. This matter was becoming increasingly intriguing. It was likely that not only Hong Jun was fixated on him, but the heavenly order as well. After all, it was not the first time he had interfered with the heavenly plans. Each time the will of the heavens beheld him, it was filled with resentment, as if it longed to tear him apart. The mere thought of it brought him amusement. Suddenly, below, Hong Yun inquired, "My lord, will there be no conditions set for this teaching?" Luo replied with a smile, "It is for the purpose of imparting teachings to the wilderness. Why would there be a need for restrictions?" Hong Yun furrowed his brow and responded, "However, if my lord imposes no conditions, the qualifications of those who come to listen may vary greatly. Such disparate qualifications would likely prove of little use even to my lord when imparting teachings to the wilderness." Unbeknownst to Hong Yun, Evening Long and the ginseng baby beside him nodded in agreement. The 3 pure ones also exhibited expressions that confirmed the validity of this concern. After all, in the wilderness, few could surpass the 3 pure ones. They were transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu, possessing unparalleled qualifications. Having already reached the level of Luo, if they were to hear Luo's teachings, they might well make further progress. Upon hearing Hong Yun's words, Luo turned his attention to those present in the grand hall, a smile gracing his face as he asked, "Is this how you all feel?" The crowd chuckled and scratched their heads, falling silent. Yet their meaning was unmistakable, since their lord wished to impart teachings to the wilderness. Even if it were but a single session, some qualification restrictions ought to be established. Otherwise, if ordinary beings were to attend, would it not squander the opportunity to hear such teachings? Luo regarded the expressions on their faces and remarked, "The teachings I impart are inclusive. If I were to impose restrictions, how could we discuss the notion of imparting teachings?" As his words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the space that a glimmer of astonishment flashed in the eyes of the 3 pure ones. Inclusivity in teachings. What a grand vision! Was this not the essence of the path laid out by their own master? Particularly for Tong Tian, a spark of brilliance ignited in his eyes. The master's words resonated deeply within him. If the teachers of the wilderness were to impose restrictions, how could the brilliance of living beings be realized? Only a master like him, who embraced inclusivity, could embody the true path. Hong Yun and the others shared similar sentiments, their eyes reflecting a hint of guilt as they humbly expressed, "We are inept and unable to grasp the intentions of our Lord." Long also nodded in deep agreement. Initially, he had believed that pursuing the protagonists of the wilderness was the way of the human path. But now it seemed a grave error. Even if he led the Dragon Clan to seize the position of the protagonist in the wilderness and successfully controlled its fate, what of it? In the end, it was still a narrow perspective. Even as the protagonist of the wilderness, achieving greatness across countless generations was exceedingly difficult. Yet now, with the teachings as long as there were beings in the wilderness cultivating, they would forever remember their Lord's grace in imparting teachings. This was the true grand vision. The ginseng baby, observing Long's gleaming eyes, disdainfully remarked, "What are you little mudfish, thinking about all day. Yinglong straightened his chest and replied dismissively. The great path of the wilderness is not something you, a mere child, can fathom. Upon hearing this, the ginseng baby snorted coldly and fell silent. Luya, watching the understanding of those in the grand hall, chuckled and said, since that is the case, you may all leave, cultivate diligently, and in 100 years you shall see results. Hearing this, Hong Jun and the 3 pure ones immediately clasped their hands in respect, declaring, we shall faithfully obey the Lord's decree. With those words, the assembly dispersed, returning to their respective meditation spaces to cultivate this moment across various regions of the wilderness. Upon hearing Luya's words, countless beings displayed expressions of ecstatic joy. In the Tang Valley, beneath the Fusong tree, Emperor Jun and Tai sat side by side. While she poured tea for the two, the atmosphere was one of silence. And after a considerable time, Emperor Jun finally spoke. What are your thoughts on this matter? They had some grievances with the 3 pure ones, and now that the backing of the 3 pure ones had attained the great path and was to impart teachings in 100 years, it was a tremendous opportunity for the beings of the wilderness. However, for them, it was indeed a point of contention. Should they go, or should they refrain? After a prolonged silence, Dong Huang Tai gazed into the distance and let out a deep sigh. At that moment, she spoke up. There is no need for the 2 brothers to worry. Since that esteemed one has attained the great path, he will not be concerned with such trivial matters. The teachings offered by the esteemed one are a grand opportunity for us and many beings of the wilderness. Should the 2 brothers choose not to attend, they may regret it for a lifetime. Upon hearing Shi's words, Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai exchanged glances, each recognizing the determination in the other's eyes. They then spoke slowly. In that case, it seems we must visit Kunlun in half a year. Dong Huang Tai smiled and replied, it is only fitting. Chapter 46. The 100-year period approaches not only among the Demon Clan in the Tang Valley, but even beneath the Mount Buzhou. The Witch Clan was abuzz with discussion. Within the ancestral witch hall, Di Jiang raised his gaze to the other 11 ancestral witches. Among this group, expressions varied widely, particularly among Hutu, whose countenance was complex. Previously, she had ventured to Kunlun Mountain, seeking to persuade Luya to emerge and unite the witch clan to dominate the wilderness. However, she had not anticipated being met with refusal, and now, not long after, her rather unreliable ancestor had unexpectedly attained sainthood. Furthermore, he had proclaimed to the wilderness that he would impart teachings in 100 years, allowing all beings to gather in Kunlun to listen. It was likely that no one in the wilderness now wished to miss the opportunity to hear the voice of the great path from Kunlun. A silence fell over the ancestral witch hall. After a considerable time, the usually fiery Zhurong finally spoke. The teachings of our ancestor are of no benefit to us. We do not cultivate the primordial spirit or magical powers, and thus have no need to attend Kunlun. Gong Gong echoed. Zhurong is right. Our witch clan has never practiced the cultivation of the primordial spirit or magical powers, so we need not go to Kunlun to listen to tea that moment. Zhu Meng interjected. Though we do not practice the primordial spirit or magical powers, do you all not know how to advance further and become beings akin to our father deity Pangu? Upon uttering these words, the hall fell silent. After a long pause, the ancestral witches shook their heads. Their ability to reach their current level stemmed entirely from Pangu's essence. However, the Pangu essence within them had been nearly depleted, and they had reached their peak, making further advancement nearly impossible. Seeing the others shake their heads, Zhu Meng slowly continued. Now that our ancestor has broken through to the level of a saint, we ought to attend the teachings and see how our witch clan might advance further. If we cannot even achieve this, how can we discuss unifying the wilderness and becoming the paramount clan of heaven and earth? Zhurong, upon hearing this, retorted angrily, you speak as if it were simple, yet our ancestor is unwilling to emerge and help us unify the wilderness. How could he possibly impart further methods to us? Upon hearing these words, Zhu Meng let out a derisive laugh. Fool, do you not understand why our ancestor wishes to expound the teachings to the world? If we were to attend, the ancestor would undoubtedly grant us permission. Zhurong's complexion flushed crimson, flames swirling around him as the chaotic energies of fire surged throughout the ancestral which Hall Di Jiang, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "Enough, let us all refrain from further words. Since the ancestor has chosen to teach, we must surely attend that a century hence, all 12 ancestral witches of our hall will journey to Kunlun Mountain to listen to the teachings." With that, Di Jiang departed for his place of cultivation, leaving the remaining 11 ancestral witches exchanging glances in confusion. After Di Jiang's exit, Zhu Meng cast a scornful glance at Zhurong before also leaving the ancestral witch hall. Zhurong's expression darkened further, and he soon heard Gong Gong beside him offering words of consolation. Zhu Meng is not entirely wrong. You do indeed appear quite foolish. Oh, not let it trouble you. And no sooner had these words left his lips than Gong Gong's countenance shifted, and he hastily rushed towards the exit of the ancestral witch hall. Behind him, fiery dragons, manifestations of the laws of fire, raced toward him with great speed. Hutu, observing her two brothers in such a state, could not help but chuckle softly. After all, she had long since grown accustomed to their daily bickering and playful antics. One brother practiced the laws of fire, while the other delved into the laws of water. Their natures inherently opposed, leading them to engage in constant verbal sparring and mischief. Without them, the ancestral witch hall would surely lack much of its vivacity. Meanwhile, within the palace of Nuwa gazed at Fushi before slowly speaking. "Brother, what are your thoughts on this elder's teachings?" Fushi's expression was one of excitement as he replied. This elder has only just attained sanctity and already wishes to repay the heavens and earth through imparting wisdom. Truly, he's a paragon for our kind. Nuwa's expression shifted slightly as she inquired, "Are you suggesting that, a century hence, we too shall journey to Kunlun Mountain?" Fushi smiled and affirmed, "Indeed, we have reached a bottleneck in our cultivation. Without the guidance of a sage, it would be futile to continue our isolated efforts as before. We must attend the teachings at Kunlun Mountain." Nuwa nodded in agreement, though she had never before heard of such a figure emerging within the primordial realm. Could it be the sage's ethereal form that appeared thousands of years ago? As far as she knew, that sage had existed long before the heavens and earth were even formed, during an era of profound chaos. If this individual had truly achieved the path of the sage, then her astonishment would be unwarranted. Having come to this realization, Nuwa settled into a state of tranquil cultivation within the palace, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to attend the teachings at Kunlun Mountain in a century's time. In truth, they were not alone. Nearly all beings in the primordial realm with cultivation above the Tai golden immortal level began to harbor similar intentions. Those beneath this level also wished to attend, yet they might only be able to listen from outside Kunlun Mountain at this moment. Within Kunlun Mountain, the ginseng baby was directing the three pure ones in gathering celestial herbs, intent on expanding the little garden he guarded. When the three pure ones first entered Kunlun Mountain, only Hong Jun and Long were present, leaving him without anyone to command. Now that the three pure ones were here, Ginseng Baby was motivated to enlarge his herb garden. Kunlun Mountain was rich with celestial herbs, yet he had been too indolent to take action. Furthermore, he was not adept in combat. Should he encounter a being of equal standing, he might bring shame upon his master. In the herb garden, Ginseng Baby directed the three pure ones to place the harvested celestial herbs down for him to cultivate within the garden. In merely a few decades, the little herb garden under Ginseng Baby's watch had expanded significantly. Content with the growth of his garden, Ginseng Baby nodded in satisfaction before allowing the three pure ones to return to their cultivation. As they departed, Yuan Shi whispered to Laozi, expressing his grievance. "Elder brother, why must we heed the commands of this little brat?" Laozi chuckled in response. Had it not been for Ginseng Baby, the Dragon Clan would have likely fallen to the Qilin and Phoenix clans long ago, that he alone could have turned the tide of battle. If we do not cultivate a good relationship with him, how shall we seek his aid in times of trouble? After the three pure ones left, Ginseng Baby suddenly furrowed his brow. Glancing toward a certain spot in the herb garden, he then dashed toward it, swiftly pulling out two dragon horns. Waving his small hands, he shouted in a huff, "You little mudfish, stealing my celestial herbs again. Do you believe I report your mischief to my master?" Long, unfazed, stood up while dragging Ginseng Baby along, a celestial herb held in his mouth which he chewed and swallowed. Master is currently in seclusion, consolidating his cultivation that I doubt you, little brat, will dare to disturb him. Ginseng baby's face turned red with anger, a surge of vital energy erupting from his 7 orifices. Just as he was about to retort and teach the pesky mudfish a lesson, he heard Lu Ya's voice from afar. Enough. Cease this nonsense. The time has come. Prepare yourselves for the arrival of the beings of the primordial realm to hear the teachings. Chapter 47. The Gathering of All Immortals. Upon hearing Lu Ya's words, Yinglong and Ginseng baby immediately quieted down and hurried toward the front hall. Upon arrival, they found Hong Jun and the 3 pure ones had been waiting for some time, who greeted them with smiles. Once everyone had gathered, Lu Ya emerged from the closed doors of his seclusion, accompanied by waves of Tao rhythms. Had he not rained his aura, the presence of the sage would have surely overwhelmed everyone present. Upon seeing Lu Ya, all bowed and said, "We pay our respects to our teacher, master, and welcome you out of seclusion." Although Lu Ya had concealed his aura, the crowd could still sense the immense might emanating from him. Leaving them in awe, the level of the sage was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Lu Ya took his seat and surveyed the assembled crowd, nodding slightly before addressing them. Prepare yourselves. The time has come for this seat to impart teachings. With his words, the 3 pure ones hurried to make arrangements. After they departed, the voice of Lu Ya echoed throughout the primordial realm. The time has arrived. All those fated may come to Kunlun Mountain to hear the teachings, lasting for a millennium, in an instant. The sound of Lu Ya's teachings resonated across the primordial continent. Countless beings surged forth, all hastening towards Kunlun Mountain. In the skies, beams of light flashed as innumerable figures materialize. This moment, even atop the secluded mountain of Hong Jun, Lu Ya's words reached his ears clearly, despite the barriers of formation. Hong Jun's expression turned pale as his heart wavered slightly. Although he had long been aware of Lu Ya's intention to impart teachings at this moment, he still found it difficult to withstand such overwhelming presence. After a long while, Hong Jun exhaled slowly and turned his gaze toward Kunlun Mountain, his brows furrowed with resentment. The first to achieve sanctity, the first to impart teachings. Under normal circumstances, while he might feel a twinge of dissatisfaction, he could accept it. Yet for some reason, when it came to Lu Ya, it felt distinctly off, as though Lu Ya was constantly targeting him. Once the teachings were proclaimed, Hong Jun raised his hand slightly to reinforce the formation, subtly obscuring it from human perception. After completing everything, he slowly closed his eyes and resumed his cultivation. The previous incident of Lu Ya attaining sanctity had already impacted his Tao heart, causing cracks to appear in his upper 3 flowers. After painstakingly mending some of those cracks over the past 6 months, he nearly succumbed again to the influence of Lu Ya's teachings. Truly, it was infuriating. At this moment, above the primordial continent, countless powerful beings raced towards Kunlun Mountain, most of whom were at the Luo Golden Immortal level. They too could sense the Tao and were aware of Lu Ya's current cultivation level, but a sage who transcended the Luo Golden Immortal realm. With such a presence imparting teachings, they would likely avoid many detours in the future. Among the crowd, 2 bald figures sped through, their faces etched with despair, yet their pace unwavering. Golden light flashed as they dashed, causing the creatures within the mountains to become restless. One spoke. "Elder brother, we have traveled swiftly from the west for the purpose of attending these teachings. If we fail to secure a favorable position, we may betray the trust of the beings from the west." As he spoke, the sorrow on his face deepened. The other nodded solemnly and replied, "This elder's teachings are a rare opportunity. We must seize it." The individual who had previously spoken nodded in deep agreement. Yet the sorrow etched upon his face grew ever more pronounced, as if he had endured the countless tribulations of the mortal realm. At that moment, not far from the 2, a colossal Kunping appeared, seemingly having overheard their conversation, and let out a derisive laugh. "You dare approach the east to hear the sage expound?" Upon hearing these words, the 2 men were immediately incensed and shot furious glares in the direction of the Kunping. In an instant, the great creature flapped its wings and vanished from their sight. The 2 exchanged a glance, a flicker of anger igniting in their eyes, and their speed surged significantly. Nevertheless, ahead of them, countless figures continued to forge ahead. Among them, one individual, adorned with the golden crow's divine semblance, sped toward Kunlun Mountain alongside two others, moving with remarkable swiftness, placing them among the top 10. Additionally, there were two others, a man and a woman, who, in their frantic dash, exhibited a serpentine form with human heads, regardless of whether the human race had yet emerged. This detail serves primarily for the reader's clarity and immersion, seemingly transformed entirely. These two were none other than Nuwa and Fushi, who had hastened from the palace of Nuwa. As for the palace of Nuwa, it exists within the confines of a particular narrative setting. Upon hearing the teachings of Liap, they set forth toward Kunlun Mountain, determined to secure a prominent position. Furthermore, 12 individuals were racing across the land. Utilizing their own legs, these 12 were of imposing stature, each step capable of traversing mountains and rivers. Comprising both men and women, their physical prowess unparalleled. They were the 12 ancestral shamans brave enough to emerge from the hall of the ancestral shamans beneath Mount Buzhou. At that moment, the two glanced upward, noticing that many were still ahead of them, causing their expressions to shift, and their speed increased yet again. It was their ancestral figure's inaugural sermon. How could they possibly refrain from attending? How could they not stand at the forefront for their ancestor to behold? Another individual, moving with remarkable agility, even utilized the technique of sleeve-imbued space to gather numerous spiritual treasures, albeit these treasures were of little repute. On this day, the skies above the vast wilderness were shrouded in a dark mass, as countless powerful beings soared toward Kunlun Mountain. Even upon the surface of the wilderness, myriad beings rushed forth. Although many had yet to achieve mastery in their cultivation, they still made their way toward Kunlun Mountain. Most were still in their nascent forms, having only just developed a modicum of sentience, possessing some instinct for fortune and misfortune. Those beings who had initially intended to remain hidden for millennia, upon witnessing such a magnificent spectacle in the wilderness, could not help but reconsider, decisively emerging to head toward Kunlun Mountain. Meanwhile, outside the Kunlun Mountain range, the protective formation had already been activated. Red Cloud and the three Pure Ones stood within the protective array, engaged in light-hearted banter. However, within moments, they felt the ground tremble. The Dragon of the Clouds suddenly spoke. This commotion seems to indicate that someone is approaching. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward the distance. They beheld clouds of dust rising from beyond the Kunlun mountain range, soaring high into the sky. When they looked up again, the wilderness above was enveloped in a dark mass, obscuring the sunlight and casting the land in a shadow. The ginseng baby couldn't help but open his mouth wide, making two smacking sounds before exclaiming, "The Master's sermon is akin to a gathering of myriad immortals." The others nodded in deep agreement. Chapter 48. Since we are to seize, let us seize thoroughly. Just as the group was momentarily taken aback, they beheld the dark figures in the sky descending upon them. They landed outside the protective array of Kunlun Mountain, and the multitude of beings rushing forth from the ground densely covered the entire Kunlun mountain range. The foremost figures were all beings of the great Luo golden immortal level. Besides the imposing figures of the 12 ancestral shamans, there were also the demon clans Dijuan, Tai, and Shiha, along with Nuwa and Fushi. In addition to these individuals, there were also the Kuanpeng and the duo of Jin and Juni. Such bald figures were indeed a rarity in the wilderness, prompting many to cast curious glances. This caused Jin and Junti to unconsciously touch their own bald heads, exchanging somewhat awkward telepathic messages. "Elder brother, why are these Eastern beings observing us so intently? Perhaps our cultivation is commendable." Drawing their attention. Upon hearing this, Junti nodded in agreement. After all, with their great Luo golden immortal level cultivation, they were among the most eminent figures in the West. Even though they had crossed over to the East, they should still rank among the top tier of beings there. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for these Eastern beings to keep a watchful eye on the two brothers, especially given that a sage-level entity was about to deliver a sermon. Naturally, they would be cautious of Jin and Junti. With this thought, Junti couldn't help but display a hint of satisfaction. When the time came for the sage's teachings, the two brothers would undoubtedly secure front-row positions, garnering the sage's favor. These Eastern beings, after all, were but insignificant creatures. At this moment, within the Grand Hall of Kunlun Mountain, Liap was also observing the multitude of beings within the mountain range. To him, it seemed that virtually all esteemed beings of renown had gathered in this wilderness. Even those disciples of Hong Jun, famed in later tales, were all present here. A smirk spread across Liap's face, since he had already seized the first saintly position from that old fellow and appropriated his inaugural sermon. Perhaps he might as well snatch a few disciples as well. Not necessarily direct disciples, but even nominal disciples would suffice. With this thought, Liap became increasingly fixated on the idea, and the next moment, a familiar electronic voice echoed in his ears. Event analysis. Host Ascension to sainthood will bless all beings, gathering the fortune of the wilderness, necessitating a sermon within the wilderness. Plot direction 1. Expound the great Tao. Bless the beings. Serve as a half-master to the beings gathered here, without accepting disciples. Plot result. Gain a minor portion of wilderness fortune. Acquire the title of half-master. Plot direction 2. Expound the great Tao. Covertly scheme, leaving behind certain risks in the laws. Plot result. Serve as a half-master to the gathered beings. Future risks may manifest, leading to infamy. Plot direction 3. Deliver a sermon here. Bless the beings of the wilderness. Elucidate the great Tao. Expound the 3 methods to sainthood. Seize Hong Jun's fortune. Accept 4 disciples. And establish a formidable reputation. Plot result. Serve as a half-master to the beings of the wilderness. Disciples may gain a thread of quasi-saint opportunity. And when the time is ripe, they may attain sainthood. Upon hearing the electronic voice, Liap couldn't help but feel a sense of peculiarity. Why did it seem to him that this system was conspicuously orchestrating events? It was as if it were intent on exploiting that old man Hong Jun alone, and when that old man eventually learned of the consequences, he would surely be furious. This system, oh how it straddles the line. But the humble Taoist cannot help but appreciate it. The smile graced Liap's face as he raised his hand within the grand hall, and 7 meditation cushions materialized, suffused with spiritual energy and surrounded by various laws. After completing this, Liap declared, "When the time comes for the sermon, you may come forth at your leisure." As soon as the words fell, Ying Long and the human ginseng doll swiftly activated the protective mountain formation, soaring directly into the grand hall. Upon entering the hall, they were momentarily taken aback by the sight of several meditation cushions within. Shortly thereafter, the 3 pure ones settled themselves upon the 3 cushions closest to Luo, while the human ginseng doll and the others took their places beside him. Nestled closely to Luo, even the 3 small Qilins from a water and fire Qilin emerged, lying down before him. Following this, those beings who had been barred from the Kunlun Mountains, upon witnessing the formation's opening, hurriedly made their way toward the grand hall. Before long, some arrived at the entrance of the palace, which emanated a terrifying aura of Tao, exuding immense power as if capable of suppressing the primal chaos itself, presenting itself grandly before all. The beings hastening here were momentarily stunned, then each turned their gaze toward the interior of the hall. Upon seeing that only 4 cushions remained, their eyes gleamed with anticipation. Nuo and Fushi were the first to arrive at the entrance, and upon finding the doors wide open with Luo seated in the main position, they exchanged glances and proceeded into the hall, taking their seats on the cushions behind the 3 pure ones. Following them were Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, and Shi He, who observed that only 2 cushions remained unoccupied. They exchanged looks but chose not to sit down. Behind them, Zhen Yuanzi, who had just arrived, promptly took a seat on the cushion behind Nuo. With only 1 cushion left in the hall, the 2 figures of Jin and Junyi, rushing from behind, were suddenly filled with urgency, hastily making their way into the hall. Upon seeing Jin and Junyi, Luo couldn't help but frown. He had always harbored reservations about these 2, especially knowing that they would later betray Hong Jun, the old man. They established Buddhism and repeatedly contended with Taoism for the Eastern fortune. Such rebellious talents were better left to Hong Jun. Luo's eyes sparkled as he discreetly raised a hand, summoning a principle that enveloped the 2. Yet, Jin and Junyi remained oblivious, intent only on occupying a cushion. Unbeknownst to them, their speed had significantly decreased. Consequently, they fell behind to be overtaken by the blood-clad ancestor of the Mingi, who promptly settled on the last remaining cushion. After sitting down, Ancestor Mingi looked at the familiar faces before him and offered a sycophantic smile. After all, he shared a certain connection with this formidable figure. A fateful connection? Even a fateful connection is still a connection. Upon seeing Ancestor Mingi, Luo was momentarily surprised. He had intended for the Kunlun behind Jane and Junie to take a seat, not expecting it to be seized by Ancestor Mingi. However, this was of little consequence, for he and Ancestor Mingi also had some affinity. Should the need arise in the future, it would count as a justified association. With this thought, Luo smiled and nodded at Ancestor Mingi. Chapter 49. Luo's Discourse. Seeing Luo smile at him, Ancestor Mingi was filled with immense excitement. Indeed, these cushions were not without significance. It seemed his gamble had paid off. After Ancestor Mingi took his seat, Jane and Junie arrived behind him, gazing at the occupied cushions with expressions of despair. They had never anticipated that despite their arduous journey, they would find themselves in such a predicament. Behind the two, Kunlun entered the grand hall, and upon seeing the 7 seated individuals, a look of astonishment crossed his face. However, he did not dwell on it, and simply stood behind the others. Following him were the 12 towering ancestral witches, who returned to their normal size upon entering the hall. That Di Jiang and the others looked up at Luo, their expressions complex, according to their lineage. The one seated above was indeed their ancestor, yet this ancestor seemed to hold little regard for their witch clan. With a collective sigh of lament, they stood within the hall, among the crowd. Hutu observed the 7 individuals on the cushions with a peculiar expression. She was aware that the 3 pure ones had already pledged themselves to her ancestor. Now, those 3 were seated upon the cushions. Could it be that all those seated could enter her ancestor's fold? As she pondered this, more beings continued to arrive at the grand hall, many of whom were the Luo golden immortal level. In the present primal chaos, following the initial calamity of the Dragon and Han era, all beings had been recuperating, and the spiritual essence of the celestial beings flourished. Treasures emerged abundantly from various places. Many with sufficient opportunities and decent backgrounds had seized this chance to step into the Luo golden immortal realm. Yet, few reached the mid-stage of this realm, for simply attaining the Luo golden immortal status was already no small feat. And at this juncture, only Yinglong and the human ginseng doll by Luo's side had managed to reach mid-stage. In no time, the grand hall was filled with beings. Not only that, but outside the hall, countless beings crowded the Kunlun mountains, all eager to listen to the discourse. Just as Luo was about to speak, he noticed Jane and Junie in the hall suddenly displaying sorrowful expressions. Looking at Zhun Yunzi and Ancestor Mingi, who occupied the last 2 seats, they slowly began to speak. 2 fellow Taoists, we have traveled countless miles from the west, solely to hear the sacred teachings. Yet, the journey was indeed long, and we were unable to secure a seat. Might I inquire if you 2 could, before they could finish, they were abruptly interrupted by Ancestor Mingi, clad in blood-red garments, who gazed at them with disdain. Having finally claimed one of the 7 seats, he was not inclined to easily relinquish it to these 2 bald monks. They should not think that their appearance would grant them any privilege. Jane and Junie, taken aback, turned crimson and retorted angrily, "Who dares?" However, as they turned, they found themselves facing the 12 robust ancestral witches standing behind them, each no weaker than themselves. Swiftly, they changed their tone. "Who dares to hinder the saint's discourse? We shall not spare those who do." At this, laughter rippled through the crowd. Jane and Junie felt their faces flush with embarrassment as they inwardly muttered, "A minor affair." Subsequently, they stood quietly behind the 7 seats, awaiting Luo's address. Luo regarded Jane and Junie with a rather peculiar expression, inwardly acknowledging their tenacity. While he had long suspected their thick skins, he had not anticipated that they could so nonchalantly stand within the hall. Moments later, silence enveloped the space, and Luo finally spoke. This humble Taoist, having attained sanctity, ought to repay heaven and earth, bestowing blessings upon all beings. Thus, I shall deliver a discourse lasting a millennium, and you are to listen attentively. Upon hearing this, the multitude of beings below responded in unison. "Thank you, Saint, for your compassion and mercy towards us." Upon witnessing this, Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he began to chant the profound truths of the Tao. There exists movement arising from stillness, and action stemming from non-action, in non-action. The spirit returns. With the spirit's return, all things fall into silence, in stillness. The vital energy dissipates, leading to the lifelessness of all things. Forgetting the eyes allows light to overflow endlessly. Losing oneself in sound results in the heart's awareness becoming a deep abyss. When both mechanisms are forgotten, the gateway to myriad wonders is revealed. Nourishing the formless, formlessness allows permanence. Guarding the incorporeal ensures authenticity. When authenticity is harmonized, one may attain immortality. The heavens endure because they embody truth. The earth remains steadfast due to its essence. Humanity thrives on its authenticity. Silence is inherent to nature, and the heart resides within it. Movement is driven by the heart, and nature dwells therein. When the heart arises, nature perishes. When the heart ceases, nature manifests, akin to the void devoid of form. Serene and complete. The great Tao is without form. Thus it remains untouched by existence. The true nature is non-action, hence it does not birth desire. Naturally, it is expansive and boundless in the face of the environment. One must forget the environment, neither sinking into the demons of the six thieves, nor becoming ensnared by the myriad transformations of dust. In an instant, the vast hall is filled with an endless resonance of the Tao. Between heaven and earth, laws continuously proliferate, swirling within the hall and extending throughout the expanse of Kunlun Mountain. Within the hall, extraordinary phenomena manifest. Golden lotuses spring forth from the earth, and purple chi ascends from the eastern horizon. At this moment, all beings who came to Kunlun Mountain to listen to the Tao are thoroughly immersed in the teachings expounded by Luo Hu, enveloped in the laws, their inner cultivation gradually advancing. Just then, the will of the heavenly Tao suddenly materializes above Kunlun Mountain. Chapter 50. Not a small-minded Tao of heaven. Within the expanse of the Kunlun Mountain range, countless laws become apparent, and strange phenomena arise frequently. All beings within this realm are immersed in the principles of the Tao. The profound truths articulated by Luo Hu are accessible and enlightening, clarifying the laws for countless beings, even subtly enhancing their comprehension. Yet the sudden manifestation of the heavenly Tao's will in the skies above Kunlun looks down upon the mountain range, and the resentment in its eyes grows palpable. According to its calculations, the first to attain sainthood should have been Hong Jun, but now it has been usurped by this Luo Hu. Initially, the heavenly Tao chose to ignore Luo Hu, as he was beyond the three realms and did not fall within the five elements, thus beyond its jurisdiction. However, it never anticipated that Luo Hu, upon achieving sainthood, would announce his teachings to the wilderness, a method it had promised Hong Jun for harvesting the vitality of the beings in the wilderness. Now this wretched little thief had stolen the opportunity. Infuriated, the heavenly Taos will raise a hand, surrounded by countless laws, all of which were principles of the great Tao. Should these principles descend, the beings here would awaken from the resonance of the Tao, causing Luo Hu's teachings to falter. Simultaneously, while expounding in the hall, Luo Hu seemed to sense something. Glancing toward the skies above Kunlun Mountain, teeth appeared as though, through the endless layers of clouds, he glimpsed the manifestation of the heavenly Tao's will. This caused the heavenly Tao's will to momentarily pause, lingering within the clouds. Below, a smile graced Luo Hu's visage, and he slightly waved at the heavenly Tao's will as a form of acknowledgement. He then resumed elucidating the principles of the Tao for countless beings. The heavenly Tao's will, taken aback by this gesture, began to grind its teeth in anger that IT had come seeking trouble. But what was the meaning of Luo Hu's earlier actions? Did he perhaps look down upon it? It, as the heavenly Tao, commanded the myriad beings of the wilderness and governed countless principles. Who dared provoke it? In its moment of distraction, Luo Hu casually grasped the air before him, instantly condensing countless rules within his hand, which then intertwined and fused. Gradually, they evolved into the four primordial elements, manifesting before him. This scene left the heavenly Tao's will above utterly astonished, as the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. It should possess greater mastery over the laws than Luo. Yet, it found itself unable to reverse the laws and transform them into the four primordial elements. It was vital to acknowledge that all the myriad laws of the wilderness were derived from these four elements. If one were to say that all transformations stem from a singular source, then these four elements are that source. It was precisely the lack of absorption of the four primordial elements that had caused the heavenly Tao's will to develop so slowly. Now, witnessing Luo's ability to effortlessly reverse the laws and refine the primordial elements, how could it not be astonished? In its eyes, a flash of golden light flickered. It hesitated, contemplating whether to descend into the Kunlun mountain range and demand these primordial elements. Although it had previously received a boost from the chi of the Dragon Han calamity, the heavenly Tao's development remained sluggish. Just as it wavered, Luo lightly tapped the four primordial elements before him. Instantly, they floated upward, landing before the heavenly Tao's will, gazing at the abundant primordial elements. The heavenly Tao's will was momentarily taken aback, and then swallowed hard, a glimmer of desire flashing in its eyes. Do not take this too seriously. It is merely for the comfort of the audience. Luo slowly spoke. Previously, this humble Taoist may have been disrespectful. I hope the heavenly Tao will be forgiving. Within the bounds of Kunlun Mountain, the resonance of the Tao continued to echo, and beings remained engrossed in their understanding. Upon hearing Luo's words, the heavenly Tao's will coldly snorted, raising a hand to collect the primordial elements before it. Subsequently, it dissipated the countless laws surrounding it, vanishing completely. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. It as the heavenly Tao of the wilderness was not so small-minded, given this little thief's evident reverence. It chose to spare him this once. Once the heavenly Tao's will disappeared, Luo couldn't help but chuckle softly, then returned his focus to expounding the Tao. All who cultivate the Tao in pursuit of immortality must preserve the three primordial spirits and the locations of the three palaces. The Upper Yuan Palace, located 3 inches above the space between the eyebrows, is the palace of the Dantian. Preserve the spirit within the palace, named Qi Zi, also known as Guan Yuan Xian, who wears a crimson robe. Visualize this being within the palace and call his name 3 times. Within the hall, extraordinary phenomena manifested, encircling the beings and continuously aiding them in their enlightenment. Time passed unmeasured until, suddenly, Laozi at the forefront trembled slightly. The 3 flowers materializing, and a light and ethereal energy flowed down, saturating his entire being. His aura surged dramatically, and his cultivation instantly advanced, propelling him into the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal. This commotion jolted the myriad beings surrounding him from their meditative states, turning their gazes toward Laozi, their eyes brimming with envy. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian exchanged glances, then closed their eyes once more to delve into the Tao. With their elder brother having stepped into the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal, how could they afford to lag too far behind? The other beings also reigned in their envy and once again immersed themselves in their understanding. However, behind them, Jian and Zhuan-Ti were filled with sorrow. Had they arrived at Kunlun Mountain a bit earlier and secured the 2 cushions, it could have been them who broke through today. Upon reflecting on this, the 2 turned to glance at the 12 ancestral witches, who were coldly observing them. Were it not for these 12 brutish figures, perhaps some would have been willing to offer their seats to the brothers. The 12 ancestral witches stood uneasily at the back of the crowd. They, being of the witch clan, did not cultivate the methods of the primordial spirit, while they could barely grasp some of the principles. They were not as effective as the other beings. Only Huta managed to somewhat immerse herself in the laws. The others exchanged glances with Luo, who was expounding above, and shook their heads slightly. Even if they could not listen well, they had to force themselves to endure. Luo continued to elucidate the principles. The Middle Yuan Palace, the Palace of the Heart, is located 1 inch within the heart. Preserving the spirit within the palace, wearing crimson garments, known as the true person, with the name Zi Dan Guangjian, call his name 3 times. The Lower Yuan Dantian Palace, located 3 inches below the navel, is situated at the navel, which sinks 3 inches. Preserve the spirit within the palace, garbed in yellow, with a face as pale as an infant's first birth, named Yuan Yang, with the name Guxian. Call his name 3 times. After 24 breaths, call upon the great lord of the Palace of Life. At this moment, Laozi gradually awakened, glancing upward at Luo, seeing Luo nodding toward him, seemingly satisfied. Filled Laozi's heart with immense excitement, and he once again immersed himself in the principles of the Tao. Chapter 51. Continuous Breakthroughs. Elia gazed upon Laozi, who was deeply engrossed in his enlightenment. A fleeting glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes, he perceived the cultivation levels of all beings present, and thus Laozi's breakthrough was entirely within his expectations. After all, Laozi had already reached the pinnacle of the early stage of the Luo ginsing. Moreover, with the 3 pure ones being manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, it was only natural for such enlightenment to occur. Judging by the cultivation levels of the myriad beings in attendance, it seemed that the next to break through would be the brothers Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. Just as the 7 individuals seated upon the meditation cushions in his hall could all achieve breakthroughs, for this cushion had been meticulously prepared to assist in enlightenment, free from disturbances and enhancing comprehension. Coupled with his own insights into sanctification, it would be effortless for several de Luo ginsing to advance further. Within the grand hall, the echoes of teachings reverberated. This discourse would last a millennium. Initially, after Laozi's breakthrough, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian swiftly ascended to the mid-stage of the Luo ginsing. The two exchanged glances, each recognizing the excitement reflected in the other's eyes, that Elia nodded with a smile. Affirming his anticipation, the breakthroughs of Yuan Shi and Tong Tian evoked envy among the multitude of beings present, igniting a quiet sense of rivalry within their hearts. If these brothers could transcend, so too could they. As 8 centuries of teachings passed, shortly after Yuan Shi and Tong Tian's advancements, Yuan Fushi also achieved breakthroughs to the mid-stage of the Luo ginsing. The hall trembled once more, and the onlookers began to calculate in silence. The sages had previously proclaimed that the teachings would extend for 1,000 years. Though immersed in their comprehension of the Tao, they were acutely aware of the passage of time. Knowing that 800 years had already elapsed, a sense of urgency gripped them. While they had greatly benefited from the teachings, how could they remain complacent without a breakthrough of their own? Another century passed, and as the laws resonated around Zhang Yuanzi, numerous phenomena manifested before him, gradually merging into the 3 flowers atop his head. Then, with a resounding explosion, Zhang Yuanzi stepped into the mid-stage of the Luo ginsing. He became the 6th individual to achieve a breakthrough, prompting all eyes to turn toward the 7 figures seated upon the cushions, their gazes filled with envy. Why now? It was evident that the cushions held significant power. Yet alas, they had arrived at Kunlun Mountain too late, relegated to the back of the line. Though present in the same hall, the disparity between them and the 7 ahead remained considerable. Among the 7, the last figure, Ancestor Ming He, discreetly opened his eyes to survey his surroundings, a sense of urgency swelling within him. Though he had managed to claim one of the 7 cushions, the 6 preceding him had already advanced, leaving him stagnant at the early stage of the Luo ginsing. Having finally made his presence known before the sages, he could not afford to falter now. Glancing behind him, he immediately caught sight of the envy and a hint of resentment in the eyes of the figures of Jun Ti and Jiayin. This sight unexpectedly brought him a sense of relief, and with a smile, he closed his eyes once more, delving back into enlightenment. Years unfurled leisurely, and only a year remained until the conclusion of the teachings. The myriad beings remained enraptured by Elia's exposition of the great principles. Suddenly, Ancestor Ming He's body trembled, and the 3 flowers atop his head flickered into view, swaying incessantly within the grand hall. Many beings, roused from their meditative state, turned to witness Ming He's current condition, their eyes gleaming with intense envy. It was clear to them that Ancestor Ming He was on the verge of a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Luo ginsing. Just like the 6 before him, only those seated on the cushions had achieved breakthroughs during this discourse. This deepened the envy of the onlookers, who pondered why they had not arrived at Kunlun Mountain sooner. Had they come a day earlier, perhaps they too would occupy the cushions, allowing them to further advance. And with a stroke of luck, they might even become disciples of the sages. As Ancestor Ming, he prepared to break through. Elia's eyes sparkled with delight, and he subtly gestured toward him with a gentle flick of his finger. A beam of clear light shot forth from his fingertip, seamlessly merging into the three flowers atop Ming He's head. Instantly, the flowers stabilized, transforming into a tremendous force that nourished him. With a thunderous sound, the three flowers erupted with a rich resonance of the Tao, and Ming He's cultivation advanced directly to the mid-stage of the Luo Jinsien. Now, only a year remained until the teachings concluded. Upon witnessing this, the myriad beings quickly suppressed their envy and closed their eyes once more, immersing themselves in the profound insights of the Tao. The opportunity to hear the sage's teachings was extraordinarily rare. They must seize every moment to comprehend the Tao. Otherwise, they would squander this invaluable opportunity. As the day of the teachings approached its end, an aura of transformation enveloped Elia's side. Wearing long, the ginseng baby, Hong Jun, and the three little Qilins nestled at his feet were all experiencing notable phenomena. Their energies surged, and streams of Tao resonance spiraled around them. Above Yinglong, a dragon-shaped apparition circled, roaring from the heavens before merging into him, solidifying his cultivation and propelling him further. He now stepped into the late stage of the Luo Jinsien, consolidating his power beneath Li's expounded principles of the Tao. Beside him, the ginseng baby waved his small hands repeatedly, summoning boundless vital energy that manifested countless phenomena around him, subsequently merging into his being. When he finally opened his eyes and glanced at Yinglong, his lips pouted in dissatisfaction. How infuriating! This little eel has once again stolen the lead. Yinglong opened his eyes at the remark, casting a disdainful glance at the ginseng baby before snorting derisively, exhibiting a rather frivolous demeanor. This provoked the ginseng baby to emit vital energy from his ears, rising and dispersing within the hall. In addition to these two, Hong Jun seized the opportunity to break through to the peak of the mid-stage of the Luo Jinsien, surpassing even the three pure ones to some extent. Although Hong Yun's foundation was commendable, it paled in comparison to the three pure ones, who were manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit. In terms of foundation, the three of them were among the elite in the primordial realm. Excluding the few innate deities born from chaos, the three pure ones possessed a top-tier foundation. However, the duration of their time spent following Elia was relatively short, allowing Hong Jun to surpass them. Notably, even the three little Qilins nestled at Elia's feet had reached the mid-stage of the Luo Jinsien. They were beings birthed from the protective array of Kunlun Mountain, their foundation solid. And having absorbed ample spiritual energy while nurturing the array, their breakthroughs were only to be expected. The beings who had been repeatedly roused from their meditative states, witnessing even the little Qilins at Elia's feet achieving breakthroughs, could hardly contain their frustration, their eyes burning with envy. They longed to take their place, wishing to nestle at Elia's feet. Chapter 52. Those who imitate shall live, those who resemble shall die. Within the grand hall, Luo continued his sermon, the resonant sound of Tao echoing throughout, manifesting myriad extraordinary phenomena, with boundless Tao principles enveloping the multitude of beings present. Now, only a year remained until the conclusion of Luo's teachings, a fact well understood by the many powerful entities gathered. Each one hurriedly focused their minds, once again immersing themselves in the profound principles of the Tao. Inside the hall, the sound of Tao reverberated, enchanting the 3,000 mighty beings as they became entranced. The teachings delivered by Luo were fundamentally a progression from the superficial to the profound. As time advanced, the depth of his discourse grew increasingly intricate, seemingly transcending even the realm of the great Luo. Countless powerful beings were enraptured, completely oblivious to the passage of time, with the years slipping away almost in the blink of an eye. Luo gradually ceased his discourse, opening his eyes to scan the myriad beings below. He beheld that the attendees were still immersed in the dissipating resonance of the Tao, many of whom had experienced breakthroughs during the session. At his feet, three small Qilins slept soundly, their adorable faces a sight to behold. The ginseng baby once again entwined itself around Yinglong, gripping its dragon horns and playfully engaging in a contest of strength. However, upon noticing Luo's eyes had opened, it quietly departed the grand hall, Hong Jun, lagging behind, remained engrossed in the resonance of the Tao, still striving for enlightenment. Within the hall, the three pure ones and others sat upon mats, their eyes tightly shut as they contemplated the remaining resonance of the Tao, seemingly deepening their understanding of the great Tao. Their initial prowess had been commendable, and now, bolstered by the mats and Lu Ya's favoritism, they sought to reinforce their cultivation. Not only the three pure ones, but also several others seated on the mats shared similar thoughts that as for the beings behind the mats, while some experienced breakthroughs, they were but a rare few, and the two figures from the west, Jean and Junti, bore expressions of deep-seated resentment. After an indeterminate period, the extraordinary phenomena within the hall abruptly dissipated, the myriad golden lotuses vanishing into the void, and the boundless resonance of the Tao ceased. The numerous powerful beings were suddenly extricated from the profound depths of the Tao. They then raised their gazes towards Lu Ya on the platform, their eyes filled with astonishment and profound reverence. But if prior to their arrival they had been uncertain about the distinction between the great Luo, golden immortal, and the sage, upon the conclusion of his sermon, they were now acutely aware. Even among them, there were those who had broken through to the mid-stage of the great Luo, golden immortal, yet all understood the truth. Before Lu Ya, they were akin to mere ants, their combined strength barely sufficient to rival a single finger of his that. In that moment, a singular thought arose in the hearts of the assembly. Below the sage, all are but ants, just as the numerous powerful beings awakened with expressions of shock. Lu Ya slowly spoke. I am the first sage of the primordial chaos, destined to impart the Tao to all beings. Now, after a millennium of teachings, having blessed countless lives, do any of you have questions? With his words, the crowd responded in unison. Master, Tao ancestor, your compassion is boundless. Upon hearing this address, a peculiar emotion stirred within Lu Wai. It seemed he had seized all that Hong Jun once held. Just as this thought crossed his mind, within the secluded chambers of the celestial mountain where Hong Jun resided, his complexion flushed crimson. Seemingly sensing something, his eyes igniting with fury, he bellowed, Lu Ya, you little thief, I shall not rest until one of us is dead. At that moment, the manifestation of the heavenly Taos will appear beside him. The incarnation of the heavenly Tao was now more stable than before, evidently benefiting from Lu Ya's casual acquisition of the primordial elements. The heavenly Tao observed Hong Jun's current state and shook its head, uttering, You are not his match. Upon hearing this, the three flowers atop Hong Jun's head swayed precariously, prompting him to quickly stabilize himself, channeling his mystical energy and Tao principles to fortify his cultivation and nourish the three flowers. Internally, he cursed under his breath. Initially, he had thought the appearance of the heavenly Taos was to assist him, only to realize it was here to deliver a crushing blow. After a considerable time, the heavenly Tao's incarnation displayed a glimmer of disappointment in its eyes, then turned towards the Kunlun mountains, lamenting, What a pity! If that little thief were not an anomaly, perhaps choosing him would have been wiser. With this thought, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao cast one last glance at the diligently meditating Hong Jun before shaking its head in dismay and departing the celestial mountain. Once the incarnation of the heavenly Tao had left, Hong Jun gradually opened his eyes and looked towards the heavens, exhaling a sigh of relief. His three flowers atop his head instantly returned to their prior state. Now, a millennium remained until he could reach his peak condition, after which he would successfully transcend to become a sage. However, how could he regain the opportunity seized by Lu Ya that had blessed all beings? Even if he achieved sagehood and delivered three more teachings, the position of Tao ancestor would never revert to him. The title of teacher to the beings of heaven and earth would not fall into his hands either. This little thief truly was insufferable. As if sensing something, Lu Ya slightly twitched his nose and gazed down at the myriad beings, who appeared dazed. He slowly inquired, Do any of you have questions? When he posed this query again, the crowd finally regained their composure, looking up at Lu Ya with faces filled with reverence. After a considerable time, the venerable Laozi, seated at the forefront, spoke up, Master, how can one attain the realm beyond the great Luo, golden immortal? Upon his utterance, not only those seated on the mats, but nearly all beings within the hall turned their gazes towards Lu Wai. Luo smiled and shook his head, saying, ambitious aspirations. You have yet to reach the pinnacle of the great Luo, golden immortal. Yet you ponder how to become a sage. Upon hearing this, the crowd momentarily froze, their expressions shifting to one of disappointment. Their primary desire in coming here, aside from listening to the sage's teachings, was to learn the method of attaining sagehood. Yet while many powerful beings harbored this thought, few had spoken aloud. Just when someone finally mustered the courage to ask, they received such a dismissive reply. Particularly, the 12 ancestors of the Wu, who had traveled great distances, displayed their disappointment openly. They had never pursued the cultivation of physical body or primordial spirit, and their only hope in coming here was to potentially acquire the method to become sages. Now, they felt rebuffed. Among them, only Hoodoo had not come in vain. Having at least gleaned some insights, as the crowd sank into despair, preparing to take their leave, Luo shifted his tone, saying, however, knowing a bit more is not a detriment. My method of attaining sagehood is of no benefit to you. Those who emulate me live, while those who resemble me perish. Upon hearing Luo's words, a chill spread through the hearts of the crowd, an unexplainable terror emerging within them. Just as they hesitated, contemplating whether to continue listening to Luo, he spoke again. Although my method cannot be elucidated, I can certainly share other methods to attain sagehood. Chapter 53. To illustrate. Upon hearing Luo's continual shifts in discourse, the multitude of powerful beings felt a tumult of emotions, their expressions fluctuating wildly. After a long pause, Zhurong, one of the 12 ancestors, could no longer contain himself and inquired, may I ask what methods the venerable sage speaks of to attain sagehood? He intended to address Luo as Tao ancestor, but feeling the weight of the assembled powerful beings, he forced himself to speak to Luo. Regarded the somewhat naive Zhurong and chuckled, asking, what do you believe is the path to sagehood? The crowd turned their attention to Zhurong, intrigued to hear what this burly figure might articulate. Beside him, Gong silently stepped back 2 paces, creating distance between himself and Zhurong, a gesture mirrored by the other 10 ancestors. Zhurong stood in the center, his face flushed upon being questioned, and after stammering for a considerable time, he finally managed to respond, I do not know. Suddenly, the multitude of beings in the arena ceased to regard the foolish one, turning their gazes towards Luo. Spoke. Though the method to attain sainthood is not one that you currently employ, it is nonetheless prudent to know in advance that there exist 3 paths to achieving this sanctified state. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. They had assumed that the method to attain sainthood was a closely guarded secret, a path traversed solely by Luo himself. However, it now appeared they were mistaken. While it was true that presently only he had walked this path, there were, in fact, 3 distinct ways to achieve sainthood. The greater the number of paths, the more it indicated their potential to attain this revered status. With this realization, the spirits of the multitude ignited with excitement, yet when they turned their eyes to the 7 individuals seated upon the 7 meditation cushions, their fervor transformed into profound envy. These 7 were basking in the presence of the saints, and 3 of them were privileged to sit upon the cushions, suggesting they would garner even more attention from the saints. Surely, when the time came for them to achieve sainthood, they might receive assistance from the saints as well. As the crowd's thoughts wandered, Luo slowly continued. The first method to attain sainthood is the most esteemed, requiring beings to validate their path through their own strength, relying upon their innate magical prowess to penetrate the confines of the heavenly laws. Only then, achieving immortality and indestructibility, can one ascend to the position of a saint. Upon hearing this doctrine, the crowd was filled with longing to rely upon one's own magical prowess to transcend the heavens and break free from the constraints of the heavenly laws. Was this not a promise of eternal freedom in the world? The cosmos fell silent, leaving only the saints to endure. Among the many powerful beings present, a glimmer of aspiration shone in their eyes, especially in those of the 2 visitors from the west. Jean and Jinti this moment. They exchanged a glance as if lightning had flashed between them, both thinking, my fellow brother, we shall both attain sainthood in the future, in the midst of the crowd. Only the Sanchin and the 12 ancestors of the witch heard Lu Ya's words and felt a flicker of memory flash through their minds. Once they sorted through the memories that surged forth, their expressions turned to one of sorrow, silencing them instantly. Both factions prided themselves on being the true successors of Pangu. Yet with these memories flooding back, they realized that the path Pangu had walked in the primordial chaos was indeed one of validating his path through strength. They had believed that Pangu's demise was due to his failure in attaining sainthood. However, it now appeared that Pangu had not failed. He had not only opened a new realm, but had also validated his path through strength. Alas, the world he had created was ultimately undermined by the machinations of the great Tao, leading to his demise in supporting the heavens. Contemplating this, a flash of anger crossed the eyes of the Sanchin, and they exchanged glances, letting out a collective sigh. The 12 ancestors of the witch also felt a weight in their hearts, subsequently shaking their heads in resignation. They were but transformations of Pangu's essence. How could they ever hope to reach the heights Pangu once attained? They were acutely aware of their limitations, sensing the renewed silence that enveloped the arena. The many powerful beings present felt a wave of despondency wash over them, and they couldn't help but smile wryly. It dawned on them that while the path of validating one's strength was indeed commendable, it was one they could not undertake. Luya surveyed the crowd and, noticing the expressions of realization on their faces, nodded in affirmation and continued. The second method to attain sainthood is a medium-level path. When you reach the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, and having made adequate preparations, you may utilize a primordial treasure to sever the 3 corpses, thereby achieving the status of a saint. This method sounded plausible, and a glimmer of hope ignited once more in the eyes of many beings. They considered themselves well-positioned. While they might not be able to validate their path through strength, reaching the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm was still within their grasp. Moreover, while primordial treasures were indeed rare, time remained on their side, and surely they could acquire one that if all else failed, they could seize it. With the saints absent, what harm was there in a struggle for supremacy among the great Luo? The cosmos was vast, and the path to enlightenment was paramount. Upon hearing this, the previously dejected primordial could not help but speak up. Master, what are the 3 corpses? Why must they be severed? Luya smiled and replied, These 3 corpses are innate to us practitioners, comprising the aspects of virtue, vice, and true self. When you reach the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, you will seek out a primordial treasure to sever these 3 corpses. Only then shall you attain sainthood. Utilize a primordial treasure to sever the aspects of virtue, vice, and true self. The multitude of beings murmured, their eyes brightening. With the Tao ancestor's explanation, this method of severing the 3 corpses appeared far more suitable than the one validating one's strength. Thus, hope ignited anew in their eyes. Yet among those with lesser foundations and no auspicious opportunities, a shadow of concern still lingered. They looked up at Luya with pleading expressions, awaiting the final method to attain sainthood. Luya did not disappoint them, smiling as he spoke. As for the third method to attain sainthood, it is the least favorable of the 3, which involves validating one's path through the power of merit, thus achieving the rank of a merit saint. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes gleamed with anticipation. This third path to sainthood seemed the simplest, yet they remained ignorant of what merit entailed and how it could be acquired. Boldly, one individual ventured to ask, Dare I inquire, what is merit? How can one obtain it? As the question echoed, the audience leaned in eagerly, awaiting Luya's response. With a light chuckle, Luya raised his gaze towards the heavens and softly voiced, Does this humble practitioner, who bestows blessings upon all beings, not have merit to descend? The crowd was enveloped in confusion, uncertain of whom the saint was addressing. Just as their minds were clouded with uncertainty, a sudden cold snort resonated from the heavens, reverberating ominously in their ears. Fear gripped the faces of many as they looked skyward. Luya, however, laughed and reassured them. Do not frighten the little ones. As his words fell, a massive, golden ball of merit power began to descend gently towards the Kunlun mountains beneath the heavens. A smile of delight spread across Lu Ya's face as he cradled this awe-inspiring force of merit in his hands, that he spoke slowly. Behold, this is the power of merit. Chapter 54. Lu Ya, the Tao ancestor of Hong Wang. The onlookers gazed at the merit power held aloft by Lu Ya, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment. Then it struck them. His earlier remark about not frightening the little ones seemed to be in dialogue with the heavenly laws. After all, the cold snort that echoed in their ears had been enough to instill terror. Below, the Sanqing and others regarded Lu Ya with fervor. They were aware that their master had attained sainthood, surpassing the power of a great Luo golden immortal, yet they had never anticipated such a spectacle. Upon merely mentioning the power of merit, he had summoned such a colossal manifestation from the heavens. Could this be the legendary principle of words becoming reality? Even the heavenly laws seemed to acquiesce. It was indeed terrifying. Observing the expressions of the crowd below, Lu Ya chuckled softly and continued. The power of merit possesses manifold uses. Should you accumulate enough in the future, you may utilize it to break through to become a merit saint. Though ranked among the lowest of saints, it still far surpasses the great Luo golden immortal. If you lack the opportunity to validate your path through strength or to sever the three corpses, this is a viable alternative. Upon hearing Lu Ya's words, the crowd was shaken to their core, and they collectively voiced their gratitude. Thank you, Tao ancestor, for your guidance. Lu Ya smiled, shaking his head, before putting away the sphere of merit power and gazing down at the multitude. With the discourse concluded and the mysteries of the paths to sainthood unveiled, the remaining task was to accept a few disciples, thus fulfilling one of the options presented by the system. With this in mind, Lu Ya turned his gaze towards the 7 individuals upon the cushions, a smile gracing his face. Among these 7, nearly all were destined to be disciples of Hong Jun in the future. Yet now they were all under his tutelage. How intriguing! As the crowd regained their composure, they looked up at Lu Ya, their eyes alight with anticipation, waiting for what was to come. They sensed, almost instinctively, that a great opportunity was about to manifest in their midst. Just as the crowd braced themselves for what was next, Lu Ya began to speak once more. Aside from imparting teachings today, there are a few among you who share a bond with me, and shall join my fold, becoming my disciples. Upon hearing these words, gasps of astonishment erupted throughout the arena, and all eyes turned fervently towards Lu Ya. Who would not wish to be a disciple of a saint? Perhaps they too might one day attain sainthood, and in that moment, there would be a lineage of dual saints unrivaled across the world. Yet, none dared to speak. Over time, they had gleaned some understanding of Lu Ya's nature. At this juncture, voicing their desires would be futile. It was better to remain patient. Among the throng, Jean and Junti exchanged glances. Their faces flushed before gradually returning to normal as a flicker of worry crossed their expressions. They gazed at the 7 seated on the meditation cushions, their concerns deepening. Surely, the grand hall could not possibly accommodate just these 7 cushions. Might these cushions be the very preparations made by the saints for accepting disciples? If this were truly the case, would they not find themselves devoid of opportunity? Contemplating this, the 2 exchanged silent headshakes. Hastily dismissing their thoughts, they had traversed countless miles, journeying from the desolate west to the east, arriving amidst the majestic Kunlun mountains. Though they had listened to the teachings of the sage, it was far from sufficient. Should they attain the status of disciples of the sage, they would walk the vast wilderness without trepidation, perhaps even advancing further. Not only the 2 of them, but the other formidable beings present gazed on with eager anticipation. They may have already surmised the purpose of the 7 cushions within the grand hall, yet, under the allure of the sage's discipleship, they were reluctant to confirm their suspicions. Perhaps it was not as they imagined. The cushions bore no hidden meanings, merely existing as they were. The 3 figures of the Sanqing, standing in front of the cushions, were momentarily taken aback, then turned to glance at the 4 individuals behind them. It must be noted that the 3 brothers had not spent much time traversing the wilderness, far less than their time spent cultivating in the Kunlun Mountains. Their knowledge of the great beings within the wilderness was mostly hearsay. They discerned that the 2 siblings behind them were indeed offspring of the demon clan, the brother and sister known as Niuhua and Fushi. Behind them stood a figure clad in dark robes. Relatively unknown, known only as Xinyuzi. The final individual evoked a sense of familiarity. He was known as the ancestor of the Dark River, a remnant of ancient power transformed from a pool of corrupted blood. Should all proceed without incident, it was likely that these four would be taken under the sage's wing, thus becoming brothers in the future. Reflecting on this, the Sanqing offered a gentle nod and smile toward the four behind them. Upon witnessing this gesture from the Sanqing, Niuhua and Fushi could not help but feel a surge of uncontainable joy. They were acutely aware that these three were indeed denizens of the Kunlun Mountains, and under normal circumstances, they would be disciples of the sage Luo. With the Sanqing's affirmation, did this not imply their acceptance? On the dais, Luo spoke slowly. The 7 individuals seated upon the cushions may all become my disciples. At this proclamation, a wave of astonishment rippled through the grand hall. All the formidable beings gazed at the 7 cushions with palpable regret. If only they had taken the initiative to join earlier. They could have occupied those cushions themselves, thus becoming disciples of the sage. Particularly, the figures of Jiejing and Zhuanti were consumed with remorse. Had they been a touch bolder, securing even one cushion from the 7, one among them might have attained the status of sage's disciple. Alas, it was precisely their lack of boldness that rendered them ineligible for such an honor, which was profoundly lamentable. The expressions of Dijuan and Tai, who had arrived early yet remained unseated, shifted upon hearing Lia's words. To become a disciple of the sage meant that future conquests in the wilderness would be effortlessly within reach. The 3 exchanged glances, ultimately sighing in resignation. The rear, the 12 ancestors of the witch gazed at one another, then turned their eyes toward the Sanqing, their hearts filled with ire, wishing they could take their place. Observing the uproar among the powerful beings, Luo smiled and declared, "All who have come to listen to the teachings may become registered disciples of this humble Taoist." Upon hearing this, the expression of delight spread among the formidable beings, who collectively expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for your kindness." Leon nodded with a smile, then addressed the assembly. "The discourse has concluded. Upon your return, diligently cultivate and refine your insights, for only then shall you have a chance to attain the Great Way." Hearing Lia's words, the powerful beings bowed in unison, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master, for your kindness. We take our leave." As the words fell, the multitude of formidable beings departed. Jiejing and Zhuanti cast a disappointed glance at Luo on the dais before also taking their leave. What a pity! They had failed to become disciples of the sage. Just as the multitude of powerful beings departed, a familiar electronic voice resonated in Luo's ears. Plot Direction 3. The teachings here benefit the beings of the wilderness, elucidating the Great Way and detailing the 3 methods to achieve sanctity, seizing the fortunes of Hong Jun and accepting 4 disciples, thereby establishing his renown. Plot outcome: by accepting the half-master status of the beings of the wilderness, the disciples under his tutelage may gain a strand of quasi-saintly opportunity, which will lead to their eventual sanctification. Plot completion: gain the half-master status of the beings of the wilderness, and the disciples under his tutelage may acquire a strand of quasi-saintly opportunity. Chapter 55. Hong Jun emerges from seclusion as the familiar electronic voice faded. Luo observed a strand of vital energy drifting from the heavens, landing upon Kunlun Mountain, merging with its aura. Among this energy was a beam of azure light, hovering in Luo's palm like a serpentine form, representing the essence of the wilderness's fortunes. Through a millennium of teachings, he had established connections with many formidable beings in the wilderness, and this time he had also partaken in the half-masterly bond with numerous great powers. Not only had he fulfilled the system's mission, but he had also gained considerable opportunities. With the descent of this essence of the wilderness's fortunes, even if the heavenly Tao were to unleash its fury, it would not endanger the lineage of Kunlun Mountain. Accompanying the azure light were mysterious auras suspended around Luo, encircling him at the center. These auras were visible only to Luo, representing the opportunities promised by the system for attaining sanctity. Although merely a chance for quasi-sainthood, it was still a commendable prospect for the Sanqing and others. Luo gazed at the 7 individuals before him, nodding with a smile, and proclaimed, "From this day forth, You shall be considered denizens of Kunlun Mountain, the closed-door disciples of this humble Taoist, Luo. Upon hearing his words, the Sanqing once again knelt in reverence, bowing profusely, their hearts brimming with excitement. While the Sanqing were already his disciples, Luo and her companions were elated. They had merely come to listen to the sage's teachings and had unexpectedly received such immense fortune, becoming disciples of the sage. The prospect of having listened for a millennium was even more alluring. Luo, observing the respectful demeanor of those present, continued, "In your future journeys through the wilderness, do not tarnish the reputation of Kunlun Mountain." The Sanqing were the first to respond. "Thank you, Master, for your kindness. We shall not disappoint your expectations." Luo and the others quickly echoed, "We shall not disappoint your expectations." Luo nodded with a smile, then turned to Luo and her companions, saying, "Your origins are commendable. With diligent cultivation, quasi-sainthood is within reach." Luo and her companions were filled with exhilaration at this statement that quasi-sainthood was indeed within reach, though they had only just entered the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm. They had long yearned for the quasi-saint level. Previously, they had witnessed the sage's majestic presence. Now, hearing his words, their hearts soared with joy. Gazing at the four individuals below, Luo felt a stirring in his heart. These four were among those who possessed great fortunes in the wilderness. Although they had yet to reach the level of the Sanqing, some were not far off, particularly Luo, who, with the emergence of humanity, would undoubtedly achieve sanctification through her merits. As long as humanity endures, Luo's legacy will persist, and her fortunes will remain unbroken. This was even more formidable than the three teachings later established by the Sanqing. Fuxi, her brother, would walk the path of the human king, deeply intertwined with the fate of humanity in the future. At that time, he too could seize the fortunes of humanity to attain sanctity, consolidating the fortunes of the wilderness, thereby exhibiting extraordinary strength. As for Xinyu, there was supposed to be some connection with his disciple, Hong Jun. However, after taking Hong Jun as his disciple, he had not ventured beyond Kunlun Mountain. Even when he did journey from Kunlun, it was always in his company, leaving no time for friendships, let alone encounters with Xinyu. Perhaps this was the serendipity of fate, the ancestor of the Dark River. Born from the corrupted blood of the demon gods, was someone Luo had previously aided in enlightening the Isurus clan for the smooth emergence of humanity. He had not expected that this ancestor would now become his disciple. Such fortuitous encounters were truly remarkable. Below, the Sanqing raised their heads to look at Luo, slowly asking, "Master, which path should we take?" Upon hearing this, Luo fell into a prolonged silence to owe him, apart from validating one's path through strength. In the future, all would become saints of the heavenly Tao. Even if one's cultivation reached celestial heights and one attained the holy position, they would still be subject to the governance of the heavenly Tao. However, aside from those like himself, who possessed great fortune, who else could achieve a position beyond that of the heavenly Tao saints? Perhaps the old man Hong Jun, who is currently scheming to seize the heavenly Tao, could be counted among them. Yet he too remained under the control of the great Tao, merged with the heavenly Tao. Despite his self-assured machinations and unity with the heavenly Tao, he ultimately remained bound by the great Tao. For the likes of the three pure ones, the path of validating one's way through strength was unattainable. Thus, they could only choose between achieving sanctity through merit or by severing their three corpses. As for Luo and her companions, when their fortunes descended in the future, they would naturally attain sanctity through merit. It appeared that he still needed to devise plans to ensure they would sever their three corpses to achieve sanctity. Sanctity through merit was something Luo naturally looked down upon. The lineage of Kunlun Mountain could not harbor such weaklings. After a long silence, Luo broke into a smile and declared, "You all, having entered my Kunlun Mountain lineage, must naturally sever your three corpses to achieve the holy position." Upon hearing these words, the three pure ones displayed expressions of joy, with their teacher's endorsement. They were assured that he would lend his assistance when they attained their holy positions. At that moment, the last of the seven, the ancestor of the Nether River, suddenly spoke, "Teacher, but is it not exceedingly difficult to sever the three corpses and attain sanctity?" Can we succeed? Luya replied with a smile. With this humble one here, you need not worry. After receiving Luya's assurance, a look of relief washed over everyone's faces. Then, Luya continued, I see that all 4 of you have your own sanctuaries. You may relocate them into the Kunlun mountains. Hearing Luya's words, Nuwa and her companions beamed with delight. They had been contemplating whether to abandon their original sanctuaries, but now, with their teacher's suggestion, they were able to move their sanctuaries into the Kunlun mountains, which was nothing short of splendid. Nuwa and Fushi were the first to rise, bowing respectfully to Luya above, saying, Thank you, teacher, for your benevolence. I shall go relocate the palace of Nuwa at once. Luya nodded with a smile. Jinyuanzi and the ancestor of the Nether River, seeing this, promptly stood and said, Teacher, we shall go relocate our sanctuaries as well. To accompany you and listen to the voice of the great Luya smiled as he watched, while not far away. The sneaky ginseng baby's eyes lit up at the prospect. Thus, he would have several more hands to help perfect his medicinal garden. It seemed they all shared the same thought, as the 3 pure ones looked at Nuwa and the others with expressions of contentment. This way, their future endeavors might be considerably quieter. Luya waved his hand slightly, and Nuwa and her companions respectfully bowed before turning to leave the Grand Hall, heading directly out of the Kunlun Mountains towards their respective sanctuaries. As for the opportunities for sanctity that belonged to them, they would naturally need to be safeguarded by Luya for now. When they reached the pinnacle of the Luo golden immortal level in the future, Luya would then bestow it upon them. Once everyone had departed, the atmosphere in the hall became significantly quieter. Meanwhile, in a hidden location within the vast wilderness, on a celestial mountain, subtle fluctuations of formations emanated. Soon after, a lean Taoist slowly emerged from his secluded meditation. This person was none other than the long-secluded Hong Jun Taoist. Chapter 56. The unspoken understanding among old friends. Hong Jun Taoist gazed up at the heavens, and the power within him surged forth, his pressure instantly radiating for thousands of miles. His cultivation had reached its peak. He was merely a single opportunity away from attaining sanctity. Moreover, this was not through merit nor by severing the corpses, but through a unique method belonging to the divine demons. Upon entering the saintly realm, he would be free from the governance of the heavenly Tao, beyond the 3 realms and outside the 5 elements. It was precisely because of these extraordinary abilities that he felt confident in his future schemes against the heavenly Tao, aiming to control this world. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward the distant Kunlun Mountains and murmured to himself, That little thief has likely concluded his teachings. It is utterly detestable. He should have been the foremost saint within this wilderness, utilizing his teachings to gather the fortunes of the vast wilderness, entangling countless beings in karma, and fostering half-teacher relationships. With such plans, he could have had a measure of assurance in his future attempts to seize the heavenly Tao. However, all of this was disrupted by that little thief. Luya. He was the first to achieve sanctity, and the first to be remembered was still Luo. It seemed he could only find a way to gather a few fortunate individuals, those with exceptional talents, to lay out his plans within the wilderness. Contemplating this, Hong Jun began to discreetly calculate, seeking to discern who among the vast wilderness was endowed with thick fortune, extraordinary roots, and exceptional talents. Yet upon careful consideration, he discovered that the few destined disciples he had in mind had all become Luya's disciples. Upon reaching this conclusion, Hong Jun was nearly driven to spit out old blood, his complexion turning pale as the foundation he had just stabilized began to waver. Fortunately, his resolve had been steadfast for thousands of years. Otherwise, he would truly have fallen back in realm and would need to devote several tens of thousands of years to achieve sanctity once more. Gritting his teeth, Hong Jun muttered, Luya, you little thief, you are too much. As he continued his calculations, a sudden flash of spiritual light surged forth, darting towards the distant clouds. Hong Jun hurriedly summoned his inner power. Exerting all his efforts to deduce further, he discovered that there were still a few individuals of exceptional talent who could seize a share of fortune in the vast wilderness, and they had yet to be taken in by Luya. However, as he continued to deduce, he found that these 2 individuals appeared strange. Although their roots were promising, They were devoid of hair after transformation, traversing the wilderness with two smooth, bald heads. Moreover, he sensed the presence of Luo's karma upon them. It was evident that these two had also been in Kunlun Mountain, listening to teachings, and had established a half-teacher relationship with Luo during this millennium. However, given their outstanding roots, why had Luo not taken them as disciples? Was there something amiss? Just as Hong Jun hesitated, he noticed a clear light shooting skyward from the direction of Kunlun Mountain. Hong Jun clenched his teeth in determination, then waved his hand, lightly pointing towards the two individuals, Jian and Zhuan-Ti. Instantly, invisible ripples spread out from the celestial mountain, extending far into the distance in a mere moment, it enveloped a significant portion of the vast wilderness. While Luo sat quietly within Kunlun Mountain, he naturally sensed Hong Jun's actions, breaking into a light chuckle before saying, "An old friend emerges from seclusion. Is this how you greet me?" As his words fell, he raised his hand and lightly pointed, causing an invisible ripple to emanate from within Kunlun Mountain, seemingly countering Hong Jun's previous maneuver entirely done on the celestial mountain. Hong Jun's expression changed, and he furiously exclaimed, "You little thief are simply too much. You did not accept these two during their teachings, yet now you are competing with me. What is your intention?" If Luo were to know Hong Jun's thoughts at this moment, he would undoubtedly cry out in innocence. For these two were originally meant for Hong Jun after all. They were destined to betray their master in the future, establish a new doctrine, and harbor grand ambitions to seize the entirety of the wilderness fortune. Such disciples were not ones Luo could teach. Meanwhile, on the celestial mountain, the laws surrounding Hong Jun surged as he coldly snorted, "Do not think that because you have attained the fruit of sainthood, I will fear you." In an instant, the laws surged forth, forcefully marking the two individuals, Jian and Zhuan-Ti, who were traversing the clouds, with Hong Jun's seal. After marking them, a hint of satisfaction appeared on Hong Jun's face. This was the first time he had successfully taken something from Luo, and it somewhat alleviated some of his previous grievances, clearing his mind considerably. At this moment, Luo looked at the marks belonging to Hong Jun on Jian and Zhuan-Ti, feeling both amused and exasperated. He had initially thought Hong Jun's actions were out of concern for an old friend, only to find that he aimed to leave his mark on these two, inscribing a master-disciple bond. Had he known this, he would not have gone to such lengths. These two were meant for Hong Jun all along. There was no need for further actions. Luo chuckled softly and turned his gaze towards Nuwa, Zhan Yuanzi, and the ancestor of the Nether River as they relocated their sanctuaries. The sanctuaries of Nuwa and Fushi were originally together, both residing within the palace of Nuwa, making the relocation considerably simpler. They directly employed their powers to lift and place it upon a side peak of Kunlun Mountain AS for the three pure ones. They established their sanctuaries on several other side peaks surrounding the main peak where Luo resided. After relocating their sanctuaries, Nuwa and Fushi slightly bowed to the awaiting three pure ones, saying, "Nuwa, Fushi, pays respects to the three senior brothers, the three pure ones," observing Nuwa and Fushi before them, nodded with smiles of acknowledgement. Primordial even warmly remarked, "Junior brothers and sisters, should you encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to seek us out." Nuwa and Fushi exchanged knowing nods with smiles gracing their faces. Shortly thereafter, the three pure ones, seemingly having witnessed something of significance, inclined their heads towards Nuwa before departing without further ado. This sudden change in demeanor left Nuwa and Fushi with perplexed expressions. Baffled by the swiftness of their senior brother's mood swings, that moment, a youthful voice unexpectedly rang out behind them. "You two newcomers, venture into the mountains and procure some celestial herbs for me. I wish to replenish the medicinal garden." Turning around, Nuwa and Fushi beheld the ginseng doll, standing with hands on hips at a distance. They recognized the little creature who perpetually perched upon their teacher's shoulder, possessing a cultivation level far superior to their own. Upon hearing the ginseng doll's request, Nuwa and Fushi exchanged glances and respectfully replied, "We shall take our leave at once." With that, they turned and swiftly delved into the vast expanse of the Kunlun Mountains. The ginseng doll watched the determined siblings with a satisfied nod. Indeed, it was the newcomers who displayed understanding. unlike the three pure ones, who, after providing him with a mere 10,000 celestial herbs, chose to seclude themselves in their mountain peaks for cultivation. Such unbecoming behavior. In the distance, the three pure ones observed the siblings disappear into the boundless Kunlun mountains, exchanging knowing glances and sighing in relief. At last, someone was to take their place. Their days of foraging for celestial herbs were finally coming to an end. Chapter 57. Mingi, the most considerate disciple by the teacher's side, while the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Zengyuanzi had already settled his Taoist temple. Utilizing his divine powers, he relocated Mount Wanshou to the Kunlun Mountains, merging it with a nearby peak to form a brand new Mount Wanshou. Although the original site of Mount Wanshou was indeed a paradise, it paled in comparison to the grandeur of the Kunlun Mountains. Sensing the rich aura of celestial spirit in his new temple, Zengyuanzi nodded in satisfaction. I could see that moment. A figure riding on clouds approached from the direction of the main peak. Zengyuanzi stood solemnly, awaiting the arrival of the individual. When the figure drew near, he recognized it as the ginseng doll, the little companion of his teacher. Zengyuanzi, with a warm smile, cupped his hands in greeting, saying, Jin, pay my respects to the young celestial lord. The ginseng doll scrutinized Zengyuanzi from head to toe, then nodded with a smile, remarking, You are indeed the little sixth under the master. Your cultivation is passable. At least not a disgrace to our Kunlun lineage. Zengyuanzi managed a forced smile upon hearing this. Having lived for several millennia, being referred to as Little Six by the ginseng doll was somewhat difficult for him to digest. He cupped his hands and inquired, May I ask what brings the young celestial lord here? With hands on hips, the ginseng doll replied, You shall venture into the Kunlun Mountains to help me gather some celestial herbs for the medicinal garden. This is a task that every disciple of the Kunlun lineage must undertake. Zengyuanzi was taken aback at this, upon learning that he had been accepted as a disciple by a sage. He had previously inquired with the three pure ones and discovered that they had collected celestial herbs for nearly a millennium, so this revelation was not entirely unexpected. After ensuring the new Mount Wanshou was properly arranged, he immediately soared into the Kunlun Mountains. Watching Zengyuanzi's retreating figure, the ginseng doll nodded in satisfaction. Now, with 3 Luo golden immortals assisting him in gathering celestial herbs within the Kunlun Mountains, it would not be long before his little medicinal garden would be replenished significantly at that time. With celestial herbs flourishing, the aura of celestial spirits within the Kunlun Mountains would become even more potent. Such a vision promised to be a splendid spectacle. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly remembered that his teacher had another disciple yet to relocate their temple. With this thought, the ginseng doll stood still, gazing into the distance. The last Kunlun disciple he had in mind had just arrived at the original site of his temple, the Sea of Blood. Currently, the Sea of Blood was in a state of turmoil, with the Isurus clan gaining notoriety, becoming the foremost clan within 1,000 miles of the Sea of Blood, their combat prowess unmatched. Following the teachings at Kunlun Mountain, the demon clans Dejuan and Tai had sent emissaries to the Sea of Blood, hoping to persuade the Isurus clan to join forces with them in pursuit of becoming the dominant race in the primordial chaos. The demon clan, being formidable, would undoubtedly gain an advantage with the Isurus clan's alliance, especially against the Wu clan. However, they did not anticipate that the Isurus clan remained indifferent to worldly affairs, focused solely on their own territory, with their roots firmly planted in the Sea of Blood. And with the Sea of Blood remaining intact, the Isurus clan would endure eternally. This was the work of Luo, who initially intended to pave the way for humanity's emergence. Yet unexpectedly, the ancestor of the underworld river became his disciple. Such is the unpredictability of fate. After receiving a clear rejection, the demon clan had no choice but to withdraw. Upon returning to their clan, some even suggested eliminating the Isurus clan to establish their authority. However, as soon as these words were uttered, they were met with stern glares from Donghuang Tai and Dejuan. Not all members of the demon clan had attended the teachings at Kunlun Mountain, and many remained unaware that the ancestor of the underworld river had already become Luo's disciple. It is worth noting that the Isurus clan was a direct lineage of the sages. To provoke them would indeed incur the wrath of the sages, a path leading to ruin. Thus, the proposal was quickly abandoned. Apart from the demon clan, The Wu clan also dispatched individuals to the Sea of Blood in search of the Asura clan. After all, they shared commonalities. The Asura clan was physically formidable, their combat strength unparalleled, and they were also born of the essence of great beings, worthy of being a clan in their own right. However, the Wu clan's emissaries received the same response as the Demon clan upon arriving at the Sea of Blood. The Asura clan maintained their neutrality, awaiting the return of their ancestor on a certain day. The ancestor of the underworld river returned to the Sea of Blood, observing the ever-growing Asura clan with a hint of pride on his face. Although he was not the most powerful disciple under his teacher, he was now the most formidable disciple of his race. More importantly, the Asura clan had ties to his teacher. In other words, this was a race they had jointly created, something that his senior brothers and sisters lacked. With this thought, the ancestor of the underworld river couldn't help but smile, turning his gaze back to the Sea of Blood, especially when he looked upon the terrifying placenta within the Sea of Blood. A contemplative expression crossed his face. Now that Fushi and Enhua had relocated their temple to the Kunlun Mountains, he noticed that Xinyuanzi's Mount Wansho had already vanished. It seemed that he was the only one yet to move his temple to the Kunlun Mountains. He needed to act swiftly. At the very least, he must seize this opportunity to gain favor in front of his teacher. With a race now under his name, his first thought was that the squeaky wheel gets the grease. He observed the Asura clan disciples, who constantly sought his attention and complained, always trying to gain the upper hand. In this regard, he had learned quite a bit from his offspring. The ancestor of the underworld river had a sudden epiphany and, raising his hand, used his immense power to lift the entire Sea of Blood, along with the terrifying placenta, above his head, then dashed towards the Kunlun Mountains, the area where the Sea of Blood had once been left behind a gaping, bottomless pit. After an indeterminate period, the ancestor of the underworld river finally relocated the entire Sea of Blood near the Kunlun Mountains that he found a secluded side peak beyond the main summit. Erecting a palace atop the mountain and placing the Sea of Blood along with the terrifying placenta halfway up the mountain, establishing his temple there. Gazing at his new temple, the ancestor of the underworld river nodded with a smile. He then intended to visit his senior brothers and sisters on the other peaks. However, upon arriving at their temples, he discovered that the three pure ones were in seclusion, while Enhua and Fushi's temple was attended only by a few young disciples. After making inquiries, he learned that those senior brothers and sisters who had arrived before him were deep within the Kunlun Mountains, searching for something unknown. Just as he hesitated, he suddenly spotted a cloud drifting towards him from a distance. Upon it sat the ginseng doll, the cherished companion of his teacher. Chapter 58, a mandatory course for Kunlun Mountain disciples. Upon seeing the ginseng doll, the ancestor of the underworld river quickly bowed and said, Mingi pays his respects to the young celestial lord. Thousands of years ago, he observed the young celestial being journeying through the primordial chaos alongside his teacher, fully aware of the esteemed position the young celestial held in his teacher's heart, which rendered him unable to show anything but respect. It was possible that in the future, he might require the young celestial to speak a few favorable words on his behalf in front of his teacher. As the disciple with the deepest karmic connection to his teacher, the ancestor of the underworld felt a sense of duty to maintain the bonds among the brothers of the Kunlun lineage. Seeing the ginseng doll nod with a smile as it scrutinized the ancestor of the underworld, it then spoke, Do you know the compulsory curriculum for the disciples of the Kunlun lineage? Taken aback by the question, the ancestor of the underworld respectfully replied, I am unaware. I humbly request the young celestial to enlighten me. The ginseng doll cheerfully stated, Every disciple of the Kunlun lineage, upon entering the mountain, must seek out 10,000 immortal herbs within Kunlun to expand the medicinal garden. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the underworld immediately understood the whereabouts of his fellow senior brothers and sisters. They must be fulfilling the compulsory curriculum for the disciples of Kunlun, searching for those myriad immortal herbs. Pleased by this thought, the ancestor of the underworld smiled to himself. With countless members of the Asura clan at his disposal, there was no need for him to take action personally. He laughed heartily. Rest assured, young celestial, 10,000 immortal herbs is but a trivial task. I shall certainly be able to locate them and fulfill the compulsory curriculum for the disciples of the Kunlun lineage. The ginseng doll nodded with a smile. well aware of the ancestor of the underworld's numerous Azura kin. Otherwise, it would not have tasked him with a search for 10,000 immortal herbs. It is worth noting that figures like the three pure ones spent thousands of years in their quest, combining their efforts to find merely 10,000 herbs. Moreover, the target given to Enwa and others was only a mere 3,000 herbs. Thus, it was only fitting to increase the quota for the ancestor of the underworld, considering his vast number of kin. After all, many beings within Kunlun had received the Lord's Taoist legacy and possessed considerable cultivation. Those worthy of being called immortal herbs would certainly have guardians by their side. Consequently, these little fellows would need to reason with those guardians to retrieve the herbs, observing the resolute demeanor of the ancestor of the underworld. The ginseng doll waved his hand slightly and departed. The ancestor of the underworld gazed at the retreating figure of the ginseng doll, his eyes filled with determination. This was his first task upon entering the Kunlun Mountains, and he must complete it with great distinction. Should he succeed splendidly, he might gain more recognition in front of his teacher. Thus, he resolved to find the 10,000 immortal herbs before his fellow brothers and sisters. With this thought in mind, the ancestor of the underworld flicked his sleeve, summoning countless Azura kin from the Blood Sea, who surged directly into the Kunlun Mountains. Meanwhile, Luo, who was deep in meditation, suddenly sensed something amiss and extended his divine consciousness, instantly grasping the events unfolding within Kunlun. Realizing this was merely a little trick from the ginseng doll, he could not help but chuckle softly. After all, it posed no significant harm. He was content to let the little fellow enjoy himself. He then lifted his gaze toward the distant celestial mountains, murmuring to himself, "It seems that the old man Hong Jun is about to attain sainthood. Only then shall the grand narrative of the primordial chaos truly commence." He recognized the need to take early measures. Otherwise, the future primordial chaos would be exceedingly mundane. Within the Kunlun Mountains, Long watched as the ginseng doll cunningly lured a group of new disciples deeper into the mountains in search of the immortal herbs. Barely suppressing a laugh, this little fellow's habitual tactics had not changed even after tens of thousands of years. Back when the ginseng doll journeyed with the Lord, he had employed such methods to deceive Long's offspring. And now he was using the same trickery on the new disciples of Kunlun. Long sighed inwardly, noting that the Lord was focusing solely on following the path and neglecting wisdom, which was indeed a miscalculation. Concurrently, Hong Jun also noticed the peculiarities within Kunlun, a hint of helpless amusement crossing his face. Especially upon hearing the roars emanating from deep within Kunlun, he could not help but lament for the beings dwelling there. It was indeed a pity that the immortal herbs, which had been guarded for so long, had now caught the eye of such a little rogue at this moment, in a certain location deep within the Kunlun Mountains. Enwa and Fushi exchanged glances, each recognizing the gravity etched in the other's expression. Not far from them lay the sanctum of a being at the Luo golden immortal level. These beings residing deep within Kunlun had once heard their teacher's teachings. Thus they could be considered half-brothers. Moreover, these beings held great reverence for Luo, always considering themselves part of the Kunlun lineage. Yet they could never have anticipated that the quiet little rogue, after thousands of years, would send others to seek out the immortal herbs in the depths of Kunlun. Thousands of years prior, this little rogue had dispatched 3 individuals into the heart of Kunlun to search for the herbs. Those 3 had decent cultivation and manners, employing various resources to acquire the herbs. Thus they had managed to scrape by. Now, after thousands of years had passed, they had let down their guard and were engrossed in their cultivation, completely unaware that someone had set their sights on the treasures they had been guarding. After a brief moment, Enwa and Fushi simultaneously dashed forth, cloaked by their divine powers, racing toward a particular immortal herb. Before the guardian of the herb could react, they snatched it away, by the time the guardian sensed the disturbance. Enwa and Fushi had already vanished, leaving only a vague shadow behind. The enraged Luo golden immortal let out a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the depths of Kunlun. Meanwhile, the departing Enwa and Fushi sighed in relief and turned to seek out the next immortal herb that moment. The ginseng doll, having heard the furious roars from deep within Kunlun, couldn't help but smile. With an air of pride, he remarked, "Even after all these years, these fellows remain so stingy, not a bit generous, As he spoke, he ambled toward his medicinal garden with his hands behind his back. He recalled how, in the past, his lord had been brimming with confidence when reaping benefits from the heavenly Tao in front of them. As the close companion of the Lord, he could not tarnish his master's reputation. Although he was no match for the heavenly Tao, he could still procure the immortal herbs from deep within Kunlun, thereby continuing the lineage. Had Leon known the ginseng doll's thoughts, he would surely have confined him for 1,000,000 years for some introspection. After all, he and the heavenly Tao were close friends. What significance did mere merits and fortunes hold? If they mattered, it would surely indicate a waning of their bond. Chapter 59. Hong Jun emerges from seclusion. Ascends to sainthood, at the same time that Enwa and others were assisting the ginseng doll in searching for the immortal herbs. Atop the celestial mountain, Hong Jun gazed toward the Kunlun mountains, a flicker of determination gleaming in his eyes. The opportunity for him to attain sainthood had finally arrived, and he no longer needed to suppress his cultivation. Today, he would certainly become a saint. At that moment, a figure manifested from the clouds, embodying the will of the heavenly Tao, as mysterious and ethereal as ever. The embodiment of the heavenly Tao descended beside Hong Jun and spoke slowly. Your opportunity for ascension is at hand. You may now attain the fruit of sainthood. Though it may not surpass Luo's, you can still harness the fortunes of the primordial chaos and fulfill our agreement. Upon hearing this, Hong Jun nodded gravely. Yet inwardly he felt a deep disdain. Not surpassing Luo. If it were not for the terrifying opportunity that Luo obtained from who knows where, perhaps I would still be lingering at the Luo golden immortal level. Let alone the position of a saint. I might not have even reached the quasi-saint level. How could he, Hong Jun, be inferior to Luo? As if sensing the thoughts dwelling in Hong Jun's heart, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao let out a subtle sigh before vanishing completely from the celestial mountain. Once the embodiment had disappeared entirely, Hong Jun raised his gaze to the vast sky, and the fragments of the creation jade plate in his hands began to coalesce once more. Subsequently, myriad principles surged forth, encircling Hong Jun's form, gradually being drawn into his being. Within Hong Jun, countless principles slowly merged, transforming into torrents of terrifying and immense energy that erupted forth, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that instantaneously spread outwards. All living beings within 1,000 miles of the celestial mountain were left prostrating in submission under this formidable force. A divine light radiated from Hong Jun's eyes as he beheld the door to the shattered mirror that belonged to the saints that it seemed so close, merely a step away. He needed only to advance and push open this door to transcend into an alternative saint. His power far surpassed that of those who have severed their 3 corpses to attain enlightenment. And though it may not be sufficient to challenge those who uphold the Tao, the strategies he would devise henceforth could surpass countless epics. Before him, the door to the shattered mirror was entwined with myriad laws, manifesting in a swirling thunderous serpents, exuding an immensely terrifying pressure that intimidated all beings. Upon witnessing this, Hong Jun chuckled softly and took a step forward. Raising his hand to form a sword gesture, he lightly traced it toward the door of the shattered mirror before him. In an instant, a beam of sword light soared into the clouds, cleaving the heavens and striking fiercely against the door of the shattered mirror. Instantly, myriad laws erupted violently, and countless thunderous serpents surged forth, transforming into a terrifying sea of thunder that slowly descended upon Hong Jun. With a clear voice, Hong Jun commanded, "Break." In that moment, the terrifying sea of thunder was obliterated into nothingness, as if it had never existed. Simultaneously, the door to the shattered mirror before him gradually opened, and streams of sacred light poured forth, cascading over him and slowly merging into his being. This transformed the divine and demonic powers within him into streams of fearsome energy, flooding his corporeal form. Under the radiance of this sacred light, Hong Jun's physical body underwent a qualitative leap. Not only that, but he could also perceive more clearly the connection between himself and the heavenly Tao, as well as the terrifying principles that govern the cosmos. Concurrently, as the door to the shattered mirror opened, purple chi surged from the east for 30,000 miles, enveloping the entire celestial mountain in a sea of purple hues. Following this, various extraordinary phenomena emerged. swiftly spreading throughout the entirety of the primordial wilderness. After thousands of years, all beings in the primordial wilderness once again lifted their gazes to the sky, witnessing the emergence of these terrifying phenomena. Their hearts filled with an indescribable sense of dread. The last time they had witnessed such phenomena was on the day a great being from Kunlun mountain attained sanctity. Now, after thousands of years, could it be that another saint was about to emerge? At this moment, far away in Tang Valley, Emperor Jun and Tai, among others, gazed at the celestial phenomena above, their expressions shifting slightly. They had heard Luo Hu's teachings within the Kunlun mountains, and thus understood the terrifying nature of the saintly realm. Therefore, they could not fathom how, after Luo Hu, another individual could achieve the fruition of a saint. Moreover, in their recollection, there had been no renowned figures beneath that purple chi. Eastern Emperor Tai looked at the distant celestial phenomena, muttering to himself, "Our friction with the witch clan grows increasingly severe, and now coinciding with the emergence of a saint. Is this a blessing or a curse?" Emperor Jun shook his head slightly, then smiled nonchalantly. "What are the saints? We are destined to rise, and even a saint would not dare to easily entangle themselves in causality. Why should we fear?" Beside him, Shiha looked at her brother with admiration and nodded repeatedly. The conflict between the demon clan and the witch clan must be resolved in the future, determining who would be the true fated clan of the primordial wilderness. With her two brothers present, victory for the demon clan was assured. Not only them, but at this moment, at the foot of Mount Buzhou, the 12 ancestral witches also gazed toward the distant sky, each displaying an unfriendly expression. Di Jiang suddenly spoke. "Brothers, this newly ascended saint has not yet made a name for himself. We do not know who he truly is. For now, let us not concern ourselves with it." Zhurong interjected. "What of the saints? Our ancestor is also a saint. I do not believe he would dare lower himself to assist the demon clan." The remaining ancestral witches nodded in agreement. Although their ancestor had not yet emerged and would not unify the primordial wilderness, it did not mean he lacked concern for the witch clan. Naturally, the saints were restrained by their ancestor, and they were determined to engage in battle with the demon clan. Among the 12, only Hutu gazed at the distant phenomena with a peculiar expression. She had conversed with Luo Hu and faintly suspected who the newly ascended saint might be, as well as being aware of the recent clash between two formidable beings. Yet, the strange matter that occupied her mind was how this elder achieved his sanctity, if he had attained it through force. Such phenomena should not have manifested. However, if he had severed his 3 corpses to become a saint, the time frame was too short for that to be feasible. Yet, to say he had achieved it through merit. Aside from a last occasion when their ancestor preached and merits descended, there had been no other instances of merits manifesting. This person truly seemed rather peculiar, just as Hutu's mind was filled with doubts. Far away in the clouds of the primordial wilderness, Jane and Junti, who were exploring, witnessed the myriad phenomena emerging in the sky. Their faces filled with ecstatic delight. They understood that another had attained sainthood. And during the last saint's teachings, they had missed their opportunity. This time, they would not let it slip away. Exchanging glances, they nodded in unison and hastened toward the location of the celestial mountain. Not only them, but many other powerful beings from the primordial wilderness, who had experienced Luo Hu's teachings, seemed to sense something and began to move toward the celestial mountain beneath the vast purple chi. Within Kunlun mountain, Luo Hu observed the emerging phenomena in the distance and chuckled. "An old friend has attained the Tao. Naturally, I must prepare a modest gift." Chapter 60. The goose passes, plucking feathers at this moment. Atop the celestial mountain where Hong Jun resided, the myriad phenomena slowly dissipated, ultimately transforming into formless Tao rhythms that merged into the void. Looking towards the distant direction of Kunlun mountain, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Hong Jun's eyes. And just as he was about to speak, a clear light suddenly shot up from the depths of Kunlun mountain, soaring into the sky. The only one capable of such a feat, in his eyes, was none other than the thieving Luo Hu. Had he known, he should have eradicated this potential threat during the upheaval of the primordial chaos. He truly had not anticipated that a mere innate fire essence could grow to such an extent and even preempt him in achieving sainthood. Just as Hong Jun hesitated within, he saw that clear light ascend into the clouds. merging into the chaos. It then erupted with a tremendous force, tearing a rift in the chaos, in the midst of the void. The will of the heavenly Tao manifested, looking down upon the direction of Kunlun Mountain, a hint of dissatisfaction flickering in its eyes. Initially, it had held some fondness for Luo, but now this little thief seemed to be acting erratically. As everyone pondered in confusion, a palace slowly rose from the chaos, situated beyond the 33 heavens, known as the Purple Cloud Palace. Outside the palace, chaotic winds roamed freely, and endless rules scattered within. Upon witnessing the Purple Cloud Palace, Hong Jun felt a subtle tremor within his heart, as if an inexplicable causal relationship existed between him and this palace. Just as he lingered in thought, a voice echoed from deep within Kunlun Mountain. That of Luo. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on attaining this saintly position. I have come to present my humble gift. At the sound of these words, Hong Jun's expression darkened further. He faintly sensed that he had lost something once again. The Purple Cloud Palace, situated beyond the 33 heavens, seemed as though it had been prepared for him from the very beginning. Yet now it was entangled with Luo. Should he accept it or reject it? Beside him, the will of the heavenly Tao descended slowly, its expression grave as it spoke. This Purple Cloud Palace was originally prepared for you. I did not expect it to be discovered by that thieving Luo, and now it is marred by causality. How unfortunate! Indeed, this Purple Cloud Palace had been intended by the heavenly Tao for Hong Jun, though it had not been disclosed beforehand, allowing for its independent discovery. This would have simplified the heavenly Tao's future machinations involving Hong Jun. However, Luo's actions had disrupted the causality between the two, leaving both parties somewhat displeased. Hong Jun gazed upon the Purple Cloud Palace beyond the 33 heavens, uncertainty evident in his eyes. After a long pause, he let out a soft sigh and spoke. This is an overt scheme, yet even knowing it to be so, I must willingly leap into its depths. The embodiment of the heavenly Tao nodded in agreement, pondering why Luo, this anomaly, consistently surprised him. Hong Jun then spoke slowly. Thank you, fellow Taoist Luo. This sentiment shall not be forgotten as soon as the voice fell. He directly stepped into the sky, ascending to the Purple Cloud Palace beyond the 33 heavens. At this moment, the great beings of the primordial chaos, who were originally hurrying towards the Immortal Mountain, upon hearing Luo's voice, lifted their heads to gaze at the Purple Cloud Palace situated beyond the 33 heavens. Ultimately, they sighed softly and departed, given that the saints had not yet spoken. They naturally could not linger in the chaos, for that would be a grave disrespect to the saints. Only if the saints were willing to preach in the future would they consider stepping into the domain of the Purple Cloud Palace. Entering the chaos beyond the 33 heavens, after witnessing Hong Jun enter the Purple Cloud Palace, a faint smile graced Luo's face, and he lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest. He had originally anticipated that Hong Jun would resolutely refuse. But to his surprise, he accepted the Purple Cloud Palace with such ease, which took him aback. Were it not for Hong Jun attaining sainthood, causing an aura that stirred the heavens, he might not have discovered the whereabouts of the Purple Cloud Palace. This Purple Cloud Palace was shrouded by the heavenly Tao, making it difficult for even him to discern its location. Yet, due to Hong Jun's sainthood, his aura invoked the heavens, revealing the trace of the Purple Cloud Palace hidden beneath the veil of the heavenly Tao, allowing him to find it. Thus, he could take advantage of this opportunity to intertwine with the causality of the Purple Cloud Palace. At that moment, the ginseng baby looked at Luo before softly speaking. Master, I find the Purple Cloud Palace quite extraordinary. Why should we not relocate our Taoist temple and enter within? Before Luo could respond, Yinglong derisively interjected. The Purple Cloud Palace is clearly the work of the heavenly Tao. How can we meddle? Upon hearing that the Purple Cloud Palace was established by the heavenly Tao, the ginseng baby's eyes instantly brightened. In his view, it was only natural for his master to benefit from a heavenly Tao. Seemingly sensing the ginseng baby's thoughts, Luo raised his hand and gently tapped the ginseng baby's forehead, exclaiming helplessly, "What on earth are you thinking about all day, you little rascal?" The ginseng baby winced in pain, immediately donning a look of grievance. Yinglong, watching from the side, burst into laughter. During this time, the ginseng baby had been using clever tricks to coax Nuwa and others into the depths of Kunlun Mountain to search for immortal herbs. He had witnessed all of this, and during his time as the ancestor of the Dragon Clan, he had never felt as relaxed. Now, seeing the ginseng baby in a predicament, he felt a sense of satisfaction within. The ginseng baby, noticing this, angrily retorted, "If your little mudfish is laughing, don't come to my herb garden for immortal herbs later." Upon hearing this, Long immediately ceased his laughter and fell silent. Just then, Hong Jun approached from outside the Grand Hall, smiling as he said, "Reporting to you, Master. Ever since Hong Jun attained sainthood, the great beings within the primordial chaos have become much more cheerful. However, due to your previous actions, they have settled down." Upon hearing this, a smile inevitably appeared on Liu Ya's face. This group of primordial beings were all quite astute, having seen him receiving disciples within Kunlun Mountain. Now that they had encountered a saint, they naturally wanted to make an early appearance to establish connections. However, now that Hong Jun had relocated his Taoist temple to beyond the 33 heavens, they could not approach. Otherwise, without a summons from a saint, it would be unreasonable for them to intrude. Thus, they naturally settled down. Looking at the few individuals within the Grand Hall, Liu smiled and said, "In the future, Hong Jun will undoubtedly preach within the Purple Cloud Palace. You may all go and listen." The ginseng baby, upon hearing this, immediately pouted and said that Hong Jun is merely a newly ascended saint. How could he compare to Master? Long disdainfully remarked, "You little brat are indeed somewhat foolish. An opportunity to listen to the Tao for free is not to be missed." The ginseng baby, upon hearing this, immediately wore a look of anger. However, when he glanced at his master, he found Liu displaying a look of agreement. Why refuse something that is given freely? Moreover, this was a saint preaching. An exceedingly rare opportunity. Chapter 61. The unfortunate river of the underworld. The ginseng baby, upon seeing this, seemed to have an epiphany, and the contemplative expression on his face swiftly faded. Long also nodded in agreement, saying, "A saint's preaching is such a rare opportunity. Why would we want to give it up? Furthermore, Hong Jun has now inherited master as causality, so we certainly cannot miss this chance to listen to the Tao." Liu smiled and nodded, saying, "Indeed, you all should take this opportunity. It may very well lead to further advancements in your cultivation." In his recollection, after Hong Jun attained sainthood, he had preached 3 times, all within the Purple Cloud Palace. Furthermore, each preaching session lasted for 1,000 years, gathering many disciples. Now, his original disciples had dwindled to only 2 from the west, Jin and Juni, while the rest had been taken under Liu Ya's wing. Every time he thought of this, Liu couldn't help but sigh. The system was truly wicked. Not only had it usurped someone else's same position, but it had also stolen their fame and subsequently taken away their disciples. How utterly cruel this moment. A mournful howl suddenly echoed from deep within Kunlun Mountain, seemingly the voice of the ancestor of the river of the underworld. Upon hearing this sound, the ginseng baby and the others initially wore expressions of astonishment, soon followed by curiosity in their eyes. They all knew that the newly admitted disciples had been deceived by the ginseng baby into the depths of the mountains in search of immortal herbs. The Kunlun mountain range was vast and boundless, especially since after Liu established his Taoist temple here, it had expanded several folds. The spiritual energy within was exceedingly rich, and following the previous preaching, many great Luo golden immortals had emerged within the Kunlun mountain range. These beings were implicitly regarded as Liu Ya's registered disciples, hailing from the lineage of Kunlun Mountain. Logically, even if the ancestor of the river of the underworld were to steal immortal herbs, it should not cause significant trouble. The ginseng baby also pouted, saying, "Why is this guy so unreliable, howling so loudly?" Liu Ya's divine sense instantly extended out, quickly locating the whereabouts of the ancestor of the river of the underworld. He saw that the now great Luo golden immortal ancestor of the river of the underworld was trapped within the mountains by countless vines, with numerous rule-infused tendrils whipping at him. Each strike sent shivers through the ancestor's soul, compelling him to cry out in agony. Within his vicinity, numerous warriors of the Isurus clan rushed forth, attempting to rescue their ancestor. However, As soon as they entered the range of the ancestor of the river of the underworld, they were obliterated by the tendrils and subsequently resurrected in a sea of blood, suffering considerable losses in their cultivation. However, the tendrils were aware of the appropriate level of force and did not go too far. Seeing this, Luo sighed helplessly, then raised his hand and gently pointed. The tendrils that had ensnared the ancestor of the river of the underworld all scattered, allowing him to escape. Among the myriad of tendrils, a face gradually emerged, bowing towards Luo and saying, "Blood Devourer pays respects to Master." This vine was a spirit vine from the Kunlun mountain range, which had gained sentience after Luo established his Taoist temple. Moreover, within the Kunlun mountains territory, where the spiritual energy was so rich it was nearly palpable, it had cultivated and sensed the faint Tao rhythms emanating from Luo. Ultimately, its cultivation soared, and it had devoured numerous beasts that sought to exploit it, achieving the status of the blood-devouring spirit vine. Recently, it had also heard Luo preach, further enhancing its cultivation. However, it never expected that the ancestor of the river of the underworld, who usually targeted only immortal herbs, would now set his sights on it, seeking to capture it for that little rogue's herb garden. This was simply too detestable. Thus, it had trapped the ancestor of the river of the underworld here, using its divine powers to whip him. Were it not for the fact that the ancestor of the river of the underworld was a disciple of Luo, he might have been completely drained of his essence and soul. Meeting a tragic indeed, Luo smiled and nodded, saying, "Very well. In the future you may carry the name of Kunlun Mountain while traversing the world." Upon hearing this, the blood-devouring spirit vine displayed immense joy and hurriedly expressed, "Thank you for your grace, Master. Thank you for your grace." Although all beings within the Kunlun mountain range had long considered themselves part of the Kunlun lineage, until now, no one had received Luo's acknowledgement. Thus, the blood-devouring spirit vine was the first. Those observing this event looked on with envy. Then, they glanced at the disheveled ancestor of the river of the underworld, deep in thought. Suddenly, a branch from the blood-devouring spirit vine broke off and fell before the ancestor of the river of the underworld. "My true form cannot enter that little rogue's herb garden, but this branch is worth 100 immortal herbs. You may take it back." The ancestor of the river of the underworld, feeling utterly frustrated, picked up the fallen branch and headed towards the ginseng baby's herb garden. Meanwhile, within the grand hall, the ginseng baby also caught sight of the ancestor of the river of the underworld's disheveled figure and couldn't help but shake his head in resignation, saying, "How did this guy end up provoking that foolish vine?" Long chuckled, saying, "Even I would find that blood-devouring spirit vine troublesome. How on earth did this guy provoke it, trapped there for such an extended period?" The two individuals remained silent beside the crimson clouds. After a long moment of contemplation, Hong Jun suddenly exclaimed, "Could it be that the river of Hades considers the bloodthirsty spirit vine as a type of celestial herb?" Upon hearing Hong Jun's words, an immediate hush fell over the gathering. After a considerable pause, Long could no longer restrain himself and remarked, "If that is indeed the case, it is quite plausible. The bloodthirsty spirit vine has indeed been rather lenient." The ginseng doll, feeling somewhat helpless, rubbed his forehead, finally understanding why the bloodthirsty spirit vine had voluntarily severed a portion of its tendril to present to the ancestor of the river of Hades. This newly arrived disciple certainly possessed remarkable audacity. Luo felt a wave of exasperation. He had always regarded the river of Hades as quite clever, yet at this critical juncture he seemed so unreliable. He then waved his hand and instructed, "You all should return and rest for the time being. When the old man Hong Jun delivers his teachings, we shall venture forth to the Purple Cloud Palace to listen." Upon hearing this, the ginseng doll and the others immediately responded with reverence. "We shall dutifully comply with your esteemed orders." With that, they departed the grand hall and returned to their respective places of cultivation to enter a state of seclusion. As the ancestor of the river of Hades returned, he fortuitously encountered the three pure ones emerging from their retreat. The newly emerged three pure ones gazed at the disheveled ancestor of the river of Hades and the segment of the bloodthirsty spirit vine in his hand, their faces revealing expressions of confusion. Tom Tion whispered, "Why does the river of Hades appear so disheveled?" Yuan Sure nodded in agreement, suddenly fixating on the segment of the bloodthirsty spirit vine held by the ancestor of the river of Hades. Exclaiming in surprise, could it be that this fellow has mistaken the bloodthirsty spirit vine for a celestial herb? Upon hearing Yuan Shi's words, the three simultaneously widened their eyes, if that were truly the case. Then the ancestor of the river of Hades returning in such a disheveled state might indeed be considered fortunate. Chapter 62. Hong Jun's teachings at this moment, deep within the Kunlun mountains, Nuwa, Fushi, and Xinyuanzi gathered together, exchanging glances that revealed their mutual astonishment. They were unaware of what had transpired during this period, since the anguished cries of the ancestor of the river of Hades had echoed throughout the Kunlun mountains. The beings safeguarding the celestial herbs had all transformed as if they had ingested divine medicine, becoming exceedingly fierce. Conventional methods had ceased to suffice for them to acquire the celestial herbs. And if this continued, they might even face a collective onslaught from the myriad creatures dwelling in the depths of Kunlun Mountain. After a considerable time, Nuwa, Fushi, and Xinyuanzi returned to the medicinal garden with the celestial herbs they had collected. Upon seeing the ginseng doll, they presented the celestial herbs they had gathered. Together, they had merely over 1,000, a stark contrast to the quantity the ginseng doll had initially informed them about. The three could not help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. The ginseng doll had previously mentioned that this was a fundamental course for the disciples of the Kunlun lineage. Now, achieving only this level was indeed somewhat shameful. The ginseng doll, surprised by the efforts of Nuwa and the others, had not anticipated they could gather so many celestial herbs after the incident with the ancestor of the river of Hades. After accepting the celestial herbs before him, he spoke. Now that a sage has emerged within the primordial chaos, you should devote yourselves to cultivation for the time being. When the sage delivers his teachings, we shall proceed to the purple cloud palace to listen. Upon hearing this, Nuwa and the others were momentarily taken aback. However, their thoughts quickly shifted to the reason for their invitation to the purple cloud palace. After all, it was a rare opportunity to hear the sage's teachings. It would be a pity not to attend. The three nodded in unison and, while returning, coincidentally encountered the three pure ones, to whom they relayed this news. Although they were aware of the sage's emergence, they had not yet emerged from their retreats. Knowing this did little more than foster envy, that it was far more practical to focus on their cultivation and enhance their understanding. Upon learning that Liu had instructed them to go to the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the teachings, the three pure ones displayed only a hint of surprise. After all, they had witnessed Hong Jun's ascension to sagehood, and their teacher had once guided them to obtain 3 spiritual treasures under Hong Jun's tutelage. They wondered if attending the teachings would awaken memories of Hong Jun's past, leading to their reprimand. However, they soon shook their heads in unison, reasoning that since Hong Jun had achieved sagehood, he should not be so petty to the ancestor of the river of Hades returned in disarray. The entire Kunlun Mountains suddenly fell into silence. Meanwhile, the who had been pondering in the Grand Hall for quite some time, finally relaxed slightly. Now that Hong Jun had attained sagehood, the next event on the horizon would be the great war between the witch and demon clans. The calamity between the witches and demons would be more terrifying than the initial calamity of the dragon and Han. After all, during the dragon and Han calamity, even several the Luo golden immortals had not suffered losses, while he recalled the witch and demon war as having claimed the lives of numerous quasi-advanced beings. Liu gazed up at the heavens, realizing that the current heavenly Tao would likely require this calamity to advance its development. Just as he contemplated this, a familiar electronic voice echoed in his ears. Event analysis. Hong Jun attains sagehood, bestows blessings upon all beings, delivers teachings in the primordial chaos, and the curtain rises on the calamity between the witches and demons. Plot direction 1. Remain immovable like a mountain. Sealing the mountain for 10,000 years, avoiding entanglement in the affairs of the primordial chaos. Plot result. Passively endure 10 millennia, leading the witch and demon clans down divergent paths. Plot direction 2. Emerge forcefully, preventing the calamity from occurring. Plot result. Interfere with the development of the primordial chaos, delaying its progress by tens of thousands of years, provoking discontent from the heavenly Tao and Hong Jun, resulting in a deadly calamity that ensnares the host. Plot direction 3. Intervene covertly, dispatching disciples to traverse the primordial chaos, laying the groundwork for future sagehood. Plot result: acquire the fortune of the witch and demon clans, allowing all disciples to attain sagehood, becoming saints of the primordial chaos under the protection of the host. After listening to the electronic voice in his ears, Luo Hu fell into deep contemplation. As for plot direction 1, he dismissed it outright. Sealing the mountain for 10,000 years was not in his nature. Moreover, he had promised Pangu, and how could he now withdraw? At the very least, he must ensure the survival of the witch clan, while the demon clan would be left to its own devices. Plot direction 2 truly startled Luo Hu. This was perhaps the first time he had encountered such a clear, deadly calamity, and it came from both the heavenly Tao and the other sage, Hong Jun. Given his current cultivation level, if these two were to join forces, he might not be able to withstand it. If he refrained from excessively interfering with the witch and demon clans, allowing the calamity to unfold naturally, then the heavenly Tao and Hong Jun would have no cause to trouble him, let alone orchestrate a deadly calamity. After all, they were not yet equipped to bear the consequences of slaying a sage. As for plot direction 3, it appeared far superior to the other two. Not only would it allow him to gather the fortune of the primordial chaos, but it would also enable him to obtain the fortune of the witch and demon clans, while providing his disciples with the opportunity to attain sagehood, at least achieving quasi-saint status. There was no choice to be made. Anyone with sense would know which option to select. Luo Hu chuckled and shook his head, naturally opting for plot direction 3. Just as he made his choice, a voice resonated from the purple cloud palace. 33 heavens away. I am Hong Jun, and I have now attained sagehood. I shall deliver teachings on 3 occasions, bestowing blessings upon the beings of the primordial chaos. In an instant, the voice echoed throughout the primordial chaos. The multitude of powerful beings who had been anxiously awaiting this moment lifted their gazes toward the direction of the purple cloud palace, attentively listening for Hong Jun's forthcoming words. In particular, Jane and Junti were resolute in their determination to secure front-row positions during this teaching, that if there were cushions available, they would seize them in advance. After all, the lesson from the previous sage's disciples had not been lost on them. They would not allow themselves to miss this opportunity. Hong Jun continued, 3,000 years hence, I shall commence my first teaching within the purple cloud palace, with each session lasting a millennium. All those with destiny may come to listen. As the voice fell, an uproar erupted across the vast expanse of the primordial world. 3 sermons, each lasting a millennium, collectively spanned 3,000 years. They possessed ample time to cultivate their understanding of the Tao, especially the 2 formidable clans, the witches and the demons, who were eager to listen to the sage's teachings. The witch clan was somewhat indifferent. During the last sermon, aside from Hoodoo, none attained any enlightenment. Thus, they were not particularly enthusiastic about attending. Conversely, the demon clan, with figures like Dijuan and Tai on the verge of breaking through, naturally wished to hear the great Tao at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 63. The calculations of heaven. In their view, since the previous sage could take disciples, it implied that the current one could as well. Should any among the 3 siblings gain the sage's favor and become a disciple, their chances of victory against the witch clan would undoubtedly increase. Dijuan and Tai exchanged glances, each discerning the other's thoughts. Only Xia, standing to the side, looked at her 2 elder brothers with a hint of a smile gracing her face. Subsequently, Tai glanced at Dijuan and then at Xia, a smile blossoming on his face, growing ever more pronounced. Tai then spoke. When do you plan to hold your wedding? Upon hearing this, Xia's face instantly flushed crimson. S was evident. Dijuan and Xia were deeply in love, and according to reason, they should have wed long ago. However, the last sermon coincided with Luo Hu's teachings, delaying their union for over a millennium. Now, encountering another sage's emergence, if they did not proceed with their marriage soon, it could potentially be postponed for several millennia. After all, this sage had delivered sermons thrice, each lasting a millennium, with intervals of over 1,000 years in between. It would be wise to resolve their matters sooner rather than later. Dijuan cleared his throat and said, in that case, let us convene the assembled demons in Pangu soon. Tai nodded slightly in agreement. Soon after, Xia, still blushing, departed from the scene. Once Xia had left, Dijuan continued, I wish to establish a demon court. Tai, taken aback, inquired, why establish a demon court? Dijun replied pensively, as the leaders of the demons, we naturally need a legitimate title. This way, when we lead the primordial world in the future, we can harness its fortunes. Tai's eyes brightened at this, but he soon shook his head, saying, the name Demon Court does not sound appealing. Let us call it the Heavenly Court instead. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Dijun's face as he remarked, that is indeed fitting. On the day of my grand wedding, we shall also establish the Heavenly Court. Thereupon, Dijun commanded his 10 great demon generals to gather the demons in Pangu and announced throughout the primordial realm that he would be marrying in 1 month's time, inviting all the mighty beings to the banquet in Pangu. Following this proclamation, he dispatched someone to the Kunlun mountain area to request the sage's presence as a witness for the marriage. At this moment, within the confines of Kunlun mountain, several demon generals made their way towards Kunlun, a cloud of dust trailing behind them as they advanced swiftly. Within mere days, they arrived at the mountain's exterior. Calling out loudly, I am Ing Zhao, Shangyang, a servant of Dijun, here to pay my respects to the sage. Atop Kunlun mountain, in the grand hall, upon hearing the voices from outside, Ing Long could not help but smirk. Dijun has not strayed onto a misguided path. In the struggle for supremacy in the primordial realm, having many offspring is essential for unification. As he spoke, a nostalgic glimmer passed through his eyes. After departing Kunlun, he had sought many partners, siring 9 sons, who in turn bore children, leading to the formidable True Dragon clan. This led him to a profound realization. In the primordial realm, one must not only possess strength, but also have many descendants. In his view, excluding the witch clan, who solely cultivated their physical forms and not their spiritual essence, their numbers, though vast, could not match the elite combat power of the demon clan, unless they had hidden reserves. Victory over the demons was improbable. The Renshin doll looked up at Luya, puzzled, and asked, why? With Dijun about to wed, do they seek to meet the master? Hong Jun, wearing a knowing expression, replied with a smile. If I am not mistaken, the demons have come to invite the master to serve as a witness for the marriage. The Renshin doll, still confused and about to speak, heard Luya nodding in agreement. That seems likely. However, the demons have deep ties to the primordial realm that if I become entangled in their affairs, it may be difficult to extricate myself later. I could see this. Everyone nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, within the Zixiao palace, Hong Jun, who was in seclusion to consolidate his cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes and gazed down upon the primordial world from the 33 heavens. Upon seeing the demon generals outside Kunlun, a smile appeared on his face, and he could deduce what these demon generals intended. As he turned his gaze back to Kunlun, his smile became even more pronounced. He had already promised to become a sage in accordance with the heavenly Tao, although he had made numerous clandestine plans. He was also aware of the eventual fate of the witch and demon clans. Now, as the demon generals sought to invite Luya to witness their marriage, it effectively dragged him into the web of their fates. Should they thoroughly ensnare him, the opportunity to deceive him would vanish. With this thought, Hong Jun's smile grew ever more radiant. He then looked up towards the heavenly Tao, his eyes conveying unspoken intentions. The heavenly Tao pondered for a moment before a subtle force of rule descended, permeating the primordial realm and directly entering the Kunlun mountain range. Luya seemed to sense something. Lifting his gaze towards the heavens, a smile breaking across his face, he then murmured, since they wish for me to serve as their witness, I shall indulge their intentions. With that, he turned to Hong Jun and said with a grin, you may go and meet these two, informing them that on the day of Dijun and Fuxi's wedding, I shall attend as their witness. Hong Jun, perplexed, pointed at himself and asked me, Master, did you not wish to avoid entanglement with the fates of the witch and demon clans? Why now willingly step into it? Luya chuckled, if I do not comply with their wishes, I fear unforeseen troubles may arise in the future. Just go ahead. Hong Jun nodded and then turned to leave the hall. The Renshan doll spoke up. Master, why so? What trouble can such a mere demon clan cause? Luya smiled and shook his head, gently ruffling the Renshan doll's hair as he replied, those desiring your master to serve as the marriage witness for the demon clan are not limited to them alone. There are also some hidden, miserly figures lurking in the shadows. As he finished, Luo's voice resonated upward, reaching the heavenly Tao. This infuriated the manifestation of the heavenly Tao, causing it to tremble with rage. The last remnants of goodwill thoroughly extinguished. Yet this was merely retribution for its own machinations against Luo and Hong Jun. Losing face in a verbal spat was hardly a grave matter. Below, Hong Jun could only shake his head with a wry smile. Yet the gleam in his eyes grew ever sharper. With Luo in the world to shield him from the gaze of the heavenly Tao, his schemes could proceed smoothly. It seemed that Luo was not without his merits. With this thought, a smug expression flitted across Hong Jun's face. Chapter 64. What fear of fate? At this moment, within the confines of Kunlun Mountain, the protective barrier slowly opened before Ying Zhao and Shangyang, revealing Hong Yun's figure. Seeing this, the two hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, "Ying Zhao, Shangyang, pays respects to the friend of the Tao." Hong Yun smiled and nodded, saying, "What you seek in your hearts, my master is already aware. On the day of Dijuan's wedding, I will represent my master and go to Pangu to witness the marriage." Upon hearing Hong Yun's words, Ying Zhao and Shangyang were momentarily taken aback. Their original intention was to invite the sage Luo himself to officiate their elder brother's marriage, but now, it seemed Hong Yun would be taking his place. This was an acceptable arrangement. Exchanging glances, they bowed in unison to Hong Yun, stating, "In that case, we shall await your esteemed presence in Pangu." Hong Yun smiled and nodded, then proceeded directly into Kunlun Mountain. Upon witnessing this, Ying Zhao and Shangyang led the remaining demonic troops back to Tang Valley. Just as Hong Yun promised the two, a surge of rules rippled through the heavenly Tao, marking a profound causal line that connected the demon clans of Kunlun Mountain and Tang Valley. Meanwhile, in the Zixiao Palace, Hong Jun, who was meditating, scanned the rules of the universe with keen eyes. Upon spotting this causal thread, a deeper smile spread across his face. He was keen to observe how this little thief, Luo, would navigate through this impending tribulation. Whichever side he chose, he would inevitably find himself deeply ensnared, resulting in a backlash of fortune. Reflecting on this, Hong Jun felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Before closing his eyes again to consolidate his cultivation, upon returning to the Grand Hall, Hong Yun bowed respectfully to Luo and spoke. Hong Yun has dispatched the two as per the sage's intent. Luo smiled and nodded, then remarked, "Since you represent me in this marriage ceremony, we must prepare some modest gifts." He turned his gaze toward the indifferent ginseng doll nearby and added, "Go to the ginseng doll's medicinal garden and collect some celestial herbs as wedding gifts." Hong Yun was momentarily taken aback, then beamed, clasping his hands together. "I shall obey the master's command." The nearby Ying Long seemed to have caught on too, stifling his laughter. The ginseng doll, accustomed to guarding his little medicinal garden, had recently been unable to sneak in to pilfer celestial herbs. Now, with the master's order, the herbs he had been avoiding would surely be diminished. The ginseng doll returned to his senses, looking at Luo with a face full of grievance. Just as Luo spoke up, "All right, you may return to your cultivation. If you wish to accompany Hong Yun later, then go ahead." Upon hearing Luo's words, Hong Yun promptly bowed and then left the Grand Hall. Ying Long, however, was invigorated. He was eager to see how this demon clan, which had previously hidden beneath the Qilin clan, had developed to such an extent. He then glanced at the still grievant ginseng doll, playfully patted its head, and quickly bowed to Hong Yun before hastily fleeing the Grand Hall. Maybe by the time the ginseng doll turned around, all he could see was Ying Long's panicked retreat. Infuriated, he rushed out in pursuit. Luo observed the flustered ginseng doll with a hint of amusement, and then turned his gaze back to the heavens. His eyes glimmered with divine light, seemingly piercing through the 33 heavens to gaze into the Zixiao Palace. He then fixed his gaze upon the heavenly Tao, since they wished for him to be entangled with the causal threads of the Wu and Yao clans. He would oblige their desires, but he was curious to see what would unfold. Even if he became entwined with the causality of the Wu and Yao clans, they could see this moment. Ying Zhao and Shangyang, en route to Tang Valley, were spotted by members of the Wu clan. The first Wu clan member to spot them rushed into the ancestral Wu palace to report to the 12 ancestral witches. Upon hearing the report, the 12 ancestral witches displayed expressions of confusion that I in their recollection, The demon clan and Kunlun Mountain had never been connected. Why would Emperor Jun send two capable demon generals to visit Kunlun Mountain? The 12 ancestral witches exchanged glances, and suddenly, Zhu Mang spoke up. Could this dispatch of demon generals to Kunlun Mountain be related to Emperor Jun's recent proclamation of his marriage? Upon hearing this, the other 11 ancestral witches also fell into contemplation. Then, Zhu Rong slammed his hand on the table and said coldly, "Why should we ponder? Let us simply capture the two and inquire." Gong Gong concurred. "Indeed, let us apprehend them for questioning. After all, the Wu and Yao clans are adversaries. We have nothing to fear." As these words were uttered, the other 10 ancestral witches cast strange glances at the two. Zhu Jiuyin sarcastically remarked, "Let us not even mention whether you could catch up to them. Even if you did, how can you ensure this isn't a trap meant to lure you in? Allowing the demon clan to capture you both like fish in a barrel?" Zhu Rong, infuriated, retorted, "You are the fish. Your entire family is fish." At this remark, he felt 11 pairs of piercing gazes upon him, causing him to shudder in fear. It seemed he had misspoken yet again, that he promptly fell silent, lowering his head and not daring to look up. After a moment, Di Jiang finally spoke leisurely. "Could it be that Emperor Jun and his companion wish for our ancestor to participate in their wedding?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Jiuyin nodded in agreement. "Perhaps that is indeed the case." Gong Gong burst into laughter. "If that is so, then these demons are truly deluded." The others turned to glance at this simpleton, then sighed deeply. All 12 of them were born from the essence of Pangu. Why did 2 of them turn out to be such fools? Did some inferior essence remain within their ancestor's blood? After pondering for a moment, they chose to ignore the 2 foolish ones. Just then, Xianming spoke up. "Eldest brother, my subordinates from the Wu clan have reported seeing numerous demons heading towards Tang Valley. In recent days, about 70% of them have already arrived, with even more on the way." Upon hearing this, the other ancestral witches could not help but show signs of vigilance. Typically, the demons dispersed widely, only gathering during times of war. Did Emperor Jun intend to attack Mount Buzhou on the day of his wedding? This thought flickered briefly before they dismissed it, knowing that Emperor Jun would not act recklessly. There must be some underlying scheme. Di Jiang then instructed, "You should send some of your elite subordinates to scout for information outside of Tang Valley, to ascertain the demon's intentions." The other 11 ancestral witches nodded in agreement. They then departed to dispatch their elite Wu clan members to infiltrate the area surrounding Tang Valley, covertly gathering intelligence on the demons. Chapter 65. Bestowing the red brocade ball in the blink of an eye. A few short months had passed. Time flew swiftly, like white clouds drifting across the sky. To this moment in the primordial world, countless demons continued to flock toward Tang Valley, though the numbers had significantly dwindled since a few months prior. The demons had gathered within the boundaries of Tang Valley, their faces alight with joy as they clutched gifts in their hands. They had long regarded Emperor Jun and Tai Yi as the kings of their kind, and with their lord's wedding approaching, how could they not feel elated? Now, the vicinity of Tang Valley was teeming with myriad demons, with many more still on their way. Notably, during this time, the demons had spotted several members of the Wu clan lurking near Tang Valley. They would decisively capture them. However, the Wu clan members were fiercely resolute, rarely yielding alive. Within Tang Valley, joy filled the air. Today marked the wedding day of Emperor Jun and Shi He, and the demons present were overflowing with excitement. At this moment, Shi He sat shyly in her room, her heart racing like the flutter of a small deer, yielding to the arrangements made by those outside. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi were gathered beneath the Fusong tree. Glancing toward the direction of Tang Valley, Emperor Jun remarked, "Though Ing Zhao did not invite the sage, he did bring along a servant of the sage to owe them. Hong Jun and the ginseng doll were merely 2 minor attendants beside Lu Ya." Tai Yi smiled and replied, "Brother, there is no need for concern. What status does the sage hold? It is already a feat for Ing Zhao to have invited a servant of the sage. That alone suffices to represent the sage." Emperor Jun nodded in agreement, realizing the truth of Tai Yi's words. Ever since they had heard the sage's teachings, they understood one thing. All beneath the sage were but ants. Even a great Luo golden immortal, no matter how high their cultivation, could not compare to the sage. They belonged to entirely different realms. The fact that Ing Zhao had managed to invite a servant of the sage was satisfactory to him. Suddenly, he turned to Tai Yi and asked, "Recently, it seems we have spotted a number of Wu clan members near Tang Valley. What could they be up to?" With a wedding imminent, he could not afford any mistakes. Moreover, with the tense relations between the Wu and Yao clans, discovering a group of Wu clan members lurking near Tang Valley made him uneasy. Tai Yi smiled and replied, "When Ing Zhao returned from Kunlun Mountain, the Wu clan members took note of them. They likely wished to ascertain the reason for Ing Zhao's visit to Kunlun." Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun chuckled and said, "I see that in that case, there is no need for alarm. Let us proceed as planned. After today, I shall make the name of the heavenly court resound throughout the entire primordial realm." Upon hearing this, Tai nodded deeply, as long as the heavenly court was established and the witch clan was expelled. The entire Hongwang would be under the control of the Yao clan. Thus, their lineage could endure for countless generations, becoming the protagonists of this vast realm at that time. The heavenly court they built could indiscriminately gather the fortune of Hongwang. He and Emperor Jun, along with the others, could also seize this opportunity to attempt a breakthrough to the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal, even if they did not reach the realm of saints. Attaining the quasi-saint level would still be commendable to it. Seemed they had anticipated the impending calamity in Hongwang, as many mighty beings had retreated to their sanctuaries, sealing their mountains to cultivate as for Emperor Jun's earlier mention of his grand wedding. The powerful beings simply pretended not to hear, choosing to enter seclusion for 3,000 years, emerging only when the Tao ancestor was to impart teachings. When noon arrived, at the height of sunlight, Tai turned to Emperor Jun and said, "The time has come, elder brother, for your grand wedding." Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun let out a hearty laugh and left beneath the Fusong tree. In the next moment, he appeared outside Shihi's chamber and gently called out, "Sister Shihi, the moment has arrived. Let us proceed." She snorted lightly and stepped out of the room. The two walked side by side, traversing the in an instant. Vibrant clouds filled the sky above the Tang Valley, and various sounds of Tao resonated, echoing through the heavens. The once boisterous crowd of the Yao clan fell silent, each individual gazing upwards to behold Emperor Jun and she descending together, hovering before the Fusong tree. Observing the multitude of Yao clan members below, Emperor Jun proclaimed, "Today, I, Emperor Jun, shall wed Shihi." With this declaration, the Yao clan erupted in cheers. The gifts they had prepared soared into the air, floating above in a spectacle of radiant lights. Witnessing this, Tai raised his hand and gently gestured, instantly forming a massive vortex before him, drawing all the offerings prepared by the Yao clan into it. As Emperor Jun completed his proclamation, it seemed the heavenly Tao responded, allowing rules to descend upon the world, enveloping both Emperor Jun and she at that moment. Within Kunlun Mountain, Luo suddenly lifted his head to gaze at the sky, murmuring, "It seems the heavenly marriage is destined." After this utterance, he immediately conveyed a message, summoning Hong Jun and Yuhua to the Great Hall. When the two arrived, Luo slowly spoke, "Today, Emperor Jun and Shihi are wed. You shall represent our Kunlun lineage to offer your congratulations." Hong Jun cast a puzzled glance at Yuhua, recalling that their master had not explicitly mentioned her accompanying him. Had he changed his mind? As this doubt lingered in her mind, Luo suddenly produced a red embroidered ball, which floated 3 inches above his palm, radiating a soft red glow. An extraordinarily profound aura emanated from it, bringing joy to those who beheld it. Luo regarded Yuhua below him, in his memory. The wedding of Emperor Jun and Shihi was meant to be a heavenly marriage. However, after arriving in Hongwang, circumstances had shifted. As Yuhua's teacher, he could not simply stand by and allow his disciple's fortune to slip away. He immediately declared, "This treasure is known as the red embroidered ball, a supreme innate spiritual treasure and a holy artifact of merit. With the marriage of Emperor Jun and Shihi, this treasure shall be bestowed upon you, to gather the merits of heaven and earth for your fortune." Upon seeing this, Yuhua's eyes sparkled with delight as she bowed. "Thank you, Master, for your kindness. Yuhua shall not disappoint your expectations." Luo smiled and nodded, then flicked his finger, causing the red embroidered ball to descend before Yuhua. The restrictions on it opened instantaneously, and in but a moment, she thoroughly refined it. Hong Jun watched with envy. Following this, Luo spoke. In that case, you too shall proceed on your own, representing our Kunlun lineage. Do not tarnish our reputation. Hong Jun and Nuwa both bowed in unison, stating, we shall faithfully follow the master's decree. With that, they departed Kunlun Mountain, hastening towards Tang Valley. Chapter 66. The heavenly marriage begins, the heavenly court established. At this moment, the Tang Valley was alive with various miraculous phenomena, and the rules began to manifest subtly. Emperor Jun and Shihi stood side by side, gazing into the distance. Beside them, Tai, his expression tinged with urgency, frequently glanced towards Kunlun Mountain on that day. Ing Zhao had made it clear that Hong Jun, a disciple of the saints, would come today to officiate Emperor Jun's marriage. Yet, with the wedding upon them, why had no one from Kunlun Mountain arrived? Just as doubt clouded his mind, he spotted, far beyond the Tang Valley, a cloud of auspiciousness slowly approaching. Standing atop this cloud were two figures, Hong Jun, clad in red, and Nuwa, holding the red embroidered ball. Tai's face brightened at the sight. He was well aware of Hong Jun. After Ing Zhao returned to Tang Valley, he had informed them that Hong Jun would come today, representing the saints. However, they had not anticipated Nuwa's presence as well. It was known that Nuwa was a true disciple of the saints, a genuine scion under their tutelage. Like her brother Fushi, she was also of the Yao clan. Yet since the early calamities, she had long secluded herself, untouched by Yao clan affairs. Evidently, they still held a place in their hearts for the Yao clan, or else they would not have come today to offer their congratulations. As the two approached, Tai suddenly exclaimed, we welcome the disciples of the saints to Tang Valley, to celebrate my elder brother's marriage. Upon these words, the myriad Yao clan members within the Tang Valley were momentarily stunned, then raised their heads to the heavens. Indeed, they saw Hong Jun and Nuwa, and together they shouted in unison. Meanwhile, the hidden members of the witch clan in the Tang Valley changed their expressions upon seeing Hong Jun and Nuwa, quickly dispatching someone back to the unyielding mountain to report the situation to the 12 ancestors of the witch clan. As Hong Jun and Nuwa neared, he called out, I, Hong Jun, representing the Kunlun lineage, have come to congratulate you, offering 20 immortal herbs as a gift for your wedding. With this proclamation, 20 exceptionally rich immortal herbs manifested before him. Brimming with spiritual essence, Tai's face shone with joy upon witnessing this. Although the Yao clan was not lacking in immortal herbs, the 20 presented by Hong Jun not only exuded an abundance of spiritual energy, but also contained threads of Tao principles. Such a rarity was comparable to the finest herbs born of the 10 great spiritual plants, sufficient to enhance the prowess of the Yao clan, potentially yielding numerous great Luo golden immortals. Tai hastily accepted the herbs, respectfully saying, thank you, Tao friend. Thank you, saint, as Hong Jun and Nuwa descended into the Tang Valley. Hovering before the Fusong tree, Nuwa, cradling the red embroidered ball, turned to Emperor Jun and Shihi with a smile, saying, today, I come at my master's behest to witness your heavenly marriage. Upon hearing this, both Emperor Jun and Shihi were filled with joy. They had not expected the saints to take notice of them, let alone send a disciple to officiate their heavenly union. The crowd of Yao clan members below was even more exhilarated. In front of the Yao clan, 11 figures stood proudly, among them Ing Zhao, who proclaimed, this is the result of my visit to Kunlun Mountain with Shang Yang. Without our efforts, there would be no heavenly marriage. Ha ha ha. Shang Yang, too, wore a pleased expression, puffing out his chest as he regarded Emperor Jun and the others. Among them, Kunpeng gazed at Nuwa, holding the red embroidered ball, with a hint of envy in his eyes. They had been right behind her during that encounter, merely a step away from the 7 mats. Had it not been for 2 bald monks blocking his path, he might have been a disciple of the saints by now. Alas, one misstep led to another. Just as Nuwa finished speaking, the rules of the heavenly Tao became increasingly apparent. Amidst the clouds, beneath the veil of the heavenly Tao, the will of the heavenly Tao manifested, casting a stern gaze upon the Tang Valley below. Though he and Hong Jun had jointly pulled the Kunlun lineage from spotlight, He had never anticipated that Luo would take such measures, sending his disciple to officiate Emperor Jun's heavenly marriage. With gritted teeth, he watched as waves of merit descended from the heavenly Tao into Hongwan. Falling towards the Tang Valley, the manifestation of the heavenly Taos will let out a cold snort and cease to pay attention to the Tang Valley, vanishing from sight entirely within the Tang Valley. The Yao clan gazed at the sudden shower of merit from above, their faces lighting up with joy and anticipation. Whence did this merit originate? Upon whom would it bestow its blessings? As the crowd pondered in bewilderment, they witnessed the swirling power of virtue directly merging into the red embroidered ball held by Nuwa, which she promptly stored away. Simultaneously, the descending rules of heaven also fell upon Nuwa, significantly enhancing her cultivation. With a look of astonishment, Nuwa gazed at the red embroidered ball in her hand, finally comprehending the opportunity her master had spoken of. It turned out that all of this was anticipated by her teacher. Dijun looked at Nuwa before him, a fleeting glimmer of envy flashing in his eyes. After a moment, he spoke aloud. Apart from my grand wedding today, it is also necessary, under the witness of the sages, to establish the heavenly court of our demon clan. Upon hearing this, the crowd of demons erupted in excitement, gazing at Dijun and the others, and began to cheer loudly. He stepped forward, proclaiming, "Our demon clan emerged from the primordial chaos, enduring trials and tribulations, evolving into the greatest clan of the wilderness, that we are the true masters of this realm. Will you all join me, your king, in founding this everlasting demon race?" At his words, the crowd of demons flushed with enthusiasm and echoed in unison, "We are willing. We are willing." Dijun and Tai exchanged knowing glances and burst into hearty laughter. Dijun then declared, "From this day forth, I shall be the heavenly emperor of the demon clan. Tai shall be bestowed the title of Eastern Sovereign, and she shall be my wife." Designated as the goddess of the moon, the Beiming demon clan's Kunlun shall serve as our celestial teacher, and my subordinates, Ji Ming, Ing Zhao, Fei Dan, Fei Lian, Jiu Ing, Shangyang, Baize, Qin Yuan, Ci Tai, and Gue Che, shall be the 10 demon generals, leading the multitude of demons. After an indeterminate period, Dijun finally paused and turned his gaze towards the side, where Hong Jun and Nuwa stood. Both of them frowned, clearly unprepared for such a turn of events. Yet the crowd of demons below was fervently animated, their cheers ringing out. Outside of Tang Valley, the remaining Wu clan members, lying in ambush, were now thoroughly flustered, hastening towards Mount Buzhou to report this matter to the 12 ancestors of Wu. The establishment of the Demon Clan South Heavenly Court aimed to seize control of the wilderness, a monumental affair that signified an impending upheaval in the realm. Chapter 67. Undercurrents at this moment. Within Tang Valley, after Dijun conferred titles upon the assembled demons, rules began to manifest amidst the clouds above. Gradually, these rules descended upon the demons gathered in the valley, as if an invisible aura enveloped them, causing luck to waft upwards from their forms. Hong Jun and Nuwa exchanged glances, observing the fervent crowd of demons below, unsure of what to say. They had originally been sent by Luo to represent Kunlun Mountain at the wedding of Dijun and Shihi, never anticipating they would witness the grand ambition of the demon clan establishing a heavenly court. Moreover, with the response from heaven, the court had indeed been set in place. There was no possibility of retreat. After a moment of silence, Hong Jun proclaimed, "I, the Taoist Hong Jun, alongside my junior sister Nuwa, have come to bear witness to the heavenly marriage of Dijun and Shihi on behalf of my esteemed master." As his words fell, a thread of karma suddenly arose between the demon clan and Kunlun Mountain. Though subtle, it undeniably existed. Upon witnessing this thread of karma, Hong Jun in the Zixiao Palace wore an increasingly delighted expression. He cared not for Nuwa's acquisition of virtue from the heavenly Tao. His concern lay solely with whether a karmic bond had been established between Kunlun Mountain and the demon clan. Furthermore, a connection also existed between Kunlun Mountain and the Wu clan, and should a calamity arise, if Luo were to intervene, he would undoubtedly face a karmic backlash. Thus, it aligned with his desires. Meanwhile, within Kunlun Mountain, Luo slowly opened his eyes, gazing towards Tang Valley. The establishment of the demon clan's South Heavenly Court had been within his expectations. However, he had not anticipated that Jun would announce its formation on this very day. Utilizing the wedding as a means to consolidate the demon clan's fortune, this individual proved to be quite decisive. No wonder he could become the first demon emperor, with the Heavenly Court now established. The impending conflict between the Wu and demon clan seemed inevitable. In a matter of mere thousands to tens of thousands of years, the war between the two clans would surely commence. Yet, perhaps before that, the human race would emerge. It appeared he needed to strategize promptly. With this thought, Luo raised his gaze towards the direction of the Zixiao Palace. In his recollection, the emergence of humanity ought to have involved his guidance of Nuwa. However, as Nuwa's master, he could not afford to fall behind. Luo chuckled softly and then closed his eyes once more. This moment, the 12 ancestors of Wu were gathered in the ancestor hall. Listening to the reports from the Wu clan members below, their expressions varied. After a prolonged silence, Jiang spoke. Heavenly Court? These feathered beasts are quite presumptuous. Zhurong, known for his fiery temper, slammed the table as he exclaimed. In my view, we should rally our tribesmen and march to Tang Valley to thoroughly vanquish these feathered beasts. Just after he spoke, Zhu Juyin interjected with a sardonic tone. Currently, Tang Valley harbors a multitude of 10,000 demons. Their momentum at its peak, that if we were to lead our tribesmen across mountains and rivers, it would likely be a path to certain death. Gong Gong retorted angrily. How can you bolster the strength of others while diminishing our own? Jiang waved his hand dismissively. Zhu Juyin speaks the truth. Now that the Heavenly Court has just been established, the demons are in high spirits, and with Tang Valley as a gathering place for myriad demons, our venture there would likely yield no benefits. Zhurong frowned. Are we to simply allow these feathered beasts to act with impunity? Gong Gong added. Indeed, brother, those feathered beasts have now established a Heavenly Court. It won't be long before they attempt to rise above us. Can we tolerate that? Zhu Juyin scoffed. Now is not the time to quibble over the demons' establishment of a Heavenly Court, but to ponder why the people of Kunlun Mountain have appeared in Tang Valley. Upon hearing this, the hall fell into a profound silence. They had originally thought it was absurd for the demon clan to send representatives to Kunlun Mountain to invite the sages down. But now it seemed Kunlun Mountain had dispatched 2 individuals, and they had even been involved in the heavenly marriage. This was unprecedented since the dawn of the wilderness. What on earth was their ancestor plotting? After some time, Hutus slowly spoke. Perhaps our ancestors' intentions in this matter are not as profound as we think. We may be overthinking it. Hearing this, the others let out long sighs. Perhaps, as Hutus suggested, their ancestor had no ulterior motives, yet this matter still left them feeling somewhat uneasy. After a brief moment, Jiang stated, we need not dwell on this. We should focus on ensuring the growth and strength of our own tribes, so that we may secure an advantage in the future struggles of the wilderness. The other 11 ancestors echoed in agreement. What brother says is indeed true. In Tang Valley, Hong Jun and Nuwa exchanged glances, then addressed Jun. Since this matter is resolved, we shall take our leave. Jun and he responded with smiles. We bid farewell to both of you. Hong Jun and Nuwa cast one last profound glance at the demons within Tang Valley, sensing a great fortune among them. With a sigh, they took to the clouds and departed. Once Hong Jun and Nuwa left, the demons rejoiced, indulging in a grand feast within Tang Valley. As night fell, Jun first escorted Shihi back to her chambers, then summoned Tai Yi to discuss matters regarding the Heavenly Court. Now that the demon clan had established a Heavenly Court, it could not possibly remain within Tang Valley. A court by its very nature must be situated in the heavens. After extensive deliberation, they ultimately decided to transport a celestial paradise to the heavens, thereby establishing the Heavenly Court, just as they finalized their strategy. Within the Zixiao Palace, Hong Jun slightly opened his eyes, gazing downwards as if peering through chaos and the 33 heavens to behold the Tang Valley of the wilderness. After conducting a secretive calculation, a smile spread across his face. He then looked up, observing the rules in motion, as if conveying some sort of information. Upon witnessing these rules, Hong Jun's smile grew even broader. He raised his hand and pointed to the earth below, where countless golden rays subtly scattered, merging into the vast wilderness below. These transformed into hidden rules, akin to opportunities, awaiting discovery by living beings. He had accomplished all he could. Now, all that remained was to await the grand performance and orchestrate the wilderness. While he plotted the wilderness, Hong Jun and Nuwa had already returned to the Kunlun Mountains. Upon entering the main hall, Nuwa bowed to Luya above, saying, "Thank you, Master. Without you, I fear I would never have found this opportunity." Luya smiled and replied, "Such a trivial matter." Beside him, the red cloud conveyed the happenings within the Soup Valley to Luya. Although Luya was already aware of the events, he still listened attentively until the end. He then remarked, "There is no need to concern yourselves. Focus on your cultivation. In due time, when the opportunity arises, I shall bless you all to ascend to the realm of quasi-saints." Upon hearing this, the red cloud's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he hastily bowed in gratitude. That moment, Nuwa hesitantly spoke up, "Master, might I inquire where my brother's opportunity lies?" Chapter 68. A fated calamity. Upon hearing Nuwa's words, a smile graced Lia's face. That he understood that Nuwa had always worried about her brother, so her question was quite natural. However, unlike Nuwa, Fushi's opportunity did not exist in this world, but rather would manifest after the calamity between the witch and the demon tribes. During the rise of the human race, his path was distinct from that of ordinary individuals, as he was destined to cultivate the way of the human emperor, though he remained unaware of this. Given that the human race had yet to descend into existence, it is worth noting that the fortunes of this brother and sister were mutually dependent, that Nuwa's opportunities lay within the heavens. The earth, humanity, the triad of marriages, and the future emergence of the human race. Conversely, Fushi's fortune awaited him after the rise of humanity, specifically within the path of the human emperor. Moreover, he was destined to face a calamity. Once that ordeal was overcome, his opportunities would follow suit. That time, Lia would naturally assist him in attaining his rightful place. Observing the worried expression on Nuwa's face, Lia spoke with a smile. "Fushi's opportunity has yet to manifest. You need not fret. Simply dedicate yourself to your cultivation." Upon hearing Lia's reassurance, a smile finally blossomed on Nuwa's face. She clasped her hands in gratitude and turned to leave the grand hall. Once Lia departed, the red cloud finally spoke. "Master, with Dijuan and the others establishing the heavenly court, they likely aim to vie for supremacy over the primordial world and seize its fortunes. Conflict is inevitable, and chaos may soon engulf the primordial realm." Lia cast a surprised glance at the red cloud, not expecting such profound insight. Nevertheless, this was all part of his grand design regarding the calamity of the witch and demon tribes. And thus, there was no cause for concern. He even harbored his own plans to benefit from this tribulation. This calamity is inescapable for the witch and demon tribes. There is no need for you to worry. When the time comes, the destined ones will inevitably appear. With those words, Lia's figure vanished entirely from the grand hall. Only the red cloud remained, pondering Lia's earlier remarks. After a moment, he shook his head, finding himself none the wiser. Eventually, the red cloud returned to his secluded cultivation space. Shortly after Lia's disappearance, fluctuations of energy stirred across the various side peaks of the Kunlun Mountains that on a more secluded peak. The ancestor of the underworld raised his gaze to observe Nuwa hurrying towards the Nuwa Palace. For narrative convenience, this side peak is named the Nuwa Palace. Noticing her increasingly profound and subdued aura, he felt a stirring in his heart and stepped out of the grand hall to approach Nuwa. "Master, has the elder sister been sent forth by the teacher in pursuit of an opportunity?" he inquired slowly. Nuwa glanced at the ancestor of the underworld, a chuckle almost escaping her as memories of being bound by the blood-devouring spirit vine resurfaced, observing Nuwa's shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. The ancestor's expression darkened, and he too recalled his own past humiliation at the hands of the vine, which had left him a laughingstock for many. After a while, Nuwa regained her composure and replied, "Why not inquire with the teacher yourself?" The ancestor of the underworld was momentarily taken aback, inwardly cursing that if he dared to approach Luya, would he still be obstructing Nuwa? He cleared his throat and said, "The teacher's intentions are beyond our comprehension. My curiosity merely led me to ask." Upon hearing this, Nuwa's smile deepened. and she raised her hand, summoning a large sphere of merit power that materialized before her. The ancestor of the underworld nearly widened his eyes in disbelief at the sight of such an abundance of merit, recalling having witnessed something similar during Luo's teachings. Is this the opportunity bestowed upon you by the teacher? He ventured, his voice tinged with incredulity. Nuon nodded with a smile. Indeed. The ancestor felt a stirring within, glancing towards the main peak's grand hall. He pondered whether he should go and shed a few tears, perhaps eliciting pity from the teacher and receiving such an extraordinary opportunity. Nuo regarded him with an odd expression, then nodded slightly before returning to the Nuo palace. Left alone, the ancestor of the underworld gazed into the distance, where a small figure was faintly visible, approaching him. Startled, he trembled and retreated to his Blood Sea peak, activating the formation and informing the Shura clan within the Blood Sea that he was in seclusion. Requesting not to be disturbed, if anyone sought him, they were to simply relay that he was occupied. After the ancestor of the underworld had completely entered seclusion, the small figure arrived at Blood Sea Peak. It was the ginseng baby. The ginseng baby looked curiously at the formation surrounding the peak, puzzled by the sudden change. He had just seen the ancestor of the underworld outside the mountain, and now he had gone into seclusion. The ginseng baby had intended to seek him out for some celestial herbs. The Shura guarding the mountain gate regarded the ginseng baby with trepidation. One of them, summoning his courage, spoke up, "Esteemed little immortal lord, our ancestor has been in seclusion for many days. Might I inquire if you have urgent matters?" The ginseng baby shook his head slightly and departed. He observed the mountain peaks of the three pure ones, which also displayed the same formation indicating seclusion. This left him somewhat perplexed. Eventually, he arrived at Wanshou Mountain, where Zenyuanzi was not in seclusion. Instead, he handed the ginseng baby a ginseng fruit, instructing him to take it back for study. Holding the ginseng fruit, which bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, the ginseng baby returned to the medicinal garden, utterly bewildered. After his departure, Zenyuanzi let out a long sigh of relief. He had recently discovered that the ginseng fruits growing on his tree bore an 80% resemblance to the ginseng baby. Were it not for this, he too would likely be in seclusion by now. At this moment, within the Nuo palace, Nuo entered the grand hall, where Fushi was playing the guqin. A smile graced her face as she remarked, "Brother, you have such refined tastes." Fushi replied with a smile. The teacher once said that one must balance work and rest. Constant seclusion leads only to insular thinking. It is better to await the teachings of Hong Jun to resolve one's doubts. Nuo nodded in agreement. Fushi continued, "The teacher has summoned you, suggesting that an opportunity is at hand." Fushi was one of the few who understood Liao well. He knew that if no opportunity were to arise, Liao would not easily allow them to leave their retreat. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Nuo nodding in affirmation. She recounted the events that had transpired in Soup Valley to Fushi. Upon hearing this, excitement danced across Fushi's face. The establishment of the heavenly court by Dijuan and his companions is a monumental boon for our demon clan. Chapter 69. The Birth of the 10 Sons of the Golden Crow. Ultimately, Fushi and Nuo, being members of the demon clan, found the establishment of the heavenly court by Emperor Jun and his ilk to be a monumental boon for the myriad demon tribes within the primordial wilderness. This not only serves to fortify the cohesion among their kin, but also allows the demon race to seize fortune amidst the chaos of the primordial realm, as far as he was aware. The only demon tribes that had achieved prominence were the Wu and Yao clans. However, the Wu tribe, lacking the cultivation of primordial spirits and magical powers, could only benefit from fortune in the primordial wilderness. Moreover, they were blessed with robust physical forms, even more formidable than those of the demon race. Had the demon clan not established the heavenly court, they would likely suffer significant losses in future contests for dominance in the primordial expanse. Nuo observed her brother's exuberance and could not help but shake her head, letting out a sigh within her heart. Though she too belonged to the demon clan, her sense of identity was not as profound as Fushi's. Thus, upon witnessing the establishment of the heavenly court by Emperor Jun and his companions, she felt little more than a passing sentiment. Her aspirations in this life were to attain the status of a sage, akin to her teacher. After all, beneath the sage, all are but ants. Only by reaching the sage realm can one glimpse the future. The two engaged in philosophical discussions within the Nuwa palace for quite some time before they each entered seclusion. Years passed, and suddenly numerous sounds of Tao reverberated from Kunlun mountain, awakening those who were in seclusion, all of whom turned their gazes towards the main peak. They discerned clearly that these sounds of Tao emanated from the summit. With excitement, they exclaimed, "Our teacher has emerged from seclusion." Since the return of Nuwa and Hong Jun, Liao had directly entered seclusion, which in truth was merely seeking a tranquil place to rest. Since his arrival in this primordial wilderness, he had seldom needed to rest like a mortal by sleeping. Following his ascension to sagehood, feeling weary in mind and spirit, he found this an opportune moment to recuperate. Upon ascending the main peak, they beheld the familiar figure seated in the high seat and promptly greeted, "We pay our respects to our teacher." Liao squinted slightly, regarding the assembly as he inquired, "How long until that old fellow Hong Jun delivers his teachings?" Hong Jun was the first to respond. "It is approximately 1,500 years until Hong Jun the sage imparts his teachings." Upon hearing this, Liao could not help but murmur to himself. He had not anticipated that his brief respite would span a millennium and a half. Subsequently, he smiled at the gathered disciples, assessing their cultivation before speaking. "Indeed, you have not been idle during this time. The three pure ones have already reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm, mere steps away from the late stage. Although the others may not be as accomplished as the three pure ones, they too have not lagged too far behind. In due course, we may conveniently utilize the three teachings of that old fellow Hong Jun to assist my disciples in reaching the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm." With this thought, a wave of guilt inexplicably washed over Liao. Over the years since his arrival in the primordial wilderness, he had indeed seized numerous opportunities from that old fellow Hong Jun. Now, he intended to rely on Hong Jun's teachings to facilitate the breakthroughs of his disciples. Was this not somewhat excessive? However, this fleeting thought dissipated as swiftly as it came. Feelings of guilt were not thoughts that could linger in his heart. He gazed at his many disciples, preparing to speak, when he suddenly looked up at a distant cloud layer above Tang Valley. There, amidst the clouds, stood a magnificent palace complex made of white jade, which was none other than the heavenly court established by Emperor Jun and his companions. Liao focused on the interior of the heavenly court and noticed a particular palace where sunlight blazed, seemingly revealing the slow ascent of 10 small suns. Shortly thereafter, the entire primordial wilderness resonated with a series of resounding calls. At this moment, the three pure ones also sensed something amiss and turned their attention towards the direction of the heavenly court. However, with their current cultivation, they could only vaguely surmise that something significant was emerging from within. Turning back, they saw that Liao was still lost in thought and dared not disturb him, opting instead to remain in the grand hall. Observing the heavenly court, Liao couldn't help but chuckle before traversing the primordial wilderness. He had heard tales of Emperor Jun's 10th son sharing his name, that in truth, this merely stemmed from the mysterious and complex background attributed to Liao by later generations. Coincidentally, upon the birth of Emperor Jun's 10 sons, 9 were slain by Ho-E, leaving only one, who possessed the celestial slicing blade. Thus, the name of Liao was associated with Emperor Jun's 10th son. Yet now, he found this notion to be absurd. As Liao gazed at the heavenly court, he secretly deduced the circumstances surrounding Emperor Jun's 10th son. Today, Emperor Jun's wife, Shiha, had given birth to 10 sons, each named Wuzhuang, Zhonglong, Shukuan, Jihui, Xinrui, Lujuan, Yaqiong, Desen, Renjing, and Yuan. Notably, only Lujuan's name bore a resemblance to his own, albeit this child was not the youngest. After a long while, Liao returned to the present, looking at his disciples, particularly at Nuwa and Fushi. With a smile, he said, "Now that Shiha has given birth to 10 sons, you too, as members of the demon clan, should go forth to congratulate them." Upon hearing this, Nuwa displayed little emotion, while Fushi's face lit up with joy. The birth of Emperor Jun's offspring was indeed a fortuitous event for both the demon clan and the heavenly court. He immediately clasped his hands in gratitude towards Liao, saying, "Thank you, teacher, for your benevolence." With that, he and Nuwa hurried back to their side peak to prepare gifts for presentation to the heavenly court. Once they had departed, Yuanshi spoke up. Teacher, Emperor Jun has birthed sons. What relation does this have to our Kunlun lineage? Why must we send our junior disciples to pay respects? Years prior, outside Tang Valley, Emperor Jun and his companions had led a coalition of demons to besiege the three pure ones. Had it not been for Luo's timely arrival, dire consequences might have ensued. Thus, Yuanshi harbored a degree of disdain for the current heavenly court. In his view, the denizens of the heavenly court were merely a disorganized rabble, inferior both in lineage and cultivation compared to their brotherhood. Luo regarded Yuanshi, whose eyes still held remnants of resentment, and smiled as he replied, Fushi and Yuan are indeed members of the demon clan. This connection is inescapable. Moreover, in the future, this heavenly court may very well come to be recognized as the true heavenly court. Upon hearing Luo's words, the three pure ones exchanged puzzled glances. The first part of his statement was understandable, yet the latter portion left them perplexed, just as they were about to voice their inquiries. Luo waved his hand and said, You should return and consolidate your cultivation. In due time, you may attempt to break through while attending teachings in the Zhixiao Palace. Upon hearing this, the three pure ones bowed respectfully before turning to leave the Grand Hall. Chapter 70. I go at Mount Buzhou. Within the ancestral witch palace, the 12 ancestral witches gazed towards the direction of the heavenly court. Upon sensing the 10 small yet potent auras, they exchanged glances filled with trepidation. After a lengthy silence, one among them spoke. Eldest brother, with Emperor Jun's recent birth of 10 sons, they are likely to become formidable adversaries for our Wu clan. We must remain vigilant. The speaker was Zhu Juyin, who ranked moderately in strength among the 12 ancestral witches, but possessed a keen intellect. His words were often met with the attention of Dijiang. Hearing Zhu Juyin's concerns, Zhurong and Gonggong exchanged knowing smiles, their disdain evident. Zhurong scoffed, They are merely a few small cubs. Even given 1,000,000 years of cultivation, they could never rival us, Gonggong chimed in. In this primordial wilderness, there is no place for these 10 small cubs to cultivate. At this moment, the conflicts between the Wu and Yao clans had escalated dramatically. What initially began as minor skirmishes had devolved into ambushes targeting talented youths from opposing tribes, even leading to the annihilation of entire clans and localized conflicts. Put it bluntly, as long as Emperor Jun's 10 children remained within the heavenly court, all would be well. However, should they venture outside, their lives would be in peril. Zhu Juyin cast a cold glance at the two, unable to suppress a sneer. This spectacle caused Zhurong and Gonggong's faces to flush with indignation, and they were about to erupt in anger when they noticed Di Jiang subtly raise his hand and say, Enough, do not quarrel. We must dispatch our clan's disciples to closely monitor the situation at the heavenly court. If those 10 little cubs remain hidden, it is well and good. However, should they emerge, we shall find a reason to ensure they do not return. The remaining 11 ancestral witches nodded in agreement upon hearing this. That moment, in the heavenly realm, she had gazed affectionately at the 10 little golden crows still in their swaddling. Although these 10 golden crows had just been born, their cultivation had already reached the level of celestial immortals. Even if they did not engage in further training, by the time they matured, they would at the very least attain the status of Tai golden immortals. With some diligent practice, they could ascend to the realm of the Luo golden immortals, akin to Dijuan. Beside her, Dijuan and Tai stood shoulder to shoulder, their brows slightly furrowed as they observed the 10 fledgling golden crows. After a brief pause, Tai spoke. Not long ago, one of our proud disciples from the demon clan was ambushed and perished at the hands of those barbaric witches. Upon hearing this, Dijuan's expression darkened considerably. He was aware of the situation. The disciple belonged to the relatively powerful Golden Feather clan of the avian lineage, and had there been no unforeseen circumstances, he could have grown to become a formidable demon general. Yet, he had fallen in the primordial chaos, surrounded and killed by enemies. This filled him with rage, yet he felt helpless. After all, their demon clan's hands were not clean either, having previously ambushed several great witches. He glanced at the 10 little golden crows before him and sighed slowly. They must not leave the heavenly realm. Tai shook his head slightly. For now, they cannot leave the heavenly realm. After they have matured for a while and become somewhat more aware, we shall send them to Pangu. upon hearing this, displayed a moment of hesitation on her face. She then looked down at her offspring and back up at Dejuan. Dejuan, after a moment of silence, finally said, "Very well, we shall have a demon general keep a vigilant watch over them, ensuring that no witches approach the vicinity of Pangu." Tai nodded in agreement. This arrangement would indeed serve as the best option for the newly born 10 golden crows. In this tumultuous time of conflict between the witch and demon clans, although the battle had yet to reach a fever pitch, it remained brutal. The timing was not favorable for them. If the demon clan were to seize control of the entire primordial realm, the 10 golden crows could emerge into a world entirely under their dominion. Alas, for now, they must remain hidden, their presence concealed. Dejuan cast a glance at his wife and remarked, "During this period, you should spend more time with them." Shiha, upon hearing this, nodded with a loving smile, continuing to gaze at her offspring. Dejuan and Tai departed from the heavenly realm, hovering in the void as they looked up towards the direction of the purple cloud's palace beyond the 33 heavens. With the impending teachings of Hong Jun, if they could seize even a fraction of opportunity to become his disciples, the demon clan would gain an advantage in the primordial realm. Yet, they found themselves puzzled as to whether the sage would involve himself in the affairs between the witch and demon clans. After a long while, both sighed deeply at this moment. Amidst the brewing undercurrents within the witch and demon clans, on Kunlun Mountain, the various side peaks shimmered with brilliance as the 3 pure ones emerged from their seclusion. Several disciples under the tutelage of Luo also exited their retreat. After some time, the group gathered together, exchanging glances and realizing that everyone's cultivation had stagnated, prompting a collective wry smile. Indeed, they were among the first living beings in the primordial realm and also the first to achieve the status of the Luo golden immortals. Distinctly different from the gods and demons from the ancient chaos, the path they had traversed was one unexplored, requiring them to forge ahead on their own. Were it not for Luo's previous teachings, they might have remained forever unable to advance to the later stages of the Luo golden immortal. Laozi stealthily glanced towards the main peak and whispered, "Is the master in seclusion once again?" Yuan Shi and Tong Tian exchanged a knowing look before hastily shaking their heads. They were unaware and dared not inquire further. Nuwa and the others remained silent, observing with closed eyes, not uttering a word. Just as uncertainty filled the air, a voice calling out from afar broke the silence. They looked up to see the ginseng baby smiling at them. The hearts of the 3 pure ones trembled, and they instinctively turned to leave. Yet they soon felt the space around them being directly constrained, rendering them immobile. They could only watch helplessly as the ginseng baby approached. The ginseng baby clapped its small hands and remarked, "It seems the technique taught by the master is quite effective." Upon hearing this, the group shared a pained smile. They had just been pondering why this ginseng baby, merely at the late stage of the Luo golden immortal, could effortlessly restrain them, who were mid-stage the Luo golden immortals. Now, it made sense that it was indeed the master's imparted technique. The ginseng baby continued, "I need to expand my medicinal garden. You all must not remain in seclusion day in and day out. As the elder said, one must balance work and rest. I go into the deep mountains and gather a few thousand stalks of celestial herbs for me." Upon hearing the ginseng baby's words, the expressions of the group turned sour. Currently, within the Kunlun mountain range, the beings guarding the celestial herbs had likely mostly ascended to the realm of the Luo golden immortal. It was not that this stage was simple, but rather due to their master's immense blessings. If they wished to acquire more celestial herbs, the task would not be as straightforward. Just as they were about to voice their objections, they noticed the ginseng baby glaring at them, demanding, "Will you go or not?" Hearing this, the group exchanged glances, their faces filled with despair, and in unison, they replied, "I will go." Chapter 71. Inside the purple cloud's palace, Hong Jun emerges from seclusion. As soon as the words fell, the ginseng baby nodded in satisfaction and snapped its fingers. The group instantly felt the binding force lift, granting them their freedom once more. The ginseng baby looked at them and exclaimed, "There is still over 1,000 years until Hong Jun's teachings commence. You all have 3 years to gather celestial herbs in the deep mountains." Upon hearing this, the group shared knowing glances and sighed deeply in their hearts. had they known this would be the case. They would have rather sat in their secluded space for thousands of years than emerge so early. Subsequently, they turned to leave, heading straight into the depths of Kunlun Mountain to search for the herbs. Once they departed, the ginseng baby rode a cloud towards the main peak, entering the great hall and questioning, "Master, why is this so?" Luo chuckled and replied, "They have been in seclusion for thousands of years. Continuing to sit idly serves no purpose. It is better for them to walk more in the mountains, practicing as they go. This is the right path." Upon hearing Luo's words, the ginseng baby nodded in understanding. In the future, when he wished to expand the medicinal garden, he would have a valid excuse. After all, it was for their benefit. Time flew by, and after approximately 1,000 years, the three pure ones emerged from the depths of Kunlun Mountain. Looking quite disheveled, but on their way to the medicinal garden, they exchanged glances, sharing a resigned smile. Just as they had previously surmised, most beings in the depths of Kunlun Mountain had attained the level of the Luo Golden Immortal. Particularly those guarding the celestial herbs, their cultivation was profound, and even they had exerted tremendous effort to obtain the herbs. Upon arriving at the medicinal garden, they presented the gathered celestial herbs to the ginseng baby, who watched with satisfaction as they departed. Just as they were leaving, a figure stealthily approached the ginseng baby, entering the realm of mature medicinal herbs. The figure then shrank in size and began to voraciously devour the herbs. Moments later, the recently departed three pure ones heard the furious roar of the ginseng baby emanating from the direction of the medicinal garden. Accompanying this was a resounding dragon's roar. The group sighed in dismay and returned to their respective peaks to meditate and cultivate. At this moment, within the main peak, Luo looked up at the sky, particularly towards the direction of the Purple Cloud's palace, as if he could see a pair of icy eyes. Meanwhile, within the Purple Cloud's palace, a figure suddenly materialized, Hong Jun. Hong Jun looked down upon the primordial realm, his divine gaze seemingly transcending the 33 heavens, connecting with Luo's eyes before breaking into a cold smile. His sage-level attainment had now been thoroughly solidified, and in several hundred years, when he would commence his teachings in the Purple Cloud's palace, he could widely reap the fortunes of the primordial realm. That time, it would mark the beginning of his journey toward becoming a sage and ancestor. Subsequently, Hong Jun waved his hand, shrouding the entire Purple Cloud's palace in concealment, preventing Luo from peering into it any further. Below, in the Kunlun mountain range, Luo slowly withdrew his gaze, chuckling softly that old Hong Jun remains as miserly as ever. As his words fell, his consciousness instantly enveloped the entire Kunlun mountain range, revealing the disciples meditating upon their respective peaks. In this manner, he felt no lingering guilt regarding his previous schemes. When the time arrived, he would not require his disciples to journey to the Zixiao Palace to listen to the teachings, thus sparing himself considerable effort, just as Luo was contemplating sending his disciples to the Zixiao Palace. In the celestial realm above, Emperor Jun gazed at the 10 young acolytes before him, nodding slightly. These 10 were his offspring, the 10 little golden crows. The Golden Crow clan was known for its slow growth. And now, after a millennium had passed, these 10 little golden crows had merely reached their current state. Beside Emperor Jun, Tai Yi and Shi also observed the 10 young ones, particularly Shi He, whose eyes were filled with hesitation. After a moment, she spoke up, asking, "Are we truly to send them into the Tang Valley? They are still but children." A flicker of tenderness crossed Tai Yi's gaze. Although the idea of sending the 10 little golden crows to the Tang Valley was originally his, as the moment to part with them approached, he felt a pang of reluctance. Emperor Jun then nodded and replied, "The conflicts between our demon clan and the witch clan have become increasingly frequent, with many prodigious youths meeting untimely ends. Sending them to the Tang Valley is a precaution for their safety," Shi countered. "Is the celestial realm not safe enough?" Emperor Jun shook his head. By all accounts, the celestial realm and the ancestral witch palace were of equal standing, hence there should be no lack of safety. However, he harbored concerns that the 10 children would cause trouble in the celestial realm without proper guidance. And by the time they did, it would be too late for regrets. Rather than risk that, it was wiser to send them to the Tang Valley, where demon generals could oversee them, compared to the celestial realm. The Tang Valley was more conducive to the growth and supervision of these children. After a lengthy pause, Emperor Jun declared, "My decision is made. You need not speak further. When the celestial realm fully governs the primordial world, they may then be brought back to our side." With his words, a demon general was summoned to escort the 10 little golden crows to the Tang Valley. He, bearing a sorrowful expression, insisted, "I shall personally see them there." Thus, she followed the demon general, leading the 10 little golden crows towards the Tang Valley. Once he and the others had departed, Tai finally spoke, with the day of the sage's teachings approaching. "It is time for us to make our decisions." Emperor Jun nodded in agreement, responding, "It should be so." Meanwhile, amidst the clouds above the primordial world, Jin and Junti had just acquired a spiritual treasure atop a celestial mountain, and they proceeded towards the nearest location of the 33 heavens. Since Luo's teachings, they had not returned to the west, but had remained in the east, wandering the primordial world, collecting spiritual treasures, and awaiting Hong Jun's teachings. They had missed the last opportunity to learn from a sage, and this time they would not allow any mishaps. Not only they, but many other powerful beings in the primordial realm shared this sentiment. After witnessing Luo accept disciples, they had been eagerly anticipating the commencement of Hong Jun's teachings, hoping to become his disciples, and if they truly became disciples of the sage, the path to the great Tao would undoubtedly be theirs. Just as the myriad powers of the primordial world were filled with anticipation, within the Zixiao Palace, Hong Jun, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them, gazing down at the vast primordial continent. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "The time for teachings has arrived. Those with affinity in the primordial world may come to the Zixiao Palace to listen." Instantly, his voice resonated throughout the primordial realm. Countless beams of light shot forth from various directions, all converging towards the Zixiao Palace. Chapter 72. The teachings commence upon hearing Hong Jun's declaration. The primordial world trembled as countless mighty beings rushed towards the Zixiao Palace. In the Tang Valley, Emperor Jun and Tai exchanged glances, and the next moment, they transformed into 3 streaks of light, soaring into the heavens towards the Zixiao Palace. They had grand ambitions and were determined to become disciples of the sage, laying the groundwork for future endeavors and seizing the fortunes of the primordial world. Not only them, but the 2 bald-headed cultivators closest to the Zixiao Palace, Jin and Junyi, had lingered nearby. They had not ventured far to ensure they would arrive at the Zixiao Palace first, placing them at the forefront of the journey. Atop the main peak of Kunlun Mountain, within the Grand Hall, the 3 pure ones gathered, their eyes gleaming as they looked up at Luo. Luo cast his gaze down at the assembly, a smile gracing his features as he said, "Now that the old fellow has begun his teachings, you may go." The 3 pure ones responded promptly, clasping their hands in respect. "We shall dutifully obey our master's command." With that, they swiftly departed the hall, racing towards the Zixiao Palace. In the Grand Hall, only Hong Yun and the ginseng baby remained. The ginseng baby and Ying Long had reached the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm and recalled Luo mentioning that Hong Jun's first teachings would not significantly benefit them. Thus, they chose to remain in Kunlun Mountain to rest. Luo raised his head towards the sky, a smile spreading across his face that it was time to reap the rewards, though he wondered whether that old man Hong Jun would be displeased. Within the Zixiao Palace, in the depths of seclusion, Hong Jun gazed at the primordial world, a smile creeping onto his face upon witnessing the throngs of powerful beings rushing forth. Although he was not the first to teach in the primordial realm, nor did the title of Tao ancestor fall upon him, it did not greatly affect him. Moreover, many powerful beings in the primordial world were eager to come to the Zixiao Palace for teachings. At that time, the karma connections he would forge with these beings would facilitate his future plans. Just as Hong Jun contemplated this, he noticed that not only those without backing, but also the Kunlun lineage was approaching the Zixiao Palace. Upon seeing the 3 pure ones, Hong Jun's expression darkened, and he began to ponder. What was Luo's intention? What scheme lay behind this? Furrowing his brow, Hong Jun considered for a time, but found no answers, ultimately shaking his head to dismiss the thoughts. After a while, the first arrivals at the Zixiao Palace were Jin and Junyi, who found the palace doors still closed. As they hesitated, they saw the gates of the Zixiao Palace slowly opening. revealing 7 cushions within the hall. Their hearts lifted with joy, and they were about to rush inside when they noticed several figures flashing past them. Upon closer inspection, they found that 3 of the cushions had already been occupied by Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, and Shi He. Jane and Juni's expressions changed, and they dashed into the hall, claiming 2 of the remaining cushions. With their seating established, only 2 cushions were left at AT that moment. The 3 pure ones also arrived at the Zixiao Palace. Eyeing the last 2 remaining cushions, each stifling a chuckle, they silently mused how Hong Jun had truly learned from others, employing strategies previously used by their own master. Shaking their heads, they stood behind the cushions, waiting. Soon, a member of the demon clan rushed into the palace and took one of the remaining cushions. None other than the demon master Kunlun. Kunlun's face radiated joy as he surveyed the room. But upon seeing Emperor Jun and the others, his delight tempered slightly as he settled quietly onto the cushion, awaiting the arrival of others. After the others took their seats, the 12 ancestral witches burst into the hall. Upon seeing the last remaining cushion, they paused in surprise. After careful consideration, the 12 ancestral witches shook their heads. Since they did not cultivate the primordial spirit or magical power, they would not have come had they not seen Emperor Jun and the others heading to the Zixiao Palace. Just as the crowd hesitated, one figure took the last seat, and everyone discerned a flickering light emanating from this individual. Once all 7 cushions were claimed, the remaining powerful beings of the primordial world continued to arrive, only to find the cushions fully occupied, their faces revealing expressions of bitterness. After a long silence, a voice resonated in the hall. High upon the 9-fold clouds, I take my seat on the cushion of truth. Beyond the realms of heaven and earth, I shall become the master of the teachings. As the echoes of his words faded, the gathered multitude raised their gazes once more, only to behold Hong Jun seated high above. The venerable figure cast his eyes upon the assembly, particularly lingering on the 7 individuals seated upon the mat, and could not help but let out a sigh. Before attaining the status of a sage, he had discerned a fateful connection with a few of them, each possessing remarkable potential. Yet, one after another, those individuals had been snatched away by that rogue Luo, and now, the destined disciples he had envisioned had dwindled to but 2. A lament echoed within Hong Jun's heart. However, had he known that these remaining 2 were intentionally left for him by Luo, he might have pondered differently. Moments later, Hong Jun spoke. As a sage, I am obliged to impart teachings thrice. You, who are fated to be here, may enter the Zixiao Palace to listen to my discourse. Attend closely. Inside the Zixiao Palace, the eminent figures of the primal chaos displayed expressions of joy, exclaiming in unison, "Thank you, sage, for your benevolence." Hong Jun nodded slightly, then began to expound the teachings, the resonant tones of his words instantly enveloping the entire palace. Thus, the interplay of yin and yang gives rise to all things. Utilizing the 5 elements, the 5 elements engage in mutual dominance, leading to the rise and fall of all beings, a perpetual cycle of metamorphosis, unceasing through the ages. Those who attain life align with pure yang, ascending to become immortals. Those who embrace death descend into the depths of the utmost yin, to become spirits. Among spirits, there exist distinctions of superiority and inferiority, strength and weakness, rigidity and softness, virtue and vice, akin to the affairs of mortals. The sound of his teachings spiraled through the Zixiao Palace, where all the great beings were enraptured, immersing themselves in the essence of the doctrines presented. The palace itself was alive with extraordinary phenomena. As purple mist flowed from the east and golden lotuses erupted from the earth. During the lecture, Hong Jun's gaze swept over the crowd, and upon seeing the 3 pure ones, a deeper sense of regret washed over him. What a pity, he mused. These individuals were the first to acknowledge Luo as their master. How splendid it would have been had they been my disciples. Shaking his head, he continued his discourse. Consider the rampant nature of spirits and demons, bringing calamity upon humanity. The 5 emperors and 3 officials are ever vigilant, establishing laws and regulations that are clear and precise. Yet, in this latter age, the populace is rife with deceitful individuals as the pure essence disperses and demonic energy begins to flourish. They show disloyalty to their sovereign, in gratitude to their kin, defying the teachings of the 3 cardinal relationships and 5 constants, thereby courting their own demise. Weakness invites calamity, leading to various ailments, and many do not live to see old age. Falling victim to untimely death, just as the audience was deeply engrossed in the teachings, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 73. The law does not transmit to 6 ears. In the midst of Kunlun Mountain, Luo, who had been in a state of meditation, suddenly turned his gaze towards a more secluded hillock. His divine sight pierced through the obscurity, revealing all within that hidden place. Upon witnessing the scene, a flicker of surprise crossed his countenance, followed by a swift shift in his thoughts. He chuckled lightly, pondering the situation. It was one thing for that little creature to listen to his teachings from outside the mountain, as he was not one to be petty. Yet now it utilized such means to eavesdrop on the discourse within the Zhixiao Palace. It was bound to face repercussions. Luo shook his head with a smile before returning to his meditative state. Meanwhile, the sound of teachings in the Zhixiao Palace abruptly ceased. The great beings who had been immersed in the profound principles raised their heads in bewilderment. Previously, they had been wholly absorbed in the teachings, akin to swimming in a vast ocean of doctrines, savoring the essence of the primal laws and the great truths expounded by Hong Jun. Yet now, the teachings had suddenly halted, and the very principles began to weaken and dissipate. Moreover, the extraordinary phenomena within the grand hall vanished completely. Hong Jun slightly lifted his gaze, seemingly scanning the audience below. Just as their confusion mounted, he uttered, "The law does not transmit to 6 ears." In an instant, the sound of his words reverberated throughout the primal chaos, spreading like wildfire. The 3,000 guests within the Zhixiao Palace, upon hearing Hong Jun's declaration, wore expressions of astonishment, perplexed as to why the sage would utter such a phrase. Their confusion was shared by those powerful beings who had heard Hong Jun's teachings but had not arrived at the Zhixiao Palace. They were even more bewildered. What could the sage's words possibly signify? At that moment, atop a secluded peak near Kunlun Mountain, a celestial-level monkey sat cross-legged on a massive stone. Its countenance was solemn and dignified, with 3 ears sprouting from either side of its head, quivering slightly as if attuned to some distant sound. This was the 6-eared macaque, one of the 4 great spiritual monkeys born of heaven and earth. Possessing unique divine abilities, the 6-eared macaque could perceive events occurring 1,000 miles away, whether they be the conversations of mortals or the exchanges of deities, thus excelling in listening and discerning the principles of the universe. Although it had existed since Luo attained sagehood and announced his teachings, its awakening of intelligence had come later. Upon hearing Luo's voice, it felt an inexplicable pull and arrived near Kunlun Mountain, where it began to cultivate its wisdom. Its potential was notable, yet for reasons unknown. Its progress was exceedingly slow, and it had only recently attained the celestial level. Upon hearing that a second sage would soon deliver teachings, it had remained close to Kunlun Mountain, seeking a secluded peak to listen to the great truths. For its current cultivation did not allow it to traverse the 33 heavens to reach the Zhixiao Palace. However, it never anticipated that just as it began to absorb the teachings, an unforeseen event would occur. As the declaration, "The law does not transmit to 6 ears," resonated throughout the primal chaos, an invisible but formidable force descended upon the vicinity of Kunlun Mountain, bearing down upon the 6-eared macaque. Such overwhelming power was beyond the macaque's capacity to withstand, and in an instant, it was crushed to the ground, prostrating itself upon the massive stone, blood spurting from its mouth. Even its cultivation seemed precariously unstable. Within the great hall of Kunlun Mountain, Luo slightly opened his eyes, furrowing his brow as he observed the struggling 6-eared macaque atop the peak. That he let out a sigh. This old man Hong Jun has an excessively irritable temperament and is far too petty. Akin to the oblivious heavenly to unleash such severity upon a little monkey with a thirst for knowledge is unwarranted. With this thought, Luo shook his head and lifted a hand, instantly dissipating the terrifying pressure that had descended upon the vicinity of Kunlun Mountain. On the small peak, the 6-eared macaque managed to lift its head, tears of blood welling in its eyes as it struggled to gaze in the direction of the Zhixiao Palace, its heart brimming with resentment. It had never expected that the sage would be so harsh regarding the act of imparting teachings. Simultaneously, it cast a glance towards the main peak of Kunlun Mountain, a fleeting look of gratitude crossing its face. Had the sage not intervened, it might well have perished under that overwhelming force. Struggling to rise, the six-eared macaque descended from the massive stone, filled with a profound sense of having escaped disaster, while also engraving the day's events into its memory. Inside the Zixiao Palace, Hong Jun's brow furrowed slightly, his expression turning somewhat grim, that he had not anticipated that the pressure he intended to wield merely to intimidate a lowly creature would be thwarted by that rogue Lia. That Lia truly was infuriating. Taking a deep breath, Hong Jun turned his gaze back to the assembled great beings within the palace, maintaining his composure as he resumed his teachings at the location of the three pure ones. Tontian, curious, transmitted a message to his fellow disciples. The sage's expression seemed to change just now. As soon as the words left his lips, Laozi rebuked him. Silence. Focus on the teachings. Do not let the sage's efforts go to waste. Upon hearing this, the disciples of Kunlun Mountain fell silent, understanding that their master had acquired numerous treasures from this sage. Now, as they listened intently to the teachings, they were undoubtedly benefiting from their master's backing. They must not squander such a magnificent opportunity. Hong Jun slightly raised his eyes to glance at Tongtian, before continuing to expound upon the great truths with an impassive expression. In the silence of nonentity, the void stands amidst calamity. Who can fathom this profound mystery? Once one enters the path of the great vehicle, who can count the years and tribulations? Neither born nor extinguished, the desire for existence arises from the lotus. Transcending the three realms, with a compassionate heart to unravel the web of the world. The supreme virtue of the sage transcends the mortal realm, establishing him as an immortal across countless generations. To truly understand the revered nature of the sacred body, one must delve into profound principles and exquisite subtleties, returning to the ineffable, which is beyond comprehension. Hence, it is termed the supreme. The enlightened one embodies emptiness, flowing freely without obstruction, expansive and effortless, observing the pristine and distant, revealing clarity that resonates deeply. The mysterious one dwells in the subtle and profound, serene and tranquil, understanding principles that are elusive and remote. Existing in the dim and obscure, within the grand hall, extraordinary phenomena re-emerged. In the palace of purple clouds, the 3,000 guests were wholly immersed in the principles of the Tao, experiencing the Great Way. Golden lotuses surged forth, spiraling throughout the space, while purple chi from the east enveloped the guest surroundings. The boundless manifestations of Tao principles transformed the very essence of the space, allowing the multitude of powerful beings present to comprehend their significance. The spiritual ones, with their keen perception, illuminated wisdom, adapting to the nuances of change, and their profound understanding encompassed myriad complexities. The precious ones, rare and distinguished, exalted in honor, shaped the cosmos through their manifestations, nurturing life through their vital energies. In this realm of immeasurable beings, the concept of nothingness is merely a term, while measure refers to the extremities of quantification, defined by the relationships formed by beings. Thus, they shall guide and elevate both heaven and humanity, transcending all numerical limitations, as all beings ascend and enter the wondrous gate, achieving sentience and returning to the formless, as the principles of the Tao surge forth within the palace. Approximately a millennium passed. Laozi, seated closest to the cushion, suddenly saw 3 flowers emerge atop his head, drawing in the manifested Tao principles like a whale consuming its prey. This immediately awakened the 3,000 guests within the palace of purple clouds. Chapter 74. The conclusion of the discourse. As the assembly awakened from their enlightenment, they turned their gazes toward Laozi, witnessing countless principles of the Tao swirling around him like flowing rivers. Atop Laozi's head, the 3 flowers swayed continuously, drawing sustenance from these rivers of L and W, I, N. But a moment, the flowers above him became increasingly substantial. The 7 individuals nearest to Laozi on the cushion gazed upon him, their faces betraying a hint of envy as they witnessed his cultivation ascend rapidly. The two figures, Jin and Junti, exchanged glances, jealousy flickering in their eyes. They had believed that the most fortunate among those occupying the seats within the hall would be themselves. Yet they were taken aback to find that Laozi had made the first breakthrough. Even Hong Jun above exhibited a fleeting expression of surprise. He had long known the exceptional backgrounds of the three pure ones, but was astounded by Laozi's remarkable enlightenment. Achieving a breakthrough in the midst of his discourse, directly stepping into the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal, leaving him astounded, the others from the Kunlun lineage regarded Laozi with unabashed admiration. After all, among them, aside from Hong Jun, Laozi possessed the finest cultivation and comprehension. Thus, it was not unexpected for him to attain a breakthrough during this discourse. The remaining formidable beings in the hall could only feel a mixture of envy and resentment. Previously, when the sage accepted disciples, it was acceptable for the three pure ones to be included among them. However, they had not anticipated that during this recent discourse by a newly ascended sage, Laozi would be the first to break through. Such fortuitous opportunities were truly the envy of all. The palace of purple clouds fell into a profound silence as the ancient powers observed Laozi's rise in cultivation, wishing they could take his place. After a lengthy moment, the three flowers atop Laozi's head ceased their swaying, no longer drawing energetically from the principles of the Tao within the palace, gradually returning to their previous state. In the next instant, a torrent of his immense power surged forth, instantly enveloping the entire palace. I could see this moment. The highest cultivation among the ancient powers within the Palace of Purple Clouds was merely at the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal, and they found themselves nearly gasping for breath under the weight of this overwhelming force. Although it was merely a minor elevation in realm, the Tao principles that Laozi commanded far surpassed those of all others. It was only after Laozi reigned in his internal power that the expressions of the assembly began to ease considerably. The remaining members of the Kunlun lineage promptly expressed their congratulations, exclaiming, "Congratulations, senior brother, on your elevation and cultivation." Laozi, with a smile gracing his countenance, replied, "Thank you, dear younger siblings." He then raised his gaze toward the exalted Hong Jun, performing a deep beat OW. At this moment, he finally understood why his master insisted on their presence in the Palace of Purple Clouds to hear the teachings. The sage's discourse had indeed been immensely beneficial for them, and any previous feelings of awkwardness had long been cast aside. Since this sage had already taken advantage of his master once, it was of no consequence for them to benefit a second time. Hong Jun, observing Laozi's gesture of respect, suddenly darkened in countenance. He vaguely perceived a resemblance to Luya among the Kunlun members. After a brief moment, he collected his thoughts and spoke. Now that a millennium has passed, this discourse has come to a close point. 3,000 years hence, the Palace of Purple Clouds shall reopen, and those fated may return to hear the teachings. As his words fell, the 3,000 guests within the palace finally realized that the discourse had concluded. Each felt a pang of regret, having been startled from their enlightenment by Laozi's breakthrough, unaware of how long they had squandered their opportunity for insight. When they lifted their gazes again, they found that Hong Jun's figure had already vanished, leaving the 3,000 guests exchanging glances in bewilderment. After a brief moment, they bowed toward the upper echelons, respectfully declaring, "We bid farewell to the sage." With those words, they dispersed. Jin and Junti, observing the individuals on the cushions around them, wished to extend greetings, but as they approached, the others scattered like leaves in the wind. This left Jin and Junti with darkened expressions, having traveled a great distance to the Palace of Purple Clouds to hear the teachings. They felt slighted despite having secured their seats. Perhaps they would still be brothers in the future. Why then, this dismissive behavior? Laozi and the others exchanged knowing glances at the bewildered Jin and Junti, sharing a quiet chuckle before making their way toward Kunlun Mountain. Once the myriad powerful beings departed from the Palace of Purple Clouds, the great doors gradually closed. I could see that moment in the heavens. Hong Jun and the embodiment of the heavenly Tao stood shoulder to shoulder, surveying the vast expanse of the primordial continent from the clouds. The embodiment of the heavenly Tao spoke slowly, though you have forged connections with these individuals during this discourse. It ultimately pales in comparison to that of Luya. Upon hearing this, Hong Jun's expression darkened. He sensed an undertone of mockery in the heavenly Tao's words. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed deeply and responded, "While that may be true, there remains a distinction between us. Since the order cannot be altered, let us instead shift the balance through quantity." The embodiment of the heavenly Tao merely shook its head slightly before vanishing into the clouds. Hong Jun followed suit, returning to the palace of purple clouds to enter seclusion and consolidate his understanding of the great Tao. Meanwhile, the three pure ones had already returned to Kunlun Mountain, gathering within the main hall of the principal peak. As they convened, Luo gradually opened his eyes, observing the assembly below, particularly nodding at Laozi. It seemed his prior thoughts had indeed been correct. One should not hold back when the time comes to seize opportunities. With Hong Jun scheduled to deliver 2 more discourses, it was likely that his remaining disciples would also reach the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. With this thought, a smile spread across Luo's face. He then spoke slowly, "Very well, since you have all gained insights. Return and diligently fortify your cultivation in anticipation of the second discourse." The 3 pure ones responded immediately, bowing deeply to Luo, declaring, "We shall heed the master's command." With that, they turned and departed the hall, each returning to their respective mountain peaks. Once they had left, the ginseng baby finally spoke up. "Why does the master not personally deliver the teachings, instead allowing these younger ones to attend the palace of purple clouds?" Luo smiled and replied, "My Tao is not suited for them. His path is a gift from the system, inherently belonging to a realm beyond this world, which is one of the reasons that the heavenly Tao does not favor him. Thus, he asserts that his path is ill-suited for figures such as the 3 pure ones. However, with his own support, it is a foregone conclusion that the 3 pure ones will achieve sanctification in due time. It is merely a matter of timing." Upon hearing Luo's words, the ginseng doll nodded thoughtfully before giving a sharp slap to awaken the dormant Yinglong beside him. The 2 then hurriedly departed the grand hall, one following the other. Chapter 75. The anxieties of the 12 ancestral witches as the ginseng doll and Yinglong exited the great hall. Only Luo remained within its confines. He chuckled softly, shaking his head before turning his gaze towards the direction of Pangu. He was well aware that those seated on the several mats within the Zixiao Palace would eventually become disciples of Hong Jun. Originally, Hong Jun's disciples were not limited to the current few. However, his arrival in this realm has led to certain changes. What surprised him was that among the 7 mats, 4 occupied by members of the demon clan, Dijun, Tai Yi, Shihe, and the present demon master Kunlun. Should Hong Jun truly accept these 4 as his disciples, it would be difficult for him to remain impartial during the inevitable battle between the Wu and Yao clans. After all, based on his memories from later times, none of Hong Jun's original disciples had direct ties to either the Wu or Yao clans. Yet he was uncertain how the current alterations would affect the future of the primordial world. Notably, in addition to the 4 from the demon clan, there were also Jian and Zhuanti, 2 individuals who were meant to be Hong Jun's disciples. These 2 traveled from the west and, in theory, did not belong to the Eastern Taoist lineage. Nevertheless, they sought to advance their cultivation by aligning themselves with Hong Jun. This explains why, in the future, they could justifiably betray Taoism to establish Buddhism in their quest for enlightenment. Thus, during the sermon on Kunlun Mountain, Luo had secretly devised measures to ensure that these 2 could not secure their mats, let alone join his sect, as for the last individual to arrive at the Zixiao Palace. If his guess was correct, it should be the Lantern Taoist. The Lantern Taoist was a figure contemporaneous with the 3 pure ones, possessing exceptional qualifications, had it not been for Luo's interference in the primordial timeline. The Lantern Taoist would likely have become the vice leader of the Chan teaching established by Yuanshi in the future. However, due to his inability to break through to the quasi-saint level, he ultimately misled Din and Zhuanti into switching allegiances, becoming the ancient Buddha of Lantern and Buddhism. This schism between Buddhism and the Chan teaching further fueled their rivalry, prompting Jin and Zhuanti to develop a penchant for poaching talents, even setting their sights on the 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching. Contemplating this, Luo couldn't help but chuckle softly. With his presence, figures like Laozi would encounter no obstacles in achieving quasi-sainthood or even sainthood. He simply wondered if the 3 teachings would still be established in the future and if the primordial world's development would continue along the trajectory he had once known to tea that moment. Within Pangu, Jun and his companions returned to find the 10 little golden crows diligently cultivating beneath the fusong tree. Upon seeing Jun and the others approach, the 10 golden crows expressed their joy. Rushing towards them with delighted cries, she bent down to embrace each of the little golden crows, her eyes filled with maternal affection. She was indeed the mother of these 10 golden crows, and the resolve she had mustered when sending them to the fusong tree was beyond measure. Now, seeing her little ones again, her heart brimmed with love. The demon general guarding the fusong tree quickly saluted upon seeing Jun. Tai-yi and Shi-he. Your Excellencies, I pay my respects to the demon emperor, Lord Dong Huang, and Lady Shi-he. Jun nodded slightly and spoke, You have worked hard during this time. The demon general promptly replied, It is no trouble at all. Serving the offspring of the demon emperor is an honor. Jun waved his hand, prompting the demon general to discreetly withdraw. Only Jun, Tai-yi, and the 10 little golden crows remained beneath the fusong tree. They lingered for quite some time before Shi-he, persuaded by Jun and Tai, finally departed Pangu to return to the heavenly court. Once the three left, the demon general returned to watch over the 10 little golden crows. Ensuring they focused on their cultivation. At this moment in the heavenly court, Jun remarked, Now that the three of us occupy 3 mats within the Zhixiao Palace, if Hong Jun is akin to the previous Luo Hu, then we shall undoubtedly become disciples of the saints. Tai-yi chuckled in response. It is only fitting. Should we truly become disciples of the saints, it would legitimize our supervision of the primordial world from the heavenly court. She looked at the two with a hint of exasperation. In truth, she was not particularly invested in the demon clan's ambitions in the primordial world, especially after marrying Jun and giving birth to the 10 little golden crows. Her thoughts were now solely focused on her offspring, and hearing the two discuss such matters prompted her to leave. Tai-yi, observing Shi's retreating figure, couldn't help but chuckle wryly. It seemed she remained steadfast in her convictions. Jun waved his hand dismissively. No matter. For the greater good of our demon clan, it is but a small sacrifice to make for her. After all, it is also for the safety of our progeny. The conflict between the Wu and Yao clans is intensifying, with both sides continuously ambushing each other's talented offspring. But if they cannot safeguard the 10 little golden crows, allowing them to roam freely in the primordial world could ultimately lead to their capture by the Wu clan. Tai-yi nodded in agreement, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. The two remained silent for a prolonged period before leaving to attend to matters concerning the demon clan at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Within the ancestral witch hall, the 12 ancestral witches gathered, their expressions grave, casting an air of tension over the assembly. After a lengthy silence, the somewhat uneasy Zhu Rong finally spoke. What do you mean? Brothers, is it merely that Jun and the others have secured a few mats in the Zhixiao Palace? What of it? Upon hearing this, Zhu Jioyin retorted coldly, A mere few mats. Do you not understand that these mats may very well lead to them becoming disciples of saints? The demon clan constantly clashes with our Wu clan. A confrontation between our two factions is inevitable. If Jun and the others become disciples of the saints, they will have the backing of a saint. How can we possibly contend with the demon clan under those circumstances? Even if we can withstand their onslaught, who can guarantee that the saints supporting the demon clan will not intervene? The other ancestral witches' expressions darkened at Zhu Jioyin's words, for they resonated with their deepest concerns. During the sermon on Kunlun Mountain, they were all present, witnessing the same 7 mats. After the sermon, all the powerful figures atop those mats became disciples of their own ancestor. If this Hong Jun were to mirror their ancestors' actions, it would mean that the demon clan would secure at least 4 saintly disciples. In the event of conflict, even if they could triumph over the demon clan, how could they contend with the saints backing them? Zhu Rong, upon hearing this, muttered discontentedly under his breath, grumbling about Zhu Jioyin's constant contrariness and lack of camaraderie. Meanwhile, Gong Gong interjected, What does it matter if the demon clan has saints behind them? Are not our ancestors also saints? In fact, the first saint of this primordial world. So what do we have to fear from the demon clan? Chapter 76. Seeking confirmation on Kunlun Mountain. After hearing Gong Gong's words, several ancestral witches relaxed slightly. However, before they could fully ease their minds, Zhu Jioyin spoke again. Last time we sent Ho Tu to Kunlun Mountain to seek our ancestors' guidance on leading our Wu clan to unify the primordial world. What was the outcome? Are you all clear on that? This statement plunged the assembly into silence once more. How could they not be aware? The last time they sent Ho Tu to Kunlun Mountain, their ancestor had categorically refused to emerge from his seclusion. Moreover, their ancestor had expressed doubts regarding the current dynamics between the Wu and Yao clans, seemingly implying that these two factions were not the true rulers of the primordial world. Thus, in their eyes, whether Luo would intervene remained uncertain, and they could not place all their hopes on him. After a prolonged silence, the fiery-tempered Zhu Rong slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "If this option is not viable, then what are we to do?" Zhu Jiuyin, hearing this, snorted coldly and fell silent. Although he was the wisest among the 12 ancestral witches when it came to matters of the saintly realm, wisdom alone was not enough. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense again, Di Zhang spoke up, "If that is the case, then let us seek our ancestor once more for clarification." Ho Tu frowned slightly. The last time, our ancestor made it clear that he would not lead our Wu clan to unify the primordial world. Di Zhang chuckled. Why must we insist on having our ancestor lead our Wu clan to unify the primordial world? Upon hearing these words, the crowd was taken aback, their expressions reflecting astonishment. Then, Di Zhang continued, "Our purpose in this venture is merely to inquire whether the venerable ancestor, that sage, will intervene in this matter. If that sage chooses not to involve himself, then how could the minuscule demon clan stand as a rival to our witch clan?" At this utterance, the eyes of the other 11 ancestral witches gleamed with understanding. Indeed, why should they summon the ancestor to lead the witch clan? All they desired was for that sage to remain uninvolved. As for the conflict with the demon clan, they had nothing to fear. With this thought, the other 11 ancestral witches hastily spoke up. "If that is the case, shall we proceed together?" Di Zhang smiled and replied, "Indeed." As his words resonated, the ancestral witch hall trembled, and the 12 ancestral witches set forth today, hastening towards the direction of Kunlun Mountain. This moment. On Kunlun Mountain, Luo slowly opened his eyes and stretched his body slightly. He realized that despite attaining the status of a sage, an inexplicable weariness lingered within his spirit. Perhaps it was due to his past life as a mortal, making it difficult for him to remain in one place for long. Moreover, he had already spent nearly 10,000 years on Kunlun Mountain. The last time he emerged was during the initial calamity of the Dragon Han era. Perhaps it was time for him to step out once more. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Luo suddenly lifted his gaze towards the distance, his eyes radiating a divine light that pierced through tens of thousands of miles. He beheld 12 colossal figures striding swiftly across the primal continent, making their way towards Kunlun Mountain. The news of the 12 ancestral witches departing the ancestral witch hall quickly reached the heavenly court that Di Jun and Tai convened once more, and not only them, but the 10 great demon generals and the demon master Kunpeng also stood within the great hall. After a prolonged silence, Tai cleared his throat and spoke. "The 12 ancestral witches have now left the ancestral witch hall and are heading towards Kunlun Mountain. What are your thoughts, esteemed colleagues?" Di Jun furrowed his brow as he surveyed the assembly. After a lengthy pause, the demon master Kunpeng suddenly remarked, "Those 12 ancestral witches constantly regard themselves as descendants of Pangu, claiming that the sage of Kunlun Mountain and their ancestor Pangu are close friends. Could it be that they are journeying to Kunlun Mountain to summon that sage from seclusion?" Hearing this, the demon General Ji Ming could not help but scoff. What status does the sage hold? How could they possibly summon him from his retreat? Regarding the relationship with the sage of Kunlun Mountain, on the day of their demon emperor's grand wedding, they had indeed invited an envoy from Kunlun Mountain. Furthermore, a disciple of the sage personally conducted the celestial wedding for Di Jun and Shi. Such a connection could hardly be weaker than that of the witch clan. The others echoed their laughter, deriding the witch clan's lack of intellect, which explained their failure to cultivate the primal and magical arts, relying solely on brute strength. Upon hearing the discussions in the hall, Di Jun and Tai felt a sense of clarity and subsequently relaxed considerably. The status of the sage was such that he would not meddle in the schemes of these individuals. Perhaps their concerns were unfounded. Di Jun chuckled lightly and then dismissed the assembly, treating the matter as inconsequential. Days passed, and the 12 ancestral witches finally arrived at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Gazing upon the magnificent mountain range before them, together they bowed and proclaimed, "We have come to pay our respects to the venerable ancestor." Their voices echoed through the air, sending tremors through the surrounding beings. It should be noted that the 12 ancestral witches possessed a level of power equivalent to that of great Luo Hu, wielding great intimidation over beings below that level. Shortly after their declaration, the ancestral witches witnessed the protective array surrounding Kunlun Mountain suddenly parting to reveal a gap. A figure clad in a crimson robe emerged, and it was none other than Hong Jun. Looking at the 12 ancestral witches, Hong Jun spoke, "The master bids you enter." With that, he led the 12 ancestral witches towards the main peak of Kunlun Mountain. Dijiang and the others felt a surge of joy. This was their first time entering Kunlun Mountain so smoothly. Could it be that their esteemed ancestor had changed his mind? Before long, they arrived at the grand hall of the main peak. Aside from the 12 ancestral witches, the 3 pure ones were also present within the hall. As the 12 ancestral witches raised their heads, they beheld Luo, whose form was somewhat indistinct, with 3 small qilin exuding an aura of terror coiling around his feet. To the left and right stood the ginseng doll, and Inglong. At the center of the hall were the 3 pure ones, who were currently bowing respectfully to Luo above. Luo slowly opened his eyes, observing the 12 ancestral witches in the hall, and he had already surmised the reason for their visit to Kunlun Mountain. Among the demon clan, 4 individuals occupied the cushions in the Zhixiao Palace. And if all went according to plan, they would undoubtedly become disciples of the sage in the future, which had caused the 12 ancestral witches to feel anxious. That it was rather amusing, in Luo's view. Even if those demon clan members became disciples of the sage, Hong Jun would not overly interfere in the calamity between the witches and demons. After all, that was a matter sanctioned by the heavenly Tao. And how could he excessively intervene? The 12 ancestral witches bowed in unison. "We have come to pay our respects to the venerable ancestor," Luo gently inquired. "What brings you here?" At the forefront, Dijiang stepped forward and said, "Esteemed ancestor, we have come because we harbor lingering doubts in our hearts, and thus we seek your wisdom to dispel our uncertainties." Luo smiled and replied, "Do share your concerns." Dijiang continued, "Might I inquire, esteemed ancestor, can the sage intervene in the affairs of the primordial realm? Can he involve himself in the conflicts between races?" Upon hearing Dijiang's words, the assembly fell into a momentary silence. Particularly, Inglong and the ginseng doll were curious about their master's response. Would the sage truly involve himself in this matter? Dijiang and the others felt a sense of anxiety. For if the sage could indeed intervene, they had no assurance of summoning Luo from seclusion. After all, Dijun and his companions had already occupied several cushions in the Zhixiao Palace. And barring any unforeseen events, they would inevitably become disciples of the sage in the future. Luo gazed at the individuals below, a faint smile gracing his lips, and then spoke, "You need not worry about this matter. The sage will not interfere. Not interfere, merely not excessively intervene. If the time comes when Dijun and the others find themselves in peril, Hong Jun will surely act to rescue them, for this concerns the future sage positions of the primordial realm." Upon receiving Luo's assurance, Dijiang and the others visibly relaxed. They then bowed respectfully towards Luo, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed ancestor, for clarifying our doubts." Luo replied with a smile, "You had traversed mountains and rivers to reach Kunlun Mountain, only to seek clarification on this matter." The 12 ancestral witches exchanged glances, their expressions slightly awkward, and then nodded sheepishly. "Indeed, we apologize for the intrusion, esteemed ancestor." Luo waved his hand dismissively. "No need for apologies. Since you have received your answer, you may take your leave." The ancestral witches promptly bowed once more, expressing their gratitude. "We thank you, esteemed ancestor." With that, Dijiang and the others respectfully performed their farewell and turned to leave Kunlun Mountain. Once the 12 ancestral witches departed, the ginseng doll approached Luo and whispered, "Master, among the demon clan, several individuals have occupied cushions in the Zhixiao Palace and may become disciples of the sage in the future." Inglong chimed in, "It is not a matter of possibility. The sage's actions must hold profound significance." That old fellow Hong Jun, like you, will ensure that those seated will undoubtedly become disciples of the sage." Hong Yun nodded in agreement, his expression reflecting certainty. Luo observed the somewhat exaggerated expressions on their faces and chuckled. There is no need for such concern. Even if the witch and demon clans engage in relentless conflict in the future, the sage will not easily intervene. Upon hearing this, the others displayed expressions of understanding. Just as Long was about to speak, Luo interjected, "All right, having spent such a long time in Kunlun Mountain, it is time for me to step outside and refresh my spirit." At this, the assembly could not help but display expressions of delight, especially the ginseng doll, although he had been tending to his small medicinal garden in Kunlun Mountain during this time. After over 10,000 years, he had grown weary of it. The prospect of going out to play was indeed most welcome. Long also bore a joyful countenance, and he immediately transformed into his dragon form. Soaring above Kunlun Mountain and letting out an exuberant roar, this startled the three pure ones, who were meditating atop the side peak, causing them to awaken from their enlightenment. They spread their senses and quickly spotted Long's true form hovering above Kunlun Mountain. And then they noticed Luo and the others rising into the air, landing atop Long's head. The three pure ones wore expressions of astonishment, each one appearing in midair and inquiring, "Master, are you preparing to go out?" Luo smiled and nodded, then addressed them. "You may remain in Kunlun, diligently cultivating and guarding Kunlun Mountain." The three pure ones nodded in unison. "We shall faithfully adhere to the master's decree." As the echoes of his words faded, by the time Sanqing and the others lifted their gazes, Long had already vanished from the skies above Kunlun Mountain. Sanqing exchanged glances, each wearing a bittersweet smile. Before turning away to return to their respective peaks, Zenuansi, with a flick of his feather duster, also retreated to his Wanshou mountain. For him, the tranquility of cultivation in the mountains was far more suitable than wandering through the chaos of the primordial world. Meanwhile, the old ancestor of the Mingi River clicked his tongue, reflecting internally. Indeed, possessing greater strength brings about a sense of freedom. He recalled the moment he first gained sentience amidst the sea of blood. Fragments of memories from the battle of the heavens lingering in his mind. Such a cataclysm had filled him with trepidation, vowing not to leave the blood sea until he had reached the pinnacle. The notion of traversing the primordial world had never crossed his mind. After a prolonged moment, the old ancestor of Mingi shook his head and returned to his own peak, hands clasped behind his back. Within the Zhixiao Palace, Hong Jun slightly opened his eyes and surveyed the expanse of the primordial world. Upon noticing several figures that emitted unmasked auras, a look of astonishment crossed his face that he had never anticipated that Luo would depart from Kunlun Mountain, seemingly intent on exploring the primordial realm. Just as he observed further, he saw Luo, perched atop Long's head, seemingly sensing something, lift his gaze towards the direction of the Zhixiao Palace and wave cheerfully. Witnessing such an unrestrained display from Luo, Hong Jun could not help but scoff. Such levity, devoid of any semblance of sage's authority. How could he possibly surpass me? With this thought, Hong Jun chuckled softly, raising his hand to shroud the entire Zhixiao Palace in a barrier, rendering it imperceptible to outsiders in the primordial world. However, Luo felt a chill and stroked his chin, pondering. Had I not appeared friendly enough? Why was that old man Hong Jun acting so theatrically? In reality, Luo had already sensed Hong Jun's clandestine observation and had greeted him that he simply did not expect such dramatics from the old sage. It was indeed strange, seemingly noticing Luo's unusual demeanor. The ginseng doll inquired, "What troubles you, my lord?" Luo responded with a smile. "Nothing of concern. Just take a moment to sense the primordial world and see if there are any treasures worth pursuing." The ginseng doll's eyes sparkled with excitement, promptly replying, "I shall heed your command, my lord." Possessing such abilities himself, he relished the thrill of treasure hunting, and this journey through the primordial world would surely bring him joy for some time. Hong Yun chuckled softly before preparing a fresh cup of tea for Luo. The fragrant steam wafted through the air, enveloping the surroundings. Only then did Luo take the opportunity to observe the current state of the primordial world. Unlike the desolation of the Long Han calamity, the present primordial realm was vibrant and teeming with life. However, what distinguished this era was the frequent conflicts between the two clans in just a few days of their travels. Numerous skirmishes had erupted between the Wu and the Yao, and they had witnessed several ambushes targeting prominent disciples from both sides. Renowned demons and shamans had faced ambushes repeatedly. Some had survived, while others, nameless and forgotten, had met tragic ends due to the schemes of their adversaries. With a long sigh, Liao suddenly turned his gaze to the distance, his heart filled with intrigue. Why were those two here? Chapter 78. Hong Jun's vigilance not far ahead. Jane and Juni were traversing the clouds, their divine senses spread out as if searching for something. Yinglong, having spotted the two, narrowed his eyes and remarked, "Those two possess the essence of the heavenly Tao." The ginseng doll, upon hearing this, also gazed intently at Jane and Junti, astonished to confirm the presence of the heavenly Tao's essence upon them. Red Cloud, having listened to their conversation, could not help but exhibit an envious expression. The essence of the heavenly Tao was the foundation of the celestial order. If all went well, these two would undoubtedly have boundless prospects ahead. Moreover, as disciples of sages, they might even achieve the status of sage themselves in the future. Luya, intrigued by the remarks of those around him, turned his attention to Jane and Junti, observing that they indeed bore the essence of the heavenly Tao, remarkably potent, approximately 1% of the great Tao's principles residing within them. He chuckled softly that old man Hong Jun has played a clever hand, yet these two are not ordinary individuals. The ginseng doll, fluttering around Luya, expressed curiosity. "My lord, what sets these two apart?" Red Cloud, too, wore a look of curiosity, while Yinglong perked his ears, eager to learn what distinguished these two. Liao stifled a yawn, waved his hand, and reclined on Yinglong's head, saying in due time, "You shall understand." He preferred not to elaborate further, for in his memories, shortly after these two became Hong Jun's disciples, they had betrayed the Taoist teachings to establish Buddhism in pursuit of their cultivation breakthroughs that others. This may not seem peculiar, but for them, it was significant. After all, at that time, they were already disciples of Hong Jun, whose past incarnation was the Tao ancestor, though in this lifetime, that title had fallen upon Liao. Ultimately, Hong Jun was a figure of the Taoist faith. And as disciples of Hong Jun, Jane and Junti were expected to be part of the Taoist legacy. Their establishment of Buddhism signified a betrayal of that lineage. With this thought, a smile crept into Luya's eyes. He was keen to observe how events would unfold. While the group pondered this, Jane and Junti's voices rang out nearby. "And Junti greets the sage, esteemed friends." The group looked up to see Jane and Junti standing respectfully amidst the clouds. Bowing to Luya and the others, Liao slightly opened his eyes, regarding the two with a smile before inquiring, "What brings you here?" As soon as he finished speaking, he abruptly glanced upward, a peculiar thought surfacing in his mind. Meanwhile, within the Zixiao Palace, Hong Jun seemed to sense something, his eyes slightly widening as he looked down upon the primordial land. Upon seeing his favorite disciples encounter the old rascal Liao, his expression shifted dramatically. He recalled that the likes of Sanqing were also his chosen disciples. He had initially believed they had joined Luya's ranks, only to realize he had been duped by Luya in a parting with several precious spiritual treasures. The audacity of Luya to openly accept Sanqing into his fold in front of him was a source of shame. Now, his favorite disciples were once again in the presence of that scoundrel Luya. Was he to be undermined yet again? With this thought, Hong Jun's countenance darkened, and his aura instinctively surged forth, intending to intimidate Luya into retreat. Above the primordial skies, Liao chuckled lightly and waved his hand, cloaking the surrounding aura. This act left Hong Jun, who was observing from the Zixiao Palace, utterly stunned. However, he restrained himself from revealing any emotion, cursing inwardly instead. Jane and Junti, upon hearing Liao's inquiry, exchanged awkward smiles and explained, "Our western lands are barren compared to the riches of the East, so since that day of imparting teachings, we have not returned to the West, hoping to seek more opportunities here." Upon hearing their words, Yinglong and the others could not help but chuckle softly. Their statements were rather amusing, claiming to seek opportunities while intending to seize every advantage the East had to offer. Liao responded with a grin. "You two are quite honest, but the opportunities present in the East may not necessarily suit you." Jane and Junti were momentarily taken aback, looking at Liao with confusion. Liao gestured slightly, and before they could react, they had already distanced themselves by 100,000 miles from their original location. After a long moment, Jean and Junti exchanged glances, both recognizing the bewilderment and astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Was this the chasm that existed between them and the sages? It felt like a divide as vast as heaven and earth. Junti shook his head and suddenly inquired, "Brother, what did the sage mean by that statement?" Jean also shook his head, replying, "I do not know either. The sage's words are beyond our comprehension. It would be best to seize this time to earnestly seek opportunities upon this eastern land." Although they had already occupied 2 seats, the sage had yet to express any intention of accepting disciples. What if their seats were taken by others during the next importation? 2 individuals exchanged a fleeting glance before resuming their quest for opportunities in the east. Meanwhile, within the Zixiao Palace, it appeared that the arrival of the 2 had not gone unnoticed. Hong Jun let out a long sigh of relief. Earlier, upon witnessing Lu Yu's intervention, which had effectively shielded him from any sensory perception, he had feared that Lu Yu was once again attempting to encroach upon his territory, causing him considerable vexation, to the point where he nearly descended to confront him. Fortunately, the cunning rogue Lu Yu still possessed a smidgen of dignity. Hong Jun stroked his beard with a light chuckle, then closed his eyes once more to solidify his cultivation. Although he had already entered the realm of the saints, he was still a nascent saint, and while he had consolidated his understanding through preaching, he ultimately felt a lingering inadequacy. This moment, Lu Yu and his companions found themselves atop a lofty mountain. Yinglong, somewhat skeptical, queried, "Little one, are you certain there is treasure hidden within this mountain? From my observation, it lacks any spiritual essence, resembling nothing more than a desolate hill." The ginseng baby, hands on hips, retorted, "What do you know, you slippery eel? I possess innate divine abilities which are far beyond your comprehension." Watching their banter, Lu Yu chuckled and shook his head, stating, "Well then, if the little one insists there's a spiritual treasure here, then there must be. I shall take a closer look and discern the truth." As his words fell, Lu Yu's gaze gradually shifted to the majestic mountain below. Yinglong, Chapter 79. The Opportunity of Nuwa. Upon hearing this, Yinglong huffed in dissatisfaction and then levitated in midair, awaiting Lu Yu's inspection. The ginseng baby stood confidently atop Yinglong's head, exuding an air of certainty. Hong Yun positioned himself beside them, preparing tea for Lu Yu. Suddenly, Lu Yu's eyes blazed with divine light, enveloping the entire mountain. An overwhelming aura of divine consciousness cascaded downward, causing the creatures within the mountain to prostrate themselves in fear. Trembling uncontrollably, observing this, Lu Yu retracted his divine consciousness. In his eyes, within the mountain, lay a small cauldron radiating divine light, concealing within it terrifying and unfamiliar laws. Lu Yu gasped softly, a look of astonishment crossing his face. With a gentle gesture of his hand, a warm stream of magical energy enveloped the entire mountain, shielding its inhabitants from harm. In the next moment, the mountain cracked open, splitting into 2 unfathomable cliffs, revealing the small cauldron suspended deep within. As Lu Yu beckoned with his hand, the cauldron rose and hovered above his palm. Yinglong, feeling the weight of the cauldron in Lu Yu's hand, was filled with astonishment. He sensed that within this cauldron lay an unfamiliar law that both intrigued and astonished him. The ginseng baby, too, was taken aback, glancing at Lu Yu with uncertainty and saying, "Master, this small cauldron seems to possess some extraordinary qualities." A flicker of surprise danced in Lu Yu's eyes as he regarded the floating cauldron once more, his mind racing with conjecture. The laws contained within this cauldron bore resemblance to those he had comprehended at the moment of his demise in his previous life. The essence of mortal existence and the fragrant smoke arising from the cauldron suggested a connection to humanity. It was no wonder it had remained dormant within the mountain for such an extended period, especially considering that humanity had yet to emerge in the current primordial chaos. This cauldron was not meant to manifest at this moment. Yet, inexplicably, it had been sensed by the ginseng baby and subsequently found its way into his possession. Lu Yu raised his head, noticing a colossal eye of the heavenly Tao appearing in the sky above it seemed to have been there all along, fixated on him and his companions. glancing back at the cauldron in his palm. A smile crept across his face. Clearly, this had evaded the calculations of the heavenly Tao, entwined with some inexplicable causality. Quite intriguing. With a swift motion, Luo stowed the cauldron away and then waved gently at the enormous eye in the sky. At that moment, deep within the heavenly expanse, the will of the heavenly Tao manifested, hovering in the air, seething with rage that it had never crossed his mind that the very object it had deliberately concealed would be rediscovered by this crafty Luo. A millennium ago, the laws of the heavenly Tao had been set in motion, and in the unseen realm, a strand of causality had been woven, hidden within, allowing it to seek out a sliver of opportunity. Thus, the heavenly Tao had utilized its laws to create this cauldron, pivotal for the future development of the primordial world. Yet this cauldron would require several millennia before it could emerge. How could it possibly be found by Luo at this moment? The will of the heavenly Tao, now furious, dissipated into the clouds as it witnessed Luo wave at it. Luo stared at the suddenly vanished eye with a look of bewilderment. Hadn't its demeanor been rather amiable before? What was going on with the heavenly Tao? Quite peculiar. Shaking his head, Luo turned to the ginseng baby, saying this cauldron was not meant to emerge at this time. Your perception of its extraordinary nature is quite justified. The other companions exchanged bewildered glances. Hong Jun then inquired if it should not appear now. When then should it? Luo gazed into the clouds. Smiling as he replied, this was meant to be Nuwa's opportunity for sanctification, destined to emerge several millennia hence. Yet unexpectedly, I've stumbled upon it today, an opportunity for sanctification. Long and the others were struck with astonishment. They understood that Nuwa was still far from the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal. Could it be that she would achieve sanctification in just a few millennia? This revelation was thunderous to them. Luo chuckled and shook his head, saying, a quasi-saint is still a saint. There is no need for such concern that in the future, should you all encounter your own opportunities, your master, can also assist you in achieving sanctification. Upon hearing this, Long and the others displayed expressions of excitement, quickly expressing their gratitude. We thank you, Master, for your benevolence. Luo smiled, shaking his head once more, and said, if so, let us continue onward. The group readily agreed. And Long's eyes sparkled as he soared through the clouds, heading into the distance. Meanwhile, within the Tang Valley, 10 little golden crows huddled together, casting glances at the demon general guarding the entrance of the Fusang tree. Their eyes glinting with mischief, one of the younger golden crows suddenly spoke. He has just fallen asleep. Let us wait a while longer, and then quietly slip out of the Tang Valley to explore the world outside. The other golden crows exhibited excitement at this suggestion. Having been sent to the Tang Valley from the heavenly court for several millennia, it felt as though they had yet to even experience their childhood. However, at their age, they were unwilling to be confined within the Tang Valley. Each day, they pondered how to evade the watchful eyes of the demon general, yearning to venture into the primordial world. Others chimed in, indeed, I am eager to see what makes the witch clan such a headache for Father Emperor. Absolutely, should I encounter those brutish creatures, I shall scorch them with the true fire of the sun. Relieving Father Emperor of his troubles, that I wish to visit the heavenly court and see Mother. It has been far too long since she last came to check on us in the Tang Valley. The eldest golden crow, the leader of the group, spoke with a sense of responsibility. Upon hearing this, the other little golden crows exclaimed, if that is the case, let us go take a look right away. After all, the demon general is already fast asleep. We just need to conceal our auras and employ some minor spells to keep him from awakening. The others nodded in agreement. One particularly lively golden crow raised a paw and lightly poked the demon general, causing a beam of azure light to shoot from its fingertip and strike the demon general. Instantly, the demon general's snoring grew louder. Seeing this, the golden crows found a gap in the Fusang tree's formation and swiftly squeezed through. Hovering above the Tang Valley, they glanced back at the demon general with smug expressions before darting toward the heavenly court. However, before they could completely exit the confines of the Tang Valley, a colossal hand suddenly reached out from the sky. Chapter 80. Master, it was him who stole my soil years ago. The enormous hand in midair swiftly captured all 10 little golden crows within its grasp. No matter how they struggled, they could not escape its clutches and were forcefully returned to the formation surrounding the Fusong tree. Once they managed to break free from the grasp, they looked up and voiced their dissatisfaction. "Uncle Ing Zhao, what brings you here?" Ing Zhao laughed heartily and said, "If I hadn't come, would you little ones not have caused a ruckus?" He then glanced at the who had already fallen into a deep slumber nearby, raised his hand, and gently tapped that a surge of shot forth from his fingertips, penetrating this body. The next moment, the drowsily opened his eyes, staring at Ing Zhao in fright, causing him to shudder all over. He hurriedly scrambled to his feet and bowed, saying, "I greet you. Why have you come today?" "The shift change is not yet due." Ing Zhao, with a sense of resignation, replied, "If I hadn't come, this group of little rascals would have escaped from and you would have faced dire consequences." Upon hearing this, the previously vigilant turned to look at the 10 making faces at him under the tree. He then recalled the inexplicable drowsiness he had experienced during his watch and understood the gravity of the situation. A wave of trepidation washed over him. Having come to under the to guard his offspring, he realized that if anything were to happen to these little ones, his own fate would be sealed. With this thought, the hastily bowed to Ing Zhao and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Ing Zhao. Without your intervention, I would truly be doomed." Ing Zhao shook his head slightly and inquired, "Have any members of the entered the domain of during this time?" The unnamed pondered carefully before shaking his head and responding, "No individuals have entered the domain of." Upon hearing this, Ing Zhao finally felt a sense of relief. Just a few days prior, a talented disciple of theirs had tragically fallen victim to an ambush by the near. Both Dijun and Tai Yi were concerned that the might infiltrate and thus had expressly sent Ing Zhao to investigate. Now that he learned there were no intrusions, he felt entirely at ease. Turning his gaze towards the 10 under the tree, a smile graced his face as he said, "You little ones should focus on your training under the tree and refrain from entertaining thoughts of escaping to play. If your father finds out, he will surely punish you severely." With that, he raised his hand to reinforce the array beneath the tree, ensuring that the 10 could not escape, as the array tightened around them. They displayed expressions of indignation. They had hoped to sneak away to the heavenly realm to visit their mother and to journey through the teaching a lesson to the oblivious. With the array now fortified by Ing Zhao, their chances of escape were utterly dashed point one by one. They glared at Ing Zhao with defiance, their faces showing no hint of submission. Ing Zhao, seeing their reactions, could only shake his head in exasperation. After instructing the guarding to keep a close watch, he departed from At that moment. Amidst the clouds of Ing Long carried Luya and others as they soared through the skies. It had been several days since they acquired that mysterious, and they found themselves aimlessly traversing the vast. Over this period, they had witnessed numerous skirmishes between and, though small in scale, they were nonetheless brutal and resulted in countless casualties. On this day, they arrived near, and as Luya gazed upon the towering in the distance, a nostalgic expression crossed his face. Had it not been for Pangu's assistance back in the day, he doubted he would have attained such a level of power today. Looking down, he noticed the at the foot of and shook his head slightly. They were consumed by their rivalry, with the vying for supremacy among the prominent clans of, yet they failed to recognize that fate did not favor either of their races. Similar to the initial calamity of the dragon and the chaos, destiny did not belong to any one clan. Their existence merely served to facilitate the better development of rendering this world more complete. With this thought, Luya lifted his gaze to the heavens and shook his head gently. Though he could not overly intervene in the conflict between out of gratitude for Pangu's past assistance, he resolved to lend a hand when necessary, at the very least, to safeguard the lineage. Confident in his ability, Luya believed that if he wished to protect even would find it challenging to thwart him. After all, his path was not that of a sage from this realm. He had long transcended the 3 realms, existing beyond the 5 elements, and was not confined by the jurisdiction. Thus, unlike ordinary sages, he feared neither entanglement with karma nor its backlash that could not impose its will upon him. Yet he too found himself unable to contend with the at present. This explained why, despite this disapproval of him, it could not interfere with his actions, as long as he refrained from excessively meddling in the affairs of. Though it would not strike against him that in the future, perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope, and he might ascend to observe the realms beyond that of the sages. At that moment, Long suddenly spoke up. "My lord, should we descend to take a look?" Luo waved his hand gently and replied, "There is no need for that. Since we have arrived at, let us ascend and take a closer look." Long nodded in agreement, concealing his presence as he carried Luo and the others toward the peak of Lu he had previously visited. But at that time, he was accompanied by Luo Hu and Hong Jun, which inevitably led to some oversights. Now, returning once more, his mindset had shifted significantly. Moreover, the oppressive aura atop had diminished considerably. Not only, but even could freely traverse its heights. However, upon reaching the summit, their concerns would no longer revolve around the oppressive aura of, but rather the at its base, the regarded as a sacred mountain, forbidding any defilement, let alone ascending its heights. Presently, the only beings able to walk upon, aside from those with powerful concealment abilities, were the two remaining sages in. As Long carried Luo and the others through, he excitedly clutched the dragon's horn with both hands. After all, it was here that he had been born and had lived for countless years. To claim he felt no attachment would be a falsehood. Now, returning to, he felt a sense of homecoming. Gripping the dragon's horn with one hand and pointing toward a certain spot ahead with the other, he suddenly exclaimed, "My lord, that was where that fellow stole a piece of divine earth from my." Into the stood atop Long's head, one hand grasping the dragon's horn and the other pointing toward a certain location halfway up. Excitedly shouting, he vividly recalled the day when a large bird had stealthily snatched a chunk of soil from his and fled. Before encountering this creature, they had never imagined that a bird would use its wings to clutch soil and run away with its legs. The others followed the gaze and beheld a large bird with vibrant green feathers sneaking towards a massive tree not far away. Its furtive demeanor elicited laughter from those who watched. Luo observed the bird with a look of surprise. In his memory, he had no recollection of such a creature. He even began to suspect whether this little bird had inadvertently influenced the since its arrival. As if sensing their scrutiny, the green-feathered bird suddenly lifted its head and gazed up towards the sky above. Although Luo and the others had concealed their presence, they couldn't help but wonder if this bird possessed some divine ability to see through their disguise. Suddenly, the green-feathered bird, displaying a look of sheer terror, dashed away from, its wings outstretched as it flew away in a manner reminiscent of a local bully from Luo's previous life, a goose. Luo's eyes brightened, and with a cheerful wave, he called out, "Indeed, you have spotted us, little one. Come here." As his voice fell, a beam of clear light shot forth, enveloping the green-feathered bird. Then, it was swept up by the wind and landed before the group. When it finally regained its senses and beheld Luo and the others, its eyes glazed over, wings stiffened, and its tips appeared to droop, as if broken. In a daze, it paced back and forth, muttering, "Oh no, I can't see. I can't see." Its voice bore a hint of a whimper, and it attempted to plunge headfirst down from the clouds while Luo smiled and raised his hand. In that moment, the clouds beneath the green-feathered bird solidified as if made of rock. The startled creature fell onto the clouds, rubbing its head where it had bumped and crying without tears. Though witnessing this, couldn't help but burst into laughter, shouting, "Hey, you thieving bird, do you still remember this little one?" Upon hearing these words, the green-feathered avian cautiously lifted its head, and upon gazing at the true visage of the ginseng doll, an expression of astonishment graced its countenance. Subsequently, it spoke with an air of familiarity, saying, "Ah, it is my dear little brother the doll. It has been many years since we last met, and I have missed you greatly." As it spoke, it attempted to perch upon the head of the Long, reaching out to clasp the shoulder of the ginseng doll. However, in the next moment, Long disdainfully sneezed, causing the green-feathered bird to tremble in fear. Rooted to the spot and unable to move, the ginseng doll regarded the green-feathered bird with a smug expression, coldly retorting, "You thieving avian, do not pretend to be so familiar with me. When you pilfered the divine soil from my medicinal garden, you were far from this courteous." The green-feathered bird let out a hearty laugh and replied, "Dear brother doll, do not be so harsh. Our relationship is merely one of borrowing a piece of land, and I can easily repay you tenfold." The ginseng doll eyed the green-feathered bird with skepticism, then approached and unexpectedly plucked a feather from its tail. The green-feathered bird yelped in pain, leaping into the air and squawking in protest. The ginseng doll, with an expression of surprise, remarked, "Not a doppelganger, and yet this stingy creature has changed its ways." The green-feathered bird, full of pride, declared, "It seems that my dear brother doll harbors many misunderstandings about me." It then raised its wings in deference to Luo, saying, "I, the minor deity Qin Yuan, pay my respects to the sage." Luo looked at the diminutive avian with curiosity, smiling as he inquired, "Do you, little one, happen to know who I am?" To which Qin Yuan replied, brimming with pride, "I am a spirit born of the will of Buzhou Mountain, and can be regarded as its guardian deity, possessing some unique divine abilities." Upon hearing this, Luo's expression shifted to one of surprise as he surveyed the little Qin Yuan before him. He then looked out over the entirety of Buzhou Mountain, a contemplative expression forming upon his face. After a brief moment, Luo chuckled, "I see. So you are the mountain deity of Buzhou Mountain." He had not anticipated that a divine mountain, such as Buzhou, formed from the spine of Pangu, would give rise to a being akin to a mountain deity. As Luo's words fell, a subtle divine law descended from the heavens, merging with Qin Yuan's being. Instantly, a look of shock appeared in Qin Yuan's eyes, and he joyfully bowed to Luo, exclaiming, "Thank you, revered sage, for your decree. Thank you, revered sage, thank you." Not only was Qin Yuan elated, but the others present were also left speechless. They had not imagined that their master's casual remark would elicit a response from the heavenly order. Just prior, hadn't their master remarked that the heavenly order was miserly? In that moment, a sudden crack of thunder echoed above their heads, and when they looked up, they beheld flashes of lightning illuminating the clear sky. The group instinctively recoiled, muttering to themselves, "Indeed, miserly." Luo was momentarily taken aback, but then he smiled warmly at Qin Yuan. He had not foreseen that his offhand comment would lead to such an occurrence. It appeared the heavenly order was not overly stingy after all. He raised his hand and lightly tapped, sending forth a beam of pure light from his fingertips, which directly entered Qin Yuan's form, assisting him in solidifying his divine position within. He then addressed him, saying, "Let us proceed. I wish to see what this divine soil is that you all have been so eager about for such a long time." Qin Yuan promptly responded, "Revered sage, please follow me." He took on a servile demeanor, leading the way towards the summit of Buzhou Mountain. Observing this, the ginseng doll wore a look of disdain, before once again perching atop Yinglong's head. Yinglong huffed in disdain, then followed behind Qin Yuan as they made their way onward. Before long, they arrived at the peak of Buzhou Mountain, trailing behind Qin Yuan to behold the nest he had mentioned. Upon seeing the enormous nest atop the colossal tree, Luo's expression briefly faltered. Then he remarked with mild astonishment, "So this is the Nine Heavens soil, indeed worthy of the title of divine soil." He had not expected that the divine soil spoken of by the ginseng doll would be something as remarkable as the Nine Heavens soil. The Nine Heavens soil was a precious item, deeply intertwined with the future of humanity, and he was taken aback by its appearance here. First, the small cauldron, and now the Nine Heavens soil. It seemed that the day of humanity's emergence was truly drawing near. As Chapter 82 unfolds, Luo regained his composure and lightly tapped the nest, causing radiant lights to flicker upon its surface. Mysterious divine lights swirled and gradually coalesced at the center of the nest, forming a small clump of soil resembling a miniature mountain. Upon witnessing this minuscule clump of soil at the heart of the nest, Qin Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Is this the essence of the soil?" The ginseng doll also gazed in awe at the tiny clump, biting his finger as he remarked, "This soil indeed possesses some uniqueness." The laws within seemed more concentrated. Red Cloud, intrigued by their banter, began to scrutinize the tiny clump, yet after much contemplation, could discern no extraordinary quality within it. Instead, Yinglong, with a sarcastic tone, remarked, "What is there to admire in this clump of soil? It pales in comparison to the shimmering spiritual treasures favored by my dragon kin, which are far more delightful to behold." This comment drew a derisive snort from the ginseng doll, who believed that those glittering treasures lacked vitality and could not compare to the naturally cultivated spiritual herbs and divine medicines of the mountains and forests. Listening to their discourse, Luo chuckled and shook his head, then said, "The essence of the nine heavens soil is indeed a valuable treasure. You shall understand this in due time." The others, hearing Luo's words, were left bewildered, gazing once more at the essence of the soil resting in Luo's palm. This minuscule clump of soil, could it truly be as remarkable as their master claimed? Though they acknowledged the special laws contained within, they saw little else extraordinary about it, leading them to ponder how it had earned such praise. As for the notion of understanding in the future, they wondered how long they would have to wait. Luo flipped his hand, carefully stowing the essence of the soil away, then turned to Qin Yuan with a smile. Since you have promised to repay tenfold, let this essence of the soil serve as your recompense." Qin Yuan grimaced at the thought, saying, "Of course, I, Qin Yuan, always stand by my word." Luo, grinning at Qin Yuan, nearly burst into laughter upon noticing the white teeth beneath the bird's beak. It was rather peculiar that this avian possessed teeth. Luo then gazed up at the entirety of Buzhou Mountain, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes, followed by a glance at Qin Yuan. Since this bird had been conferred the title of mountain deity, it was destined to be intertwined with the fate of Buzhou Mountain. Should any misfortune befall the mountain, Qin Yuan would inevitably share in its fate, in his memories of the myth from his past life. During the cataclysm brought about by the Wu and Yao clans, Gonggong had once collided with Buzhou Mountain, splitting it in two. However, with the presence of Qin Yuan, should Gonggong truly strike Buzhou Mountain, it was likely that Qin Yuan would meet a similar demise. Having accepted this essence of the soil as a favor, he was entwined in the threads of fate and knew he must devise a plan. With this thought in mind, Luo spoke again. "Should you encounter calamity in the future, you may invoke my name, and I shall assist you in overcoming your tribulations." Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. Qin Yuan, overwhelmed with joy, repeatedly bowed, exclaiming, "Thank you, revered sage, for your benevolence. Thank you, revered sage." He had not anticipated that his humble nest would yield such a significant opportunity. The sage's promise could equate to millennia of cultivation. Moreover, in the current era of the primordial chaos, where powerful beings abounded, relying solely on his meager cultivation would not guarantee his survival in times of peril. Now, with the sage's commitment, he felt a sense of security when facing future calamities. The ginseng doll and the others shared expressions of confusion. They had not expected the essence of the soil to be so precious as to elicit such a promise from their master, which was indeed rare. Luo raised his hand, lightly tapping, and a surge of magical energy shot forth from his fingertips, entering Qin Yuan's body. He then said, "You can remain here in peace for several millennia." After that, Luo shook his head with a chuckle, then instructed Yinglong to revert to its original form and land gently atop its head, leading the group away from Buzhou Mountain. Leaving Qin Yuan in a state of bewilderment, Qin Yuan had never imagined that this sage would be so enigmatic. What did it mean that he could peacefully dwell upon Buzhou Mountain for several millennia? What would transpire after that? Was it truly as the sage had implied, that his calamity was imminent? Qin Yuan could not help but shiver, his heart yearning to voice an inquiry. Yet upon raising his gaze, he found that Yinglong and the others had already vanished, leaving him alone atop the unyielding Mount Buzhou, buffeted by the cold winds. After a long while, he trembled back to the nest, feeling an overwhelming fatigue in his heart. He harbored a faint suspicion that the sage's promise to help him navigate through the impending calamity might indeed pertain to the thousands of years spoken of by the sage. Meanwhile, high above the primordial expanse, Yinglong soared through the skies. His eyes narrowed as he seemingly reveled in the sensation of gliding amidst the clouds. The ginseng doll, clutching onto the dragon's horn, turned his eyes about with curiosity, pondering what the master had previously chosen to remain silent about. From the master's words, it appeared that Mount Buzhou might face tremendous upheaval in the coming millennia. He turned to see Hong Jun brewing tea for the master, then released the dragon horn and scampered over to Lao's side, smiling as he inquired, "Master, what have you foreseen? What will transpire at Mount Buzhou in the years to come? And what of that great bird?" Listening to the ginseng doll's barrage of questions, Liao chuckled softly before responding. Did not Qin Yuan steal the soil of rest from a medicinal garden some years ago? Why, then, do you show such concern for him now? The ginseng doll laughed sheepishly and replied, I have long been friends with that thieving bird. It is only natural to care. Upon hearing this, Yinglong snorted derisively, while Hong Jun merely smiled in silence. Luo lifted his teacup, savoring a sip before gesturing lightly upwards. The ginseng doll, as if struck by a revelation, cautiously suggested, could it be that the heavenly Tao intends to erase Mount Buzhou? Though his voice was soft, the others heard him clearly. Yinglong gave a shudder, startling the ginseng doll, while Hong Jun nearly spilled the tea in his grasp. Luo, exasperated, raised his hand to his forehead, stating, What I speak of involves heavenly secrets. It must not be divulged. The ginseng doll's expression turned oddly peculiar upon hearing this. Yinglong burst into laughter, exclaiming, You little imp, always prying into matters instead of focusing on your cultivation. It serves you right to be toyed with by the master. The ginseng doll stomped his foot in anger, nearly shattering the dragon scales atop Yinglong's head. Looking up, he caught sight of Hong Jun, who was stifling laughter, and with a huff, turned away to sit atop Yinglong's head. Remaining silent. Chapter 83. The creatures of the sea. Luo inhaled the fragrant tea, its aroma wafting delightfully. This tea was crafted from a tree of the highest order, a great Luo golden immortal level tea tree, which he had slain on a divine mountain, one that thrived by devouring the essence of passing beings. After extinguishing its spirit, he planted it within the chaos bell for his daily tea consumption. Observing the ginseng doll, who sat with his back turned to the others, sulking in silence, Luo chuckled and shook his head. Despite the ginseng doll having nearly 10 millennia of cultivation, his mind remained childlike. It would likely take 2 or 3 days for his anger to subside. Just as Luo was enjoying his tea, Yinglong suddenly spoke. Master, now that we are traversing the 4 seas, shall we take a look at the overseas realm? Luo pondered for a moment before smiling. Let us proceed for a sight. It dawned on him that since his arrival in this realm, he had never ventured beyond the east, a fact that stirred a sense of embarrassment within him. Upon hearing Luo's words, Yinglong immediately sped towards the overseas expanse. As they passed through the 4 seas, they beheld the dragon tribe that dwelled in seclusion within. Sensing the presence of their ancestral dragon, the young dragonkin prostrated themselves in their palaces, reverently bowing towards the skies of the primordial realm. Observing this scene, Yinglong sighed deeply before continuing his journey overseas. Years prior, before the War of the 3 Clans, he had inquired of his master regarding the outcome of the conflict, just as the master had once addressed the Wu clan, proclaiming that the fate of the primordial realm did not lie with the 3 clans. Had it not been for the master's intervention, the dragon tribe might have perished at the hands of the Qilin and Phoenix clans in merely a few days, as Yinglong and the others soared through the vast overseas. They finally sensed the presence of living beings. These creatures resided on a sizable island, seemingly having established a nation, with each performing their respective duties, akin to the human tribes described in future records. Yet, this tribe was substantial enough to rival a grand city, a great city built upon a vast island. Furthermore, each individual possessed some cultivation. Even newborns were at the stage of refining qi into spirit, naturally stepping into the realm of celestial beings upon maturity. As per the book setting, the human realm only emerged after the birth of the human race. Among them, many were at the golden immortal level, with some exceptional individuals reaching the Tai golden immortal realm. However, there were only a handful of great Luo golden immortals, which piqued Luo and the others' curiosity. Upon discovering this island nation, the ginseng doll seemed to awaken from his sulking, gazing in astonishment at the creatures below. Particularly, upon noticing their feathered bodies, double wings, and single legs, he was greatly taken aback, exclaiming, Master, look at these beings. They appear so peculiar. Luo nodded with a smile and instructed Yinglong to conceal his cultivation as they descended onto the island. Yinglong complied without hesitation. As they approached the island's perimeter, they were soon noticed that a squad of avian guards at the golden immortal level flapped their wings and flew towards Luo and the others. The leader, a Tai golden immortal, tremblingly pointed a crude artifact at Yinglong's head, demanding, "Who are you, and why have you entered our Yumin kingdom?" Yumin kingdom, Luo murmured, contemplating the name before looking at the guards before him. Chuckling softly, that name is indeed fitting. As he surveyed the trembling guards of the Yumin kingdom, it was evident that, despite Long and the others having concealed their cultivation, these inhabitants had likely never encountered outsiders. Not to mention Long, a colossal creature, whose mere presence was enough to intimidate them. Suddenly, Luo regarded the guards of the Yumin kingdom and felt an inexplicable familiarity. They bore a resemblance to the angels depicted in Western mythology of the future. However, in the Yumin kingdom, there was no distinction of 6-winged or 12-winged entities, only classifications of cultivation levels. Just as the guards quaked in fear, the only great Luo golden immortal among the Yumin kingdom ascended into the air. Approaching Luo and the others, after scrutinizing Luo closely, it seemed he had a realization, and he promptly bowed in midair, trembling as he spoke. This humble god, the ruler of the Yumin kingdom, pays homage to the sage. When Luo attained sainthood, his divine manifestation had erupted forth, an extraordinary phenomenon that resonated throughout the primordial realm. Even here in the overseas expanse, those who had reached the great Luo golden immortal level could witness Luo's divine form. Thus, upon recognizing Luo's visage, the ruler of the Yumin kingdom immediately understood that he stood before the first sage of the primordial realm. Yet he was filled with trepidation, uncertain why this sage had appeared near his kingdom. Could it be merely a chance encounter? The guards, witnessing their ruler's demeanor, displayed expressions of alarm, promptly prostrating themselves in midair before Luo and the others, exclaiming, "We have encountered the sage. Please pardon our transgressions." Luo, observing the beings of the Yumin kingdom kneeling before him, waved his hand in exasperation, saying, "There is no need for such formality. I am merely passing through this place, and there is no cause for alarm." Despite this, the inhabitants of the Yumin kingdom continued to tremble, remaining prostrate amidst the clouds. In exasperation, Luo raised his hand and gently pointed, releasing a stream of ethereal energy that fractured in midair, merging into the bodies of the Yumin inhabitants. In the next moment, the previously trembling beings steadied themselves and slowly rose, yet they remained respectfully positioned before Luo. The ruler of the Yumin kingdom cautiously inquired, "Might the sage wish to rest within our kingdom for a few days?" After a moment of contemplation, Luo smiled brightly. "In that case, I shall tarry here for a few days." As the words fell, the ruler of the Yumin kingdom was instantly filled with joy, hastily instructing his guards to make arrangements throughout the realm. In no time, nearly 90% of the human populace was aware of the arrival of the sage, each person celebrating with exuberance in welcoming the sage to their land. Long also resumed his human form, following closely behind Luo as they entered the Yumin kingdom together. Along the way, the ginseng doll observed the people of Yumin with wide-eyed wonder, as this was his first encounter with such beings, leaving him genuinely intrigued. The gathering proceeded to the most opulent palace on the island, which served as the resting place of the human monarch, a grand edifice of magnificence. Luo took his seat at the head of the table, while the human ruler and Long, among others, occupied the lower sides. With a gentle clap of his hands, the human monarch summoned 2 rows of citizens, each bearing trays filled with offerings. Upon seeing the items displayed on the trays, the ginseng doll's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 84. Bestowal of blessings. The trays held not only some unfamiliar celestial fruits, but also several mysterious eggs. The patterns on these eggs were peculiar, swirling with unique energies of law. The ginseng doll curiously reached out to touch one of the offerings, and, at the moment his finger made contact, the eggs began to gently roll. Luo narrowed his eyes, delving into the essence of the eggs with his consciousness, revealing their extraordinary nature. The ginseng doll then remarked, "Master, it appears that these beast eggs possess a form of sentience." Long and the others, who had initially been intrigued by the eggs, were startled by the ginseng doll's observation and nearly dropped them. Luo nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, there is a semblance of intelligence within." He discerned that these beast eggs were not merely ordinary. They were intrinsically linked to the human people, suggesting that the citizens of Human had originated from these very eggs. Yet he pondered why these eggs were presented alongside the celestial fruits for their guests. As he contemplated this, the human monarch cautiously spoke, "Your Excellency, this is a custom of our human kingdom. When a powerful guest visits, we offer the most promising yet unborn descendants of our lineage, requesting blessings from our esteemed visitors." Upon hearing this, the ginseng doll and the others finally understood. Initially, they had assumed these eggs were meant for their consumption, but now they realized the significance of the offerings. The human monarch carefully lifted the tray before Luo and knelt, presenting it above his head with utmost reverence. "We humbly request the sage to bestow blessings upon our future generations." Luo, upon witnessing this, could not help but show a hint of exasperation, but nodded in acquiescence. "As you wish." In the next moment, he raised his hand and lightly touched one of the eggs held by the human monarch. A unique, ethereal light emanated from his fingertip, piercing through the eggshell and entering within. The egg began to radiate a dazzling brilliance, revealing a small figure within, adorned with 6 pairs of wings and a radiance of laws converging atop its head. Exuding an aura of sanctity, the human monarch's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy upon witnessing this. The egg he held was one of the offspring born by his wife recently, and it contained the most of his bloodline. This was the very reason he dared to invite Luo for blessings. After Luo's endowment, he could distinctly feel the vitality of his offspring surging to remarkable levels, if all went well, upon hatching. This child would undoubtedly start as a golden immortal and, upon reaching maturity, would naturally ascend to the great Luo golden immortal level, akin to his current prowess. With this thought, the smile on the human monarch's face grew even more pronounced. He instructed his attendants to take the offspring away, turning his eager gaze towards the others, who also had eggs before them. The ginseng doll casually picked up a celestial fruit and swallowed it whole. Then curiously stated, "I shall give it a try as well." As he spoke, a surge of pure energy burst forth from his fingertips, directly entering the egg before him. The infusion of energy caused a wildlife force to emanate from within the egg, further enhancing the human monarch's smile. Turning his attention back to Yinglong and Hong Jun, the two exchanged glances, both reflecting curiosity. Without hesitation, they reached out to bestow blessings upon the human descendants' eggs before them, resulting in a powerful energy of laws filling each shell. The human monarch immediately knelt before Luo and the others, bowing deeply in gratitude. The descendants who had received blessings from Yinglong and the others, though perhaps not as potent as the first, still held a glimmer of hope for breaking through to the great Luo golden immortal leveled Luo and his companions. Perhaps the great Luo golden immortal was not a significant achievement. However, for the human kingdom, gaining another great Luo golden immortal represented a beacon of hope for survival overseas, a tremendous opportunity for them. Luo waved his hand. "There is no need for such formalities." The human monarch rose, albeit sheepishly, and instructed his guards to summon dancers and performers to entertain in the grand hall. Among Luo's companions, only Yinglong seemed at ease in his past as the Dragon King. He had lived far more comfortably than this ruler of a small nation. Otherwise, he would not have fathered such numerous offspring. After an indeterminate period, Luo rose slightly and inquired, "In this foreign land, aside from your human kingdom, do other beings exist?" The human monarch contemplated for a moment before replying, "Your Excellency, to the east of our human kingdom lies an island where a few beings reside, totaling 16, led by a great Luo golden immortal, while the rest are at the peak of the Tai golden immortal level." Luo nodded slightly and continued, "Are there any other beings?" The human monarch thought again and said, "There is another being, exceptionally formidable, whose arms are fused together, appearing only at night." And no sooner had he spoken than the ginseng doll interjected, "Master, shall we investigate this peculiar entity?" Although countless beings existed in the wilderness, most were familiar to them, and even if strange, they would not be taken aback. However, the being described by the human monarch, with fused arms, was entirely unknown to them, making it an opportune moment to witness it. Luo nodded in agreement and declared, "In that case, we shall not impose any further." With that, he rose directly. The human monarch, witnessing this, promptly rose as well and accompanied Luo and the others outside the human kingdom. In the air, Yinglong manifested his 100-foot-long dragon form, hovering majestically, causing the human citizens to tremble in fear. After all, Yinglong was a primordial dragon, and the sheer pressure of his bloodline was enough to instill awe throughout the human kingdom. Luo stepped atop Yinglong's head, flanked by Hong Jun and the ginseng doll. The human monarch immediately knelt, exclaiming, "We bid farewell to the sage." Behind him, all the human citizens echoed in unison, "We bid farewell to the sage." Chapter 85. The Night Watcher, the crimson demon in the foreign land. The cold wind howled by the time the human citizens raised their heads once more. Luo and his companions had vanished without a trace. The human monarch exhaled deeply, a look of joy illuminating his face as he hurried back to his palace. After receiving blessings from the sage, it seemed imperative that he find a moment to nurture his offspring diligently. Once he departed, the other human citizens dared to lift their heads, gazing enviously at the monarch's residence. The events that transpired within the palace that day would spread throughout the entire human kingdom within half a day. After all, the ruler's offspring had received the sage's blessings, and their future was boundless. At this moment, amidst the clouds above the sea, the figure of Yinglong weaved through the mist. Above him, Luo gazed at the rising tendrils of fragrant tea in his cup, a flicker of unusual color passing through his eyes. Just as the former ruler of the human kingdom had remarked, there indeed existed a presence of 16 distinct auras upon an island to the east of the human kingdom. Among them was a Luo golden immortal, while the others boasted peak cultivations of Tai golden immortals. Under the expansive reach of Luo's divine sense, all living beings were laid bare, with nowhere to hide. It was precisely because he discerned their true forms that he felt a tinge of astonishment. These beings were entirely crimson, humanoid in form, yet markedly different in countenance, with narrow faces and broad shoulders, possessing a rather peculiar appearance. Beside him, the ginseng doll cast a disdainful glance at the island below, exclaiming, "My lord, these creatures are quite hideous." Luo shook his head in resignation, replying, "Do not judge by appearances." The ginseng doll let out a noise of discontent, but fell silent thereafter. Luo lowered his gaze, his eyes shimmering with divine light piercing through the clouds to observe the island below. Upon sighting the 16 beings, he couldn't help but click his tongue in agreement. Indeed, they were rather unattractive. These beings resembled hairless apes, yet their skin was a vivid crimson, their narrow faces and broad shoulders setting them apart from ordinary monkeys. Yinglong seemed to sense the tension and inquired, "My lord, should we descend for a closer look?" Just as Luo was about to shake his head, he noticed a figure darting in the distance, plunging directly into the island below, followed by a series of resounding explosions echoing from the island. It appeared as though a battle was underway, and the commotion only intensified. Luo uttered a soft exclamation, then instructed Yinglong to hover in the void and observe the unfolding events. His eyes, all movements upon the island were transparent. The highest peak of the island's center, the 16 crimson beings surrounded a towering figure. This figure was remarkable, a peaked Luo golden immortal, standing approximately 10 zhang tall, with 3 arms sprouting from either side, amounting to a total of 6 hands. Strangely, the arms on either side were fused together, resembling wings. It was akin to the peculiar beings described by the former ruler of the human kingdom. Yet he found himself perplexed as to why the two parties were engaged in combat here. Just as he pondered, he heard the crimson figures below suddenly exclaim, "You foolish brute, if you continue to linger here and act recklessly, do not blame us for being heartless. We have already stated that the celestial herbs upon your island are not ours. Are you truly this dim-witted?" Among the crowd, voices of reprimand and exasperation arose. These crimson figures were known as the Red Ghosts. Since their inception, they had existed overseas, residing on an island to the east of the human kingdom, spending their days in cultivation and tending to celestial herbs. Typically, they led a life free from conflict, maintaining amicable relations with their nearby neighbors. However, it was unclear when it began that their old neighbor's island experienced frequent thefts of celestial herbs, particularly rare varieties. Enraged, once stormed into the human kingdom alone, causing a great upheaval. yet he ultimately failed to locate the herbs he had cultivated. Thus, upon departing the human kingdom, he set his sights on these red ghosts. What should have been a simple inquiry turned into a long-standing conflict, as S, upon finding herbs on the island of the red ghosts that closely resembled his own, accused them of thievery during his absence. After all, it was a matter known only to these two old neighbors that S spent his days on the island and roamed the seas by night. Consequently, animosity brewed between S and the red ghosts, escalating into a struggle that had persisted for centuries. Today, as Luo Hu and his companions had just departed from the human kingdom, they chanced upon this scene. From the exchanges between S and the red ghosts, Luo Hu and his companions pieced together the unfolding narrative. The ginseng doll, hands on hips, declared, "These little thieves who steal celestial herbs day in and day out are truly detestable. If I were in their place, I would certainly teach them a lesson." With that, the ginseng doll stomped her foot in frustration, causing Yinglong beneath to grimace, secretly cursing her pettiness. Previously, while at Kunlun Mountain, Yinglong had often visited the ginseng doll's herb garden, occasionally pilfering some celestial herbs for a snack. Although he was caught each time, those herbs invariably found their way into his belly, leaving him to escape for a few days afterward. He never anticipated that the ginseng doll would seize this opportunity for retribution that on the island below. Upon hearing the words of the red ghosts, S coldly retorted, "You cunning little creatures, do not think to deceive me again. I have long realized that you have your eyes set on my celestial herbs, sneaking in to steal them when I am away. Did I not catch you last time?" The red ghosts, upon hearing this, cursed internally. The herbs S had discovered on their island were the fruits of their labor, not stolen from his abode. However, S was rather obstinate, believing that the similarity of the herbs indicated thievery, especially since such herbs had not previously been found on the Red Ghost Island. Furthermore, during the third instance of herb theft, he had consulted two newly acquired friends, whose intellect matched his own. Upon hearing of S's losses, they immediately proclaimed that the Red Ghosts were the culprits. Lacking friends, S unhesitatingly believed them, leading to a series of confrontations with the Red Ghosts. Just as the battle on the island intensified, Luo Hu suddenly lifted his gaze toward the distance. Within a range of about 1,000 li, two bald figures stealthily infiltrated the island where S resided, heading straight for the herb garden. Chapter 86. Jin and Juni. Who is plotting against me from the shadows? Luo Hu discerned clearly that these two bald figures could only be Jin and Juni. Yet he was taken aback by their presence here, far from the east, awaiting the reopening of the Zixiao Palace, and now infiltrating S's island. Observing their furtive movements, it was evident that this was not their first transgression. Above Yinglong, who was intently watching the battle below, the ginseng doll seemed to sense something and turned her gaze toward S's island. She gasped in surprise. "Isn't that the pair from the west? What are they doing here?" Hong Jun turned his head just in time to catch sight of Jin and Juni entering S's island with familiar ease. He then glanced down at the ongoing battle. Connecting the dots from the earlier discussions, a bold conjecture formed in his mind. Could it be that the celestial herbs missing from S's island were pilfered by Jin and Junti? After all, he had some understanding of their character, if that were the case. Hong Jun looked down at the battle on the island, shaking his head in resignation. Indeed, these two seemed to attract trouble wherever they roamed. Below, the 16 red ghosts clashed with S, their divine powers soaring, with explosive sounds echoing and the aftermath of their battle rippling across the in the air above. Luo Hu's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light as he turned his gaze toward S's island. Through his divine vision, the events unfolding on the island were laid bare. Indeed, the island was abundant with celestial herbs. He observed Jin and Junti stealthily exploring the island, pocketing the celestial herbs that caught their fancy. Their movements were so adept that it was clear this was not their first such endeavor. After collecting a celestial herb, Jin furrowed his brow and suddenly inquired, "Junior brother, are you certain that the foolish one has already left this island to seek trouble with those 16 red ghosts?" For reasons unknown, he constantly felt as though someone was secretly observing the two of them. Particularly after their arrival on this island, the sensation of being watched intensified significantly. Hence the inquiry. Zhu and Ti's subordinates deftly collected a sprig of celestial herb and, with a nonchalant tone, remarked, "That is only natural. Today, that big fool specifically sought me out, inquiring whether I'd seen anyone stealthily infiltrating his island a while ago, claiming that some celestial herbs had gone missing from it. I informed him that I had indeed witnessed the 16 red demons passing through this area, and perhaps they had trespassed onto his island. Thus, he must have gone to confront the 16 red demons today. I imagine the battle is about to commence. Upon hearing Zhuan Ti's words, Jian felt considerably reassured and then began to select celestial herbs on the island with a smile that I in the distance. Amidst the clouds, the ginseng doll exclaimed in anger. These two are not only thick-skinned but also possess dark hearts. They are truly despicable. Being the keeper of a medicinal garden, he understood the feeling of having herbs stolen. Witnessing the current situation resonated strongly with him. Luo chuckled and suddenly said, "In that case, I shall take it upon myself to lightly discipline that old coot Hong Jun, so that these two may learn a lesson about proper conduct." The ginseng doll nodded in agreement, affirming that it was indeed necessary to teach these two a lesson. As his words fell, Luo raised his hand and pointed. The 16 red demons and CE below felt as though they were ensnared. Unable to move, in the next moment, they experienced a dizzying sensation, their vision blurring, as if forcibly lifted into the clouds, in the blink of an eye. When everyone regained their sight, they found themselves facing two bald figures. Rummaging through the celestial herbs, the leader of the 16 red demons suddenly spoke. "Ce, is this not your island?" Ce, bewildered, scratched the back of his head and glanced around, and upon sensing the familiar aura and scenery, he suddenly realized, indeed, this is my home. He then directed his gaze towards the two bald figures in front of him, exclaiming in shock, "Aren't these my newly made friends? How did they end up here?" The 16 red demons gazed at the two bald figures picking through the celestial herbs, an unnameable anger swelling within them. The 16 red demons had been wronged by that big fool for so many years. And now they had finally located the true culprits. Observing Jian and Zhuan once more collecting the celestial herbs, he also came to the realization that the herbs he had previously lost were indeed taken by these two. Instantly, he was consumed by rage and coldly shouted, "Daring to steal from friends' possessions. You two are truly despicable." As his words echoed, Jian and Zhuan turned their heads in confusion. Looking at the furious Ce and the 16 red demons nearby, suddenly shivering. Jian even transmitted a message. "Did you not say they were not here?" Zhuan, equally perplexed, glanced at the enraged Ce and the 16 red demons. A flicker of fear passing through his eyes, shaking his head and saying, "I do not know. I clearly saw that big fool enter the territory of the 16 red demons. How is it that they are here?" Jian and Zhuan exchanged glances, feeling as if they'd been ensnared by some unseen hand. They then waved their hands repeatedly, saying, "Ce, my friend, please allow us to explain." Ce was seething with anger. "What more is there to say? Come at me." With that, he charged towards Jian and Zhuan, almost instantaneously arriving before them, fists clenched, ready to strike. Jian and Zhuan expressions changed dramatically, and they quickly dodged aside. Just as they attempted to escape, they noticed the 16 red demons had also surrounded them. Encasing the two, the leader of the red demons shouted, "It is you two who have caused our brothers to bear this unjust blame for so long," repeatedly disturbing this big fool. Jian and Zhuan faces turned despondent as they hastily spoke. "Friends, this is a misunderstanding. Please allow us to clarify." Before they could finish, someone from the red demons interjected, "Why waste words on them? Let us capture them and make them serve us for 10,000 years on this island, searching for celestial herbs and cultivating medicinal plants. This cannot stand. In my view, these two bald heads are no good. It would be better to kill them on the spot. Yes, to kill them for making our brothers bear the brunt of blame for so many years, truly. They deserve it." Among the 16 red demons, voices rose and fell, leaving Jian and Zhuan pale with fear. Although they were both great Luo golden immortals, they faced not only two great Luo golden immortals, but also many at the peak of Tai golden immortal. They felt despondent, wondering who was orchestrating this behind the scenes. Chapter 87. Discovered you. Amidst the clouds, the ginseng doll observed Jian and Zhuan, now encircled and looking woeful, struggling not to burst into laughter. They had stealthily infiltrated another's domain to steal, only to be caught red-handed by the rightful owner. He was eager to see how these two would extricate themselves from this predicament. Luo watched with a smile from a distance. His impression of these two being thick-skinned, he was curious how they would confront this situation. Meanwhile, Hong Jun, standing aside, cast a peculiar glance at his master. He had not anticipated that his master would be so cunning. The lesson he had mentioned was indeed a lesson of this nature. Hong Jun shook his head helplessly, silently calculating the time. With only a few years left until Hong Jun's second sermon, he wondered if they would still make it in time. Just then, on Siey's island, the 16 red demons suddenly wore fierce expressions, ignoring Jie'in and Zhuan-Ti's words, and ruthlessly attacked them. Siye, who could no longer contain himself, also directly launched an assault, intending to keep Jie'in and Zhuan-Ti here forever. Jie'in and Zhuan-Ti's expressions shifted, and they hastily dodged while shouting, "This is a misunderstanding. Please allow us to explain." They drew their magical artifact to defend against the onslaught. Although they were great Luo golden immortals, the combined strength of the 16 red demons and Siye was not only on par with them, but also numerically superior. For a time, they found themselves in a dire situation, unable to escape as they passively endured the assault. Just as they were growing anxious, they suddenly noticed ripples on the distant sea, as if a colossal creature was about to leap from its depths. The disturbance on the sea momentarily halted the attacks from the 16 red demons and Siye, who turned to gaze at the source of the ripples. One of the red demons remarked, "Could it be that fellow is emerging?" Upon hearing this, the others' expressions changed, and they cautiously focused on the S. He crossed his arms, no longer concerned with Jie'in and Zhuan-Ti, his gaze fixed on the ripples on the surface of the sea. Jie'in and Zhuan-Ti seized the moment to catch their breath, following everyone's line of sight to see enormous ripples forming on the far-off sea, with the waters churning as if some immense being was about to rise from beneath. Amidst the clouds, the ginseng doll remarked, "Master, I can sense a terrifying vitality moving toward the surface of the sea beneath this area." Yinglong, too, bore a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. His perception was more acute than that of the ginseng doll. The colossal entity lurking beneath the ocean seemed to possess a connection with their dragon lineage. It was as if a bond of bloodline enabled him to perceive it with increasing clarity. Leon nodded thoughtfully, then gazed down at the sea, where he swiftly spotted a massive dragon fish surging upward through the water. This dragon fish was several thousand miles in size, akin to a gigantic island, and its movements caused the ocean to roil, creating such significant ripples in the blink of an eye. A tremendous fish head broke the surface, its eyes fixated on the concealed whereabouts of Luo and his companions. Although they had not made a conscious effort to hide, their current cultivation rendered them undetectable to ordinary Luo ginseng. This was akin to the gathering of Jie'in and Zhuan-Ti upon the distant Sign Island. Yet the dragonfish had evidently discerned their hiding place, hence its curious demeanor on Sign Island. The 16 red demons gazed at the enormous fish head above the sea, swallowing hard, having resided on the offshore islands for an extended period. They were well aware of the unfathomable beings that lurked beneath the waves. Despite their leader now being a Luo ginseng, the presence of such a terrifying creature as the dragonfish still instilled a sense of trepidation within them. Cyan also grew unusually vigilant, staring intently at the enormous fish head, fearing it might leap forth and capsize his island. Jie'in and Zhuan-Ti exchanged glances. Although both were to Luo ginseng, they sensed that even their combined strength would likely be insufficient to contend with the dragonfish. Zhuan-Ti quietly conveyed, "Senior brother, we should seize this opportunity to depart swiftly." Jie'in slightly shook his head, replying, "That fish seems to be watching us." Upon hearing this, Zhuan-Ti was momentarily taken aback, before shuddering violently. Increasingly convinced that he and his brother were exceptionally unfortunate today, not only were they besieged by the 16 red demons and Cyan, but they were also being targeted by such a formidable fish demon. Life was indeed arduous, eliciting sorrow. Amid the clouds, the ginseng doll voiced its confusion. "My lord, it appears that fish below has discovered us." Leon nodded, responding, "This fish shares a profound connection with the dragonkin, possessing a trace of dragon blood within it. which harmonizes flawlessly with its own carp bloodline, thus achieving its current state. It is not us it has detected, but rather Yinglong. Upon hearing this, the ginseng doll stamped its foot in frustration, declaring, "Little Loach, did you hear that? It's your fault we were discovered." Yinglong, feeling somewhat helpless, retorted, "How could I have known that beneath this sea region lay beings related to the dragonkin?" Hong Jun, intrigued, gazed at the dragonfish below, stating, "My lord, this creature's form is immense. It may even surpass Yinglong in size." Luo chuckled and nodded. Indeed, this entity possesses a variant bloodline. Its roots are merely slightly weaker than Yinglong's. Yet it is significantly stronger than other beings within the primordial realm. This revelation. Hong Yun's curiosity deepened further. Just then, the leader of the 16 red demons on Sign Island spoke up. "Friend, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" The distant dragon fish seemed oblivious, continuing to stare vacantly at the hiding place of Luo and his companions. This behavior left the 16 red demons feeling both furious and powerless. After a lengthy pause, Sign impatiently exclaimed, "You simpleton, what do you intend to do? Are you not usually asleep beneath the sea? Why have you suddenly appeared at our doorstep today?" Sign's voice boomed, causing even Jean and Zhuanti nearby to tremble. The dragonfish in the distance stirred, turning its head to glance at Sign, then back to the concealed figures of Luo and his companions, slowly uttering, "I have found you." Chapter 88. Who truly is the heavenly Tao? Amid the clouds, Luo was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. This little creature has quite the spirit. Although the dragonfish had identified Luo and the others based on its internal dragon bloodline, discerning their presence was no simple feat even with a trace of dragon blood within. The connection would weaken under the suppression of the saintly aura. The fact that the dragonfish could pinpoint their location under such circumstances spoke volumes of its potential. On Sign Island, upon hearing the dragonfish's words, everyone was momentarily stunned, then collectively turned to follow the dragonfish's gaze. Yet to their eyes, there was nothing emerging from the clouds. Even their divine senses failed to detect any concealed presence. One of the 16 red demons whispered, "Surely, this big fellow hasn't lost its wits. There's no one there. I too have found no trace of anyone concealed. Perhaps this big fool has simply misjudged." Another chimed in. Jean and Zhuanti exchanged glances, preparing to escape while the attention of the others was diverted. Suddenly, they noticed a colossal figure manifesting within the clouds, remaining steadfast amidst the mist, its size nearly rivaling that of the dragonfish. As they discerned the visage of the figure, shock washed over their faces, and they quickly knelt, respectfully exclaiming, "Zhuanti pays respects to the saint." The utterance of this phrase left the encircling 16 red demons and Sign in a state of astonishment, gaping at Luo and his companions. Though they were aware that saints had emerged within the primordial realm, they had never beheld a saint's true countenance, leaving them uncertain in their hearts, just as they hesitated. The dragonfish trembled, addressing the saint. "Little demon pays respects to the saint. I beseech your indulgence." It had been slumbering in this oceanic expanse, but it sensed the presence of dragon blood, initially intending to approach for a feast to purify its own bloodline. However, it had not anticipated that the dragonkin with which it shared a blood connection was, in fact, the mount of the saint. Luo gazed down upon the assembled crowd, slowly speaking. "There is no need for excessive formalities." Rise upon hearing this, they stood. Meanwhile, the 16 red demons and Sign hastily prostrated themselves, their voices trembling.